Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2774 to Chapter 2824. Zhao Hai stood on top of the Divine Secret Tower and directly threw down the soul fires. Every stoneman had a soul fire. Although the souls of these stonemen were incomplete, they were still much stronger than the blood race. They could absorb the soul fires on their own. After the stonemen absorbed the soul fires, they seemed to be a lot smarter. At this time, almost all the stonemen in the chaotic stone world were here. Ji Wuming and Morong Qian immediately commanded the stonemen to start training. These stonemen were still very strong. Not only did they have the ability to fight in close combat, they could also attack from afar. Aside from being unable to fly, they were the best soldiers. Ji Wuming and Morong Qian had learned the training methods of the army from Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was really easy for them to train these stonemen. Moreover, these stonemen were very easy to train. Of course, they didn't slack off on the training of the armored army. The armored army was a powerful force in Zhao Hai's hands. Moreover, everyone in the Void Realm knew that Zhao Hai had such an armored army. This was also the only force that Zhao Hai could use without being doubted. Of course, Zhao Hai had to train it well. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Now that there was nothing happening in the underworld, he didn't have to worry at all. Therefore, he wasn't anxious at all. Nothing was happening in the underworld. In fact, with the current strength of the underworld, even if Zhao Hai left, nothing would happen in the underworld. The underworld was no longer the underworld of the past. With a void-piercing realm expert in charge, anyone who wanted to attack the underworld would have to weigh their own strength. Since the underworld was fine and the extraterritorial devils had no intention of attacking the real spiritual world, Zhao Hai could naturally train the stonemen here without any worries. To be honest, Zhao Hai really didn't put the extraterritorial devil race in his eyes now. In a war between cultivators, sometimes numbers didn't determine everything. 10,000 teleportation realm cultivators couldn't be a match for a void-piercing realm expert. With Zhao Hai's current strength, if he were to face the extraterritorial devil race, he alone would be enough to make them suffer. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. His current strength was too great, and he needed to slowly adapt to it. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also worried that the higher realms would notice the changes in this layer. If the higher realms knew that Zhao Hai and the others were this strong, then they might want to deal with them. When that time comes, they would be in even more trouble. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Because of this, no matter what, Zhao Hai would always keep 2 cards in his hand. He wouldn't expose all of his cards. If someone really wanted to deal with him, then he would be in a very passive position. Time passed day by day. The stonemen were now trained to look like humans. Moreover, the stonemen could now speak. Their souls had been completely replenished. After 2 months, Zhao Hai was satisfied with the results of the stonemen's training. At the same time, he felt that time was almost up. It was time to lead the stonemen army to clean up the other layers. However, before cleaning up the other layers, Zhao Hai still had one more thing to do. That was to find a way to overcome the weakness of the stonemen army. How to overcome the weakness of the stonemen army that couldn't leave the ground? This was one of Zhao Hai's biggest headaches. After the stonemen leave the ground, not only would they not be able to fly, their strength would also regress. In the end, they wouldn't even need to be attacked before they would die. This characteristic was very troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to find a way to overcome this weakness of the stonemen. Even if the stonemen couldn't fly, he could still use other things to carry them. However, once the stonemen leave the ground, they would lose their fighting strength. This was a headache for Zhao Hai. However, during these 2 months, Laura and the others weren't idle. They wanted to find a way to overcome this weakness of the stonemen. At first, they wanted to use formations to imitate the feeling of being on the ground. However, this didn't work. Then they tried a lot of methods, but the results weren't very good. After 2 months, there wasn't much progress. On this day, Zhao Hai returned to the Spaces Villa and saw Laura and the others making a stoneman stand on top of 100 spirit fruit. The 100 spirit fruit was the fruit of the 100 spirit tree. It could be big or small. It could turn into a boat or a small fruit. It also had a compressed space inside which it could grow things. There were also some animals inside. However, because the area was too small, it wasn't very useful. Naturally, this was only true for Zhao Hai. If it was someone else, it would still be very useful. The amount of 100 spirit fruits inside the space wasn't small. After many years of accumulation, along with the ability to accelerate time, the space had collected a lot of 100 spirit fruits. Aside from a few 100 spirit fruits that could turn into small planets, the other 100 spirit fruits weren't very useful. Zhao Hai kept the 100 spirit fruits, but he didn't expect Laura and the others to have this idea. Zhao Hai went to Laura's side and said, "Laura, why did you think of using the 100 spirit fruit on the stone men?" Laura forced a smile and said, "We don't have any other way. We tried many methods but none of them worked. We even used spirit gathering formations to gather the earth's spiritual chi. But in the end, we could only use the 100 spirits fruit. In our opinion, the 100 spirits fruit isn't very useful, but it can still be considered as a small planet. If it's really useful to the stone men, then that would be great." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Although the 100 spirits fruit isn't very useful, it can still be considered as a small planet." Zhao Hai nodded, he agreed with Laura's words. He also wanted to see if the 100 spirit fruit was useful to the stone men. The stone men stood on the 100 spirit fruit as it flew up. What Zhao Hai and the others needed to do was to see if the stoneman could maintain its fighting strength. Under Laura's command, the stoneman kept attacking. If it was in the past, the stoneman would only be able to attack 100 times before its strength would be exhausted. If it didn't return to the ground to recharge its energy, then it would quickly die. But now, the stoneman attacked 300 times in a row. It was as if it wasn't affected at all. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others couldn't help but be shaken. Zhao Hai immediately had the stoneman launch some long-range attacks. The stoneman's long-range attacks were actually very simple, it was just throwing stones. The stones that it threw were very powerful, it was one of the stoneman's most fearsome weapons. The stoneman kept throwing stones while Zhao Hai and the others observed the changes in the stoneman. The stoneman's attacks didn't weaken at all. However, Zhao Hai discovered that there were some changes to the 100 spirit fruit. The 100 spirit fruit itself had all 5 elements, so it could grow things. On the other hand, the stoneman seemed to only need the earth's spiritual chi. Its strength was completely dependent on the earth's spiritual chi, but it couldn't directly absorb the earth's spiritual chi. It could only absorb the earth's spiritual chi through the earth. Now that the stoneman was absorbing the earth's spiritual chi from the 100 spirit fruit, it was destroying the balance of the spiritual chi inside the fruit. Once the balance of the 100 spirit fruit was destroyed, then the fruit would die and completely disappear from the world. Zhao Hai immediately had the stoneman stop. Then he had the 100 spirit fruit fall down from the sky. He carefully looked at the 100 spirit fruit and discovered that it was slowly recovering its earth attribute spiritual chi. However, the speed wasn't very fast. Zhao frowned, then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, go and carve a spirit gathering formation on the 100 spirits fruit. Pay attention to it, it can only gather earth attribute spirit chi. Calculate the consumption of the stone man, and let the spirit gathering formation absorb the earth attribute spirit chi at the same speed as the stone man. This way, we can maintain the balance of the spirit chi inside the 100 spirits fruit, and also allow the stone man to use the 100 spirits fruit in battle." Right, we can combine the 100 spirits fruit with the stone man. When the stone man isn't fighting, the spirit gathering formation on the 100 spirits fruit shouldn't absorb the surrounding earth attribute spirit chi, but should only absorb the earth attribute spirit chi when the stone man is consuming it. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, things aren't as complicated as you say. We just need to engrave a balancing formation on the 100 spirits fruit and then engrave a spirit gathering formation. As long as the spiritual chi on the 100 spirits fruit isn't balanced, then the balancing formation would immediately activate and absorb the spiritual chi of the 100 spirits fruit. This way, the spiritual chi on the 100 spirits fruit can be maintained in a balanced state. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right." Zhao Hai stared, then he patted his head and said, "Good. Ha ha ha, you're smart. Let's do it now. Carve these 2 formations on the 100 spirits fruits. Right, process some of the green rocks and place them on the 100 spirits fruits so that the stone golems can use them as weapons." Laura and the others nodded and then turned around to prepare. Actually, the two formations that Laura and the others mentioned weren't difficult to make. As long as the materials are prepared, it wouldn't take long for the machine to make them. However, the amount that Zhao Hai needed this time was too large. Therefore, even with the machine's help, it would still take about a month to make them. However, 1 month was more than enough for Zhao Hai to make the 100 spirit fruit. In addition to the formations on the 100 spirit fruit, Zhao Hai also had Laura and the others use this month to study how to make the stone men use the 100 spirit fruit. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others came up with 2 methods to make the stone men use the 100 spirit fruit. There were 2 methods altogether, one internal and one external. The internal method was to make the 100 spirit fruit smaller and then place it on the stoneman's body. This way, the stone men would be able to use the 100 spirit fruit to obtain a steady flow of strength, allowing them to fight. The external method was to make the 100 spirit fruit bigger and have the stone men stand on it. This way, the stone men would be able to obtain strength. The 100 spirit fruit could also be used as a flying artifact. When necessary, it could even help them fight and attack their enemies. With regards to the 2 methods of using the 100 spirit fruit, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. This way, the stone men would be able to fly. Even if they leave the ground, they would still be able to fight. For Zhao Hai, this was a huge help. Before long, Zhao Hai conducted experiments on the 2 methods. The results of the experiments made Zhao Hai very happy. Both methods were feasible. Zhao Hai immediately took the 100 spirit fruit to Chaotic Rock Realm and gave it to the stone men so that they could familiarize themselves with the use of the 100 spirit fruit. After training the stone men for half a month, the stone men finally learned how to use the 100 spirit fruit. Then Zhao Hai began to prepare for the next attack. If he wants to send troops, then he needs to find a suitable realm. The war god realm was very strict with the realms under their control. No matter which realm Zhao Hai attacks, he would be discovered by the war god realm. When the time comes, the war god realm would certainly send reinforcements. Then the war between Zhao Hai and the war god realm would be inevitable. If he doesn't want to attract the attention of the war god realm while dealing with the other realms, then the best way was to find a realm that the war god realm didn't pay attention to. However, it wasn't easy to find a realm that the war god realm didn't pay attention to. The war god realm existed as a nation. After conquering other realms, they would bestow rewards to those who made great contributions. These realms were directly controlled by the war god realm. Because of this, other than the Chaotic Rock Realm, the war god realm wouldn't give up on the other realms. No matter which realm Zhao Hai attacks, he would eventually face the war god realm. After searching for several days, Zhao Hai still wasn't able to find a realm that he needed. This caused Zhao Hai to have a headache. After discussing with Ji Wuming and Murong Qian, Zhao Hai returned to the Space's villa. He wanted to hear Laura and the others' opinions. When he arrived at the villa, Laura and the others were still studying alchemy. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Laura and the others were truly obsessed with their research. However, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to let them be. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately put down what they were doing and went to Zhao Hai's side. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Because she saw that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't good, Laura asked. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's indeed something. I'm almost ready to send troops to the war god realm. However, you should know about the war god realm's situation. They exist as a nation. All the realms that they conquered were rewarded by them. If I attack a realm, I would be discovered by the war god realm. When the time comes, I would have a direct conflict with the war god realm. I want to find a realm that the war god realm doesn't pay attention to, but I'm afraid that's impossible." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but smile. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why don't we fight the war god realm directly? As long as we find the realms that are most dissatisfied with the war god realm, then we can deal with them. When the time comes, wouldn't those realms help us deal with the war god realm?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but pat his head. He discovered that there was a problem with his mentality. He was taking the people of the war god's realm too seriously. In other words, although Zhao Hai had strength, he didn't have the mentality to match it. He had been taking the war god's realm too seriously, this caused him to lose his calm mind. Because of this, when he faced the problem of the war god's realm, he was always afraid of the slightest thing. This wasn't a good mentality. Taking an enemy too seriously and looking down on them too much wasn't a good mentality. If you take an enemy too seriously, then you would think of a lot of things in your mind. If you look down on an enemy too much, then you would overlook the enemy's movements. This was very dangerous. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his mentality. Then he opened his mouth and said, "You're right, it's time. Alright, let's pick the realms that are most dissatisfied with the war god's realm. We'll attack those realms." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I've already prepared it for you." Then Laura took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the paper and looked at it. The paper was filled with the names of the realms as well as their characteristics. Among them, the one at the top was a realm called the Mao-Ir realm. The people of the Mao-Ir realm were very special. They had long ears. The people there were very docile, but their hearing was much better than ordinary people. However, they didn't have any demonic beast blood, they were humans. As for why they had such long ears, nobody knew. The strength of the Mao-Ir realm wasn't very strong. It can be said that the people of that realm didn't like fighting. Because of this, when they were attacked by the war god's realm, they were quickly defeated and became a count's territory. It must be said that the war god's realm was very interesting. The war god's realm was ruled by a king. Under the king were 5 ranks of nobility, namely Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. These 5 ranks were the nobles of the war god's realm. They had a lot of privileges in the war god's realm. Moreover, when a war god conquered a realm, the war god's realm would infect the realm to the nobles. Then the nobles would pay a certain amount of taxes to the king every year. This ensured that the war god's realm received a large amount of taxes every year. However, a person with a rank didn't necessarily get a territory. In general, nobles who had a realm as their fief were nobles with a rank or higher. For example, viscounts and barons didn't have their own fief. They could only have a small piece of land in the fief of a great noble. Moreover, they had to pay taxes to the great noble every year. Although the people of the Mao-Ir realm were very docile, they didn't have any special products. The only special product here was grain. Food wasn't very useful to cultivators. Moreover, the land in the Mao-Ir realm was only suitable for growing food. Even medicinal herbs didn't grow well in the Mao-Ir realm. Because of this, the war god realm didn't place much importance on the Mao-Ir realm. Because of this, they directly gave the Mao-Ir realm to a count. The count didn't want this fief. This was because there was no production here. Every year, besides paying taxes to the king, he didn't have much income. This made the count dislike his fief, he even hated it. How could a person who hated his own fief manage it well? Because of this hatred, the count didn't treat the people in his fief well. For the count, killing people was a means of entertainment. Moreover, it was the most commonly used means of entertainment. It's said that when the Earl first took over the Mao-Ir realm, there were still a few 100 million people here. But after the Earl took over the Mao-Ir realm, the total population dropped from 800 million to 500 million. Of the 300 million people, 300 million had died unnatural deaths. Of course, it was impossible for the count to kill all 300 million people. However, he increased the taxes. In addition to his iron and blood rule, the Mao-Ir realm became a living hell. Although the people of the Mao-Ir realm were very docile, when a knife was placed on their neck, they would still resist. In recent years, the Mao-Ir realm had been resisting wave after wave. However, the strength of the people of the Mao-Ir realm was too weak. Because of this, their resistance was almost useless. In the end, all of them were suppressed. Although the Mao-Ir realm's resistance failed, the conflict between the Mao-Ir realm and the war god's realm deepened. At this point, the entire Mao-Ir realm hated the war god's realm to death. At the same time, the war god's realm was slowly losing patience with the Mao-Ir realm. For a realm that only produces food and nothing else, the war god's realm had invested a lot in it. In the eyes of the people of the war god's realm, the Mao-Ir realm was now a chicken rib. It was tasteless to eat, but it was a pity to abandon it. Laura and the others suggested that Zhao Hai send troops to the Mao-Ir realm for the first time. Although Zhao Hai couldn't get much help from the Mao'er realm, the people of the Mao'er realm would certainly support him. They wouldn't make trouble for him, this was the most important thing. After Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the Mao'er realm, he thought that it was the most suitable place for him to send troops. After understanding the situation of the Mao'er realm, Zhao Hai finally decided to send troops to the Mao'er realm. Zhao Hai returned to the chaotic stone realm and paid attention to the situation there. The situation of the chaotic stone realm was very good. The stone men had already adapted to the 100 spirit fruit. They were now able to fly and fight in the sky. Looking at the appearance of the stone men, Zhao Hai knew that it was time. He immediately had Ji Wuming and the others establish a transmission formation in order to send troops to the Mao'er realm. The area of the Mao'er realm wasn't small. On the contrary, it was much bigger than other places. The people of the Mao'er realm had pointed ears that had white hair growing on them. Not only did they not look strange, they were also very beautiful. They gave people a different kind of beauty. To be honest, when Zhao Hai saw the people of the Mao'er realm, his first thought was that they looked like bunnies back on Earth. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai had everyone enter the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, including the stone men. Then the Heaven's Secret Pavilion shrunk and entered the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as the Heaven's Secret Pavilion disappeared from the chaotic stone realm. Although the chaotic stone realm was a plane of the space, Zhao Hai was preparing to make it a plane that was connected to the war god's realm. In any case, the chaotic stone realm already existed. The people of the war god's realm knew that Zhao Hai and the others came from the chaotic stone realm, so they wouldn't suspect anything. Deep in the mountains of the Mao'er realm, some Mao'ers were gathered together. The people of the Mao'er realm were very handsome, the men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. However, the people of the Mao'er realm didn't look very good. Each and every one of them was thin and yellow. Their clothes were also tattered, they looked like a group of refugees. All of their faces were filled with grief and indignation. There were a total of several thousand Mao'ers. At this time, they were scattered around a valley. There were some open spaces in the valley where plants were planted. Many Mao'ers were eating the leaves of these plants. In the middle of the valley, there were more than a dozen Mao'ers gathered together. Among them were two old men. Although these two old men weren't young and were very thin, their appearances weren't ugly at all. People who saw them would surely praise them as handsome old men. However, at this time, the two old men's faces weren't very good. At this time, a middle-aged Mao'er who was sitting next to the two said, "Father, second uncle, we can't wait any longer. It's almost autumn, the devils are going to collect taxes. If we don't move our people to the mountains as soon as possible, then I'm afraid that a lot of people will die. I heard that some people were killed in Three Rune City because of tax evasion. Father, second uncle, we should do our part for our people." When the two old Mao'ers heard this, they sighed and said, "Xiao Fei, do you think we don't want to? But you should know that when it comes to collecting taxes, the devil's defenses are at their strongest. If we go out and deal with the devils, then it's no different than sending ourselves to death. Therefore, we can't go." Xiao Fei was the middle-aged man. When he heard the old man say that, he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Father, even if we die in battle, it's better than watching our clansmen get killed here. If our deaths can rouse even more clansmen's determination to resist, it's worth it even if we die in battle." Xiao Fei's father looked at Xiao Fei, he really didn't know what to say. Although the Mao'ers had been resisting for years, the war god's plains policies were getting stronger and stronger. At this time, many Mao'ers didn't dare to come in contact with the resistance army. The resistance army was now lacking in food and clothing. If it wasn't because of the war god's plains policies, then more and more people wouldn't dare to support them. At this time, a white light suddenly flashed from the top of a mountain next to their valley. The Mao'er tribesmen were stunned when they saw this white light. Then their faces changed. They knew what this white light was, it was the light of a transmission formation. Although the Mao'ers weren't very strong, they still had everything that other realms had. Naturally, they also had transmission formations. Therefore, they were able to recognize the light of transmission formations. But as soon as they saw the light of the transmission formation, their complexions changed. Their complexions became very unsightly. The valley where the hairy ears were staying was a secret gathering point. The people of the war gods plane didn't know about this place. They also didn't set up a transmission formation here. Now that a transmission formation appeared, didn't this mean that the war gods plane had discovered this place and sent people to hunt them down? When they thought of this, the Maoers couldn't help but feel fear. When the white light disappeared, a beautiful building appeared on top of the mountain. Although the hairy ears were still afraid, they couldn't help but marvel at the beauty and majesty of this building. At this time, the hairy ears saw a group of stone golems coming out of the building. Upon seeing these stone golems, the hairy ears couldn't help but stare blankly. They even forgot to be afraid as they looked at these stone golems in shock. The hairy ears have never seen stone golems before, they haven't even heard of them. They weren't a powerful war tribe, so they didn't fight for the war god's realm. Naturally, they didn't know anything about the chaotic stone boundary. Because of this, they weren't able to see stone golems. So when they saw these stone golems come out, they were very surprised. At this time, one of the stone golems seemed to have seen them. Then the hairy ears saw a group of stone golems jump out of the mountain and land in the valley. At this time, the hairy ears woke up. They looked at the stone golems and became nervous. Everyone had a look of despair on their faces. At this time, a voice was heard, "Hello everyone, may I ask if you are from the hairy ears tribe?" The hairy ears looked towards the source of the voice and saw a human cultivator. This person was wearing a very ordinary black cultivator robe and had a very ordinary appearance. However, there was a gentle smile on his face that gave people a good impression of him. Xiaofei's father looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, we are from the hairy ears tribe. Is Mr. from the war god's realm?" Zhao Hai looked at the old hairy ears and smiled faintly, "No, I'm not from the war god's realm." "Why?" "Looking at your appearance, it seems like you have some enmity with the war god's realm." Xiaofei's father looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're right, we do have enmity with the war god's realm." "Who are you, Mr.?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Coincidentally, I'm also an enemy of the war god's realm. Moreover, I have a great enmity with them. This time, I came here to take revenge." When Xiaofei's father heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. must be joking. If Mr. has enmity with the war god's realm, then you wouldn't have come here. You would have gone to the war god's realm to take revenge." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not joking. I'm very clear about my own strength. With my current strength, I still can't take revenge on the war god's realm. Therefore, I can only come here. I don't believe that the war god's realm doesn't have people from the war god's realm." When he heard Zhao Hai, Xiaofei's father couldn't help but stare. However, Xiaofei's eyes lit up. Xiaofei looked at the stone golems behind Zhao Hai. He could feel the incomparable strength coming from them. In his opinion, if Zhao Hai really came to deal with the war god's realm, then Zhao Hai's strength should be enough to deal with the war god's realm. Xiaofei thought that this was an opportunity. In any case, they were already like this. Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, they might as well go all out. Thinking of this, Xiaofei immediately took a step forward and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Is what I said true? Are you really here to deal with the war god's realm?" When Xiaofei's father saw Xiaofei suddenly speak, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Xiaofei, don't speak nonsense." Xiaofei turned his head to look at his father and said, "Father, if this Mr. is really from the war god's realm, do you think that he would still be talking to us? I'm afraid that he would have already made his move. Therefore, I don't think that he's from the war god's realm." When Xiaofei's father heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he didn't say anything. This was because he knew that Xiaofei was right. If Zhao Hai was someone from the war god's realm, then he wouldn't waste time talking to them. He would just attack and kill them. Nobody would care about it, so why would he use unnecessary methods? Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, I'm indeed here to deal with the war god's realm. Does Mr. have any advice?" Xiaofei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I don't know if Mr. is planning to leave after killing the people from the war god's realm in the Mao Air realm. Or do you plan to stay in the Mao Air realm?" When Zhao Hai heard Xiaofei's question, the smile on his face couldn't help but become thicker. He discovered that there were still some smart people in the Mao Air realm. They actually asked such a question. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I plan to stay in the Mao Air realm for a long time. Then I'll slowly liberate the realms controlled by the war god's realm before dealing with the war god's realm. When Xiu Fei heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Mr. said true? Is Mr. confident in dealing with the war god's realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "As long as I go to war with the war god's realm, the war god's realm wouldn't let me go. When that time comes, the fish dies and the net splits. Therefore, regardless of whether I'm confident or not, I will fight the war god's realm to the end." Xiu Fei understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Xiu Fei asked Zhao Hai if he was confident in dealing with the war god's realm. In fact, he wanted to see if Zhao Hai had the determination to deal with the war god's realm. And Zhao Hai's answer made him very satisfied. Xiu Fei nodded, then he said, "If Mr. agrees, then I think that we can help Mr. We're all from the Mao Air realm, so we have a good understanding of the Mao Air realm. We can lead the way for Mr. as well as help the other Mao Air people. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiu Fei, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Mr. If you don't mind, then please follow me to the heavenly secret tower." "How about it?" Xiu Fei turned his head to look at his people, who were still frightened. Then he sighed and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's no trouble at all. You're too polite." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. The heavenly secret tower flew down from the top of the mountain and stopped above Zhao Hai and the others. Then a flight of stairs descended from the heavenly secret tower. This flight of stairs was a spiral staircase with handrails. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at Xiu Fei and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, please." With that said, he made an inviting gesture. Xiu Fei turned to look at her father. Her father looked deeply at Xiu Fei before standing up and walking up the spiral staircase to the Heavenly Secrets building without saying a word. There were only a few thousand Mao Air people in the valley. It didn't take long before all of them entered the Heavenly Secret Tower. After they entered the tower, Zhao Hai led the stone men inside. Then the Heavenly Secret Tower flew towards the mountains and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Zhao Hai returned to the Heavenly Secret Tower, he immediately turned to Xiu Fei and said, "Mister, I can see that you're not doing very well. If there's anything you need, then please take a rest and change your clothes." After he said that, Zhao Hai arranged for the Mao Air tribesmen to rest. At the same time, he gave them new clothes, food, and a bath. If you didn't see the long years, then you wouldn't think that there would be cultivators in this miserable state. They were even worse than beggars. Their clothes were torn, they had no food, no weapons, and they couldn't even take a bath. Normally, it would be very easy for a cultivator to take a bath. They just need to use their spiritual qi to make a water ball. However, the Mao Air people didn't dare to do so. This was because they were afraid that they would be discovered by the war god's realm. Therefore, they didn't even dare to take a bath. They were living like savages in the mountains. When they arrived at the Heavenly Secret Tower, Zhao Hai gave them a good rest. At the same time, he prepared everything for them, including baths, food, and new clothes. After the Mao Air people took a bath, changed their clothes, and ate a full meal, Zhao Hai invited Xiu Fei and the others to the Heavenly Secret Tower's living room. When the Mao Air people entered the living room, they saw Zhao Hai sitting there drinking tea. At the same time, two armored cultivators were standing on either side of Zhao Hai. Their expressions were very respectful, but their auras were very strong. No one dared to underestimate them. Upon seeing this, Xiu Fei's heart couldn't help but shiver. At this time, Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "Everyone is here? Please take a seat." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they cupped their fists and thanked Zhao Hai before sitting down. There were a total of 13 Mao Air people in the living room. Besides Xiu Fei, his father, and his uncle, Zhao Hai didn't know the others. But it was clear that these people didn't have much authority. Among the Mao Air people, the ones with the most authority were Xiu Fei's father and his uncle. Xiu Fei's authority wasn't as big as theirs. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. After inviting them to sit down, Zhao Hai said, "You must be the resistance army of the Mao Air realm, right? I've heard about you before. To be honest, I didn't think that there would be a resistance army in the Mao Air realm. This is really unexpected." Xiu Fei's father and his uncle didn't say anything. Instead, it was Xiao Fei who looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. seems to know a lot about the War God realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to our Mao Air realm. May I ask which realm Mr. came from?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Fei and smiled faintly. "Mr.'s question is useless. You wouldn't know even if I told you. I'm a cultivator from the Void realm. The Mao Air realm is the second realm under the rule of the War God realm. The first realm is the Chaotic Stone realm. The Chaotic Stone realm's stone men are willing to fight against the War God realm with us." "Oh, the people of the Chaotic Stone realm are those stone men." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiao Fei couldn't help but stare. He really hadn't heard of the Void realm. In fact, he also hadn't heard of the War God realm. But seeing that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be lying, he believed Zhao Hai. In fact, he had no choice but to believe Zhao Hai. They knew that with their strength, Zhao Hai could destroy them in a matter of minutes. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use any methods against them. If he wanted to take their lives, he could do so at any time. In the sky of the Mao Air realm, a huge building was flying. This building was very large, but its flying speed wasn't slow at all. As it moved forward, it brought with it the sound of wind and thunder. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Tianji pavilion and looked at the scenery of the Mao Air realm. Then he said, "Good. I didn't expect the spiritual qi of the Mao Air realm to be so abundant. It's not any worse than the outside world. Such a place should have countless resources. Why are there no specialties in the Mao Air realm? This is too strange." Xiao Fei stood beside Zhao Hai, then she sighed and said, "We don't know why it's like this. It's because the Mao Air realm doesn't have any resources. Therefore, we can't cultivate any high-grade cultivation methods. The strongest people in the Mao Air realm are only at the soul condensation stage. Otherwise, we wouldn't be bullied by the War God realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's interesting. I've fought with the War God realm before. At that time, I managed to repel them from the void, causing them to suffer a loss. This time, I want to see if the War God realm can repel us like I did before, causing us to suffer a loss." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's interesting. I've fought with the War God realm before." "Humph." Ji Wuming coldly snorted and said, "How can the War God realm compare to you, Mansion Lord? You've led us in hundreds of battles and subdued countless realms. How can a mere War God realm be the Mansion Lord's opponent?" "Right." Morong Qian also opened his mouth and said, "Mansion Master, you were able to force the War God realm back from the Void realm when you were still young. Now, dealing with them will be a piece of cake. This time, we are going to make the people of the War God realm pay back the blood debt of invading the Void realm. Mansion Master, I think we should just destroy the War God realm." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Destroying the War God's realm isn't difficult, but I don't want to kill anymore. If they don't fight me to the death, then I don't want to destroy them. It's up to them." Xiao Fei stood beside Zhao Hai and listened to the three of them. His expression changed a few times. He really didn't know if Zhao Hai and the others were telling the truth or not. It wouldn't be right to say that Zhao Hai and the others were lying, because Ji Wuming and the others were very serious. In addition, they also said that the people of the War God realm had also invaded the Void realm, which made it seem even more true. However, Xiao Fei Wuluan didn't believe that they had asked Zhao Hai to destroy the War God realm. In his opinion, those words were too fake. At this time, Xiao Fei looked down and saw a small city in front of him. However, the small city was currently covered in thick smoke. It was obvious that someone was committing murder and arson inside. Xiao Fei's expression couldn't help but change. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, lead a group of people and deal with the people of the War God realm in the city. Remember, I don't want them alive." Ji Wuming cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Before long, Ji Wuming led a group of iron-armored troops out. The iron-armored troops were Zhao Hai's trump card. They came to the War God realm this time to temper themselves. Naturally, Ji Wuming would have the iron-armored troops go out to fight. Before long, the iron-armored troops entered the small city. Fierce sounds of fighting could be heard from the small city. Less than an hour after the sounds were heard, Ji Wuming led the iron-armored troops out of the small city and landed on the Heaven's secret pavilion. After arranging the iron-armored troops, Ji Wuming went to the top floor of the Heaven's secret pavilion and stood in front of Zhao Hai. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, we killed a total of 2,000 people from the War God realm. 200 of our side were injured. Here are the corpses." Zhao Hai received the spatial bag that Ji Wuming handed over. Then he nodded and said, "Good job. We should have some casualties in this attack. Why are there only injured people? Are the people from the War God realm weak?" Ji Wuming shook his head and said, "No, those people aren't weak. They're very weak. The reason why we didn't have too many casualties is because of these armors. The defensive capabilities of these armors are very strong. Because of this, we didn't have any casualties." Zhao Hai nodded. The iron-armored troops that came with him were wearing 12-star armors. These armors were produced by the space. Naturally, their defensive capabilities weren't weak. However, these armors weren't this strong in the past. Because of the recent upgrade of the space, and the fact that the iron-armored troops had submitted to Zhao Hai, becoming his subordinates, the space strengthened their armors. Zhao Hai said, "All right, no matter what the reason is, it's good that there were no casualties. Let's go." Ji Wuming nodded, then he turned silent. On the other hand, Xiao Fei's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. He just casually sent a small team and they were actually able to eliminate 2,000 people from the War God realm. Such strength was truly terrifying. However, Xiao Fei immediately thought of something. Then he turned his head to Ji Wuming and said, "Mr. Ji, I want to ask you something. What kind of armor did the people from the War God realm have?" Ji Wuming looked at Xiao Fei and said, "Black Eagle armor." Upon hearing Ji Wuming, Xiao Fei couldn't help but suck in a cold breath and said, "Black Eagle Guard? Mister, you actually killed the Black Eagle Guard? How is that possible?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Xiao Fei and said, "What is the Black Eagle Guard?" Xiao Fei smiled bitterly and said, replying to Mr. Xian's question, "The Black Eagle Guard is the strongest force under the Blood Eagle count of the War God realm's Mao Air realm. It's a team of about 100,000 people wearing Black Eagle armor. They are called the Black Eagle Guard. The weakest of them is at the Vajra realm. With the addition of their armor, their defense is very shocking. They are definitely a very powerful force." Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Fei and smiled faintly. "What's the name of the count stationed in the Mao Air realm?" "Blood Eagle Count? Why does he have such a name?" Xiao Fei's face was filled with endless hatred as he said, "Blood Eagle Count is the name we gave him. His title is Black Eagle Count. His armor is the same as the armor of the Black Eagle Guard, but its defense is even more shocking. The style of the armor is also more magnificent. However, he is fond of killing. Countless of our clansmen have died in his hands. Therefore, we call him Blood Eagle Count behind his back." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. Blood Eagle Count, hee. I want to see how strong this Blood Eagle Count is." Just as they were talking, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that a row of cultivators had appeared in front of them. Each of these cultivators was riding a giant black eagle. They were wearing black armor that looked like eagle armor. In their hands was a black spear that was 4 meters long. This was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. These people blocked the path of the Heaven's secret sect. One of them was wearing a large black eagle with a flag on his back. He cupped his fist towards the Heaven's secret sect and said in a deep voice, "Friends from that world have come to my Mauer world. Please state your name." "Ha ha ha, you really dare to say that? Your Mao Air realm? When did it become yours? You're asking us which realm we're from. Alright, I might as well tell you. I'm the Void Realm's underworld monarch, Zhao Hai." When the Black Eagle Knight heard Zhao Hai's name, he stared blankly. Clearly, he hadn't thought of the Void Realm. But after a while, he looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "Void Realm? You're from the Void Realm? That's impossible. How did you come to my War God's realm?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "In this world, is there any place that I, Zhao Hai, can't go? Your War God's realm broke through space and came to our Void Realm to commit murder and arson. Today, I, Zhao Hai, am here to collect some interest. Kill. Following Zhao Hai's command, a group of armored cultivators rushed out of the Heaven's secret pavilion and rushed towards the Black Eagle Knight. When the Black Eagle Knight heard Zhao Hai's name, he knew that today's matter wouldn't be settled peacefully. Moreover, he also knew about Zhao Hai's reputation. When the War God's realm sent troops to the Void Realm, they were repelled by Zhao Hai. It can be said that Zhao Hai's name was very resounding in the War God's realm. Now that Zhao Hai was here, how could they not be surprised? The Void Realm and the War God's realm were mortal enemies. This time, Zhao Hai came to the War God's realm. He definitely wouldn't let the War God's realm go. At this time, it was useless to say anything. The Black Eagle Knights also rushed over. It was obvious that they had received military training. They maintained their formation and didn't fall into chaos. The same was true for the Iron Armor Squad. Both sides quickly clashed. The impact of the Black Hawk cavalry was stronger, but the defense of the Iron Armored Army was stronger. Additionally, the Iron Armored Army was also very strong. Therefore, the Iron Armored Army wasn't at a disadvantage against the Black Hawk cavalry. Zhao Hai stood on the Heavenly Secret Tower and looked at the battle below. At this time, there were some casualties in the Iron Armor Squad. However, the number of casualties wasn't a lot. On the contrary, the Black Eagle Knights suffered a lot of casualties. Although they had the help of the demon beasts, they didn't have any advantage against the Iron Armor Squad. In fact, if it weren't for the demon beasts, they wouldn't have been able to cause any damage to the Iron Armor Squad. Xiao Fei stood on the Tianji Tower and stared blankly at the battle below. He naturally knew who was fighting the Iron Armored Army. It was the Black Hawk Guard. When he heard Ji Wuming say that the people he killed were all wearing Black Hawk armor, he thought it was the Black Hawk Guard. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. In his opinion, the Black Hawk Guards were all extremely powerful. How could the Iron Armored Army kill 2,000 Black Hawk Guards while only being injured? In his opinion, the cultivators in Little Eagle City might not be the Black Hawk Guard, although the other cultivators under the Black Hawk count weren't the Black Hawk Guard. However, the Black Eagle Guards that appeared in front of the Heavenly Secret Tower were pure Black Eagle Guards. Xiao Fei had seen these Black Eagle Guards before. He had even fought with them before. Their 100,000 Hare Ears fought against 10,000 Black Eagle Guards. In less than an hour, 30,000 of them were killed. In the end, they were defeated. Xiao Fei was lucky enough to escape with his life. Therefore, his impression of the Black Eagle Guards was very deep. When he saw the Black Eagle Knights, he knew that they were the real Black Eagle Guards. However, the battle between the Iron Armor Squad and the Black Eagle Guards was beyond his expectations. He didn't think that the Iron Armor Squad would be so powerful that they could fight against the Black Eagle Guards to such an extent. They even forced the Black Eagle Guards into a disadvantageous position. This kind of strength was truly shocking. As the battle became more and more intense, Xiao Fei realized that the Black Eagle Guards didn't recover from their disadvantage. On the contrary, their disadvantage became worse and worse. In the end, they were suppressed by the Iron Armor Squad. There were about 5,000 Black Eagle Guards in front of the Heavenly Secret Tower. Moreover, they were equipped with Black Eagles. They were all elites of the Black Eagle Guard. He didn't expect that they would be suppressed in the end. It must be known that Zhao Hai didn't send out a lot of people. There were only 5,000 Black Eagle Guards. The Iron Armor Squad that Zhao Hai sent out was only about 5,000. In a situation where the numbers were equal and one side had the help of the Demon Eagles, they still weren't a match for the Iron Armor Squad. From this point alone, one could see the combat strength of the Iron Armor Squad. Xiao Fei suddenly became excited. He finally realized that he might have made the right choice this time. Zhao Hai only sent out a small group of people and was able to defeat the Black Eagle Guards. Perhaps he really did have the strength to fight against the War God realm. It must be known that the powerful stone men that he had seen before still hadn't made a move yet. The Black Eagle Guards also realized that they weren't a match for the Iron Armor Squad. They were already preparing to retreat. Under the command of the cultivator with the flag on his back, the Black Eagle Guards were slowly retreating. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admit that the Black Eagle Guards were truly elites. In this situation, they were actually able to retreat without panicking. This was very rare. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to let them go. Just as the Black Eagle Guards retreated and the Iron Armor Squad stopped pursuing, the Black Eagle Guards turned around and wanted to run. Seeing this, Xiao Fei immediately became anxious. He quickly said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, you can't let them go. If you let them go, then news of you will spread. When that time comes, the War God realm will definitely go all out to deal with you. That would be dangerous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't plan on hiding my identity. Wouldn't it be better if they knew? In fact, I'm afraid that they already know my identity. Hee, I want to see how the War God realm will react to my arrival. If they look down on me, Zhao Hai, then they'll be out of luck." Just as Xiao Fei was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the Black Eagle Guards had stopped running. Just as he was puzzled, he saw countless stone men surrounding the Black Eagle Guards. These stone men were standing on something that looked like a small boat. They looked very relaxed as they stood on the boat. However, no one dared to look down on them. When the Black Eagle Guards saw these stone men, they were puzzled at first. Then their expressions changed. The leader of the Black Eagle Guards exclaimed, "Stone men from the chaotic rock world? How is this possible?" Although the leader of the Black Hawk Guards recognized the stone men, it was already too late. The stone men had already taken out their weapons and rushed over. The stone men's weapons were all made of stone. Moreover, in order to make it easier to use the 100 Spirits fruit, their weapons were very long. Just like the spears that the Black Hawk Guards used, they were very long. And with the stone men's tall stature, their weapons were naturally even longer. Because of this, when the stone men stood on the 100 Spirits fruit and charged, their impact was very powerful. The Black Eagle Guards didn't have time to think. The stone golems immediately charged over. The Black Eagle Guards wanted to counterattack, but because they were in a daze, they lost the momentum to charge. Adding on the fact that the stone golems were charging at them, the difference between the two sides was obvious. Boom! When the two sides clashed, half of the Black Eagle Guards were killed by the stone golems. Although the rest of the Black Eagle Guards managed to escape, they were still drowned by the stone golems that came from behind. After the last Black Hawk Guard died, the stone men returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion. All of the corpses of the Black Hawk Guards were received by Zhao Hai into the space. The dead iron armor soldiers were also received by Zhao Hai and turned into undead. If the iron armor soldiers weren't Zhao Hai's subordinates, then Zhao Hai wouldn't turn them into undead. This was because he wanted to give their corpses to their families so that they could be properly buried. But now that the iron armor soldiers were his subordinates, Zhao Hai actually turned them into undead. This was because undead were also his subordinates. Zhao Hai was giving them another chance at life. After collecting the corpses of the Black Hawk Guards, Zhao Hai said, "Let's go directly to the Count's castle. I think that the War God's plane has already received the news that reinforcements have arrived. We can't have too many reinforcements, otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for us." Ji Wuming and Morong Qian nodded and then went to prepare. Actually, they went to prepare for battle. After all, the Heaven's secret pavilion wasn't under their control. The speed of the Heaven's secret tower was the fastest. Like a shooting star, it flashed across the sky and flew directly towards Count Black Eagle's Black Eagle Castle. It only took Zhao Hai about a day to arrive at the mysterious Eagle Castle. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Hai discovered that there were a lot of cultivators in the castle. There were at least 200,000 of them. However, Zhao Hai quickly understood. Among the 200,000 cultivators, 100,000 of them were cultivators from Black Eagle Castle. The remaining 100,000 were the new reinforcements. The Heaven's secret tower was parked outside the mysterious Eagle Castle. The mysterious Eagle Castle was built on top of a mountain. This mountain could be said to be the tallest mountain in the entire Mao Air world. There were 4 precipices here, and only a huge eagle-shaped castle stood on top of the mountain, overlooking the world. Not long after the Heaven's secret tower stopped outside the mysterious Eagle Castle, a large artifact flew out of the castle. This large artifact was the Ark of Misfortune that Zhao Hai saw before. There were 2 people standing on the Ark of Misfortune. One of them was wearing black eagle-shaped armor. His face was gloomy, and he had a big eagle-shaped nose. He gave off a sinister and overbearing feeling. This person was Count Black Eagle. Beside him was a cultivator wearing golden armor. His armor was tiger-shaped. This person's strength seemed to be about the same as Count Black Eagle. The two of them stood on the Ark of Misfortune and stopped about 10,000 meters away from the Heaven's Secret Tower. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them. The two of them also looked at Zhao Hai. Then they saw Xiao Fei standing beside Zhao Hai. When Count Black Eagle saw the cultivator, his eyes shot towards Xiao Fei. When Zhao Hai saw Count Black Eagle's appearance, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "This is Count Black Eagle? You're really bold. I, Zhao Hai, have arrived at the war god's realm, but you didn't report it. Instead, you want to kill me and use me to find a way to go to the void realm. You want to take the void realm for yourself, right?" When Count Black Eagle heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean? How come I don't understand?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You don't understand? You understand it better than anyone else. You just don't want to admit it. No matter what, I want to thank you because I really don't want the news of my arrival in the war god's realm to be known by the people in the war god's realm too early. What you're doing now can only be beneficial to me." Count Black Eagle looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What makes you think that I didn't report you to the war god's realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he looked at the person beside Count Black Eagle and said, "The person beside you. He's also a count, right? His relationship with you isn't bad, right? You should have heard about me, Zhao Hai. So when you found out that I was in the Mao Air realm, your first thought wasn't to report it, but to find a way to go to the void realm through me. But you were afraid that you couldn't deal with me alone, so you asked your friend to help you. If you really reported that I was in the Mao Air realm, then how could the war god's realm only send someone of your level to support you? Then they would look down on me too much. I think that those who fought against me wouldn't do such a thing. So you didn't report it. This is very beneficial for me." The Black Hawk's expression changed. He had already heard about Zhao Hai's formidable strength from the people in the void realm. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was very cunning and very formidable. If one were to fight against Zhao Hai, then one could easily fall into Zhao Hai's trap. They didn't believe it before, but now they did. As long as we know the way to the void realm, then we can send our troops there. When the time comes, the void realm would belong to us. It's a pity that you're from the void realm. If you're from the war god realm, then we would certainly be able to make friends. But now, we can only kill you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Kid, you're really smart. Good. We want to know how to go to the void realm through you. As long as we know how to go to the void realm, then we can send our troops there." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator wearing the tiger-shaped armor, then he smiled faintly and said, "Right, you're more interesting than Black Eagle. Since you're so interesting, I'll give you a chance. After I defeat you, I won't kill you immediately. I'll give you a chance to surrender to me. But Black Eagle, you won't have this chance." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the expressions of the cultivator and the cultivator turned ugly. They looked at Zhao Hai, then the cultivator said, "Don't worry, you won't have such an opportunity." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, you won't have such an opportunity." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Whether I have a chance or not, it's not up to you to decide. Just die." After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the gates of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion opened. 100,000 armored soldiers rushed out of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and attacked the Black Eagle Castle. When Black Eagle and the tiger-shaped armor cultivators saw the armored cultivators rushing over, their expressions changed. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai's subordinates would also be wearing armor. Moreover, they were in a neat formation. In the past, they only heard that the people of the Void Realm weren't trained at all. When they fought, they would just rush forward like a swarm of bees. But now, it seems like that wasn't the case. Zhao Hai's subordinates were actually in a neat formation. They looked more like an army than the war god realm. This made them somewhat puzzled. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. At this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was already rushing towards the Ark of Misfortune. When they saw the huge body of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, Black Eagle and the tiger-shaped armor cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. Instead, they steered the Ark of Misfortune and returned to the Black Eagle Castle. When Zhao Hai saw Black Eagle and the tiger-shaped armor cultivator, he couldn't help but sneer. He could see that the two of them wanted to drag it out until they were tired of attacking and then counterattack. However, there was a precondition for doing so: they had to be able to defend themselves. But now, it seems like they were very confident in the Black Eagle Castle. They believed that the Black Eagle Castle could withstand their attack. This was interesting. Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of trump card the Black Eagle Castle had that could give Black Eagle and the tiger-shaped armor cultivator so much confidence. Zhao Hai directly commanded the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to crash into the Black Eagle Castle. Just as the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was about to crash into the Black Eagle Castle, a huge energy hawk suddenly rose up from the castle. This energy hawk was as big as the Black Eagle Castle and was several times bigger than the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This energy hawk was originally lying on the Black Eagle Castle, but it suddenly flew up and crashed into the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. An eagle cry was heard, followed by an explosion. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was sent flying back. At the same time, the energy hawk circled in the sky before rushing towards the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Zhao Hai looked at the energy hawk and coldly snorted. Then with a wave of his hand, the Blood Jade 7 Ghost Saber appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and shot the saber towards the energy hawk. With a flash of red light, Blood Jade's 7 Ghost Saber pierced through the body of the energy eagle. The energy eagle let out a mournful cry as its body rapidly shrank until it was only 2/3 of its original size. Only then did it stop. Following that, the energy eagle charged towards the Tianji building once again. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he threw out the Blood Jade 7 Ghost Saber. The Blood Jade 7 Ghost Saber was imbued with the law of piercing. Now, Zhao Hai had used the law of piercing twice in a row. If it was anywhere else, any energy body would have been destroyed. But in this place, the energy hawk's body only shrank and didn't disappear. When Zhao Hai used the law of piercing for the third time, the energy hawk finally disappeared. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. If the energy hawk was still there, then it would have been troublesome. However, before Zhao Hai could feel happy, another energy hawk flew out of the mysterious eagle castle. This energy hawk was as big as the first one. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't think that the mysterious eagle castle could produce another energy hawk. It seems like the castle could produce even more energy hawks. This would be troublesome. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at the incoming energy hawk. He didn't know how many of these things would appear in the mysterious eagle castle. These things were very powerful. They were actually able to push back the Heaven's Secret Tower. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had to use the law of piercing 3 times before he was able to disperse the energy hawk. From this point, one could see that the energy hawk was very difficult to deal with. After looking at the mysterious eagle castle, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I want to see if your energy eagles are faster than my energy cannons. Transmit my order: all energy cannons are to replace them with law crystals. Break the mysterious eagle castle in the shortest time possible. Remember to open the formation, I don't want anyone to escape." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Ji Wuming and Morong Qian complied and immediately went to prepare. Then, a scene that made Xiao Fei dumbfounded appeared. The Heaven's Secret Tower seemed to be covered in spikes as cannons stretched out from the tower. Then these cannons were aimed at the energy hawk. There were also a large number of cannons that were aimed at the mysterious eagle castle. Then white light flashed on the cannons as energy shot towards the mysterious eagle castle and the mysterious eagle castle. The mysterious eagle and the cultivator wearing the tiger-shaped armor didn't care too much about this matter. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's energy cannons wouldn't pose any threat to the mysterious eagle cannons. This was because they knew the strength of the energy cannons. It was impossible for the energy cannons to break through their defenses. However, it was clear that they had made an empirical mistake. They didn't know that the energy source of Zhao Hai's energy cannons was actually the power of laws. Therefore, the energy cannons only let out a sad cry before they disappeared. At the same time, the mysterious eagle castle was also hit by the cannons. A huge hole was opened in the castle's defensive shield. The shield of the castle simply didn't have any effect. Along with the appearance of this gap, the 200,000 troops inside the Black Hawk Castle were reduced by 50,000. The Black Hawk Castle wasn't big, so 100,000 people were already the limit. But now, there were 200,000 people inside the Black Hawk Castle, double the number. This caused the Black Hawk Castle to be overcrowded. At this time, Zhao Hai's attack arrived. These people simply didn't have any place to hide. Naturally, 50,000 of them were killed in an instant. After the mysterious Eagle Castle was destroyed, it was impossible for it to produce energy cannons. But at this time, Zhao Hai gave the order to attack. Following his order, 100,000 iron-armored soldiers and countless stone men rushed towards the mysterious Eagle Castle and quickly submerged it. In less than a day, the mysterious Eagle Castle was destroyed. At the same time, the mysterious eagle and the tiger-armored cultivator were captured and brought to Zhao Hai. The two of them were still alive, but their spiritual qi had been sealed. At the same time, they also had several magic artifacts on their bodies that were used to imprison them. Zhao Hai looked at the mysterious eagle and the cultivator wearing the tiger-shaped armor. Then he smiled faintly and said, "How was it? How was my performance? I said that I came here to take revenge on the war god realm. The two of you are just ordinary earls of the war god realm. You want to deal with me with just the two of you? Then wouldn't Zhao Hai be too useless? What can I use to take revenge on the war god realm?" The mysterious eagle and the cultivator wearing the tiger-shaped armor were silent. They had been blinded by their own greed. Moreover, they had been here for too long. Whether it was the Mao Air realm or the tiger-shaped armor earls, their identities allowed them to do whatever they wanted. They had long forgotten the taste of failure. It was precisely because they had forgotten the taste of failure that they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai and occupy the entire Void Realm. However, they had forgotten that if the Void Realm was so easy to conquer, why hadn't the War God Realm taken it under their banner for so many years? Instead, they had only attacked the Void Realm once in a while. For so many years, the War God Realm's expeditions against the Void Realm had always been very successful. Every time they attacked, the Void Realm would suffer a lot. Moreover, they had to use all their means to force the Void Realm to retreat. But recently, the War God's realm suffered a loss in their attack on the Void Realm. And the one who made them suffer was Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai could make the people of the War God realm suffer a great loss, how could he not deal with the attacks of two earls? Now that they thought about it, they were really too arrogant. But it was too late to say anything now. They had already lost. They didn't even last a day before they were defeated by Zhao Hai. Although the two couldn't accept it, they also recognized Zhao Hai's methods. However, the two were still somewhat unconvinced. This was because, if you didn't use the golems of the rubble world to help you, you wouldn't have been able to break through the mysterious eagle castle so quickly. The mysterious eagle looked at Zhao Hai and said unconvinced. Zhao Hai looked at the mysterious eagle and smiled faintly, "You're not convinced?" "Hee, the golems can help me, but how many days have I been in contact with them? How long has it been since the War God realm conquered the rubble world? Can the people of the War God realm make the golems help you? Can you make the golems leave the rubble space? Can you make the golems fly? You can't. Also, did I use golems to break through your castle? No, what are you not convinced about?" The mysterious eagle didn't say anything. He couldn't refute Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai turned his head to the tiger-armored cultivator and said, "I already said that I'll give you a chance. If you surrender to me, I'll spare your life. How about it? What's your choice?" The tiger-armored cultivator looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he laughed and said, "You want me to surrender? Stop dreaming. I, Count Hu Ben, will never surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Count Hu Ben and nodded, "Your name isn't bad. Alright, then I won't be polite. Drag him away and behead him." "Wait." The Black Hawk Count quickly opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Hai, you're about to die. Don't you know?" Zhao Hai looked at Count Black Eagle and smiled faintly, "Are you trying to tell me that you've already told others that I'm here? As long as you die, or if you don't contact them for a long time, they will send this information to the War God realm. When the time comes, the War God realm will send people to deal with me. Isn't that right?" Count Black Eagle's expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to guess his thoughts. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's good that you know. If you kill us now, it won't take long for the War God realm to know about this. You have a great enmity with the War God realm. When the time comes, they will certainly send people to kill you. Zhao Hai, don't think that you're strong. When the War God realm sends an army, you'll die just the same." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I dared to come here because I'm not afraid of the War God realm knowing about this. Drag him away." "Wait. I'm willing to surrender." This time, it was Count Black Eagle who spoke. When Count Hu Ben heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Count Black Eagle and said, "Bastard, Black Eagle, how can you surrender? Don't forget, in the War God realm, there are only nobles who die in battle. There are no nobles who surrender." "Fart. I'm just an unimportant count in the martial god realm. The territory I've been given is just a rundown place that can only produce food. If I die, what will I have left? Why can't I surrender?" Count Black Eagle cursed. "You too, I don't think I accepted your surrender. What are you fighting for? Wu Ming, drag them away. I'm tired of looking at them." Zhao Hai waved his hand. Ji Wuming nodded, then he walked over and carried the two out of the room like chickens. The voices of the two disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before long, two more undead appeared in Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai released Count Black Eagle and Count Hu Ben. Then he looked at the two and said, "Black Eagle, tell me. What's the deal with the energy eagle in your castle?" Black Eagle was now Zhao Hai's subordinate, so he immediately replying to the young master, "This ability is a special ability of the War God realm. It's called a totem technique. This totem technique comes from a special plane. The people of that plane use all things as totems. They can draw out the energy of all things in the world. Then they use this energy to create a special formation. When it's time to use it, as long as you send energy into the formation will produce an energy creature. These energy creatures have formidable attack power. This is the reason why the Black Eagle Castle can produce energy eagles." Zhao Hai said, "This formation isn't circular or hexagonal. It should be very similar to the shape of an animal, right?" Black Eagle nodded and said, "Correct. This totem technique isn't circular or hexagonal. It's very similar to the shape of an animal. Even humans can use this energy to travel long distances. It's also possible to use this method to create energy creatures." Zhao Hai nodded. He roughly understood how the energy eagle was formed. Zhao Hai was also very curious about this totem technique. He really wanted to know how it was made. Zhao Hai turned to Black Eagle and said, "Do you still have the Black Eagle totem technique? If you do, then take it out. I want to take a look." Black Eagle nodded. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai. At this time, Count Tiger, who had been standing on the side, opened his mouth and said, "Young master, I also have Tiger Castle's totem technique." Then he also took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and nodded with satisfaction. "Good, very good. Good, you can go back." The two nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as they returned to the space. After they returned, Zhao Hai immediately gave the two jade slips to Laura and the others. Then he called Xiao Fei over. Xiao Fei didn't stay by Zhao Hai's side. After the Black Eagle Castle was breached, Zhao Hai sent Xiao Fei away. He had Xiao Fei inform the Hairy Ears about the situation in the Black Eagle Castle. He needed the Hairy Ears to pacify the Hairy Ears. Xianxia felt that this was the luckiest day of his life. He was a servant in a farm outside the Black Hawk Castle. His job was to grow vegetables for the castle. His father also did the same. But because his father made a mistake while growing vegetables, some of the vegetables died. Because of this, his father was executed by the Black Hawk Count. Xianxia hated the Black Hawk Count. In fact, there was no one in the Mao Air realm who didn't hate the Black Hawk Count. However, they had no way to resist. This was because the Black Hawk Count had great power in his hands. But on this day, Xianxia saw a tall building flying in the sky appear in front of the Black Hawk Castle. Then the battle began. In less than a day, the Black Hawk Castle was broken through. Xianxia was both happy and afraid. He was happy because someone finally got revenge for him. At the same time, he was afraid because he didn't know who broke through the Black Hawk Castle. If the people who broke through the Black Hawk Castle were to make a move against them, then what would they do? While Xianxia was feeling uneasy, a bronze carriage suddenly arrived at his farm. Several Mao'er people came down from the carriage. These Mao'er people claimed that they were from the resistance army and that they had already eliminated the Blood Hawk Count. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't believe it. But later on, these people invited him to take a look at the Black Hawk Castle. Xianxia agreed and went to the Black Hawk Castle. When he saw the raised Black Hawk Island, he finally believed the other party's words. Xianxia felt that he was very lucky. This was because he managed to wait until the day the Black Hawk Count was destroyed. Xianxia immediately asked the Mao'er called Xiao Fei who helped them get revenge. Xiao Fei told him that it was someone called Zhao Hai. And this Zhao Hai not only helped them get revenge, he also wanted to wage war against the war god realm. When Xianxia and the others heard Xiao Fei, they couldn't help but be startled. But when they heard that Zhao Hai had defeated war god realm, they were even more startled. Then Xiao Fei told Xianxia and the others that they can join Zhao Hai's army and fight against the war god realm. Naturally, they can also stay and return to their homes. They can live their lives peacefully. In the future, no one would come and collect taxes from them. Under the efforts of Xiao Fei and the others, the Mao'er realm quickly settled down. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that these docile Mao people wouldn't dare to sign up for the army. However, Zhao Hai was wrong this time. These Mao people actually dared to join the army. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. In just 7 days, the number of Mao people who joined the army exceeded 30 million. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. After understanding the Mao'er realm, Zhao Hai finally decided to have them become part of his magic spear squad. The magic spear he was talking about wasn't a spear that can shoot spells, but an energy spear. This energy spear was improved by Zhao Hai. He used a magic formation to shoot energy bullets. It was just like an energy cannon, but a weaker version. The power of this energy spear was equivalent to a Vajra realm cultivator's all-out attack. If several people were to shoot at the same target, then the power of the attack would increase. If 100 people were to shoot at a single person, then the power of the attack would be equivalent to a divine condensation cultivator. Although the Mao'er realm wasn't very strong, they were very keen. As long as they were trained well, their ability to act in unison would be unmatched. Their situation was very suitable for the use of energy spears. In the cultivation world, the use of energy spears wasn't very obvious. This was especially true for a single energy spear. It was very difficult for a single energy spear to pose a threat to a cultivator, unless it was a low-level cultivator. High-level cultivators who could fly generally wouldn't be afraid of a single energy spear. Therefore, the best way to put the energy guns to good use was to line up in a formation and use them together. Every 10 people would have a commander, every 100 people would have a commander who could command 10 squads, every 1,000 people would have a squad leader, and every 10,000 people would have a squad leader. When necessary, they would work together to attack the same place. When one person gave the order, all the guns would attack the same place. Ordinary races wouldn't be able to do this. However, the Mao'er realm was very keen, especially their hearing. They were much better than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, as long as they were properly trained, they would be able to act in unison. When that time comes, the Mao'er realm's spear formation would be a headache for other races. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to leave. He had the Mao'er realm begin their energy spear training. The energy spear wasn't just used for shooting. Although Zhao Hai's energy spear was powered by the yin-yang lightning pool, he didn't need to worry about the spear running out of energy. However, the energy bullets needed to be accurate. If the spear couldn't hit its target, then it would be no different from a stick of fire. After this training, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The Mao'er realm was a natural-born gunner. When the energy spears were in their hands, they were able to use them well. After less than a month of training, the Mao'er realm was already able to use the energy spears to attack their enemies. Moreover, they were able to hit 100% of the time. Zhao Hai looked at the hairy ears and didn't know what to say. He didn't think that the hairy ears would be able to use their weapons to this degree. This was too terrifying. Zhao Hai looked at the hairy ears and didn't know what to say. During this month, the Mao Air realm had calmed down. However, Zhao Hai also learned from the space that the War God's realm was already aware of his arrival in the Mao Air realm. However, because he used a barrier formation, the War God's realm wasn't able to attack the Mao Air realm. At this time, the War God's realm was thinking of ways to attack the Mao Air realm. Zhao Hai called Ji Wuming, Morongqian, Xiao Fei, and Shigandang to his room. Shigandang was the name given by Zhao Hai. He was the first stoneman that Zhao Hai brought into the space. He was now more than 2 meters tall and was fully armored. Among the stonemen, he was the strongest. If one were to talk about fighting strength, then he would be stronger than an average void-piercing expert. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "We've been in the Mao Air realm for more than a month. It's time for us to leave. Where do you think we should go next?" Ji Wuming replied, "Young master, I'm afraid that the War God's realm already knows that we're in the Mao Air realm. Are they thinking of ways to attack the Mao Air realm? How much longer can our barrier last?" Ji Wuming's question immediately attracted Xiao Fei's attention. The Mao Air realm was their realm. If the Mao Air realm was attacked by the War God's realm, then the Mao Air realm would be in danger. Zhao Hai replied, "The War God's realm already knows that we're in the Mao Air realm. They are indeed thinking of ways to attack this place. However, this is also the reason why I want to attack other realms. If we attack other realms, then we'll attract their attention. The War God's realm's main target is us. Therefore, they would only deal with us. This way, the Mao Air realm would be safe." Morongqian nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Young master, I think we should just attack the Featherbow realm. The Featherbow realm is similar to the Mao realm, it doesn't have too much fighting strength. The noble that the War God realm sent to the Featherbow realm was Count Hu Ben. Now that Count Hu Ben has been killed, it's a good opportunity for us to attack the Featherbow realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. However, I'm afraid that the Featherbow realm has already been controlled by someone. They're waiting for us to go there." Zhao Hai nodded. Morongqian looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai replied, "Black Hawk and Hu Ben are good friends. This time, they came to the Mao Air realm together to deal with us. They would certainly have a backup plan. For example, if Hu Ben and Black Hawk don't contact them for a long time, then it means that something has happened. They would then report our arrival in the Mao Air realm. I'm afraid that this report would be done by Count Hu Ben's subordinates. This way, the War God's realm would know that Hu Ben isn't in the Featherbow realm. They would immediately send people to control the Featherbow realm." Morongqian and Ji Wuming nodded. However, the two didn't seem to be afraid. This made Xiao Fei, who was sitting on the side, very surprised. At this moment, Shigandang, who was sitting on the side like a stone statue, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's better if they wait there. The people of the War God world can't send everyone to the Featherbow world. Young master, let's send troops to the Featherbow world and wipe out all the people of the War God world there. I think the people of the War God world will be heartbroken at that time." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Right, I also have the same idea. The War God's realm has always been arrogant. They don't believe that we would attack other realms. Additionally, they don't know that we have the support of the Stone Men, so they don't think that we would have enough troops. This is a good opportunity for us to attack the Featherbow realm. If we take the Featherbow realm in one fell swoop, then we would become famous among the realms under the War God's realm. When the time comes, I want to see how the War God's realm would react." Morongqian smiled faintly, then he said, "Young master, we came to the War God's realm for 2 reasons. First, to deal with the War God's realm. Second, to find the desolate race. We still don't have any news about the desolate race. Do you want to inquire about them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll take care of that. You can go and prepare. Pass down the order to rest for 3 days. 3 days later, we'll set out for the Featherbow realm." The group nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. At this time, Laura and the others were studying alchemy. At the same time, they were also studying the totem formation. In Zhao's opinion, this totem formation was very magical. Its attack power was very strong. If he could study it, then he would have another weapon in his arsenal. Studying the totem formation wasn't very difficult. This was because the totem formation was based on the evolution of the energy inside a beast's body. If it was someone else, then it would be very difficult for them to understand how the energy inside a beast's body worked. But for Zhao Hai and the others, it wasn't very difficult. All they needed to do was ask the beasts inside the space. As for the formation that can turn the spiritual energy into a beast, it wasn't too difficult. It was similar to how a beast cultivates. Whether it was a beast or a human, they all need a core when they cultivate. The energy beast actually turned the spiritual energy core of the beast into a formation. This formation was the core of the beast that commanded the energy beast. Although this formation was very mystical, its changes weren't very big. In other words, this formation could only be used to command the beasts. As for the strength of the beasts, it had a lot to do with how the beasts moved their spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy the beasts had, the more powerful they would be. The less spiritual energy the beasts had, the weaker they would be. Naturally, this was also related to the energy source that provided the beasts with energy. When an energy beast is formed, it needs people to provide it with energy. For example, when the Xianxia released his energy hawk, he needed a large amount of jade essence to provide energy for the beast. But after the beast takes form, although it can absorb some of the energy, the amount of energy it can absorb is limited. Therefore, the strength of the beast depends on how much energy it can provide when it's formed. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. He could easily obtain the energy inside the beast's body. He had already deciphered the formation, and at the same time, he had an incomparably powerful energy source. Because of this, it was very easy for Zhao Hai to use the beast's body. Zhao Hai was prepared to provide the beast with only one type of energy source, and that was the law crystal. The Black Hawk and the others only used jade essence to provide energy to the beast, allowing the energy hawk to block 3 of his law attacks. If he were to use the law crystal to provide energy to the beast, then how powerful would the beast be? This made Zhao Hai even more curious. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to use the energy beasts right now. He knew from the Black Hawk that this kind of totem formation was very common in the war god's realm. Almost every city uses this kind of totem formation. When an enemy attacks, they would open the totem formation and release the energy beasts to attack the enemy. There were some large cities that had very powerful energy beasts. Zhao Hai wanted to see how powerful the beasts in these cities were. He believed that the beasts in these cities wouldn't be as powerful as the beasts that he could use the law crystal to create. He believed that when the time comes, those people would be surprised. 3 days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai was fully prepared. This time, his target was the Featherbow realm. The Featherbow realm wasn't the most famous among the realms conquered by the war god realm. It can even be said that it was one of the most unknown realms. Just like the Mauer realm, it was a realm that the war god realm didn't pay attention to. Because of this, the Featherbow realm was only a count's territory, and this count was Count Hu Ben. However, the difference between the Featherbow realm and the Mauer realm was that the Featherbow realm had a special product. This special product was a special type of bamboo. This bamboo was called arrow bamboo. The so-called arrow bamboo actually meant that this type of bamboo was most suitable for making bows and arrows. Regardless of whether it was used to make bows or arrows, this type of bamboo was the best material. However, in the cultivation realm, arrow bamboo's use was very limited. Aside from some mechanisms that required arrow bamboo was almost useless. Because of this, Hu Ben and Xianxia were in the same situation. Although they were counts and had their own territories, their days weren't very good. The war god's realm wasn't very peaceful. Once you become a count, you would be completely safe. In fact, this wasn't the case. After you become a count, other people can also come and snatch your territory. This kind of thing was allowed in the war god's realm. The war god's realm itself was a warlike realm. The people of the war god's realm wouldn't care about this kind of battle. If you have the ability, then you can even snatch the king's position, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Because of this, Xianxia and Hu Ben were very angry when they were assigned to realms like the Mauer realm and the Featherbow realm. This was because these realms didn't have any special products. This meant that they wouldn't be able to receive more money. Without money, they wouldn't be able to equip themselves and build an army. Without an army, this meant that their realms weren't safe and could be snatched away at any time. However, the two of them had forgotten one thing. They didn't want a realm like theirs that didn't have any special products. Because of this, if they just peacefully guarded their own realms, nothing would happen. This was because no one would pay attention to such a place. Naturally, no one would come to snatch it. However, the news of Zhao Hai occupying the Mao Air realm was indeed passed to the War God's realm by the Featherbow realm. At the same time, the War God's realm also discovered that Tiger had gone to the Mao Air realm. Just as Zhao Hai said, the War God's realm immediately sent people to take over the Tiger realm. This was because all of the soldiers in the Tiger realm were brought to the Mao Air realm by Count Tiger. If the War God's realm didn't send people to take over the Tiger realm, then the Tiger realm would lose control of the War God's realm. Because this was a special time, the people who came to take over the Huban realm weren't ordinary people. They were the 5th Legion under the direct command of the War God realm's king. The War God realm's king had 30 legions, but the number of soldiers in each legion was different. For example, the 1st Legion was stationed at the War God realm's capital. Therefore, the 1st Legion was called the Imperial Guard Legion. The Imperial Guard Legion was the most elite legion in the entire War God realm. The total number of soldiers reached 5 million. Including some reserve members, the total number of soldiers neared 10 million. On the other hand, the 5th Legion was a local garrison legion. They didn't have a lot of people, only about 1 million. They were the weakest of the 30 legions under the king's command. Actually, the 5th Legion wasn't originally like this. They were originally a main battle legion, not a garrison legion. But later on, the commander of the 5th Legion started a rebellion. The entire 1st Legion participated in the rebellion. However, the rebellion was quickly suppressed. However, the 5th Legion's strength was greatly damaged. The king almost disbanded the 5th Legion. In the end, the 5th Legion was retained under the persuasion of some veterans. However, the 5th Legion's scale was greatly reduced. In the end, they only had about 1 million people and they became a garrison legion. In the War God realm, a garrison legion had no future. This was because once you become a garrison legion, you would lose your autonomy. All of your logistical supplies would have to be distributed by the higher-ups. Moreover, you can't disturb the residents. You would also have to be restrained by the local officials. It can be said that this was the most oppressive army in the War God realm. The 5th Legion was such an oppressive army. However, the people of the 5th Legion couldn't have any opinions. If they did, then they would be disbanded. The reason why the 5th Legion was able to get this mission was because the Featherbow realm wasn't a good place. The king thought that it would be a waste to send another legion to the Featherbow realm. Therefore, he sent the 5th Legion here. The 5th Legion was stationed not far from Bright Tiger Castle. 1 million people needed a lot of space to be stationed. Fortunately, this was the Featherbow realm. They could drive away the people living in the Featherbow realm. This way, they would be able to smoothly live there. The reason why the Featherbow realm had this name was because the cultivators here used bows and arrows. They used arrow bamboo to make bows and arrows. Then they used these bows and arrows as weapons. All cultivators knew that cultivators could use their spiritual force to control some artifacts to attack from a distance. This way, not only would the attack speed be fast, but it could also be controlled from a distance. This allowed the artifacts to track the enemy and fight with them. Under such circumstances, almost no one in the cultivation world would use bows and arrows. This was because bows and arrows were far inferior to flying magic tools in terms of power and flexibility. Naturally, there were also some special situations where bows and arrows were used. For example, there were some traps with bows and arrows. However, there were almost no cultivators who could use bows and arrows as artifacts. Although the people of the Featherbow realm had their own unique way of using bows and arrows, they weren't any worse than ordinary artifacts. However, the people of the Featherbow realm were much worse than the people of the War God realm. In the end, they were conquered by the War God realm. After conquering the Featherbow realm, the people of the War God realm knew that the Featherbow realm didn't have any resources. Therefore, they looked down on this place and casually handed it over to a count. On the other hand, the people of the Feather Bow realm were similar to the people of the Mao Air realm. Their life couldn't be considered a cultivator's life. It could be said that they were living a life worse than death. After the Fifth Legion settled in, the days of the Feather Bow realm became even worse. Although the Fifth Legion didn't disturb the people when they were stationed in other places, it was different in the Feather Bow realm. The Feather Bow realm was a place that had been conquered by the War God realm. And the people of the War God realm had always used a form of high pressure to rule over the places that they had conquered. It was nothing for the people of the War God realm to commit murder and arson in the places that they had conquered. The Fifth Legion had been suppressed for years. Now that they finally had a chance to come out and relax, they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In an instant, the Feather Bow realm was tormented by the people of the Fifth Legion. The people of the Fifth Legion didn't believe that Zhao Hai could kill his way to the Feather Bow realm. In the eyes of the people of the Fifth Legion, the people who attacked the Void realm previously described Zhao Hai as too powerful. They also knew about the Void realm. The reason why the War God realm hadn't thought of conquering the Void realm in recent years was because the Void realm was a place where the 10,000 worlds interacted. If the War God realm wanted to conquer the Void realm, it would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the other worlds. The War God realm naturally wasn't afraid of one or two worlds, but tens of thousands of worlds was something that the War God realm couldn't deal with. Therefore, the people of the War God realm didn't want to conquer the Void realm. They only wanted to go to the Void realm to find the Desolate Race's sacred object, the fortress ruins. At the same time, they also wanted to use it as a training ground. They had to admit that what they did previously was very successful. However, the previous attack on the Void realm wasn't very smooth. Not only did they lose a few arcs of misfortune, but they also lost quite a number of people. It was said that this was done by Zhao Hai's people. However, the people of the Fifth Legion didn't think that Zhao Hai was that strong. The people who were sent to the Void realm for training were people who were prepared to join the various legions. In the eyes of the various legions, these people who had yet to join the various legions were a bunch of trash. Only by joining the various legions and undergoing proper training would they be considered to have grown up. It was because of this that the people of the Fifth Legion didn't think much of Zhao Hai. In their opinion, an existence like Zhao Hai could be killed with a flick of their fingers. Just as the Fifth Legion was messing around in the Feathered Bow world, a white beam of light suddenly appeared on a mountain in the Feathered Bow world. Following that, a huge building appeared on the mountain. After the building appeared on the mountain, it stopped for a moment. Following that, it identified a direction and flew straight over. This new building was naturally the Heaven's Secrets building. Zhao Hai could already know the situation in the Feathered Bow world through the space. He also knew that the Fifth Legion was stationed here. It was because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Feathered Bow world. He wanted to destroy the Fifth Legion. Zhao Hai had come to the Combat God world for two reasons. Firstly, it was to deal with the Combat God world. Secondly, it was to find the Desolate Race. However, the Desolate Race wasn't that easy to find. Zhao Hai had already asked Xianxia and Huban. The two of them had heard of the Desolate Race, but they had never fought with the Desolate Race. Legend had it that the history of the Combat God world fighting with the Desolate Race could be traced back to 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, the Combat God world was expanding everywhere. They were invincible wherever they went, but they didn't take down the world where the Desolate Race resided. As such, the feud between the two sides was formed. After a few consecutive battles, there was no clear victor. After that, there was very little news of them fighting with the Desolate Race. It was believed that in order to not cause any harm to their own world, they had set up a special world and set it as a battlefield. The subsequent battles between the two sides were carried out on that battlefield. As for where that world was, Xianxia and Huban didn't know. They were only counts, so they weren't qualified to know such things. Zhao Hai had confirmed his previous guess from the two of them. It was also because of this that he wanted to attack the Fifth Legion. This was because he wanted to know where the Combat God world and the Desolate Race were fighting. He wanted to take a look. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret building and looked ahead. Then he said, "Huban, how far is this place from your castle?" Huban had already turned into an undead. But since there was only Zhao Hai on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret building, Huban's presence wasn't a big deal. Additionally, Ji Wuming and Murong Qian were already Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai only needed to guard against Xiu Fei and the others. Hubin replied, replying to the young master, "We'll be able to reach my castle in about an hour." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The 5th Legion is stationed outside your castle." "Hee, a total of 1,000,000 people. We'll be busy for a while." Hubin didn't speak. He knew that Zhao Hai was just talking to himself. At this time, he didn't need to speak. Hubin was now Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinate. Therefore, he understood Zhao Hai's thoughts very well. Zhao Hai looked at Hubin and said, "Hubin, do you still have family in the Featherbow realm?" When Hubin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, replying to the young master, "I do. All of my family members are in the Featherbow realm. In fact, I have a clan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Bring your family to the space. They don't need to be like you. Just bring them to the space." When Hubin heard Zhao Hai, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he immediately replied, "Yes, thank you, young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and didn't say anything else. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Before the Tianji sect could see Hubin fort, they first saw an incomparably huge camp. This camp covered an area of more than 100 li. It was made up of tents and looked very strange. By then, the cultivators within the camp had also noticed the heavenly secret tower. Row after row of large magic artifacts flew out from the camp. All of the large magic artifacts had the appearance of the arcs of misfortune. There was a high number of these large magic artifacts, at least 100 of them. The moment they appeared, they surrounded the heavenly secret tower. Zhao Hai stood in the heavenly secret tower with Ji Wuming and Murong Qian by his side. Hu Ben had already left, so it was not suitable for him to come out and meet people. Zhao Hai looked at the arc of misfortune in front of him and said in a deep voice, "You are all from the 5th Army, right? Legion Commander, please come out and speak." A cultivator in golden armor appeared on the arc of misfortune opposite the heavenly mystery tower. He appeared to be in his 40s and had an ordinary appearance. However, when his pair of slender eyes looked at Zhao Hai, he gave off a very sinister feeling. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you Zhao Hai? You don't look like much." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Strength has nothing to do with appearance. I just didn't expect that your 5th Army would actually come here. But this is good, I'll take care of you." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly smiled and said, "Your guts aren't small. You actually want to destroy our 5th Army. Kid, don't think that you're invincible just because you repelled a few rookies. You don't know the strength of the War God's legions. Today, I'll let you experience it." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Experience it? I really want to. No need to talk nonsense, let's do it." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Don't be anxious. Why are you in such a hurry to die?" "Zhao Hai, I'm just curious. How did you defeat those trash?" Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, "You'll know when you fail." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The cannons of the heavenly secret pavilion stretched out their barrels. This time, it was the entire heavenly secret pavilion. Cannons stretched out everywhere. This was because they were now surrounded. When the cultivator saw the cannons stretching out from the heavenly secret pavilion, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Fire, sink them." Just as he gave the order, the first to open fire was the heavenly secret pavilion. The cannons of the heavenly secret pavilion flashed with white light as energy beams flew out from the cannons. The arc of misfortune simply didn't have the chance to dodge and was directly hit by the energy beams. It must be said that the defensive capabilities of the arc of misfortune were very strong. If it were an ordinary energy cannon, then it wouldn't be a threat to the arc of misfortune. However, the energy cannons of the heavenly secret pavilion weren't ordinary energy beams, they were filled with the power of laws. Although the arc of misfortune was very strong, it still couldn't block the attack of the power of laws. In this layer, the power of laws was like a killing machine. It can be said that nothing in the lower realm can block the attack of the power of laws. All of the arc of misfortune that was hit by the white light had a hole in it. They wobbled and fell down, including the arc that the 5th Legion's commander was on. However, the people of the 5th Legion weren't to be trifled with. When they saw the situation, the people inside the Ark of Misfortune immediately flew out. At the same time, they took out their weapons and got into formation in the shortest time possible. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he waved his hand and said, "Fateless, have Xiao Fei lead the Hairy Ears to fight. Tell him that this is the first battle of the spearmen. They must fight beautifully. If they don't, then I won't let them go." Fateless nodded, then he took out his communication device and gave the order to Xiao Fei. Then the door of the heavenly secret pavilion opened as Xiao Fei led a large group of Hairy Ears out. Although the Hairy Ears weren't strong, flying wasn't a problem for them. What they lacked was peak experts, they had a lot of mid-level cultivators. The appearance of the Hairy Ears made the people of the 5th Legion startled. Then they became angry, they felt that they were being insulted. The Hairy Ears were one of the weaker races in the War God's realm. Now that Zhao Hai sent them to deal with them, it was clear that he didn't put them in his eyes. How could they not be angry? Although the Hairy Ears outnumbered the Hairy Ears, in the eyes of the people from the War God's realm, the Hairy Ears were just a flock of sheep that couldn't withstand a single blow. Fighting them was an insult to them. The commander of the 5th Legion, a cultivator with squinted eyes, stopped in midair and looked at the Hairy Ears. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Then he turned to the heavenly secret pavilion and said, "Zhao Hai, you actually sent the Hairy Ears to their deaths. Is this how you treat people who surrendered to you?" His words were vicious, he was trying to sow discord between Zhao Hai and the Hairy Ears. Zhao Hai looked at the commander of the 5th Legion and sneered, "They didn't come to die. They heard that I was going to fight the War God's realm, so they took the initiative to join. How many Hairy Ears have been killed by the War God's realm these past few days? It's time for them to take their revenge. Xiao Fei, don't let them escape." Xiao Fei nodded, then he turned to the 5th Legion. The 5th Legion's Legion commander couldn't help but snort when he saw that Xiao Fei wasn't fooled. Then he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, get ready. Let them know that any legion of the War God realm is much stronger than them." The members of the 5th Legion responded and took out their weapons. They glared at the Hairy Ears like tigers eyeing their prey. Xiao Fei looked at the people of the 5th Legion, his eyes were already red. He thought about the people who died in the hands of the War God's realm. When he thought about those people, he couldn't stop his killing intent. Xiao Fei looked at the Hairy Ears behind him and said, "Brothers, today is the day for us to take revenge for our people. Everyone, listen to my order. Attack." Along with his order, the cultivators took out their energy guns and fired towards the 5th Legion. The people of the 5th Legion didn't care about the energy guns. They were all wearing armor, and their defensive capabilities were very strong. Therefore, they still held their weapons and attacked the Hairy Ears. However, they soon paid the price for their actions. The Hairy Ears didn't send a lot of people this time, only about 5 million. However, 5 million Hairy Ears wasn't a problem for them to deal with the 5th Legion's army of 1 million. They fired their energy guns at the same time, killing and injuring many of the 5th Legion's soldiers. The people of the 5th Legion were startled. The Hairy Ears managed to kill tens of thousands of their people. But before they could recover from their shock, the Hairy Ears attacked again. Another round of fire killed a large number of people from the 5th Legion. This time, the people of the 5th Legion knew that the Hairy Ears weren't to be trifled with. However, they also discovered that the Hairy Ears were the most powerful weapons in their hands. As long as they get close to them, they believed that the Hairy Ears wouldn't be as powerful. Thinking about this, the people of the 5th Legion immediately launched an attack towards the Hairy Ears. However, it didn't take long for them to discover that their charge was futile. Their charge had no effect on the Harriers. They simply couldn't get close to the Harriers. When nearly half of the 5th Legion's people died, they finally couldn't hold on any longer. This was especially true for the commander of the 5th Legion. After being injured, he knew that he no longer had a chance. He immediately gave the order to retreat. But when they wanted to retreat, they discovered that they didn't even have the opportunity to do so. They were now surrounded by stone men. The people of the 5th Legion were very clear about the stone men of the chaotic stone realm. The stone men of the chaotic stone realm were very famous in the divine war realm. Their strengths and weaknesses were equally obvious. It was precisely because of this that no one in the divine war realm was willing to provoke these stone men. The stone men weren't polite to the people of the Fifth Legion. They directly launched an attack. How could the dispirited Fifth Legion resist the assault of the stone men? In just a short time, they were defeated. However, the strength of the cultivators of the divine war realm wasn't to be underestimated. Under the onslaught of the stone men, they managed to kill their way out. However, their numbers were reduced from 1,000,000 to less than 100,000. When these people managed to kill their way out, they discovered that there were people waiting for them behind the stone men. These people were all wearing armor. Looking at the style of their armor, they were unexpectedly people from the divine war realm. The commander of the Fifth Legion recognized them. The people blocking them were the elites of the Hairy Ears Count Blackhawk and the Feathered Bow Count Hubin. The commander of the Fifth Legion was stunned, he didn't know what to say. Xiaofei stared blankly at the corpses of the Fifth Legion. Although Xiaofei wasn't very old, he had fought with people from the War God realm before, especially the Black Hawk Guard. To be honest, his impression of the War God realm came from the Black Hawk Guard. The Black Hawk Guard's strength was there for all to see. In the past, 1,000,000 of them couldn't defeat 100,000 Black Hawk Guard. Therefore, in Xiaofei's eyes, the Black Hawk Guard was the synonym of invincibility. But later on, Zhao Hai easily dealt with the Black Hawk Guard. This made Xiaofei feel very surprised towards Zhao Hai. However, he still didn't think that he had the ability to defeat the Black Hawk Guard. After they destroyed the Black Hawk Guard, Xiaofei also found out about the War God realm from the documents of the Black Hawk Castle. He also found out that the invincible Black Hawk Guard was actually just a private letter from a noble. Compared to the legions directly under the War God realm's king, the Black Hawk Guard couldn't be compared to the legions directly under the War God realm's king. And the Fifth Legion was directly under the War God realm's king. Naturally, they were much stronger than the Black Hawk Guard. Xiaofei was very nervous before the battle with the Fifth Legion. But when the battle started, he forgot about his nervousness. His heart was filled with hatred. Now that the battle was over, he was at a loss. He didn't dare to believe that those people were killed by them. At this time, the stone golems began to clean up the battlefield. Xiaofei also woke up. As soon as he woke up, he heard the sound of crying behind him. Xiaofei was stunned. He turned around and saw many of the Mao air tribesmen who had participated in the battle. They were all crying their hearts out. Xiaofei looked at the Hairy Ears and didn't know what to say. After a while, he sighed and said, "All right, don't cry. We have the strength to take revenge, so we should be happy. Everyone, clean up the battlefield." Actually, Xiaofei also wanted to cry. But he knew that he couldn't cry at this time. Therefore, he held back and gave the order. The Hairy Ears slowly calmed down and began to clean up the battlefield. Actually, the battlefield was very easy to clean up. Zhao Hai had already told them that those who were killed would be given to them. However, the weapons and corpses of the dead would be taken away. Naturally, the Hairy Ears wouldn't object. Before long, the battlefield was cleaned up. Naturally, Zhao Hai sent the people of the Fifth Legion to the space. Then he secretly sent Hu Ben and his family to the Heaven's secret pavilion. After that, he sent Xiaofei to make contact with the people of the Featherbow realm. Zhao Hai didn't know the people from the Featherbow realm. However, he knew that the people from the Featherbow realm were similar to the Hairy Ears. They hated the War God realm to death. Additionally, the people from the Featherbow realm were more knowledgeable compared to the Hairy Ears. They knew about the existence of the Hairy Ears realm. Therefore, having the Hairy Ears contact the people from the Featherbow realm wouldn't be a mistake. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the people from the Featherbow realm also discovered the battle between Zhao Hai and the Fifth Corps. They wanted to send someone to contact Zhao Hai. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would send someone to contact them first. Naturally, they were very happy. They immediately sent a representative to see Zhao Hai. The person who came to see Zhao Hai was an old man. His hair was completely white, but his eyes were still shining. He was wearing ordinary cultivator clothes. However, the feeling he gave off was that of an arrow in a quiver. He didn't look very eye-catching, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Zhao Hai looked at the old man, and the old man also looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, Xiaofei bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this is the patriarch of the Featherbow realm, Patriarch Yu Feiying." Patriarch Yu, this is the Void Realm's underworld lord, young master Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai cupped his fist to Yu Feiying and said, I've seen Patriarch Yu. Patriarch Yu, please take a seat. Yu Feiying also cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, thank you, Mr. Then he sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying and said, Patriarch Yu, why did you come to see me? Yu Feiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, I heard from Mr. Xiao Fei that Mr. came to the War God realm to take revenge. I just don't know how. Determined Mr. is to take revenge. Do you want to fight some people from the War God realm and leave, or do you want to stay here and fight to the death with them? When Zhao Hai heard Yu Feiying, he couldn't help but smile. This was because Xiao Fei also asked the same question. Zhao Hai replied, I, Zhao Hai, came to the War God realm in order to destroy it. If I can't, then the War God realm would surely retaliate against the Void realm. In order to avoid future troubles, it's best to deal with the War God realm now. When Yu Feiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. In Yu Feiying's opinion, Zhao Hai didn't seem like a braggart. However, his words sounded like a braggart. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, Patriarch, you should also know about the Harriers. They aren't very strong, but I gave them energy guns. Today, 5 million Harriers were able to defeat the War God Realm's army without any injuries. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Moreover, to be honest, I also have some understanding of the Feathered Bow tribe. From what I can see, the Feathered Bow's potential is far beyond what you've shown. Patriarch Yu, why don't you try this bow? Then Zhao Hai took out the golden bow of strength and handed it over to Yu Feiying. Zhao Hai hasn't used the golden bow of strength for a long time. Now that the space has a gold mine, he can make more golden bows in the future. However, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he naturally didn't need the golden bow of strength. Therefore, he didn't make one. However, after hearing about the Feathered Bow realm, Zhao Hai began to think about making one. The people of the Feathered Bow realm were born archers. Not only were their arrows 100% accurate, they could also change direction. They could also use all kinds of archery skills. It can be said that as long as you give them a good bow, their fighting strength would immediately soar. Yu Feiying was puzzled as he received the unremarkable bow. However, when he held the bow, he felt that it was heavy. If Yu Feiying wasn't an expert, then he wouldn't be able to hold it. This made him surprised. Yu Feiying carefully touched the bow before he sighed and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, this bow is too hard. This old man can't use it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't want Mr. to use this bow, I just want you to try it out. Yu Feiying stared, but he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, do we need to go out? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need for that. You can shoot from here. Although Yu Feiying was puzzled, he still asked, may I ask if Mister has any arrows? This old man wants to shoot from the window, but not the wall. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need for arrows. You just need to aim at the wall and pull the bow. Yu Feiying nodded, then he slowly pulled the bow towards the wall. As the bow was slowly pulled back, an iron arrow automatically appeared on the bow. When the iron arrow appeared, Yu Feiying couldn't help but let go of the arrow. The arrow shot towards the wall like a meteor, but it seemed like it was shot into water. The arrow disappeared into the wall without making any sound. But Yu Feiying didn't pay attention to the arrow, all of his attention was on the bow. Archers have a few very obvious weaknesses. First, their arm strength. Archers need to continuously shoot arrows, which requires a lot of arm strength. But in the cultivation realm, arm strength wasn't a big problem. Ordinary archers can shoot hundreds of arrows without any problem. If they can't kill their opponent within a few hundred arrows, then even if they die, it wouldn't be an unjust death. Second, their close combat ability. Archery isn't easy to control. If you want to practice archery to perfection, then you need to spend a lot of time. Naturally, you wouldn't have time to practice close combat. Because of this, a qualified archer's close combat skills aren't necessarily good. Third was the quantity of arrows. This wasn't a problem for cultivators. This was because every cultivator had their own spatial equipment. They can store their arrows inside their spatial equipment. Because of this, cultivators and archers didn't have to worry about arrows. But even if they have spatial equipment, they still need to take the arrows out of their spatial equipment and then put them on the bow before shooting. This also requires a certain amount of time. And time is often the most important thing in a battle. But this golden bow of strength was different. As long as you draw the bow, it can automatically produce arrows. There was no need to put the arrow on the bow. This was very important for an archer. It was precisely because of this that Yu Feiying focused all his attention on the golden bow of strength. This was because he knew what this bow meant to the people of the feathered bow of strength. It meant an increase in fighting strength. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying's expression and couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Patriarch Yu, what do you think about this bow?" Yu Feiying sobered up, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this bow, this bow." He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying and smiled faintly. "Patriarch Yu doesn't need to be excited. I've added a special metal to the bow. This metal can automatically produce arrows. Moreover, after many experiments, the bow can produce not only one arrow, it can also produce 10 arrows at once. Unfortunately, although I know how to use a bow, I'm not very good at it. Because of this, I didn't use this bow. Patriarch Yu, what do you think would happen if your feathered archer tribe were to be equipped with this bow?" Yu Feiying smiled faintly and said, "I'm not very good at it." Yu Feiying closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please state your request. As long as Mister provides the archer tribe with this bow, we won't hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a pot of boiling oil." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch, you might have misunderstood. I don't want you to do anything. To be honest, your archer tribe really can't help me. This time, I came here to take revenge on the war god realm. If the archer tribe is willing to help me deal with the war god realm, then I'll naturally provide you with this bow. However, I don't want to use this bow to threaten you. You can deal with the war god realm with us or not. You can have the bow, but you'll need to give something in exchange." Yu Feiying cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister can rest assured. Taking revenge on the war god realm is our archer tribe's wish. Even if Mister didn't say anything, we would still help you deal with the war god realm. However, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for Mister to exchange for this bow. Mister should have some understanding of our archer realm. We don't have any specialties here, and I'm afraid that Mister's bow isn't cheap. We really don't have anything to exchange for it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch, you doesn't need to worry. I don't need anything special. I just want the things that your archer realm produces. Just like the Mao air realm, I only need food. As for your archer realm, I only want arrow bamboo. How about it?" Yu Feiying was so excited that his face turned red. He immediately said, "All right, there's no problem. Even if I give you all of the archer realm's arrow bamboo, it wouldn't be a problem." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's not necessary. How about this? Not only do I want bamboo, but I also want bamboo shoots, bamboo whips, and other plants from the featherbow realm. I also want beasts. However, I don't want a lot of them. I want living beasts as well as living plants." Yu Feiying didn't even think about it before he agreed. Not to mention that Zhao Hai only wanted some plants and beasts. Even if Zhao Hai wanted his wife, he would immediately give it to Zhao Hai. This was because this bow was very important to the archer realm. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying, then he smiled faintly and said, "After you go back, count how many people I have with me. Then bring them here. I will train them for a period of time, and after they are trained, I will give them bows. So the bows that I gave you aren't free. Every year, you will have to give me some arrow bamboos. How about it? Is there any problem?" Yu Feiying knew that Zhao Hai was helping him. As a patriarch, if he didn't understand this, then he would have lived in vain. He immediately nodded and said, "Mister can rest assured. There's no problem at all." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If there are no problems, then that's good. Patriarch Yu, please return. I'll give you 7 days. After 7 days, bring your people here. Remember, those who are too weak must be at least in the Vajra realm. These people might not necessarily be given a bow. If they don't pass the training, then I won't give them a bow, I'll just send them back. Yu Feiying cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Mr. can rest assured. I'll take care of it. Then he reluctantly gave the golden bow to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Feiying's back and couldn't help but smile. With the addition of the archer realm to his army, his strength would be even stronger. When the time comes, he would have more confidence in dealing with the war god realm. 7 days wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. After 7 days, Yu Feiying brought a large number of Feather Bow Realm's cultivators to Huban Castle. Huban Castle wasn't damaged much and became Zhao Hai's office. Yu Feiying brought people here. He wanted to know how far Zhao Hai could go. This time, Yu Feiying brought a total of 50 million people. This number greatly exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. Zhao Hai thought that Yu Feiying could bring 30 to 40 million people, but he didn't expect Yu Feiying to bring 50 million people. However, Zhao Hai didn't object. He immediately had Ji Wuming and the others start training these 50 million people. At the same time, he eliminated a group of people during the training. Ji Wuming did a good job. Now, Ji Wuming didn't have the calm and composed appearance he had in the Void Realm. He had a cold face every day and spoke very little. His body seemed to emit cold air. Because of this, the people of the Feather Bow Realm were a little afraid of him. Ji Wuming used a month to eliminate nearly 10 million people. After that, under Zhao Hai's command, Ji Wuming stopped eliminating people. However, the training became stricter. Zhao Hai and the others had been training in the Feather Bow Realm for 2 months. In these 2 months, not only did they train, Zhao Hai also conducted tests on the Feather Bow Realm's members. Zhao Hai only had one goal in mind, and that was to see how many bows each person could draw. Zhao Hai and the others were also testing the Feather Bow Realm. A good bow wasn't necessarily a bow that an archer could use. Every archer had a bow that was most suitable for them. And whether a bow was suitable for an archer or not, the first thing to look at was the strength of the bow. Zhao Hai used these 2 months to order a bow for each person of the Feather Bow Realm. A total of 4,000 bows. This really made Zhao Hai busy for a long time. After 2 months, the training was finally over. Zhao Hai also began to think about his next goal. The Mao Air Realm and the Feather Bow Realm were now using formations. It was impossible for the people of the War God Realm to attack these 2 realms. However, the people of the War God Realm didn't do nothing. They strengthened their defenses in other realms. There were a lot of realms that were conquered by the War God Realm. However, realms like the Mao Air Realm and the Feather Bow Realm weren't the realms that the War God Realm paid attention to. In fact, if it wasn't for this matter, then the people of the War God Realm wouldn't have paid attention to these 2 realms. Aside from the War God Realm, the people of the War God Realm would only pay attention to other realms that were stronger. Naturally, they wouldn't pay attention to realms like the Mao Air Realm and the Feather Bow Realm. The target that Zhao Hai chose this time was a powerful realm called the 100 Victories Realm. When the War God Realm conquered this realm, it took a lot of effort for the War God Realm. The cultivators of this realm were very strong. Almost all of the cultivators here were body cultivators. They didn't care much about artifacts. Moreover, they didn't wear any protective gear. Everyone was bare-chested. They wore leather shorts, leather boots, bald heads, and shiny arms. Their weapons were mostly heavy weapons such as sabers, spears, axes, and sledgehammers. There were almost no light weapons. The people of the 100 Victories realm weren't afraid of death. They were intrepid to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. The reason why the War God realm was able to defeat the 100 Victories realm was because of their artifacts, especially large artifacts. The people of the 100 Victories realm seemed to have trained their muscles to their brains. They weren't good at using artifacts, and they weren't good at making artifacts. Because of this, the 100 Victories realm didn't have a single large artifact. This was also the reason why they were at a disadvantage. Even so, the 100 Victories realm still fought with the War God realm for 100 years before submitting to the War God realm. Note that it was submission, it wasn't complete submission. The 100 Victories realm surrendered to the War God realm, they had to obey the orders of the War God realm. However, they had to maintain their independence. When the War God realm fought with other realms, the 100 Victories realm could send people to participate in the war. They could also pay tribute to the war god realm every year. However, the war god realm couldn't interfere with the affairs of the 100 Victories realm. They also couldn't send people to the 100 Victories realm. Otherwise, the people of the 100 Victories realm would rather die than surrender. The war god realm accepted the 100 Victories realm's surrender. They had no choice but to accept it. This was because many people from the war god realm had died in the hands of the 100 Victories realm. It could be said that the war god realm had paid a heavy price in order to conquer the 100 Victories realm. If they didn't accept the 100 Victories realm's surrender, then both sides would continue to fight. The 100 Victories realm had the ability and determination to do so. In the eyes of the people from the war god world, the people from the 100 Victories realm were like stones in a latrine pit. They were smelly and hard. It was impossible to make them submit unconditionally. They might as well accept this method of surrender. Zhao Hai set his sights on the 100 Victories realm this time. He wanted to conquer the 100 Victories realm. As long as he conquered the 100 Victories realm, then the war god realm would lose an arm. Zhao Hai was very clear about the significance of the 100 Victories realm to the war god realm. After so many years, the war god realm had pulled out a lot of people from the 100 Victories realm. These people had joined the army of the war god realm. Some of them even became the main force of the war god realm. The main reason why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the 100 Victories realm was to cause chaos in the army of the war god realm. The army of the war god realm was very strong. But if the people of the 100 Victories realm knew that their homeland was being attacked, then how would they react? Since the decision had been made, then it was time to act. Zhao Hai decided to deal with the 100 Victories realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai made his move. He gathered the army and had them enter the Heaven's secret pavilion. Then they used the transmission formation to enter the 100 Victories realm. The situation of the 100 Victories realm was very special. In the 100 Victories realm, one could see continuous mountain ranges. There were a lot of resources in the 100 Victories realm. Naturally, the 100 Victories realm had a lot of demonic beasts. The people of the 100 Victories realm grew up fighting these demonic beasts. It was precisely because of this that the people of the 100 Victories realm were so dauntless. When the Heaven's secret pavilion appeared in the 100 Victories realm, Zhao Hai immediately had Ji Wuming arrange 2 formations to isolate the 100 Victories realm from the outside world. Then he controlled the Heaven's secret pavilion and slowly flew forward. The cultivators of the 100 Victories realm weren't just one race. They had different surnames and were divided into different races. Each race would occupy a piece of land in the 100 Victories realm. People with other surnames weren't allowed to enter as they pleased. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the 100 Victories realm. After Zhao Hai entered the 100 Victories realm, he didn't plan to hide his whereabouts. For the people of the 100 Victories realm, schemes and tricks were useless. If you can't defeat them, then they would never submit to you. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to use any schemes in the 100 Victories realm. What he wanted was to have a fair battle and thoroughly subdue the 100 Victories realm. Not long after the Heaven's secret pavilion appeared, it was discovered by the people of the 100 Victories realm. The people of the 100 Victories realm immediately surrounded it. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the 100 Victories realm who wore leather shorts and held huge weapons in their hands. Why did he feel like he had returned to a primitive society? However, he didn't dare to underestimate the strength of these people. To be able to fight against the war god realm for 100 years and still maintain their independence and surrender, such a race was absolutely not to be trifled with. Zhao Hai stood in the square outside the Heaven's secret pavilion. He looked at the cultivators of the 100 Victories realm and said, "I'm Zhao Hai. May I ask who is the person in charge?" An old man flew out from the crowd. This old man didn't look any different from the other cultivators of the 100 Victories realm. However, he had a feather crown on his head that looked very beautiful. This old man also looked like an orthodox member of the 100 Victories realm. He was also bald and wore a pair of shorts. He also held a large axe in his hand. His muscles were very sturdy. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So you're Zhao Hai? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. After attacking the Mao Air realm and the Feather Bow realm, you actually set your sights on the 100 Victories realm. Zhao Hai, have you not heard of the name of the 100 Victories realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I've heard of the name of the 100 Victories realm. To be honest, I admire the 100 Victories realm. It's precisely because of this that I came here. I hope that I can help the 100 Victories realm so that the War God realm doesn't enslave the 100 Victories realm. The old man coldly snorted and said, nobody can enslave the 100 Victories realm. Although the 100 Victories realm submitted to the War God realm due to pressure, the War God realm doesn't dare to dictate our matters. Zhao Hai replied, right, the War God's realm can't order the people of the 100 Victories realm around. But at the same time, the 100 Victories realm has to offer a lot of things to the War God's realm every year. Moreover, after so many years, how many men of the 100 Victories realm have sacrificed their lives for the War God's realm? The War God realm can't directly interfere with the matters of the 100 Victories realm. However, you have to admit that the 100 Victories realm has always been under the shadow of the War God realm. The old man stared at Zhao Hai. His eyes were filled with anger. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, brat, there's no need for you to meddle in the affairs of the 100 Victories realm. I already know about the matter between you and the War God realm. What's wrong? You want to mess with the 100 Victories realm? Brat, you've miscalculated. Zhao Hai laughed and said, I miscalculated? What kind of scheme am I scheming? I have a great enmity with the War God realm. I came here to take my revenge. Look, even the hairy ear race and the feather bow race, who aren't very strong, dared to stand on my side and fight against the War God realm. Could it be that the famous 100 Victories tribe doesn't dare to? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. I've already said this before. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the old man's expression couldn't help but change. He coldly snorted and said, don't dare? There's nothing that the 100 Victories realm doesn't dare to do. But Zhao Hai, you don't need to make it sound so nice. I don't believe that the hairy ear tribe and the feathered bow tribe would dare to work with you against the War God realm. Zhao Hai looked at the old man from the 100 Victories realm, then he smiled faintly and said, Mister, how can I convince you? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, let me see the hairy ears and the feathered bow tribe. Your large artifact should be able to accommodate a lot of people, right? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, all right, that's not a problem. Look carefully. Then Zhao Hai said, spearmen and archers, come out and line up. Along with Zhao Hai's words, the door of the Heaven's secret building opened. Groups of hairy ears and feathered bow tribesmen came out. The hairy ear tribe and the feathered bow tribe lined up neatly in front of the Heaven's secret tower. They automatically arranged themselves into a square formation. Their numbers kept increasing. In the end, the two tribes mobilized about 1 million people. The old man looked at the hairy ears and feathered bow tribesmen. The hairy ears were very easy to recognize. Their ears and appearance made it easy for people to identify them. On the other hand, the feathered bow tribesmen were also very easy to recognize. In the cultivation realm, very few people used bows and arrows as weapons. Additionally, the feathered bow tribesmen didn't store their bows and swords in their spatial equipment. Because of this, people were able to recognize them at a glance. The old man looked at the two groups of hairy ears and feathered bow tribesmen. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. To be honest, he didn't believe Zhao Hai's words before. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. The old man turned to Zhao Hai and said, I didn't think that you would be able to make the hairy ears and feathered bow tribesmen send troops to help you. Even if each tribe only sent 1 million people, you're still very good. But kid, if you want us to help you, then that's impossible. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled faintly, then what does Mr. want to help me? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, if you want the 100 Victories realm to help you, then it's very simple. You just need to defeat us. Zhao Hai said. In a deep voice, no problem. How do we defeat them? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, my 100 Victories realms people worship the strong the most. If you want my 100 Victories realms people to serve you, there's only one way, and that is to defeat us. If Mr. agrees, then please wait here for a few days. I'll spread the news of your arrival throughout the 100 Victories realm. At that time, I'll set up a formation of 10,000 people. This formation is made up of the strongest warriors of my 100 Victories realm. As long as Mr. can defeat that formation, my 100 Victories realm's people will listen to Mr.'s orders. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and asked, "What are the rules of this 10,000 men formation?" The old man replied, "If Mr. wants to command our 100 victories realm, then you'll have to go through the formation by yourself. You'll have to defeat the 10,000 warriors of our 100 victories realm. Only then will we listen to your orders. Take note that you can't use any artifacts during this process. You can only rely on your own body and cultivation method. Do you dare to accept?" If other people heard this, then they would immediately curse. This was simply asking for death. The people of the 100 victories realm were all body cultivators. Even if you're also a body cultivator, it would still be impossible for you to defeat 10,000 of them. This was no different from sending people to their deaths. However, all of this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "All right, I promise you. My heaven's secret pavilion will be stationed here for the next few days. When you're ready, just inform me." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you hear what I said? I said that you're going to challenge 10,000 warriors by yourself. You're not allowed to use artifacts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I heard you. Rest assured, I'll participate in the 10,000 men formation. Life and death are up to fate. I ask Mister to prepare." The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "All right, I don't care if you succeed or not. I'm surprised by your courage. You're the first person in many years to agree to the 10,000 men formation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm honored." The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "My name is Wu Lai. As long as we're ready, I'll immediately inform Mister. Mister, take care of yourself." Then the old man waved his hand and led the people from the 100 victories realm to leave. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps in the old man's opinion, there was no one in the 10,000 men formation that could break through. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the hairy ear race and the feathered bow race. Then he said, "Withdraw." The two groups nodded. Under the command of their respective leaders, they withdrew and returned to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Seeing that everyone had returned to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, Zhao Hai's body flashed as well. When he arrived, Ji Wuming and Morong Qian immediately welcomed him. Behind the two were Xiao Fei and Yu Feiying. The four looked at Zhao Hai. What was different was that Ji Wuming and Morong Qian didn't have any expression on their faces. They didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, Xiao Fei and Yu Feiying's faces were filled with worry. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "There's no need for the two of you to worry. Since I dared to accept the 10,000 men formation, then I naturally have confidence. Please return." Xiao Fei and Yu Feiying looked at Zhao Hai and didn't know what to say. The two could only bow to Zhao Hai and return to their rooms. Zhao Hai led Ji Wuming and Morong Qian back to his room. After having the two sit down, Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "You should also prepare yourselves. If the 100 victories realm dares to play tricks with us, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ji Wuming and Morong Qian nodded at the same time and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "If the 100 victories realm really surrenders to us, then what do you think about incorporating them into the Iron Armored Army?" Ji Wuming said, "Young master, the 100 victories realm has contributed so much to the divine realm. Why are they still using such simple weapons? Why aren't they wearing any armor? Did they do it on purpose?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Of course not. The people of the 100 victories realm are all body cultivators. They aren't good at refining. Although they have been under the war god's realm for some time, the war god's realm still hasn't taught them how to refine. Because of this, they still don't know how to refine." After saying this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The war god's realm is afraid that after they learn how to refine, their strength would increase and they would break away from their control. Because of this, they didn't teach the people of the 100 victories realm how to refine. Because of this, after so many years, the people of the 100 victories realm are still using those things. To be honest, I don't know what to say about their weapons. Those things are too simple to be called artifacts. Ji Wuming and Morong Qian smiled. Indeed, the artifacts used by the people of the 100 victories realm didn't look like artifacts at all. They were just too crude. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go back. Pay attention to your people and have them train every day." The two nodded, then they stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before they turned around and left. After the two left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Laura immediately greeted him as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I've figured it out. The War God's plane and the Desolate Race's plane should be in another plane. That place is a battlefield. Moreover, it seems like there aren't only two races there are also many other races. All of them are concentrated in that plane, killing each other. If we want to enter that plane, we need to enter the War God's plane. There is a special artifact that we can use to enter that plane." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I've figured it out." Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but frown as he said, "Isn't that the same as the 10,000 realm battlefield? I didn't expect there to be such a place here. It's really strange." Laura replied, "Right, it's very strange. Brother Hai, didn't you notice that there are places like this in the first layer of the 100 Victories realm? This shouldn't be a coincidence, right?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned, then he nodded and said, "You're right, it's not a coincidence that there are places like this in every layer of the 100 Victories realm. There must be a reason. But I don't know what it is. Laura, why do I feel like there's a hand controlling all of this?" Laura and the others' expressions were heavy. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So Brother Hai is holding back some cards? You're afraid of the hand behind all of this, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I'm afraid of the hand behind this. But no matter what, for that hand to be able to control so many planes means that its strength is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, don't forget, if one day we can ascend to a higher plane, or even reach the top of all planes, then we might be able to find out who is behind all of this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm afraid of the hand behind all of this." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai said, "I believe that with our strength, we'll be able to ascend to a higher layer sooner or later." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I also believe that we'll be able to ascend to the highest layer. Then we'll be able to see the person behind all of this. In the end, I want to ask him what he wants." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That opportunity will come. All right, I'll rest for a few days in order to deal with the 10,000 people formation. To be honest, I haven't thought about this before." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you want to be lazy again? I don't believe that the people from the 100 Victories realm can pose a threat to you. With your current strength, even if you don't use the law of mega strength, you should still be able to deal with the people from the 100 Victories realm. You don't need to rest at all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I need to relax. It's been a long time, it's not good to be nervous all the time. Right, Kair, Julie, you two take a look around the 100 Victories realm. See if there are any good things in the 100 Victories realm." Julie and Kair nodded. To be honest, they were also very curious about the 100 Victories realm. The 100 Victories realm was known to have a lot of good things in the War God realm. They also wanted to see what the 100 Victories realm had. Wu Lai led his people back to the place where they lived. This was a huge stronghold. Outside the stronghold was a tall stone wall. Countless people from the 100 Victories realm were standing on top of the wall. They were all holding weapons in their hands, but their eyes were constantly scanning their surroundings. There was also a moat outside the stronghold. However, this moat wasn't filled with water. Instead, it was filled with a pungent black liquid that looked like crude oil. This was the settlement of the Wu clan. It was called Kaoshan City, and all the people who lived in Kaoshan City had the surname Wu. The Wu clan wasn't the biggest clan in the victorious continent, but it was still an upper-middle clan. They had a lot of say in the victorious continent. The 100 Victories realm wasn't a peaceful place. The people of the 100 Victories realm fought with each other. While they fought with people, they also had to fight with beasts. Because of this, the cultivators of the 100 Victories realm were very brave. The place where Zhao Hai's Heaven's secret tower appeared was the territory of the Wu clan. Not long after they appeared, they were discovered by the Wu clan. This Wu clan member had seen large artifacts before, so he immediately reported the matter to Wu Lai. When Wu Lai heard that a large artifact had arrived, he naturally wanted to personally go and see it. Wu Lai had also heard of Zhao Hai's name. This was because the Wu clan also had people reporting to the War God realm. Recently, Zhao Hai's matter had become very big. How could the Wu clan members not know about it? At the same time, the Wu clan member also reported the matter to his people. Because of this, Wu Lai wasn't unfamiliar with Zhao Hai. However, Wu Lai didn't expect that Zhao Hai would appear here. To be honest, Wu Lai didn't have any bad feelings towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was dealing with the War God realm. Because of this, he didn't have any bad feelings towards Zhao Hai. On the contrary, he thought that Zhao Hai's actions were very satisfying. It was precisely because he didn't dislike Zhao Hai that when he heard that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the War God's realm together, Wu Lai proposed a 10,000-man formation. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai had the courage to accept this challenge. The 10,000-man formation was indeed an ancient ritual passed down in the 100 Victories realm. As long as you have the courage to participate in the 10,000-man formation and succeed, then the 100 Victories realm would listen to your orders. Naturally, no one has ever succeeded in the 10,000-man formation. In fact, after people heard about the rules of the 10,000-man formation, they thought that it was a joke. Because of this, no one would accept the challenge. Because of this, the 10,000-man formation became a way for the 100 Victories realm to reject people. However, the people of the 100 Victories realm were very clear that this wasn't a way for them to reject people. On the contrary, this was a way for them to give people a chance. The cultivators in the 10,000-man formation were warriors selected from various races. In fact, only they knew how strong or weak they were. If someone really dared to accept the challenge, then they would go easy on them. As long as they had enough strength, it was possible to break through the 10,000-man formation. The 10,000-man formation was more of a test of courage. Unfortunately, since the day the 10,000-man formation appeared, no one dared to participate. Who would have thought that Zhao Hai would actually agree today? When Wu Lai returned to Mountain Leaning City, he immediately called the elders and stewards of the 100 Victories realm to the 100 Victories realm's conference hall. There were nearly 50 people sitting in the hall. After everyone was seated, Wu Lai looked at them and said, "Everyone should know about the large artifact that arrived in our territory. I've already asked about it. The person on the large artifact is Zhao Hai. I won't say much about Zhao Hai. I just want to say that Zhao Hai agreed to participate in the 10,000-man formation." When the elders heard Wu Lai, they couldn't help but stare. Then an old man said, "Patriarch, why did Zhao Hai agree to participate in the 10,000-man formation? What's his purpose in coming here?" Wu Lai replied, "I told him about the 10,000-man formation and he agreed. He only has one purpose in coming here, and that is to have us deal with the War God realm together with him." When Wu Lai said this, the hall couldn't help but go into an uproar. An elder stood up and said, "Patriarch, we can't agree to Zhao Hai's request. Just based on Zhao Hai, how can he fight against the War God realm? If we really go with Zhao Hai to deal with the War God realm, then we'll be finished." Many people nodded. But at this time a different voice was heard, "Why can't we go with Zhao Hai to fight against the War God realm? Do you want to live under the shadow of the War God realm forever?" "I don't want to. Patriarch, this is an opportunity. Zhao Hai must be very strong. Otherwise, the War God realm wouldn't have been unable to deal with him. He also wouldn't have agreed to participate in the 10,000-man formation. Patriarch, this is an opportunity for us to leave the War God realm." "Nonsense. Don't forget, we still have clansmen serving in the War God realm's army. If we really go with Zhao Hai to deal with the War God realm, then what about our clansmen? Don't tell me that we don't care about their life and death. We can inform our clansmen. Right now, the War God realm is in a terrible state because of Zhao Hai. They have a chance to escape. Moreover, the War God realm's attention is now on the Mao Air realm and the Feather Bow realm. They simply won't pay attention to us. Therefore, I think that the War God realm hasn't discovered that Zhao Hai is here. How do we contact our clansmen? It's not like you don't know that whenever Zhao Hai goes to a realm, he would set up a formation there. This is to prevent the people of that realm from contacting the outside world. I think that Zhao Hai has already set up a formation here. We have no way to contact our clansmen. What's the problem? If we really agree to go with Zhao Hai to deal with the War God realm, then he will allow us to contact the outside world." "Nonsense. How do you know that Zhao Hai will allow you to contact the outside world? What if he doesn't agree? Then what do we do? You haven't tried. How do you know that Zhao Hai won't agree? Don't tell me that we have to pay tribute to the war god realm every year and let our children work for the war god realm while we don't get any benefits at all. Back then, our ancestors only submitted to the war god realm. They didn't want to be completely controlled by the war god realm. Do we want to be controlled by the war god realm? The debate continued. But it was clear that the majority of the people agreed to go against the war god realm. The people of the 100 Victories realm were incomparably valiant. They had long been disgusted by the oppression of the war god realm. However, they also knew that with the current strength of the 100 Victories realm, it was impossible for them to win against the war god realm. Wu Lai looked at everyone and suddenly said, "Everyone, there's no need to quarrel. Actually, there's something that I haven't told everyone. Zhao Hai doesn't only have the troops that he brought from the Void Realm. He also has 2 other armies. These 2 armies are made up of the Long Ears race and the Feathered Bow race. Although there aren't many of them, each realm has about 1 million people. I've seen these 2 armies with my own eyes." After hearing Wu Lai's words, the hall went silent. After a while, a person surnamed Wu stood up and said with bloodshot eyes, "Everyone, even the Long Ears race and the Feathered Bow race are participating in the war. Don't tell me that our 100 Victories realm is inferior to these 2 races. Let's do it. I support the war against the war god realm." This person surnamed Wu was called Wu Gon. He was an elder of the Long Ears race. He was against the war god realm. Who would have thought that he would agree at this time? This was beyond everyone's expectations. However, when everyone heard Wu Gon's words, they thought that Wu Gon's words were reasonable. The people of the 100 Victories realm looked down on the Hairy Ears and the Feathered Bow tribes. In their opinion, these 2 races were too weak. They didn't think that the Hairy Ears and the Feathered Bow tribes would actually go to war with each other. This made everyone's blood boil. With Wu Gon's words, everyone agreed to fight the war god realm. Wu Lai looked at his people and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then he waved his hand, calming everyone down. Then Wu Lai opened his mouth and said, "Don't forget, I only agreed to let Zhao Hai participate in the 10,000-man formation. If he can't pass the 10,000-man formation, then nobody can help him. Alright, I'll send a letter to the other patriarchs and tell them about Zhao Hai and the others. If they don't agree with Zhao Hai, then we can't do anything about it. After all, it's impossible for our Wu family to fight against the war god realm." Wu Lai nodded and said, "Don't forget, I only agreed to let Zhao Hai participate in the 10,000-man formation. If he can't pass it, then nobody can help him." Everyone nodded. Then Wu Gon took out a jade slip and wrote down Zhao Hai's matter. Then he immediately sent people to send letters to the other patriarchs to see if they had any opinions on the matter. Wu Lai's letter caused a huge uproar in the 100 Victories realm. The patriarchs of the other 100 Victories realm didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, after some discussion, they decided to let Zhao Hai participate in the 10,000-person formation. Then they would choose a candidate to fight against Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai can pass the 10,000-person formation, then they would fight against Zhao Hai. After Wu Lai received the replies from the various clans, he personally went to the Heaven's Secret Tower. When he arrived outside the Heaven's Secret Tower, Wu Lai couldn't help but sigh at the majesty of the Heaven's Secret Tower. Last time, he was still a distance away from the Heaven's Secret Tower. Now, he was very close to the Heaven's Secret Tower. The elders behind Wu Lai were also surprised when they saw the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. They had seen the large artifacts of the War God Realm before. However, compared to the War God Realm's large artifacts, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was much more majestic and imposing. While the elders were sizing up the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, a figure flew out and stopped in front of them. This person wore iron armor and had a cold expression. When he appeared in front of the elders, he cupped his fist and said, "Ji Wuming greets everyone. The Mansion Lord is waiting for you inside the pavilion. Please follow me." Wu Lai and the others couldn't help but look at Ji Wuming. Wu Lai and the others were very strong. They were all void-piercing realm experts. They discovered that although Ji Wuming hasn't reached the void-piercing realm, he was very close to it. This made them surprised. However, the elders immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Then they followed Ji Wuming into the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. After the group entered the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, they kept looking around. They were all experts, so they were very sensitive. When they entered the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, they felt countless auras locking onto them. However, these auras quickly disappeared. Moreover, in addition to these auras, they also felt that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was very dangerous. This made the hairs on their bodies stand up. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them, then they would have already started fighting. They wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, although they were trembling, they still followed Ji Wuming and entered a room. Zhao Hai was sitting in this room. He was making tea. When he felt the elders coming in, Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Everyone, please take a seat." The elders nodded and then sat on the sofa. They didn't speak and just looked at Zhao Hai making tea. Before long, Zhao Hai finished making tea. After making everyone a cup of tea, he smiled and said, "Everyone, come and try my tea. See if it's to your liking." The elders picked up their teacups and took a sip. It was very fragrant. This was what they felt when they drank the tea. But besides its fragrance, they couldn't say anything else. This was because the people of the 100 Victories realm didn't like to drink tea, they liked to drink wine. Wu Lai put down his teacup, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I only know that the tea is very fragrant. As for what's good about the tea, I don't know. If it's wine, then I can tell you a thing or two. Mr. Zhao Hai, we didn't come here to drink tea. We wanted to inform you that in 10 days, you will be breaking through the 10,000 formation on Sky Pillar Mountain. If you can succeed, then all the clans in the 100 Victories realm will listen to your orders." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, I understand. But I don't know where Sky Pillar Mountain is. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Is it all right if you don't know?" Wu Lai nodded and said, "No problem. It will take about 3 days to reach Sky Pillar Mountain from here. After 7 days, we'll come and find you. We'll head to Sky Pillar Mountain together. I hope Mister will be prepared." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, no problem. How about you have a meal in my Sky Pillar Mountain today? I also have some good wine that I brought from the Void Realm. We can drink a few cups." Hee, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I, Zhao Hai, am also a wine lover. The wine that I collect is very good. When Wu Lai and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Wu Lai looked at them and chuckled, "Then we won't be polite. I haven't tasted the wine of the Void Realm. Sorry for disturbing Mister today." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Please." Then he stood up and gestured with his left hand, leading the group to the dining hall. When the group arrived at the dining hall, the dishes were already prepared. After Zhao Hai invited the group to sit down, he personally opened a jar of wine and served it to them. After the wine was served, Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, "Everyone, have a taste of our Void Realm's wine." Wu Lai and the others weren't polite. They picked up their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Then the group closed their eyes at the same time. After some time, they let out a long breath and said, "Good wine." Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you like it. Hee. I think you've already heard about us. I'm just curious about what the War God's realm has to say about us." When Wu Lai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Mister, to be honest, our Wu family also has disciples serving in the War God realm. Therefore, we also know a bit about the War God realm. Mister's fame in the War God realm has been spread for a long time. I heard that Mister defeated the people of the War God realm in the Void realm. Moreover, you destroyed the armies of Count Black Hawk and Count Hu Ben in one fell swoop. Then you destroyed the 5th Corps in the Featherbow realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't it my honor to be hated by the enemy?" Actually, they didn't mention one thing. The place I went to the most wasn't the Mao Air realm or the Featherbow realm. Instead, it was another realm. I received some support from that realm before I went to the Mao Air realm. If you don't mind, I want to introduce you to someone." When Wu Lai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be curious. They hadn't heard of Zhao Hai going to another realm. Therefore, they nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see who Zhao Hai was talking about. Zhao smiled faintly, then clapped his hands. Wu Lai and the others heard a loud rumbling sound. It was as if a very heavy person was walking forward. But if the person's weight reached this degree, then he couldn't be considered a person. Perhaps even a monster beast wouldn't have such a weight. Wu Lai and the others heard a rumbling sound. The group looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a person walking in. This person was wearing armor, but the armor didn't look like steel. Instead, it looked like it was made of stone. Although this person's face was the same as a human's, the color of his skin made him look like a stone person. This made the group couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. Greetings, Patriarch Shirgondang of the Stone Golem race. Stone Golem race. Wu Lai and the others couldn't help but exclaim. This was because in the entire War God's realm, there was only one race named Stone Golem, the Chaos Stone World. But this person who looked like a stone statue was actually the Stone Golem race's patriarch? Impossible, they had never heard of a Stone Golem race's patriarch. While the group was still puzzled, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, when I first arrived at the War God's realm, the first place I went to was the Chaos Stone World. There, I met the Stone Golem race. Although the Stone Golem race didn't have people from the War God's realm stationed there, when the War God's realm attacked the Chaos Stone World, it caused a lot of damage to the Stone Golem race. Moreover, I helped the Stone Golem race solve a problem, so the Stone Golem race sent 20 million troops to deal with the War God's realm. Gondang, take a seat. Shirgondang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and sat down. Wu Lai and the others' gazes were still focused on Shirgondang. They discovered that Shirgondang was really a stone golem and wasn't an imposter. Their expressions suddenly became very interesting. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. There's no need to be surprised. The stone golem race also has a hierarchy, so naturally, they also have a patriarch. Wu Lai and the others were covered. Wu Lai looked at Zhao Hai and said, may I ask mister, what did you do to help the stone golem race? Why did the stone golem race send people to help you? Also, I heard that once the stone golems leave the ground, their fighting strength would decrease. Now that the stone golems have left the ground, how will they help you? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, these two problems are one problem. I helped the stone golem race solve their problem of not being able to leave the ground, so naturally, they would help me. And since they can leave the ground, their fighting strength wouldn't decrease at all, so naturally, they would be able to help me. Stone golems can fly? Wu Lai stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually help the stone golems solve their problem of flying. In other words, Zhao Hai had finally freed the stone golems. After thinking about this, Wu Lai and the others couldn't help but be startled. Then Wu Lai immediately thought about what Zhao Hai said about the stone men's army. 20 million soldiers, that wasn't a small number. Moreover, Wu Lai knew about the stone men's fighting strength. The stone men's fighting strength was much more formidable than the 100 Victories clan. Wu Lai took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, since the stone golems sent 20 million troops to help Mr., then what about the Mao Air tribe? The Mao Air tribe wouldn't only send 2 million troops to help Mr., right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course not. The Mao Air tribe sent 30 million troops. Their new patriarch, Xiao Fei, is currently in my heavenly secret pavilion. The Feather Bow tribe also sent 40 million troops. Their patriarch, Yu Feiying, is also in my heavenly secret pavilion. Someone come and invite Xiao Feiying and Yu Feiying over. On the other hand, Wu Lai and the others were shocked. They knew that the Hairy Ear tribe and the Feathered Bow tribe had sent troops to help Zhao Hai. However, they didn't think that the two tribes would actually send so many troops. Before long, Xiao Feiying and Yu Feiying arrived at the dining hall. After Zhao Hai invited the two to sit down, he said, greetings to the 100 Victories Realms Wu clan's patriarch, Wu Lai. Xiao Feiying and Yu Feiying gave a salute to Wu Lai. Wu Lai didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly returned the salute. Although the people of the 100 Victories realm looked down on the Mao Air tribe and the Feather Bow tribe, Xiao Feiying and Yu Feiying were still realm lords. Wu Lai didn't dare to be rude to them. After the group greeted each other and sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Wu Lai and said, Patriarch Wu, to be honest, I didn't expect the people of the 100 Victories realm to be like this. Let's not talk about anything else, just the weapons that you use surprised me. Aren't your weapons a bit too crude? Wu Lai nodded and said, what do you mean? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wu Lai's face couldn't help but turn red. Then he said, we've let Mr. see a joke. Our 100 Victories realm doesn't have anyone who knows how to refine artifacts. Our weapons are a bit crude. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I know that the people of the 100 Victories realm don't know how to refine artifacts. But I didn't think that the people of the 100 Victories realm would contribute so much to the War God realm. Didn't the War God realm teach you how to refine artifacts? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wu Lai's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He coldly snorted and said, Mr. thinks too highly of the people of the War God realm. How could they dare to teach us how to refine artifacts? They're afraid that after we learn how to refine artifacts, we'll rebel against them. Humph, after saying that, Wu Lai couldn't help but sneer. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Lai and said, their method of control means that they're afraid. Hee hee. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen the War God realm showing such lack of confidence. It seems like the 100 Victories realm has really made them suffer. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wu Lai's expression couldn't help but turn better. Then he said, Mr. is right. The reason why they want to control us is because they're afraid. They're afraid that once we have better weapons, we won't be under their control. Because of this, they don't dare to teach us how to refine artifacts. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, the people of the War God realm are really good at scheming. Alright, let's not talk about this. Mr. Wu, I'll talk to you about another matter. It's about the 10,000 formations. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wu Lai couldn't help but stare. Then he raised his vigilance as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, what does Mr. want to say? Zhao Hai replied, I'm still a bit confident in breaking through the 10,000 formations. If I can really break through the formation, then I want to ask, is the 100 Victories realm willing to help me deal with the War God realm? Wu Lai let out a long breath and said, of course we're willing. What does Mr. mean? Are you looking down on the people of the 100 Victories realm? Mr. can rest assured. As long as Mr. can break through the 10,000 formations, the people of the 100 Victories realm will definitely listen to Mr.'s orders. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Then if I can really break through the 10,000 formations, how many troops will the 100 Victories realm send to help me deal with the War God realm? Wu Lai didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so direct. But after thinking for a moment, he replied, at least 20 million, and at most 50 million. Our 100 Victories realm only has this much troops. Moreover, we still need to leave a large portion of our forces to defend against the beasts. Mr. might not know, but the 100 Victories realm has a lot of beasts. Moreover, their reproduction rate is very fast. From time to time, an army of beasts would attack a city. If we can't leave enough people to deal with these beasts, then the foundation of the 100 Victories realm would be shaken. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's enough. No matter how many troops the 100 Victories realm sends, I'll give them to your people. Also, I want to replace all of your weapons with heavy weapons. But I don't know if you have any requirements for the quality and weight of your weapons? Zhao Hai had a lot of materials inside the space. Zhao Hai couldn't even remember how many low-grade materials he had. On the other hand, the weapons used by the 100 Victories realm were all heavy weapons. These weapons didn't require a lot of good materials, only low-grade ones. Because of this, Zhao Hai was confident in replacing the weapons of the 100 Victories realm. However, upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wu Lai and the others suddenly stood up. Their eyes shined as they looked at Zhao Hai. Wu Lai said, is Mr. telling the truth? Do you really want to replace the weapons of the 100 Victories realm? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I'm telling the truth. However, I also have a condition. If I want to replace your weapons, then you have to give me materials. Any materials are fine, but there's one thing. If you want to exchange weapons with beasts or herbs, then it would be best if the beasts are alive. The same goes for herbs. Alright, no problem. Wu Lai didn't think about it as he agreed. Zhao Hai underestimated the attraction of weapons to the 100 Victories realm. Before the people of the 100 Victories realm encountered the War God realm, they didn't put weapons in their eyes. In their minds, weapons only needed to kill people and beasts. But after the War God realm invaded the Hundred Victories realm, the people of the Hundred Victories realm began to understand the importance of weapons. Without good weapons, they would have suffered a huge loss. If they had good weapons, then at least half of the people from the War God realm would have died. Because of this incomparable desire for weapons, when Zhao Hai said that he can give weapons to the people of the Hundred Victories realm, Wu Lai didn't hesitate to agree. After Wu Lai said that, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can I take a look at the weapons you're talking about? The people of our Hundred Victories realm all like to use heavy weapons." Zhao Hai knew that Wu Lai wanted to inspect the goods, so he didn't waste any time. He waved his hand as a large axe appeared in his hand. Then he handed the axe over to Wu Lai and said, "Patriarch Wu, I see that you use axes, so I'll give this to you." This was a Xianxia hatchet. The huge hatchet looked like a door. Of course, the most important thing was that even though this Xianxia hatchet looked simple and unadorned, the edge of the hatchet was sparkling, giving people a feeling of incomparable sharpness. When Wu Lai received the axe, he felt that the axe was heavy. The weight of the axe was beyond Wu Lai's imagination. However, Wu Lai can still feel that this axe was suitable for him. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "This is an axe that I made not long ago. The entire axe weighs 1,200 jin. This axe doesn't have any special ability, it only has one characteristic, and that is its hardness. At the same time, I used some black gold on the edge of the axe. Black gold is one of the hardest metals. Using black gold to make the edge of the axe will make it sharper than ordinary weapons. I believe that if an ordinary artifact is cut by this axe, it would be damaged. If it doesn't stop, Patriarch Wu can give it a try." Wu Lai wasn't polite. He waved his hand as the axe that he usually uses appeared in his hand. Upon seeing his own axe and then looking at Zhao Hai's axe, Wu Lai's face couldn't help but turn red. Compared to Zhao Hai's axe, Wu Lai's axe couldn't be compared. One looked like a blank while the other looked like a work of art. Wu Lai took the axe that Zhao Hai gave him and then chopped at his own axe. A clanging sound was heard as the two axes collided. Wu Lai's axe had a huge crack on it. On the other hand, the axe that Zhao Hai gave him was completely fine. There wasn't even a small crack on its shiny blade. Wu Lai looked at the axe that Zhao Hai gave him, then his eyes lit up as he said, "Good axe, this is really a good axe." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, mister." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Wu is too polite. The weapons that I can give to the people of the Hundred Victories realm are similar to his. However, they won't be as good as this one. It's also impossible for me to tailor them to each person's needs. Therefore, I can only give them a rough standard. I want to ask, the weapons that the people of the Hundred Victories realm use should be heavy. Are there any special requirements?" When he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately shook his head and said, "Mister, you don't need to worry about this matter. If you want to make weapons for us, then I think we should just use a uniform weight of 1,000 jin. As for the other requirements, I don't have any. However, the weapons must be sharp. Mister should also know that the people from the War God realm wear armor. If the weapons aren't sharp enough, then it would be impossible to break through their defenses." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Mister, you don't need to worry about this matter. If you make weapons for us, then I think we should just use a uniform weight of 1,000 jin." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Rest assured, I'll make sure that the weapons are ready for you." Wu Lai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can Mister teach us how to refine weapons? We're willing to pay any price to learn it." Zhao Hai looked at Wu Lai's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Wu, you're too polite. Actually, I can teach you how to refine weapons. Moreover, I already planned to give it to you. Even if you didn't say anything, it would still be the same." When Wu Lai heard Zhao Hai, his expression became even more excited. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you telling the truth? Then I'll have to thank Mister." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Patriarch Wu, take this first. There's some knowledge related to refining inside, but it's not everything. Wait a few days, I'll organize it and then give it to you." Then Zhao Hai handed a jade slip over to Wu Lai. Wu Lai received the jade slip from Zhao Hai and used his spiritual force to explore the jade slip. His face immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. The jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him didn't tell people how to refine artifacts. Instead, it talked about the usage of various ores. It talked about how to extract metals from ores, what these metals were used for, and what metals were most suitable for use. Refining artifacts was never a simple matter. Just the ratio of various metals was something that couldn't be understood without a lot of experimentation. And with the development of the cultivation civilization for so many years, the ratios of various metals were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Without the guidance of a good teacher, it would be impossible to understand these formulas. Without a good metal formula, it would be impossible to make good metals. Without good materials, how could you refine good weapons? Therefore, although the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave to Wu Lai didn't teach him how to refine artifacts, it still represented Zhao Hai's strength. It can be said that with the metal formula in the jade slip, Wu Lai's ability to refine weapons would be much better than before. Wu Lai took a deep breath and solemnly received the jade slip. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and cupped his fist to Zhao Hai. "Thank you, Mr." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Come, let's drink." The atmosphere on the table became more lively. Everyone drank for several hours before Wu Lai and the others left. After Wu Lai and the others left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Just as he said, he needed to rest. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to teach Wu Lai and the others refining was because Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, people like Wu Lai and the others were bullied because they didn't know how to refine artifacts. Naturally, the most important reason was that whether it was the hairy ear race or the feathered bow race, both of them knew how to refine artifacts. And now that Xiao Fei and the others were acquainted with Wu Lai, it was very likely that Wu Lai would learn how to refine artifacts from them in the future. Instead of waiting for the three realms to form an alliance, it would be better for Zhao Hai to teach Wu Lai and the others how to refine artifacts. Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of Wu Lai and the others. From the way Wu Lai and the others drank and tested their weapons, Zhao Hai could see that Wu Lai and the others were straightforward people. It was good to make friends with such people. Once you become friends with them, they would be willing to do anything for you. If they were grateful to you, they would be willing to die for you. If Zhao Hai teaches the people of the 100 Victories realm how to refine artifacts, then the people of the 100 Victories realm would be grateful to him. Then the people of the 100 Victories realm would do their best to help him. At that time, Zhao Hai would have a formidable army in his hands. Zhao Hai didn't doubt the strength of the 100 Victories realm. The people of the 100 Victories realm could fight against the people of the War God realm for 100 years. At this time, there were countless 100 Victories realm cultivators serving in the War God realm. Moreover, they were serving in the main battle legions of the War God realm. From this, one can imagine the strength of the 100 Victories realm cultivators. If he had such an army in his hands, then Zhao Hai's strength would increase a lot. Naturally, Zhao Hai's current relationship with the cultivators of the 100 Victories realm could only be regarded as ordinary. However, relationships were built up bit by bit. Two people could become good friends as soon as they meet. Then they would immediately cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper to become sworn brothers. Although there were such friends, there weren't too many of them. Most people would make friends after many times of contact. They would understand each other bit by bit and think that the other person was a good person. Zhao Hai was the same. He wanted to slowly get in touch with the people of the 100 Victories realm. Only then would he be able to subdue the people of the 100 Victories realm. 7 days passed by in a blink of an eye. The day of the appointment with Wu Lai and the others arrived early. Wu Lai and the others arrived at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion early. Ji Wuming brought them to the top floor where Zhao Hai was standing. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he cupped his fist towards Wu Lai and the others and said, "You all came early." Wu Lai and the others quickly returned the greeting. Then Zhao Hai said, "I ask you to lead the way." Wu Lai wasn't polite as he pointed in a direction. Zhao Hai immediately commanded the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to fly towards that direction. While the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was flying, Zhao Hai was looking at the scenery of the 100 Victories realm. Then he said, "Speaking of which, the scenery of the 100 Victories realm is really good. If there's an opportunity, I must take a good look at it." Wu Lai smiled faintly and said, "It's rare for Mr. to be so refined. But the scenery of the 100 Victories realm is really good. However, every time the beasts attacked the city, it would be destroyed. To be honest, the scenery after the destruction is really not worth seeing. Zhao Hai nodded, then his eyes couldn't help but focus. This was because he saw a black dot in the distant sky. This black dot was very fast and was rushing towards the Heaven's secret tower. Before long, Zhao Hai was able to clearly see what the black dot was. It turned out to be a huge beast that looked like a vulture. At this moment, this beast was staring at the Heaven's secret tower with its red eyes. At first glance, one could see that it didn't have any good intentions. At this time, Wu Lai and the others also saw the huge vulture. Wu Lai's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Corpse vulture. Moreover, it's an adult corpse vulture. This is troublesome. Mister, let the large artifact descend. An adult corpse vulture isn't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai looked at the corpse vulture and understood why Wu Lai and the others were so afraid of it. It was because this was a void-piercing realm beast. It was said that void-piercing realm beasts had intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans. Moreover, most of them liked to transform into human form. It was very rare for them to maintain their original form. However, Zhao Hai was very curious about this scavenger vulture. This scavenger vulture didn't seem to have any wisdom, but it still took the initiative to provoke him. This was a bit strange. Zhao Hai really wanted to know what this scavenger vulture was thinking, and why it attacked the Heaven's secret building. The scavenger vulture didn't give Zhao Hai a chance. The scavenger vulture rushed towards the Heaven's secret pavilion. When it was about to approach the Heaven's secret pavilion, it suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a black poisonous mist towards the Heaven's secret pavilion. Wu Lai said, "Corpse poison, this is the corpse poison sprayed out by the scavenger vulture. Mister, be careful. This corpse poison is very overbearing. Moreover, it said that this corpse poison is alive." Zhao Hai nodded. Then a transparent shield suddenly appeared outside the Heaven's secret pavilion. Outside of this shield, there was a blue flame. When the corpse poison came into contact with the blue flames, it actually let out an ear-piercing shriek before retreating. This situation greatly exceeded the scavenger vulture's expectations. At this time, the energy cannon of the Tianji building extended out. With a flash of white light, a large hole was blasted open on the scavenger vulture's body. The scavenger vulture let out a miserable shriek before flapping its wings and dodging to the side. Its movement speed wasn't affected at all. But what Zhao saw wasn't just this. He also saw that although the scars on the vulture's body hadn't healed, there seemed to be something wriggling under the vulture's skin. It was as if there were countless living things under its skin. Wu Lai looked at the fleeing corpse vultures and said, "Corpse vultures feed on corpses. It can be said that they are the first creatures to be poisoned. Because of this, they can no longer be considered as living creatures. They are a special existence between ghosts and living creatures. These things aren't easy to deal with. Even if they receive a fatal injury, they won't die under normal circumstances. They are very difficult to deal with." Wu Lai looked at the corpse vulture and said, "Corpse vultures eat corpses as food." When Zhao Hai heard Wu Lai, he stared. Then he showed an interested expression and said, "There are such creatures? Then I'll have to take a good look." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared on top of the scavenger vulture's head. When the scavenger vulture discovered that there was someone on top of its head, it immediately screamed. Then countless thin lines appeared on its body and shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao looked at the threads, and his expression became even more interested. This was because he found that the threads were actually living things, not things that came from the body of the vulture. He also found that the body of the vulture seemed to be made up of countless living things. On the contrary, the life of the vulture itself seemed to be very weak. When he felt this situation, a word immediately appeared in Zhao Hai's mind, parasitism. That's right, the scavenger vulture gave Zhao Hai the feeling of parasitism. There were other living creatures inside the scavenger vulture's body, absorbing nutrients and life force's life force, and slowly strengthening themselves. It was precisely because the scavenger vulture was being parasitized that it didn't die even after receiving fatal injuries. This was because it was composed of countless living creatures. Even if a part of it died, a large part of it would still be alive. As long as those living creatures were still alive, the scavenger vulture wouldn't die. Zhao Hai's figure moved, avoiding the attack of the black lines. Then with a move of his hand, a large net appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai waved the net and directly covered the scavenger vulture. Then with a move of his hand, the net disappeared into the space. As soon as the scavenger vulture entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: parasitic vulture creature detected. Extracting parasite. Successful. The parasite is a special kind of virus. It has a strong reproductive ability and can parasitize any living creature. It can gather together and act together. Once parasitized, the parasite will lose its dominance. This parasite is hostile to the host and can threaten the host. Subduing this parasite will result in the host losing its wisdom and becoming a part of the host's body. The host can inject the parasite into other people's bodies and activate them. The parasite will help the host absorb spiritual energy and give the host a strong ability to survive. Even if the host's body is damaged, the parasite can use its reproductive ability to grow new limbs. When necessary, the host can introduce his soul into the parasite and use it to be reborn. This parasite is the best guarantee for the host before reaching blood drop rebirth. Even if the host reaches blood drop rebirth, this parasite will still be very beneficial to the host. Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned. Naturally, he understood the prompt. According to the prompt, once this parasite enters his body, it would only bring him benefits. However, when he thought about having this parasite in his body, Zhao Hai felt strange and uncomfortable. But after thinking about it for a while, he figured it out. To put it bluntly, this thing was like installing a backup system in his body. Once there was any problem with his body, this backup system would immediately be activated. This was a good thing. Moreover, once this parasite enters his body, it would become a part of him. It would be impossible for it to have its own will. There was nothing to be afraid of. After thinking it through, Zhao Hai said, "Use it." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, Zhao Hai felt some changes in his body. His body seemed to be transforming. His muscles, bones, and every other part of his body were being transformed. This transformation process was very fast. After the transformation was completed, Zhao Hai felt that his control over his body was strengthened. Moreover, his body seemed to have become more active. His body could absorb spiritual energy all the time. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. In the past, Zhao Hai's body was also cultivating all the time. However, that was cultivation, deliberate cultivation. But now, it was different. His body was absorbing spiritual energy. Every hair, every inch of his skin, and every cell was absorbing spiritual energy. A large part of this spiritual energy was stored in his body while the rest was stored in his dantian for his own use. Naturally, the most important thing was that this spiritual energy didn't conflict with the spiritual energy he absorbed during cultivation. In other words, Zhao Hai now had two systems to absorb spiritual energy. After discovering this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then his figure moved and returned to the heavenly secret pavilion. Although the process was very long, it only took a few minutes for Zhao Hai to deal with the corpse-eating vultures. When Zhao Hai returned to the heavenly secret pavilion, Wu Lai and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't think that the corpse-eating vultures would be dealt with by Zhao Hai so quickly. Zhao Hai didn't care about Wu Lai. Instead, he commanded the heavenly secret pavilion to fly forward. The way Wu Lai and the others looked at Zhao Hai had changed. They finally realized how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Originally, when Zhao Hai agreed to teach them how to refine artifacts and give them some weapons, Wu Lai already thought about it. He wanted to discuss with the other clans and have them go easy on Zhao Hai during the 10,000-man formation. But now, Wu Lai didn't know if he needed to do this. Zhao Hai also noticed Wu Lai's expression. He couldn't help but turn his head to Wu Lai and said, "There's no need to be surprised. If I can't even deal with something like this, then how can I fight against the War Divine Realm?" Hee. When Wu Lai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded. Wu Lai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, if our 10,000-man formation is made up of people like him, how confident are you in passing it?" As he said that, Wu Lai pointed at a person surnamed Wu behind him. This person looked to be around 20 years old. His muscles were firm, comparable to a bodybuilder. Zhao Hai looked at this person. This person was a Vajra realm cultivator. Moreover, he was only one step away from reaching the spirit condensation realm. Zhao Hai turned to Wu Lai and said, "Rest assured, I won't hurt anyone." Then Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. However, this sentence was enough. Wu Lai and the others already understood what Zhao Hai meant. But it was precisely because they understood that they were surprised. They understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai wanted to say that he can subdue these people without hurting them? Is this possible? One must know that for a cultivator, killing them might be the easiest thing to do. However, if one wanted to subdue them without injuring them, it would be much more difficult. If one wanted to subdue them without injuring them, it would be even more difficult. What's more, Zhao Hai wasn't just facing one enemy, but 10,000. 10,000 Vajra realm experts. Even void-piercing realm experts would be defeated. Yet, Zhao Hai said that he can subdue them without hurting them? Is this possible? Although Wu Lai and the others knew that Zhao Hai was strong, they were still surprised by Zhao Hai's words. The 3-day journey wasn't very far, but in these 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others encountered more than 10 attacks. This also made Zhao Hai understand why the 100 Victories realm was besieged by demon beasts. There were too many demon beasts here. Zhao Hai hadn't seen many demon beasts before. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the 100 Victories realm. He really wanted to know why there were so many demon beasts in the 100 Victories realm. After 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived in front of a mountain peak. Upon seeing this mountain peak, Zhao Hai finally understood why it was called the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. This mountain looked like a huge pillar, but it was just a pillar with hair growing on it. He didn't know how the trees grew on the mountain, but this pillar-like mountain actually had a lot of trees growing on it. This made the mountain look even more strange. The entire mountain looked like a huge root. Although they haven't arrived at the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, Zhao Hai could feel that there were countless life fluctuations on the mountain. In other words, there were a lot of cultivators on the mountain. Zhao Hai didn't care. He waved his hand and the heavenly secret tower slowly flew to the top of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. The peak of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains was huge. Most importantly, the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains had been cleared out and turned into an incomparably huge platform. This platform was large enough for 100,000 people to train on. One can imagine how huge it was. Currently, there were quite a number of people standing on the platform. These people were dressed in similar attire as Wu Lai. Every one of them held a weapon in their hands. Their eyes were fixed on the Heaven's Secret Tower. Some of the cultivators even revealed unfriendly expressions. Upon seeing these people's expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes narrowed. He discovered that things weren't as simple as he thought. Some of the people from the 100 Victories realm seemed to be hostile towards him. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Wu Lai opened his mouth and said, "Mister, please wait here for a moment. I have something to say to them. Is that all right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course. Patriarch Wu, please go ahead." Wu Lai kept his fists towards Zhao Hai. Then he led the people surnamed Wu to leave the heavenly secret tower and fly to the top of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. When they arrived on the platform, they were immediately surrounded by people. Zhao Hai didn't listen to what they were saying. He just wanted to know when the formation would begin. Wu Lai didn't know what he said to the people on the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, but the people on the mountains seemed to be very excited. Their voices became louder and louder. Even Zhao Hai could hear their voices from the heavenly secret tower. However, because there were too many people, he couldn't hear what they were saying. Before long, they seemed to have reached a consensus. Then Wu Lai flew from the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains to the heavenly secret tower. After arriving beside Zhao Hai, Wu Lai kept his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come with me. Everyone wants to see Mister. The formation will begin soon." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then he followed Wu Lai to the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. After arriving at the mountain, Zhao Hai immediately felt the gazes of the people on the mountain turn towards him. These people's eyes were filled with excitement. Their expressions were the same as when Zhao Hai told Wu Lai that he could teach them refining. When Zhao Hai and Wu Lai stood firm, an old man from the 100 Victories realm rushed towards Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, is what Wu Lai said true? Are you really willing to teach us refining? The old man's words were very impolite. He simply treated Zhao Hai as a junior of his family. However, Zhao Hai didn't get angry. He had seen a lot of people like this old man. If he were to get angry with all of them, then he would be angered to death. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the old man and said, May I ask who Mr. is? The old man replied, This old man is Zhou Yanning. Kid, this old man is asking you a question. Are you really willing to teach us refining? Upon hearing Zhou Yanning, Wu Lai couldn't help but frown. He felt that Zhou Yanning's words were too impolite. He wasn't familiar with Zhao Hai, and he wasn't a junior of his family. He didn't have the qualifications to order Zhao Hai around. However, Wu Lai also knew about Zhou Yalong's temperament. He also knew about the Zhou family's influence. The Zhou family was one of the strongest families in the 100 Victories realm. Therefore, he couldn't say anything about this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning, then he smiled faintly and said, Right, I did say that I would teach the people of the 100 Victories realm how to refine. Does Mr. have any objections? Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and said, Kid, hand over the refining method and I'll spare your life. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he heard Zhou Yanning. Then he looked at Zhou Yanning in confusion and said, What does old Mr. mean? Could it be that you want my, Zhao Hai's, life? Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, You're right. I originally wanted your life, but you have the refining method in your hands. As long as you teach me the refining method, I'll spare your life. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and said, How did I offend old Mr.? Old Mr. actually wants my life? Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, Offending the war god's realm is offending me, Zhou Yanning, and offending my Zhou clan. Kid, you really overestimate yourself. You want to fight the war god's realm? You really don't know life from death. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and didn't say anything. Wu Lai didn't care too much. Zhou Yanning's words had already exceeded the scope of what he could endure. He looked at Zhou Yanning and angrily shouted, Zhou Yanning, you treacherous traitor who forgot your ancestors. We agreed to deal with the war god's realm together. You actually want to help them? What benefits did the war god's realm give you? Why are you so loyal to them? You'd rather be their dog. Zhou Yanning looked at Wu Lai and sneered, What a joke. What dog? So what if I'm their dog? You don't have the qualifications to be their dog. In any case, no one here can leave alive. I'm not afraid to tell you that without the support of the war god's realm, our Zhou clan wouldn't have been able to develop to its current scale. Didn't you notice that for so many years, our Zhou clan had the least number of people sent to the military? And the number of people who came back alive was the highest? Ha ha ha, you actually didn't notice. This is too pitiful. How can you fools fight the war god's realm? I think you should just give up. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning, then he sighed and said, No matter where you are, there will always be heroes and dogs. Heroes can keep moving forward for a goal, but dogs can only live for humans. To be honest, I feel disgusted when I see you, you're happy being a dog. Killing your own clansmen for fun, you're ashamed of your birth. How can a person like you live? It's better for you to die early. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhou Yanning's expression turned dark. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brat, you're quite bold. You actually dared to say such words. Hee, I've changed my mind. If you hand over the refining method, then I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning, then he suddenly smiled and said, If you want to cut me into 1,000 pieces, then let's see if you have the strength to do so. You said that those who came to the Sky Pillar Mountain today wouldn't be able to leave alive. Does that mean that you've left an ambush in the mountain? Tell them to come out. I want to see who it is that can make you so confident. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhou Yanning couldn't help but sneer and said, You guessed right. There are indeed ambushes in the Sky Pillar Mountain today. However, my ambush is very special. Actually, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, but I haven't had the chance. Today, almost all the patriarchs of the 100 Victories realm are here. This is the best opportunity. Zhao Hai, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning, then he sniffed before nodding and said, "Shadowless breeze, so it's poison." "Hee, this poison is indeed good. It's very useful for body cultivators. I didn't expect you to be able to get your hands on this poison. It's rare." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhou Yanning's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you know?" "Humph, so what if you know?" "Zhao Hai, we're all dead." At this time, Wu Lai's expression changed. This was because he discovered that his body had become very sore. Although his spiritual qi was still there, he couldn't move his body. This was why Shadowless Breeze was so overbearing. Frankly speaking, this poison was a very special kind of poison. When he first invented it, he wanted to use it to interrogate people. This was because not only could it make people unable to move, but it could also make people feel pain. Even the pain of being pricked by a needle could be magnified 10 times by this poison. Imagine a person being pricked by a needle. Originally, the pain would be gone after a short while, but after using Shadowless Breeze, it would make people feel as if they were being stabbed by a knife. This kind of feeling was something that no one could withstand. But later on, people discovered that Shadowless Breeze had a fatal flaw. It was useless against spiritual qi. It can make people unable to move their bodies, making them extremely soft and sensitive. However, it has no effect on spiritual qi. This might not seem like a flaw, but for cultivators who use artifacts, it was a fatal flaw. For cultivators who use artifacts, even if they can't move their bodies, they can still use their spiritual force and spiritual qi to command their artifacts to attack. On the other hand, Shadowless Breeze was a poison that stimulated spiritual force. In other words, when using Shadowless Breeze, the poison person's spiritual force would be a lot stronger than before. This was also the reason why the poison person would be very sensitive to it. It was because of this that Shadowless Essence Wind was no longer suitable for extorting confessions. However, it was slowly being used to deal with body cultivators. Body cultivators rarely use artifacts that can fly. They mainly focus on close combat. Because of this, their use of spiritual force was very rough. Generally, they only use it for defense. Shadowless Breeze was specifically used to deal with body cultivators. This was because it can increase one's spiritual force while making the body unable to move. This was the nemesis of body cultivators. Even the Shadowless Breeze was a very precious material. Ordinary people couldn't get their hands on it. In a pure body cultivation realm like the 100 Victories realm, there was no such thing. He didn't think that Zhou Yanning would reveal such a thing today. Upon hearing Zhao Hai mention Shadowless Breeze, everyone in the 100 Victories realm was startled. Wu Lai looked at Zhou Yanning and said, "Zhou Yanning, you despicable villain. You actually used Shadowless Breeze to deal with us. Don't you know that Shadowless Breeze is a forbidden drug in the 100 Victories realm?" "Ha ha ha." Zhou Yanning laughed wildly and said, "Forbidden drug? What forbidden drug? How come I don't know about it?" Zhou Yanning already wanted to kill Wu Lai and the others. Why would he care about using forbidden drugs? For him, killing Wu Lai and Zhao Hai was the most important thing. He didn't care about forbidden drugs at all. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and said, "You really want to kill everyone here? Otherwise, you wouldn't have used Shadowless Breeze. Shadowless Breeze is a forbidden drug in the 100 Victories realm. If news of you using Shadowless Breeze were to spread, then you wouldn't be able to establish yourself in the 100 Victories realm. I'm just curious, how do you explain the deaths of so many patriarchs?" Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're right." Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "That's why I want to thank you. Isn't your appearance the last excuse? Zhao Hai, you don't need to pretend. Since you agreed to challenge the 10,000 cultivators formation, then you must be a body cultivator. I don't believe that you weren't affected at all." Wu Lai and the others no longer had the strength to move. They even fell to the ground. Only Zhao Hai and the Zhou clan were still standing. The Zhou clan didn't send a lot of people to Heavenly Pillar Mountain, only a few thousand people. For a great clan like the Zhou clan, it was normal for them to send so many people. Because of this, nobody doubted them before. But now, these few thousand people became the deciding factor of victory and defeat. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and said solemnly, "You seem to have forgotten. My heavenly secret tower is right there. There are countless cultivators in my heavenly secret tower. If you dare touch me, I can guarantee that they will wipe out your Zhou family. Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. You think I didn't think of this? I forgot to tell you that I've arranged a defensive formation on the Heavenly Pillar Mountain. This formation is enough to block the attack of your large artifact. I don't need to block your large artifact for too long. In a few hours, our reinforcements will arrive. At that time I won't need to be afraid of you. I'll say that you killed them. At that time, the entire 100 Victories realm will listen to my command and fight against you. I don't believe that you can fight against the entire 100 Victories realm with just a small artifact. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and said, what I'm curious about is why you still haven't made a move yet. What are you waiting for? A person like you shouldn't be talking nonsense to me, right? Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. You're a smart person, very smart. You actually knew that I was waiting. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was waiting for the defensive formation of Sky Pillar Mountain to be completed. Although Sky Pillar Mountain has a defensive formation, it still hasn't been completed. I'm waiting for the defensive formation to be completed. You didn't call the Heaven's Secret Tower to support you. This is the biggest mistake you've made. Zhao Hai, you can rest assured that your Heaven's Secret Tower will be finished. And all of this will become my contribution, our contribution. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and sighed, your plan is perfect. Unfortunately, Zhou Yanning, you don't understand me, you don't understand me. You don't know how strong I am. I'm a body cultivator, but people have forgotten that there are people who are immune to all kinds of poisons. Also, nobody told you that a body cultivator can't cultivate anything else. Most importantly, Zhou Yanning, you don't know who is helping me. I can guarantee that besides you, no one will die today. You can try if you don't believe me. Zhou Yanning was taken aback. He looked around and was shocked by what he saw. In the Sky Pillar Mountain, aside from Zhou Yanning's group, all the other cultivators have been poisoned by Shadowless Breeze. Originally, Zhou Yanning wanted to wait until the defensive formation was set up before sending his subordinates to kill Zhao Hai. This way, they can push all the blame onto Zhao Hai and take control of the 100 Victories realm. Even if they can't take control of the 100 Victories realm, they can still kill Zhao Hai. This was equivalent to removing an enemy for the War God realm. With the support of the War God realm, the Zhou clan can dominate the 100 Victories realm. Because of this, Zhou Yanning focused all his attention on Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was still standing there, unlike the others who fell to the ground. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhou Yanning focused her attention on the cultivators. But when she saw them, her expression changed. This was because she discovered that each of the cultivators had a stone golem standing beside them. These stone golems were pouring water onto the faces of the cultivators who were hit by Shadowless Breeze. Zhou Yanning's expression immediately changed. Zhou Yanning's expression changed. Shadowless Breeze was a very overbearing poison. In order to detoxify this poison, one would need a very special antidote. However, this poison also had a special characteristic. After 12 hours, the poison would automatically disappear and the person would be fine. If they drenched them with water, then it would greatly increase the speed of the poison disappearing. If they let the stone golems drench them with water, then it wouldn't take long before the poison in their bodies was completely neutralized. When Zhou Yanning saw this, his eyes turned red. He knew that he couldn't let these people detoxify the poison. If they did, then they would be finished. Their entire Zhou clan would be finished. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, he suddenly discovered that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had arrived on top of the Sky Pillar Mountain. Then a cannon barrel came out of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Then a white light flashed and the barrier that Zhou Yanning had just set up was broken. Soldiers flew out of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and surrounded the Sky Pillar Mountain. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yanning's expression changed. Then he immediately shouted, "Attack! Attack Zhao Hai with all your strength! Capture him!" Following his order, the Zhou clan rushed towards Zhao Hai. They knew that this was their last chance. If they lost this opportunity, then the Zhou clan would be finished. Zhao Hai looked at the people rushing towards him. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Why bother? I already told you that I'm invulnerable to poison. Shadowless Breeze, what can you do to me?" After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Zhou family members. He didn't use his saber or any other weapon, he just punched the Zhou family members one after another. Every Zhou family member who was hit had their bones broken. If they weren't dead, then they were injured. No, it should be said that they weren't injured at all. They didn't even have the chance to fight back, all of them died. At this time, although the people who came out of the Heaven's secret pavilion surrounded the Sky Pillar Mountain, they didn't make a move. Everyone was quietly looking at Zhao Hai. When Zhou Yanning saw this, his heart couldn't help but sink. He discovered that among the people surrounding the Sky Pillar Mountain, there were people from the Hairy Ear tribe, the Feathered Bow tribe, and some people wearing iron armor. However, none of them made a move. They just stood there quietly. They didn't even take out their weapons. They just looked at Zhao Hai killing. There were only two explanations for this situation. First, they had enmity with Zhao Hai. Second, they wanted Zhao Hai to die, so they just stood there and watched. However, it was clear that this possibility didn't exist. Therefore, there was only the second explanation. These people had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai would be fine. Looking at the current situation, it was clear that the second possibility was right. After seeing the situation of Zhao Hai's battle, Zhou Yanning finally understood why these people didn't make a move. With Zhao Hai's speed, even if he destroyed the Zhou clan, it would only take a few thousand punches. A few thousand punches were very easy for a cultivator. Some cultivators with fast hands would be able to send out a few thousand punches in a few minutes. Zhou Yanning's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood why Zhao Hai came to the War God's realm and even destroyed several realms. However, the people from the War God's realm still couldn't do anything to him. He thought that it was because the War God's realm didn't react. But now, it seems like it was because of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhou Yanning looked at the patriarchs who were sitting up inside. He knew that everything was over. He was finished, the Zhou clan was also finished. At the same time, the War God's realm's trouble had arrived. Zhou Yanning knew that the people of the 100 Victories realm were very dissatisfied with the War God's realm. They thought that the War God's realm had destroyed their homeland. Because of this, even though the 100 Victories realm obeyed the orders of the War God's realm, they didn't truly submit to the War God's realm. This time, Zhao Hai's arrival gave the people of the 100 Victories realm some confidence. Because of this, the great clans of the 100 Victories realm agreed to the 10,000-man formation. However, Zhou Yanning was sure that even if Zhao Hai passed the 10,000-man formation, the 100 Victories realm wouldn't wholeheartedly oppose the War God's realm. They would certainly leave behind a large number of people to guard their own realms. This was because even if they had confidence in Zhao Hai, they still couldn't wholeheartedly trust Zhao Hai. But now, the situation was different. His actions and the exposure of his identity would make the clans of the 100 Victories realm go crazy. The people of the 100 Victories realm had always thought that they were independent and that the War God's realm wouldn't dare to touch them. However, they didn't expect that the War God's realm would use another method to control the 100 Victories realm. This was a challenge to the clans of the 100 Victories realm. The clans of the 100 Victories realm wouldn't agree. They would certainly destroy the Zhou clan and then declare war on the War God's realm. They would send out their troops to help Zhao Hai deal with the War God's realm. Even if they were the last one to die, they would still go to war with the War God's realm. This was because Zhao Hai's realm had violated their previous agreement. They wanted to use this method to control the 100 Victories realm. This was the bottom line of the 100 Victories realm. Zhou Yanning smiled bitterly. He didn't think that his actions would not only cause the entire Zhou clan to be involved, but also create a powerful enemy for the War God's realm. Just as Zhou Yanning was thinking about this, Zhao Hai's battle was about to end. All the Zhou clan's disciples that rushed towards him were eliminated. Zhao Hai was now standing 100 meters away from Zhou Yanning. He was looking at Zhou Yanning's blurred eyes. Zhou Yanning felt that the surroundings were quiet. He sobered up and looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "I lost." Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yanning and said, "Yes, you lost." "Why? Do you have anything to say?" Zhou Yanning looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit." At this time I have nothing to say. Zhao Hai, you are a powerhouse. Losing to you isn't an injustice. However, my life can only be decided by myself. You can't decide it. Then a trace of blood appeared on the corner of Zhou Yenning's mouth as his eyes slowly dimmed. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Yenning and said, "You're quite a character. What a pity." After he said that, Zhao Hai no longer paid attention to Zhou Yenning. He turned his head to look at the others. Wu Lai and the others were now able to stand up. However, their expressions weren't very good. Zhao Hai walked to Wu Lai's side, then he smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Wu, nobody expected this to happen. You don't need to take it to heart." Wu Lai said, "I have to thank Mr. for today's matter. If it weren't for Mr., we would have all died here. Moreover, I'm afraid that the 100 Victories realm would have been controlled by the War God realm. Mr. can rest assured. I think that after today's matter, all of us will agree to send troops to deal with the War God realm. In any case, no matter what the others do, our Wu clan will definitely use all of our strength to deal with the War God realm." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "That's for the best." Actually, Zhou Yenning was too anxious. Otherwise, his plan might have succeeded. "Forget it, let's not worry about him. I think you should be recovering soon, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good." Wu Lai said, "Soon. In about an hour, we'll be able to fully recover. However, I think that the Zhou clan's reinforcements will be arriving soon. I'm afraid that Mr. will have to deal with these people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to be polite. Leave it to me." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The army surrounding the Pillar of Heaven returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion. At the same time, the stone golems brought the 100 Victories realm's cultivators back to the Heaven's secret pavilion. Actually, if Zhao Hai wanted to detoxify Wu Lai and the others, he could have done so in a few minutes. However, he didn't do so. He didn't want Wu Lai and the others to think that the poison was easy to detoxify. If that was the case, then Wu Lai and the others would be less grateful to him. This wouldn't be good for his future plans. Zhao Hai also returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion. He stood on the top floor and looked into the distance, waiting for the Zhou clan to arrive. He believed that the Zhou clan hadn't sent any news to the War God's realm yet. This was because the Zhou clan simply didn't have enough time to spread the news. Zhao Hai was very confident in his formation. He believed that as long as the formation was in place, it would be impossible for the Zhou family to spread the news. And since he immediately set up the formation after arriving in the 100 Victories realm, it was impossible for the Zhou family to spread the news. In other words, the War God's realm still didn't know that he was in the 100 Victories realm. This was good news for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know that Zhao Hai was in the 100 Victories realm. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the War God's realm. However, he was afraid that if the War God's realm received the news, then it would be disadvantageous to the 100 Victories realm's cultivators. This would greatly affect the confidence of the 100 Victories realm's clans. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about these matters, a black line came from the distance. Zhao Hai looked at the black line and discovered that it was made up of cultivators. Moreover, they were all cultivators from the 100 Victories realm. There were several 100,000 of them. They were all holding weapons and their faces were filled with killing intent. Upon seeing these people, Zhao Hai knew that they were all from the Zhou clan. Only the Zhou clan would be able to react this quickly. These were the Zhou clan's reinforcements. Seeing these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. In the conference room of the Heaven's secret pavilion, Zhao Hai was sitting there. Across from him were a lot of people. There was Xiu Fei, Yu Feiying, and even more people from the 100 Victories realm. Wu Lai and the others were also present. These people from the 100 Victories realm had ugly expressions. They had already cured Shadowless Breeze's poison. However, their expressions were still ugly. They didn't think that they would be tricked by Zhou Yenning. In fact, they couldn't be blamed for this. Zhou Yenning's disguise was simply too good. Previously, Zhou Yenning had always been at odds with the people of the War God's world. Sometimes, she would even disobey the orders of the War God's world. It seemed like she was the strongest opponent of the War God's world. None of the upright people of the 100 Victories realm had ever doubted Zhou Yenning. Because of this, they fell into Zhou Yenning's trap. This trap wasn't unjust at all. But in front of Zhao Hai, they were all defeated. This made them lose face. Because of this, their expressions were ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so sad. As the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in the house. Zhou Yanning can be considered a thief in the house. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to guard against her." Wu Lai sighed, then he said, "Mister, there's no need to mention this matter. Mister, please give us a few days. We need to deal with the internal affairs of the 100 Victories realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I can also open up a portion of the formation so that you can communicate with the outside world. If you lose contact with the outside world for a long time, they would become suspicious. I heard that there are a lot of cultivators from the 100 Victories realm serving in the War God realm. If the people from the War God realm become suspicious of the people from the 100 Victories realm, then the people from the War God realm would be in danger." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel excited. They knew how big of a risk Zhao Hai was taking. Wu Lai stood up, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. Right, I've already sorted out the refining methods. I'll give them to everyone today." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a pile of jade slips and distributed them to everyone. Each person received 2. One of the jade slips recorded the information that was given to Wu Lai. It contained the refining methods of various metals as well as the ratios of various metals. The other jade slip recorded the refining methods, the application of various formations, and so on. It can be said that these 2 jade slips can allow a person who doesn't know how to refine artifacts to become an artificer. Although it was impossible to become a Grandmaster Artificer, it was enough to refine ordinary weapons. The people from the 100 Victories realm knew nothing about refining artifacts. To them, these jade slips were priceless treasures. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that they wouldn't cooperate with him after learning the refining knowledge. He knew that it would be very difficult for the people from the 100 Victories realm to learn how to refine artifacts. Although Zhao Hai gave the jade slips to the people from the 100 Victories realm, the people from the 100 Victories realm really didn't have any talent in alchemy. If the people from the 100 Victories realm really did have talent, then they would have already developed their own alchemy methods after so many years. How could they still use crude weapons? This showed that they really didn't have any talent in alchemy. Talent was something that you couldn't see or touch. However, it was very important. Just like Edison said, a genius was 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. Sometimes, that 1% inspiration was more important than 99% perspiration. Talent was equivalent to that 1% inspiration. Some people would read those boring articles with great interest while others would read them as if they were reading a heavenly book. In fact, this was a manifestation of talent. The people from the 100 Victories realm were like this. After so many years, they still hadn't developed their own refining techniques. It was impossible for them to learn it now. Refining techniques were very meticulous. Any slight deviation could lead to a difference in the quality of the product. With the talent of the cultivators from the 100 Victories realm, it wouldn't be easy for them to learn such meticulous refining techniques. However, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't tell the people from the 100 Victories realm about this. At this time, the people from the 100 Victories realm were already crazy about refining. If he told them about this, then they wouldn't believe him. Instead, they might think that Zhao Hai didn't want to teach them. If they really thought that, then Zhao Hai's gains wouldn't make up for his losses. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, after he gave the jade slips to the patriarchs of the 100 Victories realm, all of them showed an excited expression. Everyone immediately took out the jade slips and looked at them carefully. Waiting for the excitement of these people to die down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, don't be too anxious to look at it. Refining isn't something that can be learned in a day or 2. Moreover, I want to remind everyone that although the refining method recorded in the jade slip is very detailed, there is no room for mistakes when it comes to controlling the fire. If the fire is wrong, then the refining process is likely to fail. Refining has always been a very expensive thing." Zhao Hai nodded and said. The patriarchs knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. Therefore, everyone nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, everyone still has a lot of things to do. I won't keep you here. After you've dealt with your matters, we'll have a drink together." The patriarchs nodded and said, "Alright, everyone still has a lot of things to do." As soon as these people heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Wu Lai stood up and then cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister, for your understanding. Then we'll be taking our leave." Among the people present, only Wu Lai was familiar with Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was better for him to step forward. Although there were a lot of people present who had higher status than Wu Lai, these people still didn't know what to say to Zhao Hai. They were embarrassed to see Zhao Hai. After they left, Zhao Hai turned to Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, open up some barriers, but at the same time, open up the filtering system." Ji Wuming nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai's research in this space over the past few years wasn't in vain. In some aspects, his research on formations had surpassed the space. Just like this barrier formation, Zhao Hai's barrier formation was incomparably powerful. Not only did it have all kinds of privileges, it also had a filtering system. This filtering system was even more powerful. He could invade any jade slip or other communication method that passed through the system and understand the contents inside. If the content inside wasn't allowed to pass through the filtering system, then the jade slip or other things would absolutely not pass through. At the same time, it would immediately report to Zhao Hai, letting him know that there was something that violated the system. This was indeed a violation of human rights. However, in this world, there were no such things as human rights. Zhao Hai could use this method to find spies. Wouldn't that be better? Zhao Hai didn't directly destroy the Zhou clan. However, the Zhou clan's reinforcements were destroyed by Zhao Hai. As for the Zhou clan, Zhao Hai planned to hand them over to the 100 Victories realm. Sure enough, after the people of the 100 Victories realm left, the first thing they did was to destroy the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was completely destroyed by the people of the 100 Victories realm. There was no need for Zhao Hai to make a move. What the Zhou clan did had crossed the bottom line of all the clans in the 100 Victories realm. Naturally, they wouldn't let the Zhou clan off. However, after destroying the Zhou clan, they didn't immediately contact Zhao Hai. Instead, they gathered together and discussed how to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's appearance in the 100 Victories realm gave them an excuse to start a war with the War God realm. These people had been dissatisfied with the War God realm for a long time. However, they didn't have anyone to take the lead. Now that Zhao Hai appeared, it gave them an excuse to start a war with the War God realm. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai didn't give them the refining method, they would have gone easy on him during the 10,000-man formation. This would have allowed Zhao Hai to pass the test of the 10,000-man formation. Then they would have been justified in starting a war with the War God realm. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to not only give them the refining method, he also helped them get rid of the parasite that was the Zhou family. This was tantamount to making the entire 100 Victories realm owe Zhao Hai a favor. The people of the 100 Victories realm had a clear distinction between kindness and anger. If it was their enemy, they would fight them to the death. If it was their friend, they would do their best to help them. But now, Zhao Hai was their benefactor. This made them feel awkward. They didn't know what kind of attitude they should have towards their benefactor. Because of this, they gathered together to discuss how to deal with Zhao Hai. However, this meeting wasn't hosted by Wu Lai. Although the Wu clan was a famous clan in the 100 Victories realm, they weren't one of the top clans in the 100 Victories realm. Because of this, they didn't need to host this meeting. There were a total of 7 clans hosting this meeting. They were the Qian clan, the Sun clan, the Jing clan, the Ma clan, the Chen clan, the Chu clan, and the Hu clan. Actually, there should have been 8 great clans. The Zhou clan was also a great clan that was on par with them. But now that the Zhou clan had been destroyed, only 7 great clans remained. The Qian clan's patriarch, Qian Wang, was sitting there. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should understand the current situation. Zhao Hai has shown enough sincerity. Also, everyone knows about the War God realm's actions. It's time to fight them to the death." Nobody objected to Qian Wang's words. Everyone nodded. What the War God realm did this time had crossed their bottom line. Nobody here didn't want to go to war with the War God realm. Qianwang looked at everyone and said, but how we face Mr. Zhao Hai is very important to us. Everyone can see that the stone golem race, the hairy ear race, and the feathered bow race have all become Mr. Zhao Hai's subordinates. Although we didn't see them make a move today, we can see that they will certainly follow Mr. Zhao Hai's lead. Moreover, I don't know if you've noticed, but the hairy ear race and the feathered bow race have weapons. At this point, Qianwang paused. Then Jingfei opened his mouth. I don't know if you've noticed, but I do know that the hairy ear race's weapons were originally made from bamboo. Once these bows were made, they would have a special characteristic. They would be green in color and have bamboo joints on them. Although they would add other materials to their bows, the bows they use are basically like this. The feathered bow race's people think that this kind of bow is more beautiful. But today's bows are different, they are all made from iron, they look like standard weapons. Jingfei's words made everyone nod. To be able to become the head of a family, they weren't simple characters. Everyone noticed the weapons used by the hairy ears and the feathered bow tribe. This was because the weapons used by the people of these two realms were very special. Almost all of them were identical. Since they were identical, there was only one possibility, it must be a standard weapon. Qianwang took over Jingfei's words and said, that's right, I also think the same. Also, I'm sure that these weapons were provided by Mr. Zhao Hai. Don't forget, Mr. Zhao Hai told us that he would provide us with standard weapons. If he can provide us with standard weapons, then he can also provide the hairy ear race and the feathered bow race with standard weapons. I don't think anyone will object to this, right? Everyone nodded, no one objected to Qianwang's words. Qianwang continued, although I don't know how powerful the weapons provided by Mr. Zhao Hai are, I don't think it would be too bad. In other words, in Mr. Zhao Hai's eyes, our 100 victories realm isn't indispensable. Our fighting strength is stronger than the hairy ear race and the feathered bow race, but don't forget that Mr. also has the stoneman race. The stoneman race is famous for their fighting strength. Even the war god realm couldn't subdue them, but they were subdued by Mr. Zhao Hai. From another perspective, this shows Mr. Zhao Hai's strength. Also, there's one more thing that everyone should pay attention to. Although Mr. Zhao Hai didn't pass the test of the 10,000-man formation, don't forget that Mr. Zhao Hai fought against the Zhou clan. In that battle, the Zhou clan dispatched several thousand people. But how long did it take for Mr. Zhao Hai to finish the battle? I think this also shows Mr. Zhao Hai's strength. This time, our main force in the war against the war god realm isn't our 100 victories realm, but rather Mr. Zhao Hai. How should we face him? Should we treat him as an ally, or should we follow his orders and treat him as our leader? Everyone was silent. This was the most tangled issue in their hearts. If they treated Zhao Hai as an ally, then they would be on equal footing with him. If Zhao Hai gave them unreasonable orders, then they wouldn't have to follow them. But if they treated him as their leader, then they would be Zhao Hai's subordinates. They would have to follow any orders of Mr. Zhao Hai, even if it was a mission that would lead to certain death. I think that we should respect Mr. Zhao Hai as our leader. We should follow his orders. A voice was suddenly heard. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Wu Lai. Qianwang looked at Wu Lai. He didn't expect Wu Lai to be so firm in standing on Zhao Hai's side. However, he didn't object. Instead, he said, "Tell me your reason." Wu Lai looked at Qianwang and said, "Because of Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, everyone has been talking about the battle between Mr. Zhao Hai and Zhou Yanning. However, there's one thing that everyone forgot. Zhou Yanning had set up a defensive barrier in Heavenly Pillar Mountain. His purpose was to block the attack of the Heaven's secret sect and buy time for himself. In his plan, the defensive barrier could last until his reinforcements arrive. In other words, it would last for at least an hour." Speaking up to this point, Wu Lai paused for a moment. He looked at everyone and said, "Zhou Yanning has a close relationship with the war god realm. Moreover, he has seen the large artifacts of the war god realm. In other words, if Zhou Yanning wanted to design a defensive formation, he would use the large artifacts of the war god realm as an imaginary target. The large artifacts that he arranged could at least resist the attacks of the large artifacts of the war god realm for an hour. However, how long did his defensive formation take against Mr. Zhao Hai? Just one attack. Did the Heaven's secret sect break his defensive formation with just one attack? With such strength, do I still need to say more? When everyone heard Wu Lai, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they started buzzing. Just as Wu Lai said, they didn't notice this before. This was because Zhou Yanning's defensive formation was broken too quickly. They didn't take it seriously at all. Now that Wu Lai said this, it seemed to make sense. Wu Lai looked at everyone and then said, "Moreover, there's one more thing that everyone might have forgotten. It's Mr. Zhao Hai's commanding ability. We also know about the War God Realm's invasion of the Void Realm. It was very smooth in the past, but this time, they suffered a huge loss. And the process of dealing with the War God Realm was led by Mr. Zhao Hai. From this point, we can see how strong Mr. Zhao Hai's commanding ability is." Everyone nodded. Although the 100 Victories Realm and the War God Realm weren't on good terms, because they had people serving in the army of the War God Realm, they were still aware of the War God Realm's movements. They also knew that the War God Realm suffered a huge loss in the Void Realm. It was also through these people that they learned about Zhao Hai's name. Naturally, they also knew that what Wu Lai said was true. The reason why the 100 Victories Realm suffered a huge loss last time was entirely because of Zhao Hai. Wu Lai looked at everyone and then said, "Then there are the hairy ears, the feathered bow, and the stone golem race. These three races aren't from the War God Realm, they don't have an army. There's no need to talk about the stone golem race, and the feathered bow race have always been relatively weak. But in the Pillar of Heaven Mountain, I don't know if everyone noticed, but the performance of these three races was very different from the rumors. Their people were actually able to line up and fight like an army. Don't you think this matter is strange? This shouldn't be something that the War God Realm trained them, right? The people of the War God Realm wouldn't be so kind as to teach themselves, right? The people of the War God Realm wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Therefore, all of these changes came from one person, Mr. Zhao Hai." Wu Lai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Our 100 Victories Realm's combat strength isn't any worse than the War God's Realm. Compared to the War God's Realm, we are disadvantaged in two aspects. First, the War God's Realm has large artifacts, their weapons are better than ours. Moreover, they also have armor. Naturally, the 100 Victories Realm's people have tough bodies, even if they don't have armor. But in any case, we are at a disadvantage in this aspect. Second, the War God's Realm's people have military training. When they fight, their military training makes them even more formidable. This is especially true in large-scale battles. If Mr. Zhao can turn the hairy ears and the feathered archers into an army, then can he also turn us into an army? If we have the weapons that Mr. Zhao Hai gave us, we can also learn how to use battle formations. Then wouldn't we have more hope of getting our revenge on the War God Realm? Therefore, why can't we listen to Mr. Zhao Hai?" Wu Lai's question made everyone turn silent. They really had a way to answer Wu Lai's question. According to Wu Lai, there was no problem for them to listen to Zhao Hai. However, the problem was that they wanted to maintain their independence. They didn't want to become subordinates of Zhao Hai. To be exact, they didn't want to become subordinates of anyone else. This was the insistence of the people of the 100 Victories Realm. If it wasn't for this insistence, then why would they fight against the War God Realm for 100 years? Why would they sign an agreement with the War God Realm? Wu Lai looked at these people and knew what they were thinking. Wu Lai couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Then he said, "I also know what you're thinking. You just don't want Mr. Zhao Hai to become another War God Realm member. Am I right?" Nobody spoke. Some people had an awkward expression on their faces. This was indeed what they were thinking. However, Wu Lai's words made them feel awkward. Wu Lai turned his head to Qian Wang and the others and said, "Everyone, you can now represent the 100 Victories Realm. Mr. Zhao Hai helped us find the Zhou clan, saved our lives, and even gave us the refining method. This is a great favor to the 100 Victories Realm. I didn't say that we would always listen to Mr. Zhao Hai's command. You can also represent the 100 Victories Realm and talk to Mr. Zhao Hai. During this operation, we can respect Mr. Zhao Hai as our leader. However, after this operation, the 100 Victories Realm wants to be independent. I think Mr. will agree to this." When Qian Wang heard Wu Lai, he couldn't help but nod. Then he looked at the others and said, "What do you think?" Everyone nodded. In their opinion, this was the best method they could come up with. This way, they would be able to maintain their independence. At the same time, they would also be able to display their greatest strength when dealing with the war god's realm. Seeing that everyone agreed, Qianwang nodded and said, "All right, then it's decided. The 7 of us will talk to Mr. Zhao Hai." "Right, Wu Lai, you should come with us. After all, you were the first one to contact Mr. Zhao Hai. Maybe you can say something." Wu Lai replied, "That's not a problem. I'm also a member of the 100 Victories realm. Naturally, I want to contribute to the 100 Victories realm. Patriarch Qian, I think we should hurry up and see Mr. Zhao Hai. If we go too late, it might cause a misunderstanding. You said it yourself, Mr. Zhao Hai might not be completely empty." Qianwang stared, then he nodded and said, "We should go see Mr. Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Mr. has helped us a lot. It wouldn't be good if Mr. misunderstood us." At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in his room inside the Heaven's secret building. There was a projection in his room. The projection was playing the meeting that Qianwang and the others were having. Seeing that Qianwang and the others had finished their discussion, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and muttered, "You want to maintain your independence? Hee. What's the problem with that? As long as you don't provoke me, I'll be fine." Zhao Hai had seen a lot of ungrateful people. Because of this, he was also on guard against the people of the 100 Victories realm. Now that he discovered that the people of the 100 Victories realm didn't have any malice towards him and just wanted to maintain their independence, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Before long, Qianwang and the others arrived at the Heaven's secret pavilion. Zhao Hai invited them to his room and had them sit down. Naturally, someone served them tea. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "I already know about the Zhou family's matter. You can now contact the outside world. But I want to tell you that I'll allow you to contact the outside world. But if someone wants to reveal the secrets of the 100 Victories realm, then I won't be polite." Qianwang and the others nodded, "All right." When Qianwang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared. However, they immediately nodded. Qianwang said, "If someone reveals the secrets of the 100 Victories realm, then that person is a traitor. Naturally, we won't be polite to traitors." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the group and smiled, "Did you come here today to discuss the matter of sending troops to deal with the war god realm?" When Qianwang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt awkward. They didn't know what to say. Wu Lai looked at them and couldn't help but snort. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, let me explain. This time, we will deal with the war god realm together with Mister. We will respect Mister as our leader and listen to Mister's orders. But after we deal with the war god realm, our 100 Victories realm wishes to remain independent. We can give Mister gifts, but we can't do it like the war god realm, we can't do it every year. We also need to send our disciples to serve in the army. I hope Mister can agree to this." Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised, then he looked at Qianwang and the others and said, "There's no problem with that. I want to destroy the war god's realm, but I don't want to take over the war god's realm. Naturally, you'll be independent. Not only you, even the hairy ears and the feathered archers will remain independent. I won't force them to do anything. Even if we were to deal with the war god's realm this time, we'll still be working together. Everyone will get a share of the spoils from the war god's realm. No matter how much effort you put in, I won't monopolize everything." When Qianwang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Qianwang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I don't understand Mister's words. If Mister doesn't want to receive benefits from us, then why would you help us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't help you with anything. I helped you deal with Zhou Yanning in order for you to help me deal with the war god's realm. I taught you the refining method because it's not a secret. If the war god's realm is destroyed, then you can contact the other realms and obtain the method. It's not difficult." Qianwang and the others stared blankly. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would agree so quickly. He didn't seem angry at all and directly agreed to their independence. Zhao Hai looked at Qianwang and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that all the benefits of the war god realm will be mine after I defeat them?" Hee, you're thinking too much. I don't like ruling over so many people. In fact, I prefer doing business. I just hope that in the future, The 100 Victories realm can establish a transmission formation to connect with the Void realm and the other realms. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to do business together? Zhao Hai smiled and said. Qian Wang and the others looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. However, they also knew that whatever they said would be of no use. They just needed to see what Zhao Hai would do in the future. Zhao Hai looked at Qian Wang and the others, then he said, everyone agrees to go with me to deal with the War God realm. I hope that you can gather all the troops that the 100 Victories realm can send out in the next few days. After I distribute the weapons to everyone, I'll give you some training. This way, you'll have more confidence in dealing with the War God realm. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Qian Wang and the others immediately knew that it was time for business. They didn't hesitate this time as they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, yes, Mr. Can rest assured. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, everyone, there's no need to feel embarrassed. I'm giving you weapons because your weapons are too poor. It would greatly affect our fighting strength, it would affect our ability to deal with the War God's realm. Hee hee. Alright, go back and prepare. Remember, the people you brought must be able to fight against the War God's realm. I won't be giving weapons to those who stay behind. Qian Wang and the others weren't dissatisfied. On the contrary, they thought that this was normal. If Zhao Hai didn't hold anything back, then they would feel uneasy. After Qian Wang and the others left, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he entered the space. Laura and the others were still inside, studying the puppets. At this time, Laura and the others weren't researching ordinary puppets, but cursed puppets. They used curses on the puppets to make them more powerful. Zhao Hai didn't care about what Laura and the others were doing. Instead, he was carefully observing the changes in the War God's realm. At this time, the War God's realm was still trying to break the barriers of the Mao Air realm and the Feather Bow realm. They didn't find anything different about the 100 Victories realm. However, they still strengthened the defenses of the weaker realms. Regarding the 100 Victories realm, they weren't worried at all. The relationship between the War God realm and the 100 Victories realm was very subtle. Aside from paying tribute and conscription, the War God realm wouldn't contact the 100 Victories realm. The 100 Victories realm also wouldn't form an alliance with the War God realm. Even the Zhou clan wouldn't contact the War God realm all the time. They were afraid of being discovered. Because the two sides were used to not contacting each other for a long time, the War God's realm didn't notice that the 100 Victories realm was sealed. The people from the War God realm didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually have ideas about the 100 Victories realm. What kind of place was the 100 Victories realm? In the eyes of the people from the War God realm, it was a barren land. The people there were barbarians who didn't fear death. They couldn't conquer such a place in the past, so how could Zhao Hai conquer the 100 Victories realm? In the eyes of the people from the War God realm, this was simply impossible. Seeing that the War God realm didn't notice the changes in the 100 Victories realm, Zhao Hai relaxed. Zhao Hai knew about the strength of the people from the 100 Victories realm. They were very formidable. Don't look at how Zhao Hai dealt with the people from the Zhou clan with one punch. Zhao Hai knew that the people from the 100 Victories realm were very powerful. At that time, he had to use two types of law in order to deal with them. If he didn't use his law, then it would have taken him a lot of effort to deal with them. With the addition of the 100 Victories realm, whether it was dealing with the War God realm or the extraterritorial devil race in the future, Zhao Hai had a lot more confidence. Although the people from the 100 Victories realm said that they would be completely independent after dealing with the War God realm, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to forcibly recruit people from the 100 Victories realm. But for Zhao Hai, this didn't have any effect. He didn't want to forcibly recruit people from the 100 Victories realm. This time, the War God realm would certainly be able to obtain countless benefits. Naturally, the 100 Victories realm would also get a lot of benefits. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the people from the 100 Victories realm would be able to hold back after making a fortune. The people from the 100 Victories realm were very aggressive. They were body cultivators, so they were used to speaking with their fists. It was precisely because of this that the people from the 100 Victories realm were very aggressive. This was also the reason why they were quite intrepid. But in the past, the people from the 100 Victories realm were only fighting in their own realm. They didn't have any contact with the outside world. Later on, they did have contact with the outside world. However, they were invaded. Moreover, the war lasted for more than 100 years, causing countless casualties. In the end, they were forced to submit to the other party. It can be said that the people from the Hundred Victories realm never tasted the benefits of war. On the contrary, they tasted the disadvantages that war brought them. But what if war could make them rich? What if it could make them rich? For the people from the Hundred Victories realm, what could make them happier than snatching other people's things and turning them into their own? When the time comes, there would be no need for Zhao Hai to tell them that they would have their own ideas about other realms. Feelings were the foundation for people to interact with each other. But sometimes, benefits were the glue that made people's feelings stronger. Qian Wang and the others were very efficient. In about 3 days, an army of 40 million had gathered at the Heaven's secret sect. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the people from the Hundred Victories realm had really invested a lot this time. Although there were still a lot of people from the Hundred Victories realm who didn't come, these people were left behind to guard the city. If the beasts were to attack the city, then what would happen to the people of the Hundred Victories realm? Would they stretch their necks and wait for death? It can be said that 40 million people was all that the Hundred Victories realm could bring out. They had already reached their limit. Zhao Hai had already prepared weapons for them. However, this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai still wanted to give them military training. It was very difficult to train the people of the Hundred Victories realm into an army. This was because the people of the Hundred Victories realm were very arrogant. It was very difficult to make them obediently listen to orders. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that if the people of the Hundred Victories realm were properly trained, then their fighting strength would far surpass the hairy ears and the feathered archers. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Besides training the people of the Hundred Victories realm, Zhao Hai also paid attention to another matter. This was the people who were serving in the War God realm. Zhao Hai wanted to see their performance. After Zhao Hai opened up the barrier, the clans in the Hundred Victories realm immediately sent letters to their clansmen in the War God's realm. They told them about the situation in the Hundred Victories realm. However, they didn't immediately have their clansmen return. Instead, they told them to keep in contact with each other. If Zhao Hai were to send his army to the War God's realm, then they would act as spies. Even if they couldn't destroy the War God's realm, they would still be able to cause some trouble. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about the actions of the clans. He knew that the clans also wanted to deal with the War God realm. However, he kept the contents of the letters that the clans sent to the War God realm. At the same time, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation of the people serving in the War God realm. He wanted to see if there were any traitors in the Hundred Victories realm. The result made Zhao Hai very satisfied. Aside from the Zhou clan, there were no other traitors in the Hundred Victories realm. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. From this point, it can be seen that the people of the Hundred Victories realm didn't hate the War God realm. As for the people of the Zhou clan who served in the War God realm, Zhao Hai already had the opportunity to kill them. As for how Zhao Hai knew about the Zhou clan's people serving in the War God realm, it was easy to explain. Zhou Yanning was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai, so how could he not know about the Zhou clan's people serving in the War God realm? After Zhao Hai killed the people of the Zhou clan, he resurrected them and had them serve in the War God realm. Zhao Hai knew that these people would be very useful in times of need. This was because even if the people of the War God realm were to guard against the people of the Hundred Victories realm, they wouldn't guard against the people of the Zhou clan. This was because the Zhou clan were their dogs, their most loyal dogs. Naturally, they wouldn't guard against them. Zhao Hai wasn't just paying attention to the people from the Hundred Victories realm. He was also looking for targets. He wanted to subdue several realms controlled by the War God realm before dealing with them. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he wanted to deal with the War God realm, then he wouldn't just be dealing with the people from the War God realm. He also needed to think about another team from the War God realm. He was afraid that this team would be incomparably powerful. Zhao Hai heard from the commander of the 5th Legion that the War God realm had another battle team that was fighting in a place similar to the Myriad Race's battlefield. If Zhao Hai didn't guess wrong, then this battle team should be the strongest in the War God realm. If the War God realm were to fight against the War God realm and lose, then there would be no need to say anything. But if the war god realm were to be forced into a desperate situation, then they would certainly recall this battle team. This would be a huge problem. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand why such a place would appear in the war god realm, he was sure that a place like the myriad races battlefield wouldn't appear for nothing. There must be a purpose behind it. But as for what purpose, he didn't know. He only knew that there was a hand behind all of this. It's just that he couldn't see this hand right now. But if he could find this hand, then he would know who they were and why they were doing this. This was Zhao Hai's goal. The War Emperor frowned as he sat on his chair. His chair was very strange. It was a golden chair that looked as if it was made of gold. On top of it were 9 divine clouds that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. This made the chair look even more magnificent. If you really thought that this chair was made of gold, then you'd be wrong. This chair was made of gold essence, not gold. The so-called gold essence was the essence of gold. Of course, this gold didn't refer to gold, but a type of metal called molten gold. This type of metal was currently discovered in the war god realm. It was the best material for refining tools. It couldn't be refined with any other metal or material at the same time. Moreover, after refining, it could achieve the effect of a single gold breaking through 10,000 techniques. It was incomparably sharp. In other words, if you added molten gold to your weapon, then any spell would be useless, including any talisman. The molten gold emitted a gold chi that could cut through almost all weapons. It could be said that this was the most terrifying part of molten gold. In the war god realm, molten gold was incomparably precious. Even a void-piercing expert would covet molten gold. This was because once you obtained a piece of molten gold, you could make the most suitable weapon. Moreover, it would be an incomparably powerful weapon. And gold essence was the essence of molten gold. A gram of gold essence would require at least 10,000 gene of molten gold. And this chair was at least 10,000 gene. The amount of molten gold essence used would be an astronomical figure. Perhaps only the ruler of the war god realm, the battle emperor, would be able to use such a chair. The battle emperor was 40 years old. He had long black hair and wore a flat crown on his head. This flat crown had 9 strings of beads hanging on it. These strings of beads weren't ordinary things. Each bead was refined from a void-piercing demonic beast's demonic core. There was also the demonic core's most powerful life source magic sealed inside. It could be said that any one of these beads could allow an ordinary cultivator to run amok in the world. But now, it was made into a string of beads. His 2 eyebrows were very thick, like swords. His eyes were cold and deep like the sea. It was as if you could see the changes of the stars in the universe from his eyes. He had a square face and thin lips, giving people a very serious feeling. His body was very majestic, sitting there like a mountain, giving people an incomparable pressure. This was the supreme ruler of the entire war god world, the war emperor who could decide the life and death of a world with a single word. He was the supreme existence of the war god world. The war emperor was looking at a jade slip. About 10 meters in front of him, there was a cultivator in black armor. This cultivator was very tall, and his armor was very gorgeous. His black hair was very short, and his face was slightly dark. He stood there like a war god. Of course, the most important thing was this person's strength. This person was actually a void-piercing realm expert, and a peak void-piercing realm expert. But now, this void-piercing realm expert was standing there with his body slightly bowed, appearing extremely respectful. This person was the 3rd Legion commander of the war god world, nicknamed Wild Bear, Zhang Lingyun. Although he was only the commander of the 3rd Legion, his strength was very well known in the war god realm. The entire 3rd Legion had around 10 million soldiers. Adding in some auxiliary soldiers, the total strength of the Legion could reach 15 million. Moreover, they could also conscript 5 million to 10 million soldiers at any time. The 3rd Legion was the strongest legion in the war god realm. It had the largest number of soldiers and was also one of the most trusted legions of the war emperor. In front of outsiders, Zhang Lingyun was an absolute supreme existence, but in front of the war emperor, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When he saw the war emperor frowning, he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Zhang Lingyun knew why the war emperor was frowning. It was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had appeared in the war god world for a while. He first occupied the Mao air world and then the feather bow world. Although these two worlds weren't very important and didn't have a lot of guards, Zhao Hai's actions were undoubtedly a slap to the war god world's face. This was a declaration of war against the war god world. How could the war emperor accept this? When Zhao Hai appeared, the war emperor had already issued a kill order for Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also issued a kill order for the Mao Air world and the Feather Bow world. But now, these two orders seemed like a joke. This was because they couldn't even go to the Mao Air world and the Feather Bow world. After some time, the war emperor finished reading the contents of the jade slip. He looked at Zhang Lingyun and said, "Lingyun, why haven't we entered the Mao Air world and the Feather Bow world yet?" Although it was written clearly in the jade slip, Zhang Lingyun wasn't dissatisfied at all. He replied, "Emperor Qifeng, the barrier laws used by these two realms are very special. We are now outside of these two realms. It would be very difficult to break into these two realms. Moreover, the formation made by the Imperial College has no effect at all. Therefore, we still have no way to enter these two realms." The war emperor frowned and said, "Imperial College's chancellor." The Imperial Directorate was actually the largest laboratory in the world of the gods of war. Gathered here were the strongest people in the world of the gods of war, the strongest people in the world of the gods of war, the strongest people in the world of the gods of war, the strongest people in the world of the gods of war, and the strongest people in the Imperial Directorate. Before long, an old man wearing a robe entered the great hall. Upon entering, the old man immediately kowtowed to the war emperor and said, "Imperial College's Chancellor Zhang Shu greets the emperor. Long live the emperor." The war emperor waved his hand and said, "Elder Shu, I just want to know how long it will take for the Imperial College to research something that can break Zhao Hai's formation. That way, we can kill our way into the Mao Air world and the Feather Bow world." Zhang Shu stood up and cupped his fist towards the war emperor and said, "Replying to your majesty, we still need some time. The formation used by Zhao Hai is something that we haven't seen before. Breaking this formation won't be easy. It won't be as easy as when we used the formation to break through space. I ask for your majesty's forgiveness." Upon hearing this, the war emperor's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. However, Zhang Shu's contribution to the war god realm was very great. Many of the weapons and artifacts used by the war god realm were made by him. The war emperor couldn't really blame him for this. Moreover, the battle emperor knew that Gauntlet was loyal and devoted to the war god's realm. The people from the Imperial College were research maniacs. If it weren't for the fact that the barrier was too difficult to break, they wouldn't have said such words. The war emperor said, "Elder Shu, just do your best." Zhang Shu nodded and then stood to the side without saying anything. The war emperor turned to Zhang Lingyun and said, "Is there any movement from the other realms? Did Zhao Hai attack the other realms?" Zhang Lingyun shook his head and said, "No, there's no movement from the other realms. We've been contacting the other realms every now and then. We've received feedback that they weren't attacked by Zhao Hai." The war emperor's frown deepened. He looked at Zhang Lingyun and said, "How long has it been since we learned that Zhao Hai entered the Mao Air realm?" Zhang Lingyun replied, "Replying to your majesty, it's been almost half a year." The war emperor nodded, then he sighed and said, "Almost half a year, Zhao Hai has been in the war god realm for almost half a year. Not only were we unable to kill him, we even allowed him to occupy two realms. This is a great humiliation. We are willing to die 10,000 deaths." Zhang Lingyun and Zhang Shu knelt down at the same time. The war emperor waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't blame you. It's just that Zhao Hai is too difficult to deal with. Every time he goes to a realm, he would seal it up and then slowly deal with it. Even if we wanted to help, we wouldn't be able to. However, I still hope that you can think of a way to ensure the safety of the other realms." At this time, Zhang Shu said, "Your Majesty, this subject has something to report." The war emperor nodded and said, "Elder of Books, please speak." Zhang Shu said, "Your Majesty, any formation is used to seal up a realm. Zhao Hai's formation is the same. However, his formation is very powerful and can seal up a realm. We also have this kind of formation. If we want to break it from the outside, it's very difficult. Especially after sealing a realm, we would need to break the spatial barrier, not just the formation. Because of this subject's research progress is very slow. However, this subject has another idea. perhaps this method can be used to deal with Zhao Hai. When the War Emperor heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but show an interested expression. Oh? What method? Elder of Books, please speak. The War Emperor was currently having a headache over Zhao Hai's matter. If Xianxia can really find a way to deal with Zhao Hai, then that would be great. Moreover, the Battle Emperor was looking forward to Gauntlet's method. This was because he was very clear about Gauntlet's character. Gauntlet would always say one thing and two things, he would never lie. If he said that he can deal with Zhao Hai, then he certainly can. This old minister thinks that this is our opportunity. If Zhao Hai can still maintain contact with that realm after setting up the formation, then we can send reinforcements at any time. Then we can fight Zhao Hai in that realm. If he wants to run, then he must go to another realm or return to the Mao Air realm and the Featherbow realm. When that time comes, we can find out how he entered those two realms. When that time comes, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right, Zhao Hai has a great enmity with the War God realm. He came to the War God realm this time to take revenge. If he wants to take revenge, then he definitely wouldn't stop after dealing with two earls. Moreover, he wouldn't stop after subduing two realms. He will certainly take action. Every time he takes action, he would set up a formation in that realm, completely separating it from us. This old minister believes that this is our opportunity. If Zhao Hai can still maintain contact with that realm after setting up the formation, then we can send reinforcements at any time. The War Emperor nodded and said, Elder of Books, your idea is good. But how can we maintain contact with Zhao Hai when he sets up a barrier? Did you find a way? Xianxia nodded and said, yes, your majesty. This old minister has already thought of a way. We can use a barrier against another barrier. Since Zhao Hai can set up a barrier to separate us from the other plane, then we can also set up a barrier to separate the transmission formation from the other plane. This way, the transmission formation wouldn't be affected by the barrier and would still be able to maintain contact with the outside world. This way, we can send reinforcements at any time. Zhao Hai might not have thought that Gauntlet would think of the same method as him to break the enchantment. It seems that the saying that great minds think alike is true. When the War Emperor heard Xianxia, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said with an anxious tone, Elder of Books, do you think this method is feasible? The War Emperor was the ruler of the Divine War realm. He ruled over countless realms. There was no need to talk about his mental fortitude. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he was able to remain calm. But now, there was a trace of anxiousness in his tone. This was a rare change in his mood. One could see how much importance he attached to this proposal. There was a reason why the Battle Emperor was so anxious. Although Zhao Hai only occupied two realms, these two realms weren't very strong. On the surface, it might seem like this wouldn't affect the War Emperor's rule. However, the Battle Emperor knew that this would have a huge impact on the War Emperor's reputation. This impact was mainly reflected in the damage done to the War Emperor's reputation. In the past few years, the Divine War realm had destroyed countless realms. The number of realms conquered by them was even greater. Although the Divine War realm used enfeoffment to control these realms, the War Emperor was very clear that some of the more troublesome realms resisted them. It was just that when the Divine War realm was established, the people who resisted them were now in the dark. This made it even harder for the Divine War realm to deal with them. However, the Divine War realm had always been invincible in the eyes of the other realms. Even if there were some small movements, they wouldn't dare to go against the Divine War realm. They would only make some small movements. These small movements weren't worth mentioning and didn't pose any threat to the Divine War realm's rule. But this time was different. Zhao Hai suddenly appeared and occupied two realms. This was equal to slapping the Divine War realm in front of everyone. If the Divine War realm destroyed Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't have any effect. But now, Zhao Hai was still alive. And the two realms were still under his control. This was tantamount to slapping the Divine War realm's face all the time. Their invincible reputation had been severely tarnished. This was a huge blow to the Divine War realm's reputation. Now, some people in the other realms were starting to get restless. This was what the War Emperor was most worried about. It was precisely because they discovered that Zhao Hai's existence could shake the Divine War Realm's rule that the War Emperor was so anxious to kill Zhao Hai. Even if he couldn't kill Zhao Hai, he must drive Zhao Hai back to the Void Realm. This was because Zhao Hai's existence was an insult to the Divine War Realm. As long as Zhao Hai was in the Divine War Realm, he would pose a huge threat to the Divine War Realm's rule. When Zhang Shu heard the War Emperor's question, he immediately replying to Your Majesty, it should be possible. This old minister has already had the Imperial College tested out. Using our barrier formation, we can still communicate with the outside world. As long as Zhao Hai's formation ability doesn't surpass ours by too much, this method is absolutely feasible. When the War Emperor looked at the letter, a smile slowly appeared on his face. He trusted the letter very much. He knew that the letter wouldn't lie. In other words, the method of using a barrier to fight a barrier was something that the War Emperor had tested before. Moreover, it was very successful. The Battle Emperor laughed and said, "All right, then let's do that. Elder Shu, immediately distribute the formation to the various realms." Naturally, this method is quite passive. You still need to find a way to break Zhao Hai's formation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then let's do that." Gauntlet nodded and didn't say anything else. He wasn't a talkative person. He would only speak when it came to professional matters. The Battle Emperor was already used to the silence. He turned to Zhang Lingyun and said, "Lingyun, although Zhao Hai hasn't made any moves recently, you still shouldn't relax. Take the 3rd Legion to the 100 Victories realm." Zhang Lingyun nodded and said, "Lingyun, although Zhao Hai hasn't made any moves recently, you still shouldn't relax." When Zhang Lingyun heard the War Emperor, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Your Majesty, is there any movement in the 100 Victories realm?" The War Emperor shook his head and said, "There's no movement in the 100 Victories realm. But it's precisely because it's too quiet that I feel strange. You go there and take a look. Intimidate the 100 Victories realm and don't let them make any moves. You should know that the 100 Victories realm is different from the other realms. Their people have never truly submitted to us. I'm afraid that if Zhao Hai makes a move, the 100 Victories realm would also make a move." Zhang Lingyun nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. I'll immediately go back and organize the army." The War Emperor nodded and said, "Be careful. If the 100 Victories realm doesn't make any moves, then don't make any excessive moves. You should know the temperament of the people from the 100 Victories realm. If you provoke them, then they would do anything. Also, if you encounter any problems in the 100 Victories realm, then you can go and look for Zhou Yanning." Zhang Lingyun understood the War Emperor's meaning. Although the 100 Victories realm has been very well behaved in recent years, they were still the vanguard of the War God realm. A lot of people who resisted the War God realm used the 100 Victories realm as a vein. If the 100 Victories realm were to make trouble, then they would make trouble as well. Because of this, the War God realm was always on guard against the 100 Victories realm. In recent years, although the 100 Victories realm was very well behaved, the War God's realm didn't dare to relax. Especially at this time. If the 100 Victories realm were to make a ruckus, countless people would follow suit. Then the War God's realm would be in big trouble. On the other hand, Zhang Lingyun had heard about Zhou Yanning. She was the patriarch of a great clan in the 100 Victories realm. Moreover, she was someone who liked to go against the War God realm. But now that the War Emperor told him to look for Zhou Yanning, this showed that Zhou Yanning was someone from the War God realm. Zhang Lingyun nodded and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured, this minister knows what to do." The War Emperor waved his hand. After Zhang Lingyun and Zhang Lingshu gave the War Emperor a salute, the two of them slowly withdrew. Zhang Lingyun returned to the 3rd Corps' encampment. At this time, the 3rd Corps was in a state of war. The entire encampment was under martial law. All the large artifacts were ready to go, and all the personnel were ready. They could enter a state of war at any time. As soon as Zhang Lingyun returned to the 3rd Corps, he immediately summoned his advisors and the officers of the 1st Corps to the conference room. After everyone arrived, Zhang Lingyun looked at them and said, "Everyone, His Majesty has ordered us to enter the 100 Victories realm and station ourselves there temporarily." Upon hearing Zhang Lingyun, everyone stared. Then they immediately showed an expression of understanding. Everyone knew about the 100 Victories realm situation. At this time, maintaining the stability of the 100 Victories realm was very important. Because of this, everyone immediately understood what Zhang Lingyun meant. The War Emperor's plan could be said to be an open conspiracy. He wanted the Third Corps to station themselves in the 100 Victories realm. He wanted everyone to know that the War God realm was prepared to deal with all kinds of situations. If you have any devious thoughts, then you better put them away. One of Zhang Lingyun's advisors said, "General, when will we leave? Does His Majesty have any special requests?" Zhang Lingyun replied, "His Majesty didn't have any requests. He just said that we need to be careful and not force the 100 Victories realm into a corner. Alright, let's go and prepare. We need to send a letter to the 100 Victories realm as soon as possible. Also, let's send a letter to the 100 Victories realm and tell them to prepare everything." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai also received a letter from Zhang Lingyun. This letter was sent to Zhou Yening and the others. Since Qian Wang and Zhou Yening had the same status, naturally they also received this letter. After receiving the letter, Qian Wang immediately sent it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also invited all the patriarchs of the 100 Victories realm to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. At this time, they had been training for nearly a month. The 100 Victories realm's cultivators were already starting to look like an army. They were basically ready to enter the battlefield. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. He wanted to train them for a while. But it was clear that the War God realm wasn't going to give them this opportunity. After the patriarchs of the 100 Victories realm arrived at the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone has already received the news that the War God's Third Corps will be stationed in the 100 Victories realm. Moreover, they also sent a formation to break my formation. However, I can only say that they underestimated my formation. My formation isn't that easy to break. However, let's put the matter of the formation aside and talk about the Third Corps." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure everyone has received the news that the War God's Third Corps will be stationed in the 100 Victories realm." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone already knows why the 3rd Legion is coming to the 100 Victories realm. I also know a bit about the history of the 100 Victories realm. In the past, the 100 Victories realm used to be the most intense place against the War God realm. Although the 100 Victories realm has been restrained in recent years, I think the War God realm wouldn't feel relieved. Therefore, the 3rd Legion came to intimidate the 100 Victories realm. Am I right?" Qian Wang and the others nodded. Then Qian Wang said, "Mr. is right. In fact, there are still many people who oppose the War God realm's rule. Our 100 Victories realm hasn't done anything in recent years. It's just that we've been in the dark." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know about this. In fact, you've done very well. If you didn't do this, then the War God realm would have made an example out of you. But now that the War God realm has stationed people in the 100 Victories realm, this is an opportunity for us." Qian Wang and the others looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "The 3rd Legion has dispatched about 15 million people this time. They also have about 500 large artifacts. You don't need to worry about the large artifacts, just leave them to me. What you need to do is to eliminate the 3rd Legion. This time I won't let anyone help you. Aside from helping me deal with the large artifacts, I'll leave the 3rd Legion to you to deal with. As for what you can do, that will depend on you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. As soon as Qian Wang and the others heard Zhao Hai, their expressions turned serious. They knew what Zhao Hai meant. In other words, they would have to face the 3rd Legion alone. Zhao Hai looked at Qian Wang's expression and said, "Good soldiers can never be trained. Good soldiers are always trained on the battlefield. You've been training for a month now. The 3rd Legion will be your whetstone. Use them to sharpen your blades. Once you've sharpened your blades, we'll cut down the War God's realm." Qian Wang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good soldiers can never be trained." Qian Wang and the others felt their blood heating up. They didn't know why, but Zhao Hai's words made their blood boil. One must know that they were patriarchs of their respective families. They shouldn't be like this, but now they've become like this. Qian Wang and the others stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. "Yes, Mr. can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've already given you the weapons. This time, I hope that you can fight beautifully. Everyone, the 100 Victories realm has endured for so many years. It's time to take revenge. Let the War God realm know that once the 100 Victories realm has good weapons, once large artifacts are no longer the most advantageous weapon, then the 100 Victories realm will be able to defeat the War God realm. Let them know that the 100 Victories realm is the strongest. Qian Wang and the others loudly complied before they turned around and left. After Qian Wang and the others left, Zhao Hai called Ji Wuming and Murong Qian over and said, Go and prepare. Let the Hairy Ears and the Feathered Bow tribe see this battle. Also, it's time for the puppets to make an appearance. I want to use them to deal with the War God realm's large artifacts. When Ji Wuming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, Mansion Lord, how can those puppets be a match for large artifacts? Isn't it a bad idea to use puppets to deal with large artifacts? It's not that easy to make a puppet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, Laura and the others are currently researching new types of puppets. Even if they break, I wouldn't feel distressed. When Ji Wuming and Murong Qian heard Zhao Hai, they didn't say anything. Laura and the others had always been mysterious existences in Underworld. They only knew that Zhao Hai had a very good relationship with Laura and the others. Although Laura and the others didn't manage Underworld directly, Zhao Hai would still hand Laura and the others over to manage. Most importantly, when Zhao Hai fought, he would make Laura and the others serve as messengers. This fully showed the position Laura and the others held in Zhao Hai's heart. Because of this, Ji Wuming and the others didn't dare to be disrespectful towards these matriarchs. Because of this, Ji Wuming and the others didn't dare disrespect these matriarchs. Zhang Lingyun received a reply from Zhou Yanning and the others. The content of the letter was very public. Zhang Lingyun could even see a trace of dissatisfaction in the letter. However, Zhang Lingyun didn't care. On the contrary, he was very curious about Zhou Yanning. In the past, Zhou Yanning had always been very dissatisfied with the War God realm. Even when he was asked to cooperate with the War God realm, he would make all sorts of excuses. But who would have thought that he was actually a member of the War God realm? If the War Emperor didn't tell him to look for Zhou Yanning, then he wouldn't have thought that Zhou Yanning was actually one of their people. Zhang Lingyun wasn't worried at all. After the 3rd Legion was prepared, he immediately took them to the transmission formation and entered the 100 Victories realm. The place where they appeared was a large city in the 100 Victories realm. This city was actually the territory of the Zhou family. After the Zhou family was destroyed, Zhao Hai and the others rebuilt the place. Zhao Hai also released Zhou Yanning and had him stay in the city. When Qian Wang and the others saw Zhou Yanning, they were very surprised. They saw Zhou Yanning commit suicide with their own eyes. They didn't expect to see him here. After Zhao Hai explained to them, they believed that Zhou Yanning was dead. This made them feel even more reverence towards Zhao Hai. This time, Zhou Yanning and Qian Wang received Zhang Lingyun together. Moreover, Qian Wang and the others prepared a camp for Zhang Lingyun. This camp wasn't far from the Zhou family's city. Zhang Lingyun and the others didn't pay attention. They didn't have much contact with the 100 Victories realm. Apart from Zhou Yanning and a few others, they didn't know anyone else. Naturally, they couldn't tell what was different about the Zhou clan's mountain city. This was the plan that Qian Wang and the others came up with after discussing with Zhao Hai. Although Qian Wang and the others had a lot of people and they were fighting in the 100 Victories realm, they didn't want too many casualties. Because of this, they came up with a plan. This plan was to make Zhang Lingyun and the others think that everything was normal in the 100 Victories realm. Then when Zhang Lingyun and the others let their guard down, they would suddenly make a move against them. When Zhou Yanning and the others received Zhang Lingyun and the others, they weren't very enthusiastic. Although they prepared a camp for them, the camp was very simple. However, all of this was within Zhang Lingyun. He already knew that the people of the 100 Victories realm wouldn't give them a good face. Although the 100 Victories realm had submitted to the War God realm, the 100 Victories realm had always maintained its independence. In the past, the War God realm had stationed troops in the 100 Victories realm. The situation of these troops was similar to the 100 Victories realm. The people of the 100 Victories realm were neither cold nor warm. They would even deliberately make things difficult for them. In the end, the troops had no choice but to leave the Hundred Victories realm. This time, Zhang Lingyun was already mentally prepared for this. He already knew that this would happen, so he wasn't surprised at all. His expression was calm as he commanded the people of the Third Legion to rebuild the camp. It seemed like he was going to stay here permanently. Zhang Lingyun had no other choice. They received the order from the War Emperor. Before dealing with Zhao Hai and restoring peace to the War God realm, Zhang Lingyun and the others wouldn't leave the Hundred Victories realm. Qian Wang and the others did this in order to not arouse Zhang Lingyun's suspicion. The relationship between the Hundred Victories realm and the War God realm had always been bad. If Zhang Lingyun came this time and they were too enthusiastic, then they might arouse his suspicion. Making things difficult for Zhang Lingyun and the others would make Zhang Lingyun feel relieved. Zhang Lingyun sat in a newly built room in the camp. He had his aides send a letter to the War Emperor to report that they were safe. In the letter, he also added that everything was normal in the Hundred Victories realm. After sending the letter, Zhang Lingyun looked at his aide and said, "Xianxia, what do you think the people of the Hundred Victories realm will do to us?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "General doesn't need to worry. I don't think that the people of the Hundred Victories realm would dare to make a move against us. We didn't send a small army of 80,000, but 15 million people. Moreover, we have our own transmission formation. Reinforcements can come at any time. If the people of the Hundred Victories realm aren't stupid, then they wouldn't make a move against us." Zhang Lingyun replied, "I'm afraid that the people of the Hundred Victories realm wouldn't think of this. If they really dare to make a move against us, then it would be troublesome." Xianxia smiled and said, "General, rest assured. The people of the Hundred Victories realm aren't fools. Although they might not be as smart as the people of the War God realm, they aren't as reckless as they appear to be. General should know that a few years ago, the Hundred Victories realm was the most violent place against the War God realm. But later on, they suddenly calmed down. Before they calmed down, His Majesty was already prepared to make a move against them. But now that they calmed down, His Majesty couldn't do anything and could only target other realms. In the storm, the Hundred Victories realm's losses were the least. Therefore, General doesn't need to worry that they don't understand these things. I think they understand it better than anyone else." When Zhang Lingyun heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Now that you mention it, it's true. Alright, then let's wait and see. His Majesty also told us not to provoke those fellows too much. I think we should be careful." Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, Qian Wang and the others had already gathered in the Zhou family's hall. Qian Wang looked at the other patriarchs and said, "The Third Army has arrived. Now it's up to us. When we're ready, we'll immediately send a letter to Mr. and have him take care of their large artifacts. Then we'll take care of the rest." The group nodded. Xing Fei said, "The most important thing right now is to talk about the children in the Divine War realm. As long as they're ready and can safely evacuate, then we can immediately make our move." Everyone nodded. What Xing Fei said was what they were worried about the most. One must know that there were still a lot of disciples serving in the Divine War realm. If they were to make a move, then the Divine War realm might find out. If the Divine War realm found out about the rebellion, then the first thing they would think of would be to slaughter the people from the Hundred Victories realm. Therefore, for the safety of those people, they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they waited for Lingyun and the others to be safe before making a move. Qian Wang said, "We've already sent a letter to them. As long as they're ready, then it'll be fine. This time, the Divine War realm might not know about us making a move. If we can quietly destroy the Third Army, then wouldn't that be better?" Xing Fei looked at Qian Wang and said, "You seem to have a lot of confidence in Mr. Zhao Hai. Do you really think that his formation skills are better than the people of the Divine War realm?" Before Qian Wang could speak, a voice was heard, "Of course the young master is formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to deal with the Divine War realm." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was Zhou Yanning. At this point, everyone knew that Zhou Yanning was a ghost in Zhao Hai's hands. However, Zhou Yanning didn't look like a ghost at all. He looked no different from when he was alive. However, everyone still chose to forget about him. Now that Zhou Yanning spoke, they were very surprised. Zhou Yanning looked at them, then he rolled his eyes and said, "What are you looking at? Aren't you surprised? Let me tell you, not only can I speak, I can also think. Most importantly, I still have all of my memories from when I was alive. Otherwise, why do you think Zhang Lingyun didn't notice my abnormality? Just now, Zhang Lingyun secretly contacted me. If it weren't for me, you would have already been exposed." Xing Fei and the others didn't know what to say. They all stared at Zhou Yanning blankly. In their memories, ghosts were either ferocious ghosts with green faces and fangs, or those who were obviously zombies, or skeletons. It was the first time they had seen a ghost like Zhou Yanning, who actually looked like a real person. Zhou Yanning looked at them and said, "Do you really think that the young master didn't make any preparations? Let me tell you, in the past, the Zhou clan also had disciples serving in the Divine War Realm. After the Zhou clan was destroyed by you, their disciples in the Divine War Realm were quickly notified. However, the young master made a move and killed all of the Zhou clan's disciples in order to keep this secret. The young master also knew about the disciples serving in the Divine War Realm. Originally, Zhao Hai could have protected them, but the young master didn't do so. He wanted to give you a chance and see your ability to adapt. You can rest assured, when you attack the Third Legion, the Divine War Realm wouldn't know." Qianwang looked at Zhou Yanning and said, "Zhou Yanning, are you really dead or are you just a fake? Why do I feel like you're still alive?" Zhou Yanning looked at him, then his figure moved. His flesh and blood disappeared as he turned into a white jade-like skeleton. Then the skeleton opened its mouth and said, "Of course I'm dead. My flesh and blood were made by the young master. It's fake." After he said that, Zhou Yanning's figure moved and turned back into a human. However, his previous actions made Qian Wang and the others startled. Qian Wang and the others looked at Zhou Yanning. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Zhou Yanning looked at them and said, "It's best if you don't speak ill of the young master. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The young master helping you doesn't mean that he's a good person. The young master has done a lot of exterminating clans and exterminating realms. He just doesn't want to kill more people right now. Therefore, you should know your limits." Then Zhou Yanning turned around and left, leaving the room full of stunned people. Qian Wang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, tell me, does Zhou Yanning really have his own consciousness? Did he say those words himself, or did Mr. Zhao Hai make him say those words?" Xing Fei smiled bitterly and said, "What's the difference? Don't you understand Zhou Yanning's words? Mr. Zhao Hai just told us not to think too much about it." "Alright, there's no need to think too much about it. Let the children get ready. Once they're ready, we'll immediately start. In any case, we've already come this far. Without Mr. Zhao Hai, it would be impossible for us to defeat the War God realm." Qian Wang sighed and said, "Right, it doesn't matter if Zhou Yanning said those words himself or Mr. Zhao Hai. For us, it's all the same. It's useless to think too much about it. Let's move." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. Qian Wang looked at the departing crowd and let out a long breath. He knew that Zhou Yanning's words were a warning to them. Qian Wang recently discovered that some people from the 100 Victories realm were taking Zhao Hai's help for granted. It was as if Zhao Hai had committed a crime if he didn't help them. Some people were even disrespectful towards Zhao Hai. Although Qian Wang discovered this, he couldn't say anything. He could only warn these people. As for whether these people would listen in the end, it was hard to say. These people didn't understand how terrifying Zhao Hai was. They didn't have enough understanding of their current situation. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to them, nor would he dare to do anything to them. However, Qian Wang didn't think so. This was because Qian Wang had seen the people from the 100 Victories realm trained by Zhao Hai. After being trained by Zhao Hai, the people from the 100 Victories realm had indeed changed. They were more disciplined, they looked like soldiers from the War God realm, or even more like soldiers. For the 100 Victories realm, this was definitely a good thing. However, Qian Wang also discovered another change in the people from the 100 Victories realm. Their attitude towards Zhao Hai could be described as worship. If anyone talks bad about Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be happy. This attitude surprised Qian Wang the most. It was very difficult for cultivators to worship someone. Even if the other party was a genius, cultivators generally wouldn't worship them. At most, they would be envious. Worship was something that cultivators rarely do. Worshipping a person wasn't necessarily a good thing for a cultivator. Worshipping a person might give you a goal to work hard towards and make you want to be like that person. But at the same time, it would also become your inner demon. If something happened to the person you worshipped, then you might be possessed by your inner demon, which was even more dangerous. In the beginning, Qianwang thought that Zhao Hai used some magic on these people. But later on, he discovered that this wasn't the case. After these people learned about Zhao Hai, they slowly began to worship Zhao Hai. To be honest, after learning about Zhao Hai from the other soldiers of the Heaven's secret sect, Qianwang also began to worship Zhao Hai. For a person to be able to do what Zhao Hai did was really surprising. It was precisely because he discovered that these people began to worship Zhao Hai that Qianwang was even more surprised. This was because he was very clear that once these people began to worship Zhao Hai, it would be difficult for them to treat Zhao Hai as an enemy. This was especially true when some people were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's help. Qianwang could clearly see that the people who were trained by Zhao Hai had anger on their faces. This made Qianwang startled. Qianwang understood that if they were to have a conflict with Zhao Hai in the future, then those who were trained by Zhao Hai wouldn't know who they would side with. Qianwang also knew that Zhou Yanning wasn't lying. Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. But at the same time, Zhao Hai wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If you have a good relationship with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would take care of you in every possible way. If you were an enemy of Zhao Hai, then you'd better pray for yourself. Qianwang wanted to be Zhao Hai's friend. He wanted to be taken care of by Zhao Hai. He didn't want to be an enemy of Zhao Hai. This was because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would deal with him, or even destroy the entire 100 Victories realm. The more Qianwang understood Zhao Hai, the more he felt that Zhao Hai was terrifying. The more Zhao Hai was like this, the more polite Qianwang was to Zhao Hai. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Although the Qian clan was a great clan in the 100 Victories realm, they weren't the ruler of the realm. Qianwang could persuade these people, but he couldn't force them. This was because this time was too sensitive, he couldn't act rashly. Qianwang wanted to remind Zhao Hai, but he felt that doing so would be like betraying his own people. It was precisely because of this contradictory mentality that Qianwang was hesitant. After all, he was a person from the 100 Victories realm. But this time, Zhou Yanning suddenly gave them a warning. This made Qianwang's heart loosen up, but at the same time, it also made his nerves tense up. He thought that Zhao Hai didn't know about these people's strange words. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai was very familiar with these people, so he must have heard what they said. This time, Zhao Hai used Zhou Yanning's mouth to warn them. If these people didn't listen, then the next time wouldn't be as simple as a warning. After thinking about this, Qianwang couldn't help but frown. He also wanted to see what these people would do. If they still dared to be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's approach, then Qianwang would step forward and talk to them. Qianwang sighed and frowned. He really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Zhao Hai had already given them enough respect. Moreover, he also gave them a lot of help. How could they suddenly become greedy and take Zhao Hai's help for granted? They didn't know how to be grateful. How could they have such an attitude? At this time, only small and medium-sized clans had such an attitude. The great clans didn't have such people. But from Jing Fei's words, Qianwang could feel that Jing Fei's reverence for Zhao Hai was slowly disappearing. This wasn't a good thing. However, Qianwang couldn't do anything about it. His status was equal to Jing Fei's, so he couldn't control Jing Fei. If he really said something to Jing Fei might think that he was plotting something, which would be even worse. This was the reason why he was worried. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard. "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind." Qianwang stared, then he looked towards the voice and saw that it was Zhou Yanning. Qianwang's expression changed several times before he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if you're a ghost or a living person. You actually know how to read people's faces. This is really strange." Zhou Yanning looked at Qianwang, then she smiled faintly and said, "You can think of me as a ghost, but you can also think of me as a living person." Ghosts are actually another form of life, and the young master can be said to be the person who has done the most research on ghosts in the world. Normally, ghosts have damaged souls, so compared to humans, they lack some spirituality. But we are different, our souls are almost complete. It can be said that after we died, the young master used this method to give us another life, allowing us to be reborn. Because of this, ghosts like us are no different from humans in terms of intelligence and spirituality. We even have family, and I can live with my family like an ordinary person. Qianwang stared at Zhou Yanning and then muttered, "But where do you live? How come I don't see your family? The Zhou clan was killed by us, not even a chicken or a dog was spared." Zhou Yanning looked at Qianwang, then she smiled faintly and said, "Of course my family is there. They're all in the Heaven's secret pavilion, so naturally you can't see them. To be honest, I want to thank you. You destroyed the Zhou clan while the young master used another method to revive the Zhou clan. You don't need to think about whether I hate you or not, I don't hate you at all. If it wasn't for you, the Zhou clan wouldn't have become the young master's subordinates. I just want to tell you, Qianwang, you better persuade those fellows not to oppose the young master. That won't do them any good. The young master's strength is far beyond your imagination, he isn't someone you can afford to offend. In fact, the young master has the strength to destroy the war god realm by himself. However, Zhao Hai didn't do that. This is because if the young master directly goes to war with the war god realm, then the war god realm would certainly recruit soldiers from all the realms under their control. If we don't, then we'll die at the hands of the war god realm. Because of this, the young master didn't directly go to war with the war god realm. He wants to liberate all the realms under the war god realm before going to war. This way, he would only have to deal with the people from the war god realm and not the other realms. Because of this, the young master didn't go to war with the war god realm. He wants to liberate all the realms under the war god realm before going to war with them. This way, he would only have to deal with the people from the war god realm. Because of this, the young master didn't go to war with the war god realm. Qianwang quietly listened to Zhou Yanning's words. He knew that these words must have been agreed upon by Zhao Hai. Zhou Yanning was a ghost, if he didn't have Zhao Hai's permission, then he wouldn't have said these words. Ghosts were always centered around their masters. However, Qianwang believed Zhou Yanning's words. He already knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a simple person. If Zhao Hai didn't have a trump card, then he wouldn't have dared to come to the war god realm and challenge them. After Zhou Yanning finished speaking, Qianwang sighed and said, "I also know that. I also don't want to provoke Mr. Zhao Hai. I also want to be friends with Mr. Zhao Hai. However, I still want the 100 Victories realm to remain independent." Mr. Zhao Hai also agreed to this. Zhou Yanning replied, "The young master won't oppose your independence. He also won't interfere with the matters of the 100 Victories realm. However, he still needs to be respected. He has helped the 100 Victories realm a lot. The people of the 100 Victories realm should respect him, right? But what about now? It seems like they don't respect the young master, instead, they are dissatisfied. They are dissatisfied with this and that. If it wasn't for the young master, would they be where they are today? Where else could they complain about this and that? To be honest, Qianwang, although the young master asked me to persuade them to restrain themselves, I've already said enough. After all, I was once a member of the 100 Victories realm. Although I'm now part of the young master's undead race, I still have my own thoughts. I also have feelings for the 100 Victories realm. Therefore, I'm telling you this." Then Zhou Yanning stood up, turned around, and left. Looking at Zhou Yanning's departing figure, Qianwang couldn't help but sigh. Then he muttered, "I also want to persuade them, but I'm afraid those fellows won't listen to me. Forget it, it's also good to let them suffer a bit. Right now, we should think about how to deal with the Third Legion." At this time, Zhou Yanning had already returned to the Divine Secret Pavilion. When he arrived at Zhao Hai's room, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I've already told Qianwang everything. However, I can see that he doesn't want to be an enemy of the young master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, he doesn't want to be an enemy of mine. I had you say those words to him in order to strengthen his confidence. Although I can't directly rule the 100 Victories realm, I still need to support a force that is close to me. If the Hundred Victories realm is controlled by a force that is hostile to me, then how can I do business with them in the future? How can I get them to fight alongside me? Hehe, Qian Wang is a smart person, a rare smart person in the Hundred Victories realm. Therefore, he knows how to make the right choice. What I want is for him to make this choice. This way, when I deal with the other clans in the Hundred Victories realm, the Qian family would be the only one in control. When that time comes, the Hundred Victories realm would be under the Qian family's control. This is the most advantageous situation for me. When Zhou Yanning heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be enlightened. His admiration for Zhao Hai grew. Although he was one of Zhao Hai's undead, the undead had already become a unique race in the space. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to any other race, and they were also absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai valued the undead even more. There were a lot of things that he would let the undead do. Because of this, Zhou Yanning answered Zhou Yanning's question. He already considered Zhou Yanning as a subordinate and not a tool. Zhou Yanning bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, if you don't have any other orders, then I'll return to the Zhou family's mountain city. I'm worried that those fellows would mess things up." Although Qian Wang is a smart person, he's still a member of the Qian family. He can't order others around. If he does, then it might cause a conflict. I'll go back and look after them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Warning them once is enough. If you do it too often, then nobody would pay attention to it. If those fellows don't cause too much trouble, then you don't need to pay attention to them. I want them to think that I won't care about them. This way, I'll have an excuse to deal with them in the future. Do you understand?" Zhou Yanning quickly complied, then he was sent back to the Zhou family's mountain city by Zhao Hai. Time passed day by day. Zhang Lingyun's days were quite good. Although the resources given to them by the Hundred Victories realm were very limited, it was still enough for them to use. They didn't have any conflicts with the other clans, everything was very peaceful. To be honest, Zhang Lingyun felt strange. This was because he didn't know what the people of the Hundred Victories realm were thinking. Why were they so honest? The people of the Hundred Victories realm weren't that honest. In the past, even if Zhao Hai didn't exist, they would still cause trouble. Now that Zhao Hai was involved, they didn't take the opportunity to cause trouble. This made Zhang Lingyun surprised. In the end, Zhang Lingyun felt uneasy and wanted to send people outside to investigate. He discovered that the people of the Hundred Victories realm seemed to be avoiding them. They didn't like people who came in contact with them. Moreover, they didn't manage to obtain any useful information. Zhang Lingyun had no other choice but to look for Zhou Yanning and ask her about what happened in the Hundred Victories realm. Zhou Yanning received him very warmly. Zhang Lingyun knew from Zhou Yanning that the people of the Hundred Victories realm wanted to cause trouble several times. However, they were all stopped by Zhang Lingyun in the end. Moreover, Zhang Lingyun was now trying to drive a wedge between the clans of the Hundred Victories realm. As long as the relationship between the clans is severed, then the Hundred Victories realm would no longer be a threat. Although Zhou Yanning's plan was very good, Zhang Lingyun didn't think highly of Zhou Yanning. This was because Zhou Yanning betrayed his own people and obtained all of this. This was the reason why Zhang Lingyun looked down on him. In fact, Zhang Lingyun was very respectful towards the people of the Hundred Victories realm. Although the people of the Hundred Victories realm were called barbarians by the outside world, in the Cultivation realm, strength was the most important thing. Since the people of the Hundred Victories realm were strong enough, they naturally deserved the respect they deserved. However, Zhang Lingyun was only a general and a legion commander. Even if he respected the other party, as long as the War Emperor gave the order, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate the other party. This was the duty of a soldier. Although Zhang Lingyun looked down on Zhou Yanning, he didn't show any disgust. On the contrary, he was very polite to Zhou Yanning because he knew that Zhou Yanning was useful to the War God's realm. After returning from Zhou Yanning's place, Zhang Lingyun felt relieved. He told the Battle Emperor about the situation here. The Battle Emperor wanted him to stay in the Hundred Victories realm for a while. Naturally, Zhang Lingyun didn't object. While Zhang Lingyun was doing these things, Qian Wang and the others weren't idle either. They were also secretly mobilizing troops. At the same time, Qian Wang was secretly paying attention to the War God realm, waiting for news from his family's disciples. 10 days after the Third Legion entered the Hundred Victories realm, Qianwang and the others finally received news that the Hundred Victories realm's disciples were ready to leave at any time. Upon hearing this news, Qianwang immediately gathered the patriarchs of the other families. After everyone arrived, Qianwang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I just received news from the children. They are ready to leave at any time. We can attack now. Remember, when we attack, we will inform Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao will activate the formation and destroy the enemy's large artifacts. If we move quickly, we can completely destroy the Third Legion before the War God realm can react. This way, the War God realm wouldn't be able to get any information. Therefore, this time, I ask everyone to work hard and take revenge for the people who died in the hands of the War God realm." Qianwang nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I just received news from the children. They are ready to leave at any time. We can attack at any time." Zhengfei nodded, then he said, "Old Qian is right. This time, we'll go all out. If anyone dares to not go all out, then don't blame us for being impolite." Nobody dared to say anything. In the Hundred Victories realm, the Qian family and the Jing family were the two most powerful clans. Even the other 5 clans weren't as strong as the Qian family and the Jing family. Naturally, nobody would object to the 2 clans' words. Additionally, they were facing the War God realm. All the clans had enmity with the War God realm. Now that they have the opportunity to personally take revenge, they were naturally happy. After 2 more days of preparation, Qianwang and the others were finally done. Qianwang directly sent a letter to Zhao Hai, telling him that they can act now. Actually, all of Qianwang's actions were under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Qianwang and the others wouldn't deal with the War God realm. Instead, he was afraid that there would be spies in the Hundred Victories realm. Although it has been a long time since the Hundred Victories realm had any contact with the War God realm, Zhao Hai still followed the principle of being careful. He was always paying attention to them. There were many types of spies. One type of spy was called Death Spy. They can use their lives in exchange for information or do other things. And when they die, it would be the most crucial time. Even if they die, they would still complete their mission. And when they complete their mission, the enemy would be defeated. Zhao Hai was afraid that there might be a trap in the Hundred Victories realm. If there really was a trap, then he wouldn't make a move. Even if the Third Legion was destroyed, he wouldn't make a move. He would only make a move at the most critical moment. That would be enough to make him fail. 2 days later, the Third Legion's camp was very quiet. Although cultivators didn't need to sleep, they were still people. They still liked to move during the day and rest at night. Because of this, the camp was very quiet at night. At this time, shadows suddenly appeared in the camp. The people on night duty immediately noticed these shadows. They were startled and immediately issued an alarm. However, they didn't know how these shadows appeared. When the alarm sounded, the entire camp was in chaos. Cultivators flew out of their barracks. At the same time, the entire camp was lit up. At this time, they discovered that the shadows that appeared in their camp weren't real people, but puppets. These puppets were very large. Some were humanoid while some were beast-like. There were also some that looked very strange. The tallest of these puppets was about 100 meters tall while the shortest was about 20 mago. Just as the people in the camp were looking at the puppets in a daze, the puppets suddenly moved. Black fog suddenly emerged from their bodies. Then the puppets directly rushed towards the large artifacts in the camp. The cultivators wanted to stop them, but they couldn't. The puppets were too close to the large artifacts. Before the cultivators could stop them, the puppets had already reached the large artifacts. Although there were people guarding the large artifacts at night, the sudden change in situation made it impossible for the large artifacts to fight. Not to mention fighting, it was impossible for the large artifacts to set up shields. The purpose of the puppets was very simple: they wanted to make the large artifacts lose their fighting strength. The puppets directly attacked the large artifacts. The attacks of the puppets were very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the large artifacts were destroyed. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyun's eyes turned red. He immediately ordered the Third Legion to attack the puppets. However, he didn't expect the puppets to explode upon being attacked. Moreover, the explosion was very powerful. Not only did the puppets destroy the large artifacts, even the cultivators who attacked them weren't spared. Just as Zhang Lingyun didn't know what to do with the puppets, a sudden battle cry was heard. Zhang Lingyun turned his head and saw that the camp was surrounded from the outside. The people who surrounded the camp were all people from the 100 Victories realm. Although the people from the 100 Victories realm were still wearing the same clothes as before, their weapons were now much sharper than before. Naturally, the most important thing was that the people from the 100 Victories realm were lined up in a battle formation. The battle formation of the 100 Victories realm was even more standard than the 3rd Legion's. Zhang Lingyun calmed down. He knew that if they couldn't repel these people today, then they would be finished. Therefore, he immediately gave an order: everyone, listen to my order. Immediately organize your troops and return to your own ranks as fast as possible. If anyone dares to act without permission, then they will be punished according to military law. Xianxia, immediately activate the transmission formation and contact the 3rd Legion. Ask them to send reinforcements. Tell them that we're under attack and that Zhao Hai might be here. Xianxia complied and then immediately left. At the same time, the 3rd Legion was also organizing their troops. The 3rd Legion was worthy of being called the elites of the War God realm. In this case, they were still able to organize their troops. However, the people from the 100 Victories realm didn't allow them to do so. The people from the 100 Victories realm immediately rushed towards them. The battle had finally begun. Zhang Lingyun looked at the large artifacts and discovered that all of them had been destroyed. They were now useless. What made him feel strange was that the puppets didn't help the people from the 100 Victories realm. On the contrary, after destroying the large artifacts, they slowly retreated. This made Zhang Lingyun feel relieved. After seeing the puppets retreating, Zhang Lingyun turned his attention to the people from the 100 Victories realm. Although he knew that the puppets were still a huge threat and might come out at any time to deal a fatal blow, he knew that their biggest threat was still the people from the 100 Victories realm. If they don't deal with the people from the 100 Victories realm, then the puppets wouldn't even need to make a move. Zhang Lingyun was still confident in dealing with the people of the 100 Victories realm. After a period of observation, he discovered that the people of the 100 Victories realm seemed to have just learned how to use battle formations. They hadn't reached the level of proficiency in the operation of battle formations. In many places, they would show some unfamiliarity. To be honest, Zhang Lingyun was still confident in dealing with such a battle formation. While Zhang Lingyun commanded the 3rd Legion to counterattack, he was also paying attention to Xianxia's situation. He knew that without reinforcements, it would be very difficult for them to retreat from the 100 Victories realm. But what made Zhang Lingyun feel strange was that the transmission formation in their camp hasn't been opened. This made Zhang Lingyun have a bad feeling in his heart. The teleportation formation in his camp has been improved. Even if it's inside someone else's formation, it can still be used normally. Logically speaking, Xianxia should have opened the teleportation formation by now. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? At this time, Zhang Lingyun felt something above his head. He looked up and saw a huge building above him. Zhang Lingyun was startled. He had never seen such a large artifact before. However, he immediately understood that the user of this large artifact was Zhao Hai. Previously, he suspected that Zhao Hai was in the 100 Victories realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the people of the 100 Victories realm to learn about battle formations. It would also be impossible for them to have so many good weapons. Now that he saw this large artifact, he was even more certain of his thoughts. After confirming his thoughts, Zhang Lingyun's heart sank. He understood that Zhao Hai's appearance and the 100 Victories realm's attack meant that the 100 Victories realm had already submitted to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had obtained another realm. At this time, Zhang Lingyun felt a person flying towards him. From the aura, Zhang Lingyun could tell that this person was Xianxia. Zhang Lingyun turned his head and saw that it was Xianxia. Xianxia already arrived at his side. However, Xianxia's expression was very ugly. When Zhang Lingyun saw Xianxia's expression, he had a bad premonition. But he still said, "How is it? Is the transmission formation ready?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "General, the transmission formation can't be used. We're now trapped." Zhang Lingyun's expression changed. How can this be? Isn't the transmission formation protected by a formation? Why can't it be used? What's going on? Xianxia said with a deep voice, when the teleportation formation was tested in the spirit world, it was indeed possible to use it in a spirit formation. However, it is truly impossible to use it now. This can only mean one thing: the spirit formation used by the other party is much more brilliant than the spirit formation we use. Our spirit formation is unable to withstand the other party's seal. Zhang Lingyun's face turned ugly. He immediately said, is there any other way? Even if we can't send people back to the realm, we can't let the realm send reinforcements. We have to let the people in the realm know that Zhao Hai has already taken over the 100 Victories realm. Xianxia bitterly smiled, shook his head and said, General, there's no other way. We can't break this formation. Most importantly, we don't know where the formation is. How can we break it? After hearing Xianxia, Zhang Lingyun couldn't help but stare blankly. Then an idea flashed in his mind. He lifted his head and looked at the heaven's secret pavilion floating in the air. Xianxia followed Zhang Lingyun's gaze and immediately understood what Zhang Lingyun meant. He turned to Zhang Lingyun and said, General, what do you mean? The formation is on the large artifact? Zhang Lingyun nodded and said, right, I think that the formation is on the large artifact. Even if it isn't, we can still use this method to disrupt the enemy's attack. It would be best if we can capture Zhao Hai. Pass down the order, concentrate all our forces on attacking the large artifact. Xianxia nodded and immediately went to pass down the order. The 100 Victories realm cultivators who were fighting with the 3rd Legion suddenly discovered that the 3rd Legion wasn't fighting them to the death. On the contrary, the 3rd Legion seemed to be retreating. This made the people from the 100 Victories realm confused. But soon, they found out that the 3rd Legion only used a portion of their forces to entangle them. The rest of their forces went to attack the Heaven's secret pavilion. Upon seeing this, Qianwang's expression couldn't help but change. This time, they were afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. They also felt embarrassed. They had so many people attacking the 3rd Legion, yet the 3rd Legion actually found an opportunity to attack Zhao Hai. They couldn't afford to lose face like this. Thinking of this, Qianwang immediately said, pass down the order, strengthen the attack. We can't let them attack the Heaven's secret pavilion. Although their attacks can't do anything to Mr. Zhao Hai, we can't afford to lose face like this. Someone immediately went to pass down the order. But after that person passed down the order, Qianwang immediately discovered a problem. He discovered that after that person passed down the order, only the Qian family's disciples were attacking with all their might. The other clans actually slowed down their attacks. This made Qianwang's expression change. He almost vomited blood. Qianwang's face paled as he looked at Jingfei and the others. Then he angrily said, what do you mean by this? If this continues, then those people will attack Mr. Zhao Hai's large artifact. Jingfei looked at Qianwang and said, Qianwang, we've been trying our best to attack. You can't blame us for this. Qianwang angrily said, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Mr. Zhao Hai has helped us so much, yet you're still not doing your best. What are you thinking? Jingfei looked at Qianwang and said, surnamed Qianwang, don't talk nonsense. How are we not doing our best? We've been doing our best. Look at those children, aren't they still attacking? How can you say that we're not doing our best? Qianwang looked at Jingfei and the others. His expression slowly calmed down. Then he sneered and said, you're really too anxious. Nothing has happened yet and you're already scheming against Mr. Zhao Hai. Do you really think that Mr. Zhao Hai is a vegetarian? Jingfei, you'll regret this. Then Qianwang ignored them. His figure moved as he arrived in front of the Qian family's army. Then he loudly said, disciples of the Qian family, listen up. Attack with all your might. If we can't break through the War God Realm's army, then how can we face Mr. Zhao Hai? Think about the weapons in our hands, think about the help that Mr. has given us. If we let Mr. Zhao Hai do something like this, then we'll be ashamed to death. Attack. Along with Qianwang's voice, the eyes of the Qian family's disciples turned blood red. They roared as they charged towards the War God Realm. When the other disciples heard Qianwang's words, their expressions changed. This was especially true for those who participated in Zhao Hai's training. Their eyes turned blood red. They didn't listen to their family's orders as they charged forward. These disciples were already dissatisfied with the family's decision. But since they were part of the family, they had no choice but to listen to their family's orders. Now that they heard Qianwang's words, how could they hold back? They went all out to attack. When Jingfei and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed. In fact, they wanted to use this opportunity to give Zhao Hai a show of strength. They felt that Zhao Hai was taking himself too seriously. He actually sent an undead to reprimand them. Because of this, they wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. They wanted to make Zhao Hai understand who was in charge in the 100 Victories realm. This time, the leader was Jingfei. Qianwang had the same status as Jingfei. However, Qianwang had always been following Zhao Hai's footsteps. This made Jingfei feel uncomfortable. He wanted to suppress Qianwang, so he thought of another method. He wanted to let Zhao Hai see his strength. Because of this, he joined forces with the other clans in the War God realm. They wanted to go easy on the War God realm and let the War God realm attack the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. If the Heaven's Secret Pavilion couldn't resist, then it wouldn't be too late for Jingfei to make a move. Even if the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was able to resist, they could still let Zhao Hai know that in the 100 Victories realm, it was Jingfei who was in charge, not Zhao Hai. However, Jingfei didn't expect Qianwang's reaction to be this intense. Moreover, he even provoked the other clans to participate in the attack. This was something that Jingfei didn't expect. Ha ha ha, good job. Qianwang, all participating 100 Victories realm cultivators, withdraw from the battle. From now on, I will take over. Although no one saw the person, everyone could hear that this was Zhao Hai's voice. When Qianwang heard Zhao Hai's voice, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately shouted, "Qian clan's disciples, withdraw from the battle." Although the Qian clan's disciples were unwilling, they still withdrew from the battle. At the same time, the other clan's disciples also slowly withdrew from the battle. When they withdrew, the people from the War God realm attacked the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Jingfei looked at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and couldn't help but sneer. He knew that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had a lot of cultivators. However, it would take some time for them to come out. Now, the Third Legion still had more than 10 million people. However, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion didn't have anyone coming out. Even if the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was strong, it would still be broken under the attack of 10 million cultivators. Jingfei wanted to see how Zhao Hai was going to take over the battle. While Jingfei was sneering, the people from the War God realm had already arrived in front of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion under Zhang Lingyun's lead. However, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was still very quiet. Just as Zhang Lingyun was about to give the order to attack, the door of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion opened and a person walked out. Zhang Lingyun looked at the person who came out of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This person's appearance was very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. He wore a very ordinary black cultivator robe. He didn't give off the feeling of a threat. He looked like an ordinary cultivator that could be seen everywhere in the War God realm. No, he was even worse than those ordinary cultivators. Zhang Lingyun looked at this person with some puzzlement. He originally thought that the person who came out was Zhao Hai. However, looking at this person, he really couldn't connect this person with the Zhao Hai who defeated the expeditionary army of the War God realm, occupied 2 realms, and made the War God realm unable to do anything to him. Therefore, Zhang Lingyun waved his hand and stopped everyone. Then he said, "Who are you?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Lingyun and smiled faintly. "Void Realm, Underworld King Zhao Hai." "Greetings, General Zhang Lingyun. I've heard of General Zhang's name. It's my honor to meet you today." When Zhang Lingyun heard the other party admit that he was Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he laughed heartily. "Zhao Hai, you are actually Zhao Hai. I really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually look like you. Zhao Hai, do you see? You think that your allies actually don't take you seriously at all. They don't listen to you at all. How can you be an enemy of the War God realm with just these few moves of yours? I think it's better for you to surrender." When Jingfei and the others heard Zhang Lingyun, their expressions couldn't help but change. However, Jing Fei's expression quickly calmed down. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would make a move against them. One shouldn't forget that this was the 100 Victories realm. Although Zhao Hai had helped the 100 Victories realm a lot, his influence was still lacking compared to a local tyrant like Xing Fei. Ha ha ha, them? Zhao Hai, don't rely on others to help me deal with people. I'm only dealing with them because I don't want to kill too many of them. Since they don't want to deal with you, then I'll just deal with you. Arrogant. Zhao Hai, who do you think you are? You want to rely on your own strength to deal with our war god realm? You're too daring. Today, I'll let you know that arrogance comes with a price. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Lingyun and smiled faintly. I don't know if I'll be able to pay the price, but I do know that you'll definitely pay the price. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Zhang Lingyun and the others felt countless auras coming from all around them. It was as if they were surrounded. Zhang Lingyun couldn't help but look around. What he saw made him stunned. They were indeed surrounded by countless undead. These undead were armed with skeletons. They were wearing white forest armor. Each and every one of them looked murderous, as if they were evil spirits that came out from the depths of hell. At this time, Zhang Lingyun suddenly felt a murderous aura coming towards him. This murderous aura was too strong. It was so strong that he could smell the stench of blood. He could even feel that the surrounding sky had turned red, as if they were soaking in blood. Zhang Lingyun could be considered a veteran of hundreds of battles. The number of times he led his army in large-scale battles wasn't small. He had killed a lot of people. However, this was the first time he saw such a murderous aura. This murderous aura affected people's minds, causing them to have hallucinations. In the past, Zhang Lingyun had heard people say that murderous aura could affect people and even kill them. However, he didn't believe it. This was because he had never seen anyone using murderous aura to kill. But now, he knew that he was seeing it. Zhang Lingyun stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's expression was calm, Zhang Lingyun didn't think that he was ordinary. In his eyes, Zhao Hai was a devil. Zhao Hai was very angry today. He helped the people of the 100 Victories realm a lot and didn't ask for anything in return. He just wanted them to be his allies. However, he didn't think that they would sell him out so quickly. People say that you get rid of the donkey after it has left the millstone, but what about now? He didn't even wait for them to start scheming against him. Zhao Hai was now wondering if he was right to help these people. However, this was also good. Zhao Hai already knew that these people wouldn't be honest. He just didn't think that they would act so quickly. This gave him an excuse to deal with the people of the 100 Victories realm and make them submit to him. Zhao Hai wasn't a benevolent person. Those who schemed against him would have to pay a price. This was especially true for the people from the 100 Victories realm. This was tantamount to biting the hand that fed him. If Zhao Hai didn't deal with them, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai. However, before dealing with the people of the 100 Victories realm, Zhao Hai needed to deal with the people of the war god realm first. Additionally, he was still angry, so his killing intent was released. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Zhang Lingyun, he just waved his hand and said, "Kill." This single word caused the eyes of the undead to flash with red spiritual fire. This made the undead look even more terrifying. At the same time, the undead began to move. They all raised their weapons as they rushed towards the people of the 3rd Legion. At this time, Qian Wang, Xing Fei, and the others from the 100 Victories realm were staring blankly at the undead. Zhang Lingyun was surrounded by the undead, so he didn't know how many undead were surrounding him. On the other hand, the people outside could clearly see how many undead were surrounding the 3rd Legion. There were so many that they couldn't even count them. The number of undead made them startled. While they were in a daze, they discovered that the undead suddenly moved. All of the undead shrank back. Upon seeing this, Qian Wang and the others knew that the undead were about to attack. Seeing the attack of the undead, Qian Wang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They discovered that the attack of the undead could be called an army. The movement of the undead was very orderly. There were so many undead moving at the same time, but they didn't collide with each other. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It was as if they were looking at an extremely precise machine. This machine was constantly rotating, making people feel its killing intent soaring to the sky. Humph. A cold snort was heard. Qian Wang and the others' hearts shook. They looked at the source of the sound and discovered that it was Zhou Yanning. Zhou Yanning looked at Qian Wang and then nodded. Then he turned his head to Jing Fei and the others. His face was cold as he looked at Jing Fei and said, "You dare to scheme against the young master? You really don't know how to die. Do you really think that the young master wouldn't dare to destroy the 100 Victories realm? Haha, the warning I gave you before, you've all turned a deaf ear. Good, very good. Now you're on your own." Then Zhou Yanning's figure disappeared in front of him. Seeing Zhou Yanning disappear, Jing Fei's expression turned ugly. He knew that he had offended Zhao Hai this time. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a look of remorse. But then it was replaced by madness as he loudly said, "Everyone, listen up. Attack the undead. Today, we must help the 3rd Legion kill Zhao Hai. Otherwise, we won't be able to live." Jing Fei's shout was very loud, but nobody responded. Jing Fei stared, then he turned his head and his expression changed. This was because he discovered that it wasn't that nobody responded to him, but that nobody dared to. Besides Qian Wang, the Qian family, and himself, all the people from the 100 Victories realm were surrounded by skeletons. The weapons of these skeletons were placed on their necks. It can be said that these people's lives were in the hands of these skeletons. How could they respond? Jing Fei's face turned ashen. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. At this time, a sigh was heard. Jing Fei looked towards the source of the sigh and discovered that it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was standing not far from Jing Fei. No one knew when he appeared, but it was as if he had been standing there for a long time. Zhao Hai looked at the undead and said, "Jing Fei, I want to know why." He didn't look at Jing Fei, he just asked in a soft voice. When Jing Fei heard Zhao Hai's question, he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Should he tell Zhao Hai that he did it for the sake of power? How could he say that? Zhao Hai didn't look at Jing Fei, he still said, "Although I, Zhao Hai, am not from the 100 Victories realm, I still think that I'm worthy of the realm. I taught you refining techniques, I gave you weapons, I didn't give you weapons. You must fight with me. I said that I gave you weapons in order to increase your fighting strength. If you're willing to fight with me, I'll give you weapons. If you don't want to fight with me, I won't give you weapons. What's wrong with that? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Haven't you paid a price for your cultivation to this day? Why do I have to give you things? Do I owe you anything?" Jing Fei didn't know how to answer. To be honest, he was very grateful to Zhao Hai in the beginning. However, he didn't know when this gratitude started to change. He started to think that the naughty sea gave him things that they deserved. They didn't even need to pay a price. As long as they did, he would feel that Zhao Hai had wronged them. This kind of strange idea was born in his heart. It slowly took root and sprouted until it became a huge tree. This made him even more dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this dissatisfaction and his desire for power that he wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. He wanted to let Zhao Hai know that he was the boss of the 100 Victories realm. If Zhao Hai wanted to command the people of the 100 Victories realm, he would have to go through Jing Fei. Without him, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to move an inch in the 100 Victories realm. This could be said to be a servant bullying his master. Although Zhao Hai wasn't the master and Jing Fei wasn't the servant, the meaning was the same. Jing Fei was biting the hand that fed him. However, his desire had blinded his eyes, making him unable to see what he was doing. He only wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson and let Zhao Hai know how powerful he was. Seeing that Jing Fei didn't speak, Zhao Hai continued, "With my strength, I can use force to conquer the 100 Victories realm. However, I didn't do so. Do you see? These undead were refined from the corpses of the people from other realms. My hands are stained with too much blood. In the past, I didn't have enough strength, so I had to kill people and refine them into undead. But now that I have enough undead, I don't want to kill anymore. Therefore, I came to the 100 Victories realm to take revenge. If I didn't come here, you would be conscripted by the War God realm. When that time comes, you would be the best cannon fodder on the battlefield. Countless people from the 100 Victories realm would die in my hands. Therefore, I came here to help you. I want to be your ally, I don't want to be your enemy. I also don't want to stain my hands with your blood. Qian Wang's expression turned heavy. Zhou Yanning had told him this before, and he had also told Jing Fei and the others. Unfortunately, Jing Fei and the others didn't believe him. They just treated his words as wind. Jing Fei's expression changed as he looked at the undead. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect these undead to be killed by Zhao Hai. Moreover, these undead were refined after destroying the other realms. From this point, one could see how ruthless Zhao Hai was. To be honest, Jing Fei was now filled with regret. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Zhao Hai continued, "My name is Hell King. It's because I've killed too many people that I'm called Hell King. Originally, I wanted to give you a chance. I had Zhou Yanning warn you, and I even had Zhou Yanning persuade you. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Maybe in your eyes, I, Zhao Hai, am a weak person. I don't dare move against you because this is the 100 Victories realm. Unfortunately, you forgot my name. I'm called Hell King. If I don't kill, how could I get this nickname? You want to threaten me? Let's see if you have the fate to do so." When Jing Fei heard Zhao Hai, cold sweat began to drip down his back. He was afraid. He thought that Zhao Hai would spare his life. But now, listening to Zhao Hai's words, it seems like he didn't want to spare him, he wanted to kill him instead. Jing Fei fell to his knees and said to Zhao Hai, "I ask Mr. to spare my life. I've lost my mind. I ask Mr. to spare my life." Nobody expected Jing Fei to make such a move. In the 100 Victories realm, surrendering was a very shameful thing. In the past, the 100 Victories realm chose to submit to the War God realm instead of surrendering. Even when they submitted to the War God realm, they had to negotiate with the War God realm. They didn't surrender unconditionally. For the people of the 100 Victories realm, surrendering was their greatest humiliation. They would rather die in battle than surrender. But today, Jing Fei was kneeling in front of Zhao Hai and begging him to spare his life. Seeing Jing Fei's appearance, the people of the 100 Victories realm had a look of disdain on their face. Even the Jing clan was the same. Before Zhao Hai could speak, a voice was heard, "Jing Fei, you cowardly villain. He has lost the face of the 100 Victories realm. We've let down Mr. Zhao Hai. If Mr. wants to kill us, then kill us. What's so great about it? You're actually begging to surrender? Are you worthy of being a member of the 100 Victories realm? How could my 100 Victories realm have such a spineless person like you?" Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged cultivator. He was the patriarch of a great clan in the 100 Victories realm, Sun Kuang. Zhao Hai looked at Sun Kuang and Sun Kuang also looked at Zhao Hai. Sun Kuang's eyes flashed with shame as he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we've lost our minds to do such a thing. We don't have the face to continue living in this world. We can only thank Mr. with our deaths. After we die, I ask Mr. to refine us into undead so that we can fight for Mr." Then Sun Kuang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed as he fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Sun Kuang would be so unyielding. He actually killed himself. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, more patriarchs of the 100 Victories realm committed suicide. By the time Zhao Hai wanted to stop them, it was already too late. Besides Qian Wang and Jing Fei, almost all the patriarchs of the 100 Victories realm had died. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zhao Hai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know whether to be angry or admire them. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses and sighed. He now understood what these fellows meant. They knew that he was angry, so they committed suicide first. This might sound unreasonable, but it could be easily explained. The strength that Zhao Hai displayed today shocked the entire 100 Victories realm. The people of the 100 Victories realm understood that with Zhao Hai's strength, it was entirely possible for him to destroy the 100 Victories realm. Looking at Zhao Hai's attitude today, even if he didn't destroy the 100 Victories realm, he would still take some of the clans with him. Because of this, the patriarchs of these clans directly committed suicide. Their deaths were equivalent to taking all of the blame on themselves. This made Zhao Hai embarrassed to make a move on their clans. From this point, it can be seen that the patriarchs of these clans were smarter than Jing Fei. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses of the patriarchs and sighed. Then he said, "People from your clans, bring your patriarchs' bodies back home and bury them." Zhao Hai didn't look at Jing Fei as he directly said. At this time, Qian Wang walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you should turn them all into undead." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Cultivators valued their bodies very much. Even if they died, they would still build a good tomb for themselves along with a lot of funerary items. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted the patriarchs to be buried. This was because he didn't want to destroy the entire 100 Victories realm. Zhao Hai didn't want the 100 Victories realm to be destroyed. But now, Qian Wang wanted him to turn the corpses into undead? This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at Qian Wang and said, "Patriarch Qian, what do you mean by this?" Qian Wang smiled bitterly and said, "Mister might not know, but my 100 Victories realm is very particular about oaths. When they committed suicide, they said that they wanted Mister to turn their corpses into ghosts. This was their oath. If Mister doesn't agree, then the deceased wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Because of this, I asked Mister to agree to turn them into ghosts." When Zhao Hai heard Qian Wang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to look at the clans. These people were looking at Zhao Hai. They didn't move their patriarchs' bodies. Zhao Hai sighed, then he nodded and said, "All right." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the corpses of the patriarchs. Then he turned his gaze to Jing Fei, who was still kneeling on the ground. Jing Fei's face was now ashen. Seeing the patriarchs commit suicide one by one, he knew that the Jing family was finished. The other families would definitely blame the deaths of the patriarchs on him and the Jing family. After that, they would go all out to attack the Jing family. With so many families attacking the Jing family, it would be impossible for the Jing family not to be exterminated. At this time, Jing Fei only hoped that Zhao Hai would spare his life. After all, in the 100 Victories realm, nobody would dare to disobey Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai said to spare his life, then he wouldn't die. Now that he saw Zhao Hai looking at him, Jing Fei immediately had a flattering expression on his face. Zhao Hai's expression was cold as he looked at Jing Fei and said, "A person like you doesn't have the face to continue living in this world. You don't even have the qualifications to become my undead. Jing Fei, remember, if there's an afterlife, be a good person." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and slapped Jing Fei's head. Jing Fei looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but when Zhao Hai's hand came in contact with his head, Jing Fei's entire body turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Zhao Hai turned to Qian Wang and said, "I'll need you to deal with the 100 Victories realm. Tell the great clans that if they have any dissatisfaction, then they can come look for me. If they don't want their family's disciples to join the army, then they can send them back. But remember, those who want to go back must leave their weapons behind. As for the Jing family's matter, I'll leave it to you. If there's a problem, then I'll deal with it myself." Qian Wang smiled bitterly and said, "There's no problem. Mister can rest assured, I'll deal with it." How could Qian Wang say that there's a problem? There was no need for him to deal with this matter. The patriarchs who committed suicide would just slaughter the entire Jing family. There was no need for him to do anything. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his attention back to the battlefield. The battle was still going on, but the circle of undead had become smaller. It seems like the undead had gained the upper hand, the people of the Third Legion were doomed. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the undead that were holding weapons to the cultivators' necks to disappear. Seeing Zhao Hai's hand, everyone felt a chill on their necks. Zhao Hai looked at the undead and said, "Qian Wang, how many people do you think there are in the War God realm?" Qian Wang stared, then he pondered for a moment before he said, "I don't know. The population of the War God realm has been increasing rapidly over the years. I really don't know how many people there are." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then have you heard of the Desolate Race?" Qian Wang frowned, then he shook his head and said, "Desolate Race? Are they a race under the War God realm? I haven't heard of them." When Zhao Hai heard Qian Wang, he knew that Qian Wang didn't know about the Desolate Race. He didn't care about it. The Desolate Race was related to the secret battlefield of the War God realm. Naturally, they wouldn't let others know about it. Furthermore, the relationship between the 100 Victories realm and the War God realm wasn't very good. It was understandable that Qian Wang didn't know about this matter. Qian Wang saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything and only frowned. He couldn't help but be puzzled. However, he didn't ask anything. His attention was still on the undead. Qian Wang knew that most people would have a time limit when using undead. This was because anyone who uses undead would need to use their spiritual force to control them. The stronger one's spiritual force was, the more undead one could control. If one's spiritual force was weak, then the amount of undead one could control would be lesser. Of course, there were also ghost cultivators who would use other methods to refine the undead. This way, they could bring the undead with them and even leave them outside for a long time. Ghost cultivators used the undead the most. There were two types of ghosts. One was the specter-type ghosts. These ghosts were usually formed from the souls of people. They weren't very powerful, but they were numerous. This was also something that ghost cultivators liked to use. They would refine these ghosts into artifacts. When they were used, they would release the ghosts from the artifact. However, in order to control the artifact, they needed spiritual chi and spiritual force. Another type of ghost was zombie type. Zombie type ghosts were generally higher level ghosts. At the very least, they were much stronger than specter type ghosts. However, these zombies were very difficult to refine. Ghost cultivators would refine these zombies as artifacts. Some would even refine them as life-bound artifacts. However, when using these zombies, one would need to use spiritual force and spiritual chi. In the cultivation world, there were very few cultivators who would use skeletons as ghosts. Of course, there were ghost cultivators who would use skeletons as ghosts, but they were very few. But no matter what the situation was, there would always be cultivators like Zhao Hai who could release so many ghosts at once. With so many ghosts, even a void-piercing expert would be sucked dry by these ghosts if they were to use spiritual force to control them. However, not only could Zhao Hai command so many undead, he could even command them for a long time. At this point, Qian Wang finally understood why Zhao Hai said that he didn't have any sense of security before. Therefore, he went all out to kill and create ghosts. Now, he was able to restrain himself. The number of undead in his hands was beyond everyone's imagination. If Zhao Hai were to release all of these undead to deal with the 100 Victories realm, then it would be hard to say who would win. Even if Zhao Hai were to lose, the 100 Victories realm wouldn't be able to get away with it. Naturally, if a void-piercing realm expert wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then they would first have to face this tide of undead. With the number of undead, even a void-piercing realm expert would be crushed to death. No wonder Zhao Hai said that he was safe. With these undead, he was indeed safe. Everyone calmly looked at the battle between the undead. They simply couldn't see the situation of the Third Legion. However, seeing the shrinking encirclement, they knew that the Third Legion was in trouble. To be honest, seeing this situation made their mood very complicated. In their eyes, the War God realm was invincible. The legions of the War God realm represented incomparable strength. These legions had destroyed countless realms. Some realms couldn't even resist the attack of a single legion. Although the Third Legion only had a little more than 10 million people, they were wearing armor with extremely strong defensive power. They also used high-grade magic tools in their hands. It could be said that this was an army armed to the teeth. However, such an army was actually destroyed in front of them. And the one who destroyed them was only a single person. If someone told them this in the past, then they would certainly treat it as a joke. They wouldn't believe it. This was because a single person wanting to destroy an entire legion of the War God realm was a joke. But now, this joke became a reality. Don't look at the 100 Victories realm's battle with the Third Legion. The people of the 100 Victories realm were very clear that the reason they were able to suppress the Third Legion was due to the destruction of their large artifacts. If the Third Legion's large artifacts weren't destroyed, then how could 40 million people challenge the Third Legion? That would be a complete joke. Even if the Third Legion's large artifacts were destroyed, they would still be able to suppress the Third Legion. If they wanted to destroy the Third Legion, then they would have to pay a huge price. But Zhao Hai relied on his own strength. He didn't even need to make a move. He only sent some undead to destroy the Third Legion. How could they not be in awe of such strength? 3 days have passed. 3 days might be too short for cultivators, but for the people of the 100 Victories realm, these 3 days weren't short at all. This was because in these 3 days, tens of millions of people from the 100 Victories realm had been standing next to the Zhou clan stone city without moving. The reason why they were standing there was because the battle between the undead army and the Third Legion had yet to end. To be honest, Zhao Hai admired the resilience of the Third Legion. Under the attack of hundreds of millions of undead, the Third Legion was able to hold on for 3 days. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the Third Legion would be able to hold on for 1 day. He didn't expect them to hold on for 3 days. Don't underestimate the difference of 2 days. A lot of things can happen in 2 days. At the same time, it also meant that the Third Legion was more tenacious compared to ordinary cultivators. At the same time, it also meant that they had more treasures in their hands. Without these treasures, they wouldn't be able to hold on for 3 days. However, the Third Legion could only hold on for 3 days. They were cultivators, their spiritual chi would run out 1 day. Even if they used pills to replenish their spiritual chi, it would still take some time. On the other hand, the undead never stopped attacking. For the Third Legion to be able to hold on for 3 days was already a miracle. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to hold on for 1 day, let alone 3 days. After 3 days, the undead army suddenly stopped. Although they couldn't see the situation inside, the people of the 100 Victories realm knew that the Third Legion was finished. When Zhao Hai saw this, he waved his hand and the undead disappeared. It wasn't only the undead that disappeared, the people of the Third Legion also disappeared. Even the large artifacts that were destroyed were gone. Upon seeing this, the people of the 100 Victories realm couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this ability. More than 10 million people and large artifacts actually disappeared. Just how big was Zhao Hai's spatial equipment? Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, he turned to Qian Wang and said, "Qian Wang, I'll leave the matters of the 100 Victories realm to you. Don't worry, the outside world didn't receive news of the Third Legion's destruction. The Third Legion still exists and is still in contact with the outside world. Therefore, you don't need to worry. Let your disciples serve in the War God realm in peace. But once we attack the War God realm, they need to go to a safe place immediately. I don't need them to destroy anything in the War God realm because it would be useless. With their status, the people of the War God realm wouldn't trust them. If they don't trust them, then they wouldn't be able to come in contact with the core of the War God realm. Do you understand?" Qian Wang nodded and said, "Mr. Can rest assured. I'll deal with the matters of the 100 Victories realm as soon as possible. However, I'm afraid that the matter of the Third Legion will be troublesome. If the Third Legion's connection with the outside world is discovered, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After 3 days, the Third Legion will be resurrected. They will still be stationed here. Nobody will be able to see any abnormalities. Just remember, don't be too surprised when you see the Third Legion." When Qian Wang heard Zhao Hai, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you saying that the Third Legion will become the same as Zhou Yanning?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. Therefore, you shouldn't come to the Zhou family's stone city in the future. I'll hand it over to Zhou Yanning and the Third Legion. With the two of them working together, the Third Legion's matter would be discovered. Do you understand?" Qian Wang's mind shook. He understood what Zhao Hai's words meant. This meant that Zhao Hai can refine an undead like a real person. If the undead doesn't admit it, then it would be impossible for others to know that it was an undead. Such a person was too terrifying. Qian Wang already thought of the worst outcome. Imagine if Zhao Hai killed him and turned him into an undead like Zhou Yanning. Then wouldn't Zhao Hai be able to control the entire Qian family through Qian Wang's hands? Upon thinking of this, Qian Wang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Zhao Hai looked at Qian Wang and said, "You don't need to worry. I won't use any means against people I trust. I've killed enough people, and my territory is big enough. What I want to pursue is the Supreme Tao. Any influence in this realm is nothing to me." Qian Wang nodded and said, "You don't need to worry. I won't use any means against people I trust." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Qian Wang felt relieved. He believed Zhao Hai's words. In the cultivation realm, aside from some people with special status, almost all cultivators cultivate in order to pursue the Tao. And for a genius like Zhao Hai, it was natural for him to pursue the Tao. If he pursues the Tao, then he would ascend. After ascending, everything in this realm would have nothing to do with him. Because of this, Qian Wang believed that Zhao Hai wasn't interested in the power and influence of this realm. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go. Arrange the matters in the 100 Victories realm as soon as possible. As for the disciples that have been trained by me, if they still want to join the army, then let them stay here." Qian Wang nodded and then turned around to make arrangements. As for the disciples that have been trained by Zhao Hai, they stayed behind. Naturally, there were also people from the Jing clan among these people. However, these people were cleared out of the army. Zhao Hai knew that these people weren't necessarily of the same mind as Jing Fei. However, he couldn't keep these people in the army, it was too dangerous. However, Zhao Hai made an exception. The disciples of the Jing clan who were cleared out of the army were spared from death and were allowed to stay in the Zhou clan's mountain city. For these disciples, this was already an extrajudicial favor. Everyone in the Jing clan knew that the Jing clan was finished. It was impossible for them to continue existing. 3 days after the war ended, the Third Corps appeared next to the Zhou clan's mountain city. They still lived in the camp and used the shortest amount of time to repair the damaged parts of the camp. It can be said that the camp was exactly the same as before, except for the large artifacts. This matter alarmed the entire 100 Victories realm. Countless clans of the 100 Victories realm came to the camp and saw the people of the Third Corps who had fought with them before. Moreover, they seemed to be alive and well. This made them startled. In the end, it was Qian Wang who explained the situation to them. But at the same time, nobody in the 100 Victories realm dared to offend Zhao Hai. They didn't want to be slaughtered one day and have their corpses used to control their families. In this case, it was best to cooperate with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's words made the 100 Victories realm very happy. At this time, Zhang Lingyun was standing beside Zhao Hai. He was bowing with a very respectful appearance. He was now an undead, so naturally, he was completely loyal to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Lingyun and said, "So you know about the War God's realm? What's the name of that place?" Zhang Lingyun replied, replying to the young master, "Not only do I know about that place, I was almost chosen to go there. However, because I wasn't strong enough, I wasn't able to go. It's called the Colosseum." Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Colosseum? Why is it called that? Zhang Lingyun shook his head and said, "I only heard that it's called the Colosseum. I don't know anything else. People who don't have the qualifications to go there don't know much about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then the battle between you and the desolate race has always been carried out in the Colosseum?" Zhang Lingyun shook his head and said, "No. Actually, the battle between us and the desolate race is carried out in another place. The battle between us and the desolate race in the Colosseum is a battle between the upper echelons. But in another space, the battle between us and the desolate race is the real battle." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "What kind of place is that?" Zhang Lingyun said, "The Earth Yellow region was originally a separate world, but it was an extremely strange world. In that world, there were no living creatures, including plants, animals, or people. It was like a place without living creatures. Back then, our war god world accidentally arrived there and discovered that the land was very good, but what puzzled us was that no matter what was planted there, it would not grow. At the beginning, we thought that it was because there was no water, but later on, we realized that it wasn't the case. The Earth Yellow region not only had no water, it also didn't have any other spiritual energy. The spiritual energy there was only one attribute, and that was the Earth attribute. And this Earth attribute spiritual energy couldn't be used for cultivation. There was only one use for this spiritual energy, and that was to repair the Earth Yellow region. No matter how badly it was damaged, it could be repaired in the shortest amount of time. The War God world investigated for a long time, but to no avail. Finally, we gave up. Later on, we discovered the desolate world where the desolate race resided. We were repelled, and the desolate race took the opportunity to attack the War God world, but were repelled. Both sides fought for many years, and many of their worlds were damaged. Finally, both sides set the battlefield at the Earth Yellow region, and the Earth Yellow region was the battlefield between us and the desolate race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. The Earth Yellow region, hee, I'm very interested. If I have time, I will definitely go and take a look. Alright, you can go back. Remember, keep in touch with the War God world. Don't let them discover any abnormalities. Zhang Lingyun responded and turned to leave. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that Zhang Lingyun, as a Legion commander, would have some understanding of the beast fighting Colosseum. However, he never expected that Zhang Lingyun didn't know anything about it other than its name. It seemed like the War God world had been very secretive about this matter. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. And the special situation in the Earth Yellow region also attracted Zhao Hai's attention. He also wanted to go to the Earth Yellow region to take a look. However, he knew very well that now wasn't the time. If he wanted to go to the Earth Yellow region, he had to deal with the War God world first. Otherwise, the War God world wouldn't let him go to the Earth Yellow region and the beast fighting Colosseum. Everything was normal in the War God's realm. Nobody discovered the destruction of the Third Legion. The Third Legion was stationed in the 100 Victories realm. Naturally, they didn't need to report to the War God's realm every day. They only needed to contact the War God's realm once every 10 days to half a month. Naturally, the War God's realm didn't know about the destruction of the Third Legion. On the 5th day after the Third Legion's resurrection, the destroyed large artifacts of the Third Legion reappeared in the camp. Since then, the Third Legion has been restored to its original state. Even if the War God's realm came to the Third Legion's encampment, they wouldn't be able to find anything different about it. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion didn't stay in the encampment of the Third Legion for long. This was because the Third Legion would contact the War God's realm every once in a while. Even the War God's realm would send people to deliver supplies to the Third Legion every month or so. If the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was still there, then it would be exposed. Therefore, Zhao Hai had the Heaven's Secret Pavilion moved to the depths of the 100 Victories realm. On the 7th day after the Third Legion was restored to its original state, the Jing clan was exterminated. Besides the Jing clan's disciples who joined the army and were expelled, the rest of the Jing clan members were killed. This time, it wasn't Zhao Hai who did it. It was the families whose patriarchs committed suicide. They hated the Jing clan too much. On this day, Qian Wang arrived at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Before entering the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, Qian Wang couldn't help but look at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion with awe. Although the Heaven's Secret Pavilion looked like an ordinary large artifact, Qian Wang knew that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion contained a lot of people. These people were the most terrifying existences. Now, the 40 million troops of the 100 Victories realm had entered the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This large artifact was like a bottomless pit that could hold more people at any time. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Although the War God's large artifacts also had internal spaces, these spaces were generally compressed. In other words, a large space was compressed into a small space. This way, more people could be stored inside. However, there was a limit to the capacity of this compressed space. It was impossible to store an unlimited amount of people. In general, the number of people that could be stored inside this space wouldn't exceed 100,000. As for Zhao Hai's space, Qian Wang knew that it could hold nearly 100 million people. Qian Wang had never seen such a large artifact before, it was truly terrifying. However, Qian Wang couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, Zhao Hai and he were now on the same side. The stronger Zhao Hai was, the better it would be for them. After all, they wanted to take revenge on the War God's realm. After thinking about this, Qian Wang's mood slowly calmed down. It must be said that Qian Wang's prestige in the 100 Victories realm was very high. This was because only 2 clans in the 100 Victories realm weren't affected. One was Qian Wang's Qian family, and the other was the Wu family. The Wu family had been in contact with Zhao Hai since the beginning. They supported Zhao Hai unconditionally. This time, they naturally stood on Zhao Hai's side. Because of this, the Wu family wasn't affected. On the contrary, the Wu family's strength had increased compared to before. However, the Wu family's influence couldn't be compared to the Qian family. Because of this, Qian Wang's status in the 100 Victories realm was now the highest. He had already become the leader of the 100 Victories realm. But even so, Qian Wang still didn't dare to show any disrespect to Zhao Hai. When Qian Wang arrived at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's plaza, he didn't step on it. Instead, he stood in the air and cupped his fist towards the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and said, "Qian Wang requests an audience with Mr. Zhao Hai." Just as his voice fell, a figure appeared in the square of the Heaven's Secret Building. This person wore a special armor and had an indifferent expression. However, Qian Wang recognized him. He was one of the two people who followed Zhao Hai. His name was Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming looked at Qian Wang and said, "Patriarch Qian, the young master is waiting for you. Please come with me." Qian Wang quickly cupped his fist towards Ji Wuming and said, "Many thanks, Mr. Ji." Then he stepped into the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and followed Ji Wuming inside. Before long, Ji Wuming and Qian Wang arrived at Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai's room was on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Aside from Zhao Hai, Ji Wuming, and Morong Qian, only undead can enter. When Qian Wang arrived at Zhao Hai's room, he saw Zhao Hai sitting inside making tea. Beside Zhao Hai was another person. This person was Zhang Lingyun. Seeing Zhang Lingyun and Zhao Hai drinking tea together, Qian Wang couldn't help but feel strange. He knew that Zhang Lingyun was now an undead. For an undead to be able to drink tea, this was too strange. Zhao Hai looked at Qian Wang, then he smiled faintly and said, "Qian Wang, you're here. Have a seat." Qian Wang gave his thanks before he sat down. After Zhao Hai had Ji Wuming and Morong Qian sit down, he opened his mouth and said, "This time, I called you here because I wanted to ask which realm do you think we should deal with?" When Qian Wang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he pondered for a moment before he said, "I don't know if Mr. is going to make a move, or do you want to be as quiet as you were in the 100 Victories realm?" Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment before he said, "The War God realm still thinks that I only have the Mao Air realm and the Feather Bow realm. Moreover, they think that their transmission formations are useful. They think that I'm trapped in those two realms, so they wouldn't make any moves for the time being. This way, if we make too much noise, they would be alerted. It's best if we don't make too much noise." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not sure about that." Qian Wang nodded and said, "If Mr. doesn't want to make a big move, then there are only two choices. First, it's a powerful realm that has a close relationship with the War God's realm. Second, it's a weak realm that the War God's realm doesn't care about." After saying this, Qian Wang paused for a moment before he looked at Zhao Hai. He saw that Zhao Hai's expression was very calm, as if he wanted him to continue. Then Qian Wang continued, "Mr. has been in the War God's realm for a long time. The War God's realm has already reacted. They know that Mr. has a formation, so they made a teleportation formation to trap Mr. in those two realms. Once Mr. comes out of those two realms, no matter which realm you go to, they can use the teleportation formation to send reinforcements there. Then they can fight against Mr. and destroy you in the end. Naturally, they still don't know that the teleportation formation is useless against Mr." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Qian Wang continued, "With this teleportation formation, the War God's realm's control over the realms they control will become even stricter. For those realms that aren't very strong, they will send people to guard them. As long as they guard the teleportation formation, they will be in frequent contact with the War God's realm. If Mr. can't control those realms in a short time, then the War God's realm will find out. Therefore, this isn't the best choice." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, this isn't the best choice. However, the War God's realm's military strength is limited. It's impossible for them to station troops in every realm, right?" Qian Wang nodded and said, "Indeed, the War God realm's military strength is limited. It's impossible for them to station an army in every realm. However, they use a feudal system. There are some realms that are well controlled by the War God realm. The people there aren't strong, so they wouldn't dare to rebel against the War God realm. Therefore, as long as the nobles who control those realms maintain contact with the War God realm, there wouldn't be any problems. As for our 100 Victories realm, we don't have a good relationship with the War God realm. The War God realm would certainly send a large number of troops to guard those realms. Moreover, the troops stationed there would certainly be frequent contacts with the War God realm. This isn't our first choice right now. Although Mr. is strong and has countless troops, if he keeps in contact with the War God realm, then there would be a risk of being exposed. Zhao Hai nodded, he agreed with Qian Wang's words. Qian Wang looked at Zhao Hai and said, as for those realms that are too weak, the war god's realm simply doesn't care about them aside from collecting taxes. For them, even if Mr. subdues those realms, it wouldn't pose any threat to them. Moreover, there would be a lot of people in those realms who would side with the war god's realm. But if Zhao Hai seals those realms, then it would be easy to control them. However, after controlling them, finding the traitor would be a big problem. Zhao Hai said, continue. Qian Wang nodded, then he said, actually, Mr.'s best choice right now is to go to a realm that's strong and loyal to the war god's realm. The war god's realm can rest assured that they wouldn't station too many people there. Moreover, the war god's realm wouldn't be in constant contact with them. They would only contact them once in a while, as long as they make sure that they're safe. Therefore, these realms are the most suitable choice for Mr. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhang Lingyun and said, Lingyun, what do you think? Zhang Lingyun replied, Qian Jiafeng's words are reasonable. Young master, I think that there are 5 realms that meet your requirements. These 5 realms are the Picker realm, the Film realm, the Prestige realm, the Celery realm, and the Code realm. These 5 realms were the first to be conquered by the War God realm. The people from these realms are very strong. Because of this, many of the War God realm's soldiers came from these 5 realms. Because of this, the people from the War God realm wouldn't be suspicious of the people from these 5 realms. So if the young master wants to attack these 5 realms, it would be the best choice. Moreover, once the War God realm knows about this, their army would be in chaos. For the young master, this is a good thing, there's no harm in attacking these 5 realms. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but nod and said, alright, then we'll do as you say. Which realm do you think we should attack? Zhang Lingyun looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, the relationship between the war god's realm and the 5 realms is too deep. It's impossible for them to cooperate with young master like the 100 Victories realm. They would certainly revolt. Therefore, no matter which realm we attack, young master cannot be lenient. Zhao Hai nodded, then he calmly said, this isn't the first time I've destroyed a mortal realm. It's not a big deal. You just need to say which realm we're going to attack. Zhang Lingyun replied, Scavenger realm. Scavenger realm was the first realm conquered by the war god's realm. The cultivation methods of this realm are very good. They mainly use artifacts to attack. Their close combat abilities are a bit weak. Naturally, the main reason for attacking this realm is that there aren't a lot of cultivators here. Compared to the other realms, Scavenger realm has the fewest people. It should be easy for young master to deal with them. However, the people of this realm are very knowledgeable about formations. The defensive formations of the Scavenger realm are very strong. If young master wants to attack this realm, then you must be quick and merciless. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, Scavenger realm is a good name. Hehe, Scavenger realm. I want to see what's inside this realm. Qian Wang, you don't need to go this time. Stay in the 100 Victories realm. The 3rd Legion will also stay behind. You mustn't let people know about the changes in the 100 Victories realm. Do you understand? Qian Wang nodded and said, Mister, please be assured of this. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, don't tell anyone that I'm going to the realm. Do your best to keep it a secret. Do you understand? Qian Wang nodded and said, yes, Mister can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Zhang Lingyun and said, Lingyun, don't make any problems with the war god's realm. At the same time, pay attention to any changes in the war god's realm. If my attack on the 100 Victories realm is exposed, then don't seal off the 100 Victories realm. Qian Wang, if necessary, you need to cooperate with Lingyun's act. If the 100 Victories realm remains quiet, then it might arouse suspicion. Once the war god's realm discovers that I'm attacking other realms, then the 100 Victories realm would become chaotic. Understood? Qian Wang and Zhang Lingyun responded at the same time. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, you can leave. Zhao Hai turned to Wu Ming and said, Wu Ming, go find Xiao Fei and Yu Feiying. They have rested for a long time, it's time for them to do something. Right, call Qian Shuang and the others as well. Last time, they said that they couldn't defeat Yin in the battle against the 3rd Legion. This time, I'll let them go. Also, Shurgondang, it's time for them to move. Ji Wuming nodded and turned to leave. Morong Qian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, when will the iron armored army fight? We've been bored for a long time. It's time for us to go out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there's a battle for you." Realm Picker was a realm similar to the Six Realm Alliance. Cultivators in the Realm Picker weren't very strong in close combat. However, their ability to control artifacts was very strong. In a one-on-one situation, even the War God realm couldn't guarantee that they would be able to deal with a Realm Picker. The artifacts used by the Realm Picker were also very special. Their artifacts were generally complete sets. Complete sets of artifacts had a special characteristic: they were large in number and strong in attack. On the other hand, the Realm Picker didn't only have complete sets of offensive artifacts, they also had complete sets of defensive artifacts. It can be said that the Realm Picker's complete sets of artifacts were absolutely unique. Although the Realm Picker had surrendered to the War God realm many years ago and was completely loyal to them, they still didn't give the War God realm the method to refine complete sets of formations. Even now, the War God realm still didn't know how to refine complete sets of formations. There were a lot of realms that could refine complete sets of formations. Logically speaking, this wasn't a great secret. However, the complete sets of formations in the realm picking realm had their own characteristics. The complete sets of formations in the realm picking realm were used in combination with formations. But when it comes to attack or defense, these formations can be used in combination with formations. This way, whether it be attacking or defending, the formations would be more powerful than ordinary complete sets of formations. If this was the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal. There were a lot of powerful offensive artifacts. Their complete sets of formations could only be considered as one of them. It wasn't something that people would be jealous of. But what really made people jealous was the fact that the Realm Picker's complete sets of formations only consumed 1/3 of the spiritual energy and spiritual force of other realms. Compared to other artifacts, this was the most attractive point. What was the most basic thing that a cultivator needed? It was nothing more than spiritual chi and spiritual force. Two people were evenly matched, and even the power of their magic tools were the same. However, one person's magic tool could only be used for about an hour, while the other person's magic tool could be used for about 3 hours. What kind of concept was this? The two of them had been attacking each other for an hour. One of them had exhausted his spiritual energy and spiritual power, while the other was still full of energy. Naturally, the outcome of the battle was obvious. Don't think that just because your level is high, you don't care about the consumption of spiritual chi. Even if you are an expert of the void-piercing realm, and the speed of absorbing spiritual chi is fast enough to keep up with your consumption, that only refers to the general situation. When people are fighting, it is often impossible to absorb spiritual chi. After all, there is only one person like Zhao Hai in the world. Your spiritual chi would only be consumed and not replenished. Sooner or later, it would be used up. In addition, if you were to fight with an opponent of the same level, it would be impossible to defeat them in 3 or 5 moves. It would be a battle of attrition. Of course, those experts of the void-piercing realm did not lack all kinds of panacea, but any panacea needed time to replenish spirit chi, and in the process of recovering spirit chi, it was very dangerous. In this case, a powerful artifact that consumed less spirit chi showed its value. This kind of artifact was something that any cultivator would want to obtain. Although the refining method of the artifact set was very good, the real core was the method of reducing spirit chi consumption. Up until now, the people of the War God realm had not obtained this method. Although the people of the War God realm were very envious of this method, they were also very clear that instead of losing a loyal subordinate in order to obtain this method, it would be better to keep this subordinate and let him keep this method. Of course, the most important thing was that the War God realm would sell sets of artifacts to the War God realm at a relatively low price every year. This way, the people of the War God realm would also have these artifacts to use. Naturally, the War God realm would not be too tight on the War God realm. It must be said that the development of the War God realm was very good. The attitude of the War God realm towards the War God realm was completely different from that of the 100 Victories realm. In China's words, the War God realm was very considerate towards the War God realm. Because of this, the development of the War God realm was very good. The cultivators of the War God realm had more artifacts compared to other realms. Moreover, they also used more pills compared to other realms. Although the people of the War God realm would also send people to serve in the War God realm, their status in the War God realm was almost the same as the cultivators of the War God realm. The forces of the War God realm also existed in the form of sections. There were countless large and small sects here. The War God realm didn't have a garrison here, only a branch hall. This branch hall also didn't have many people. In the west of the War God realm, there was a large mountain. This mountain was called the Demon Wind Mountain by the people of the War God realm. This was mainly because this mountain was the territory of the demon beasts. At the same time, it was also because of the Een wind in the mountain. This Een wind only appeared in certain places in the Demon Wind Mountain. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of the Een wind. The place where the Een wind appeared the most was a valley called the Chilling Wind Valley. Nobody knew how deep this valley was. They only knew that void-piercing realm experts wouldn't be able to explore the valley with their spiritual force. Naturally, this had a lot to do with the suppression of spiritual force in the valley. Cultivators simply wouldn't come to the Chilling Wind Valley. Not to mention cultivators, even demon beasts wouldn't come here. This was the forbidden area of the War God realm. However, something unexpected happened in the forbidden area of the War God realm. A white light suddenly appeared above the valley. Then a huge building appeared out of thin air. This time, Xianxia didn't use a transmission formation to enter the War God realm. Instead, he used his space ability. Because of this, he appeared in the Chilling Wind Valley. Xianxia stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret building and looked at the Chilling Wind Valley. He frowned and said, "I'm still not very proficient with my space ability. Even after knowing the location, I still made a mistake. It seems like I need to use it more in the future." Laura was standing beside Xianxia. When she heard Xianxia, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Not bad. This time, you didn't use our space ability nor did you use a transmission formation. Instead, you used your own space ability. Being able to do this isn't easy. Don't forget, you crossed 2 realms." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "Let's go. We need to quickly solve the matter of the War God realm." Laura nodded. At this time, the Heaven's Secret building shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a small building that was only a meter tall. Xianxia also turned into a small person that was smaller than a thumb. Then the Heaven's Secret building soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. This time, Xianxia didn't immediately open the formation. This was because it wasn't the right time yet. The Heaven's Secret building's flying speed was very fast. Before long, it had already flown out of the Demon Wind Mountain. Xianxia was very clear that although the beasts in the Demon Wind Mountain were divided into different ranks, and some of them could transform into human form. However, these beasts had no relationship with the cultivators of the War God's realm and the War God's realm. On the contrary, they had enmity with each other. In the past, after the War God's realm conquered the War God's realm, they wanted to conquer the Demon Wind Mountain as well. However, they encountered the most tenacious resistance in the Demon Wind Mountain. Additionally, the beasts in the Demon Wind Mountain had a huge body and were very strong. They were almost comparable to large artifacts. In the end, the people of the War God's realm couldn't conquer the Demon Wind Mountain. Although the War God's realm couldn't conquer the Demon Wind Mountain, they still had a blood feud with the beasts of the Demon Wind Mountain. After so many years, the beasts of the Demon Wind Mountain would come out from time to time and attack the cultivators of the War God's realm. The hatred between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. It can be said that the War God's realm was now divided into 2 forces. One was the sects of the War God's realm while the other was the beasts of the Demon Wind Mountain. Both sides had a blood feud. As long as these 2 forces existed, they would continue to fight. Xianxia also knew about the matters of the War God's realm. Xianxia already began to investigate the War God's realm. Naturally, he knew about the most loyal followers of the War God's realm. Not only did he know, but he also investigated very carefully. Therefore, he knew about the situation of the War God's realm. This time, Xianxia wanted to deal with the cultivators of the War God's realm and not the beasts of the Demon Wind Mountain. He didn't want to be enemies with the beasts right now. However, if there was an opportunity to cooperate with them in the future, then Zhao Hai would be very happy. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion quickly flew out of the Demon Wind Mountain and officially entered the territory of the War God's realm. However, Zhao Hai still didn't set up a transmission formation. Instead, he kept flying forward. After 3 days of flying, a mountain appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This mountain was close to 10,000 Mago. But at the top of this mountain, it was as warm as spring. This was indeed abnormal. Zhao Hai knew that the sect on this mountain was the largest sect in the War God's realm, the Vast Star Sect. This sect was most proficient in using a magic artifact called the Vast Star Sect. This was also the reason why their sect got its name. This magic artifact called the Vast Star Sect was a set of magic artifacts. Moreover, there were a lot of them. The Vast Star Sect's magic artifacts were divided into several types. The worst type was a magic artifact made up of 49 vast star shuttles. One mother had 48 children. This magic artifact was used by ordinary outer disciples of the Vast Star Sect. The second type was a large magic artifact made up of 108 vast star shuttles. One mother had 107 children. This was for the inner disciples of the Vast Star Sect. The third type was a magic artifact made up of 390 vast star shuttles. One mother had 389 children. This was for the elders of the Vast Star Sect. The fourth type was a large magic artifact made up of 1269 vast star shuttles. One mother had 1268 children. This was for the core disciples and the elders of the Vast Star Sect. The fifth type was a large magical device made up of 36,500 starry shuttles. It wasn't meant to be used by anyone, but rather the sect's most important treasure. It was in the hands of the sect lord and the prime elders. It was a very unique set of 12 mother shuttles and 36,488 shuttles. It was the foundation of the sect's existence. Not only could it attack, but it could also defend. It was this set that gave the sect its name. The Vast Star Sect was also the sect that the War God's world relied on the most. Once, when the War God's world was attacking a realm, they couldn't break through the defensive array of the sect's largest sect. In the end, the War God's world had no choice but to discuss with the people of the Vast Star Sect and transfer their Vast Star shuttles over. This time, naturally, the Vast Star Sect's largest and most powerful artifact, which was made up of 36,500 Vast Star shuttles. This artifact was jointly commanded by 12 void-piercing realm experts. They seemed to have practiced some kind of cooperation technique, which allowed them to command this artifact with ease. In the end, the Vast Star Sect lived up to everyone's expectations. They successfully broke through the enemy's defenses and destroyed the sect. From then on, the Vast Star Sect's status in the War God's realm became even higher. The War Emperor was especially merciful and bestowed upon the Vast Star Sect the title of Duke. In other words, every generation of the Vast Star Sect's sect master was a Duke of the War God's realm. Since then, the Vast Star Sect could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand. The reason why the Vast Star Sect was able to follow the War God's realm and become their most loyal followers had a lot to do with the Vast Star Sect. The mountain that Zhao Hai saw was where the Vast Star Sect's headquarters was located. Nobody knew the original name of the mountain. Later on, the Vast Star Sect changed its name to Vast Star Mountain. The highest peak of the mountain was renamed Star Picking Peak. Originally, the Star Picking Peak, which was nearly 10,000 meters tall, should have been covered with snow all year round. However, the Vast Star Sect used a formation to make the Star Picking Peak warm all year round. Because of this, Zhao Hai saw the Star Picking Peak as it was. Zhao Hai stood on the Divine Secret Tower and looked down at the Star-Picking Peak. Then he turned his head to Laura and said, "How many days do you think we can take down the Vast Star Sect?" Laura shook her head and said, "That's hard to say. The Vast Star Sect doesn't have a defensive formation. Instead, they use a powerful large artifact to protect the mountain. If we want to attack the Vast Star Sect, then we must first pass through the Vast Star Shuttle. The shuttle is commanded by 12 void-piercing experts. It isn't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "First, use a barrier to seal this place. Then use the Heaven's Secret Sect to deal with the Vast Star Sect's headquarters. Let the others and the undead deal with the other forces. Within 3 days, we must capture the entire gathering realm. Laura thought for a moment and said, there's no problem with the idea, but we need a complete battle plan. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Xiaohai nodded and said, I'll leave the battle plan to you guys. Right, call Wu Ming and Murong as well. Have them write the battle plan together with you. They haven't done it before, so let them familiarize themselves with it. We can't always rely on you guys to make battle plans. Laura nodded and said, that's also good. Wu Ming and the others should learn these things. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, go and prepare. When you're ready, we'll make our move. We must capture the gathering realm in the shortest time possible. Laura nodded and then turned around to leave. In the next few days, the Heaven's secret tower hovered above the star-picking peak, monitoring every movement there. At the same time, Laura and the others were working hard to make a battle plan. Their battle plan this time wasn't easy to make. First, they needed to understand the strength of the various sects in the gathering realm. Then they needed to allocate manpower according to the strength of these sections. They needed to make sure that the people they sent would be able to deal with the enemy within 3 days. This wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, they had the help of computers. Additionally, this wasn't the first time Laura and the others did this. Because of this, the battle plan went smoothly. On the other hand, this was the first time Ji Wuming and Murong Qian came in contact with these things. They didn't expect Xiaohai to make such detailed preparations before the battle. Looking at the data, the two couldn't help but be convinced by Laura and the others. These days, Ji Wuming and Murong Qian had also learned a lot of things. Both of them had commanded battles before, but they hadn't received any formal military training. Moreover, battles between cultivators, like this kind of large-scale battle, weren't very common. Because of this, the two of them were still a bit lacking in this aspect. However, after learning from Laura and the others, things were different. This wasn't the first time that Laura and the others had commanded a large-scale battle. Because of this, Xiaohai and the others were able to learn a lot from them. Xiaohai and the others were also able to see a lot of things. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, a week had passed. On this day, Laura and the others told Xiaohai that the battle plan was done. Then Xiaohai returned to his room. Laura and the others were there, as well as Ji Wuming and Murong Qian. The two had excited expressions on their faces. Xiaohai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong with the two of you? You seem very happy." Ji Wuming looked excited as he said, "Young master, young madam, you're really amazing. You actually made such a perfect plan in 7 days. Young master, I'm convinced. If one day I can make a plan like the young madam's, then I can call myself a military strategist." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Wuming, you're exaggerating. Making a battle plan would make you a military strategist. Aren't there too many military strategists in this world? How about this, I'll look for some books on military affairs. You two can take them back and read them." Although the people who wrote those books aren't cultivators, their understanding of military affairs is still far from ours. Ji Wuming and Murong Qian nodded, then they didn't say anything else. At this time, Laura handed a jade slip over to Xiaohai. After Xiaohai received the jade slip, he scanned it with his spiritual force and looked at the plan. The plan was very good, all aspects were done perfectly. There were even some special places where there were backup plans. This way, there wouldn't be any mistakes. After looking at the plan, Xiaohai nodded and said, "Very good, then we'll proceed with this plan. Wuming, Murong Qian, you two divide the troops and lead them to the large artifacts. Have them enter the large artifacts and wait for further orders." Ji Wuming and Murong Qian nodded, then the two immediately went to make arrangements. This time, they needed to mobilize a lot of people. Almost all of the people in the Heaven's secret pavilion would be mobilized. This was more than 100 million people. Mobilizing 100 million people wasn't something that could be done in a short time. It took Ji Wuming and the others 5 days to mobilize everyone and then send them to the large artifacts. After the artifacts shrunk, they flew towards their targets and waited for orders. By the time all of the troops were in place, Xiaohai had already been in the gathering realm for a month. He used this time to prepare before launching the attack. This made Ji Wuming and Murong Qian open their eyes. They now understood why Zhao Hai was always invincible. With such a long preparation time, it was no wonder that he was very confident in his battles. On this day, the scheduled time for the attack arrived. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked down at the star-picking peak. Then he said, "The positions of the 11 Supreme Elders of the vast star sect have been determined. These people are the ones who command the star shuttle. Although the other Supreme Elders are strong, they still can't command the shuttle. Therefore, our first wave of attack will be these 11 Supreme Elders. The first wave will be a law attack, using the death-locking law and the penetration formation. We need to make sure that even if the 11 Supreme Elders don't die, at least half of them will die. This way, they won't be able to display 100% of the star shuttle's strength." Laura nodded and said, "I've already prepared everything. All of the energy cannons will be controlled by undead, not cultivators. Brother Hai can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the time and said, "Tell everyone to get ready. After 1 hour, the attack will begin. Remember, don't hesitate to pay any price. I want the Gathering Realm to change its name in 3 days." Ji Wuming and Murong Qian immediately passed down the order. An hour passed by in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai looked at the time and then said, "Attack." Following his order, the Heavenly Secret Building instantly grew in size. At the same time, they set up a spirit formation. Then, all of the energy cannons in the Heavenly Secret Building were set up. Beams of energy shot straight towards the star-picking peak. The star-picking peak was the core of the entire vast star sect. All the great elders of the vast star sect lived here. There were 32 great elders in the entire vast star sect, and all of them were at the void-piercing realm. From this, one could see the strength of the vast star sect. Today, however, was the darkest day of the vast star sect. A tall building suddenly appeared in the sky above Xianxia Peak, followed by beams of energy that flattened the peak. Nearly half of the 32 great elders of the vast star sect were killed in this attack, including the sect leader. Besides the supreme elders and the sect master, the core disciples and elders of the sect also died. One could say that in an instant, more than half of the vast star sect's fighting strength had been wiped out. However, this was not the end. The second attack of the tall building came. It was still energy beams. This attack increased the number of supreme elders of the vast star sect to 24. In other words, there were only 8 supreme elders left in the vast star sect. Then countless cultivators poured out of the tall building. These cultivators all had weapons in their hands and wore animal skins. Their bodies were incomparably strong. These cultivators were clearly arranged in advance. As soon as they appeared on the star-picking peak, they directly rushed towards the cultivators on the peak. The entire vast star sect was like a dragon without a leader. They were stunned by the sudden attack, and for a moment, they were in chaos. There was no way for them to organize an effective resistance. At this time, the third attack of the tall building came. This time, it was still an energy beam attack. Although the remaining supreme elders of the vast star sect had already reacted, in the face of these attacks, they had no power to resist. The remaining 8 supreme elders were killed as soon as they appeared. This was something that no one in the vast star sect had expected. Now, it could be said that there was no one in the vast star sect who could shoulder the burden. A prepared battle and an unprepared battle were 2 completely different things. Zhao Hai and the others had been preparing for this attack for a long time. On the other hand, the people of the Realm Pickers weren't prepared at all. And with Zhao Hai's all-out attack, there were enough people to deal with them. Because of this, the attack was very powerful. Before the people of the Realm Pickers were able to react, the army was already pressing down on them. In the Scavenger Realm, because of the support of the War God Realm, the vast star sect could be said to be the strongest sect in the Scavenger Realm. It can be said that the vast star sect represented half of the Scavenger Realm's fighting strength. Zhao Hai's first target was the vast star sect. After several attacks of law, the vast star sect was completely crippled. Destroying the vast star sect was equivalent to destroying the entire Scavenger Realm. Zhao Hai's move to behead the vast star sect was too beautiful. The battle continued. The vast star sect was completely stunned. The higher-ups of the sect were all killed. They didn't even have time to use their strongest large artifacts. In this case, how could they resist? And with the people that Zhao Hai brought, the vast star sect had an overwhelming advantage. In less than 2 days, the vast star sect was completely destroyed by Zhao Hai's people. Aside from the vast star sect, all the other sects in the entire scavenger realm were attacked at the same time. Some of those sects were able to erect a barrier in time, but the barrier was quickly broken and a one-sided massacre ensued. This didn't mean that these sects were weak. One must know that some of these sects had experts who could break through space. However, the large artifacts that Zhao Hai sent out this time were equipped with energy cannons. And Zhao Hai's energy cannons were powered by law crystals. They weren't ordinary jade essences, so their might was naturally different. The void-piercing realm experts of the other sects were almost all killed by the power of laws emitted by the large artifacts. Those void-piercing realm experts didn't take the energy beams emitted by the large artifacts seriously. They thought that since they were void-piercing realm experts, it would be too easy for them to block those energy beams. As a result, they were all tragic. Just like Zhao Hai's plan, Zhao Hai and the others destroyed almost all of the resistance in the scavenger realm in 3 days. Because of this, all the sects were taken down by Zhao Hai. After 3 days, Zhao Hai opened the barrier. However, the barrier still had a filtering system installed. This was to prevent anyone from leaking information to the War God realm. All of the higher-ups of the vast star sect were wiped out by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned them into undead. At the same time, he repaired the scavenger realm, the scavenger realm, the scavenger realm. Scavenger, scavenger, scavenger realm, the scavenger realm. As for the people sent by the War God realm to the scavenger realm, they were naturally turned into undead. This way, they wouldn't leak the secrets of the scavenger realm. The war only took 3 days. However, after the war, it took nearly a month to deal with these matters. Fortunately, the War God's realm didn't send people to the Gathering realm. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others would be in a lot of trouble. In just 2 months, Zhao Hai had completely cleaned up the Gathering realm. This was beyond everyone's expectations. When Qianwang heard the news, he couldn't help but stare blankly at the spot he was in. Recently, Zhang Lingyun and Qianwang have been paying attention to the movements of the War God realm. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai would make a move against the scavenger realm. If he did, then the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Zhao Hai left for 2 months without any news. The two thought that Zhao Hai hadn't made a move. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly sent a message saying that he had cleaned up the scavenger realm. This made Qianwang very surprised. As for Zhang Lingyun, he was Zhao Hai's undead. When Zhao Hai destroyed the scavenger realm, he already knew about it. With regards to Zhao Hai's ability, Qianwang began to admire Zhao Hai more and more. In less than 2 months, Zhao Hai was able to destroy the scavenger realm. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. One must know that the War God realm spent several years and paid a huge price to take down the scavenger realm. They weren't as straightforward as Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai took down the scavenger realm, he didn't immediately move on to the other realms. A colossus like the War God realm couldn't be dealt with in a day or 2. Zhao Hai was already mentally prepared. He was prepared to spend several years or even several decades to slowly clean up the War God realm. In any case, he had plenty of time right now. The reason why Zhao Hai stayed in the scavenger realm wasn't because there were any resistance forces here. In fact, Zhao Hai already took the scavenger realm into his spatial city map. How could there be any resistance forces here? The real reason why Zhao Hai stayed here was because he wanted to make contact with the beasts in the Demon Wind Mountain and see if he could get them on his ship. The beasts in the Demon Wind Mountain had a great enmity with the War God realm. These beasts also wanted to retaliate against the people of the War God realm. However, they didn't know how to get there. Although they had been fighting with the cultivators of the scavenger realm for many years, they didn't have much of an advantage. After all, the cultivators of the scavenger realm weren't weak. Although the beasts were strong, they had the support of the War God realm behind the scavenger realm. Zhao Hai wanted to see if he could cooperate with the beasts. If he could, then he would have another powerful army in his army. However, if he wants to make contact with the beasts, then he can't be too anxious. He needs to deal with the matter of the Gathering realm first. Since the gathering realm was so big, he believed that the beasts would be able to sense it. However, Zhao Hai didn't know how the beastmen would react when they hear about it. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the situation in the Demon Wind Mountain. When the beasts heard that the scavenger realm was being attacked, they didn't intervene. They just watched from the side. However, this gave Zhao Hai precious time. Zhao Hai can use this time to deal with the scavenger realm. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't kill everyone in the scavenger realm. However, he didn't let go of the higher-ups of some sections. He didn't kill the ordinary cultivators of some sects because those people couldn't cause any trouble. Zhao Hai naturally didn't touch them. After dealing with the matters of the Heaven's Secret Sect, Zhao Hai sat on the Heaven's Secret Sect's ship and went directly to Demon Wind Mountain. The Demon Wind Mountain was the territory of the beasts. However, the Demon Wind Mountain was also divided into forces. There were a total of 26 demon kings in the Demon Wind Mountain. Each demon king had the strength of the void-piercing realm. Of course, if they really fought, these demon kings could definitely defeat the void-piercing realm experts of the scavenger realm. Although there weren't any deep conflicts between the 26 monster kings, there would still be some friction between them. However, monster beasts were different from humans. If there was any friction between the monster kings, it would usually lead to a fight or a discussion. In short, the 26 monster kings had formed an alliance. There were 26 demon kings, and the number of demon beasts they controlled was innumerable. And all of their demon beasts lived in the Demon Wind Mountain. From this point, one could see how big the Demon Wind Mountain was. This time, Zhao Hai officially paid a visit to these demon kings. He knew that these demon kings didn't have a good impression of humans. However, he had no choice but to come. He didn't want these beasts to suddenly attack him while he was dealing with the war god plane. That would be too unfair. Zhao Hai didn't hide his whereabouts this time. With the huge size of the Tianji Pavilion, once he entered the Demon Wind Mountain, he was immediately discovered by the beasts. Not long after he entered the Demon Wind Mountain, he was surrounded by a large number of beasts. These beasts didn't transform into human form. They still maintained their original form. Each and every one of them had a huge body and a fierce appearance. They looked at Zhao Hai in the Tianji Pavilion with very unfriendly eyes. Zhao Hai looked at these beasts and smiled faintly. He cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, please. I am Hell King Zhao Hai of the Void Realm. I have come to the Demon Wind Mountain to pay a visit to the Demon Kings. I hope you can inform them." These beasts didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so polite. At this time, a tiger-shaped beast looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Void Realm? What is that place? Was the battle in the scavenger realm caused by you?" Zhao Hai looked at the tiger-shaped beast. This beast was a rare black tiger. Its body was covered with white patterns. The king character on its head was also white. It looked very strange. This tiger was about 50 meters long and 30 meters tall. Its body was very majestic. It wasn't easy to provoke it. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the tiger demon and said, "The Void Realm has a grudge with the War God Realm. The War God Realm had invaded the Void Realm several times before, but they were all repelled by us. This time, we came to take revenge on the War God Realm. The Scavenger Realm is a subordinate of the War God Realm. We need to deal with them first before taking our revenge on the War God Realm. In the previous battles, we dealt with the sects of the Scavenger Realm." When the black tiger heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although the sects in the Scavenger Realm aren't very strong, they aren't weak either. You want to rely on a large artifact to deal with them? Aren't you being a bit whimsical?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Naturally, I have my own methods. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Scavenger Realm has fallen into my hands. Because of this, I didn't dare to look for the Demon Kings." When the tiger heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "You're saying that you destroyed all the sects in the Scavenger Realm? The Scavenger Realm fell into your hands? Brat, are you still sleeping? Are you dreaming? If the sects in the Scavenger Realm were that easy to deal with, then we would have already dealt with them. You wouldn't even have a chance." Zhao Hai looked at the tiger and said, "I don't need you to believe me. This is because what I said is the truth. Moreover, I came here to see the demon kings. Are you a demon king? Do you have the qualifications to talk to me here? Zhao Hai was very polite to the tiger before. However, he didn't expect the tiger to treat him as someone who was easy to talk to. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to such a person. Because of this, he spoke with a heavier tone. The tiger demon didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so impolite. He couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai as he angrily said, "Boy, don't be so shameless. A swindler like you wants to see the demon king? Are you awake? Do you think that the demon king is someone that anyone can meet? Have you asked yourself if you have the qualifications to see the demon king?" Zhao Hai looked at the tiger and said, "If I don't have the qualifications to see the demon king as a representative of the scavenger realm, then I really don't know who has the qualifications to see the demon king." The tiger looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "If you say that you can represent the scavenger realm, then you can represent the scavenger realm? Kid, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? What qualifications do you have to say that you can represent the scavenger realm? Empty words won't do." Zhao Hai looked at the tiger and said, "Empty words won't do. You've been fighting with the scavenger realm for so many years, so you should know some people from the scavenger realm. Tell me, who do you know from the scavenger realm? As long as it's someone with a reputation, I've already killed them. I've also refined them into undead for me to use. Tell me who you want to see. As long as it's someone you want to see, then I'll call them out for you to see." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the tiger's face turned dignified. He was very clear that if the other party dared to say this, then he must be certain. If the other party really did turn the scavenger realm's people into undead, then it would mean that the scavenger realm had fallen into his hands. If that was the case, then he really did have the strength to meet the demon king. However, the tiger still wanted to see if Zhao Hai was telling the truth. When he thought of this, he immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then I want to see the sect master of the vast star sect, Xianxia. If you can call him out, then I'll believe." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened as he looked at the person standing next to Zhao Hai in disbelief. This person wore a robe embroidered with stars and had a bun on his head. He looked very handsome and had an extraordinary aura. However, his face was pale, his eyes were dim, and his body was surrounded by death qi. He was actually a ghost. The tiger knew this person. He was the sect master of the vast star sect, Xianxia. The tiger had seen Xianxia before, so he was very clear about Xianxia's strength. He didn't expect to see Xianxia's corpse here today. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was a ghost. Xianxia was the sect master of the vast star sect, a void-piercing expert. Because of his vast star shuttle, he was one of the few experts in the scavenger realm. Even a demon king wouldn't be able to win against Xianxia in a one-on-one battle, let alone kill him. But now, Xianxia appeared in front of him, and after being turned into a ghost, how could the tiger not be surprised? Zhao Hai looked at the tiger and said, "Your Excellency knows the sect master of the vast star sect, Xianxia. Then I ask your Excellency to take a look, is this Xianxia? The vast star sect has already been destroyed by me, and their sect master has fallen into my hands. Your Excellency should be clear about the status of the vast star sect in the scavenger realm. Since I can turn Xianxia into a ghost, then I can naturally take over the scavenger realm." The tiger demon turned silent as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this point, he believed Zhao Hai's words. Star Vast Sea wasn't something that anyone could see. If Zhao Hai could turn Star Vast Sea into an undead, then it meant that the vast star sect was finished. And if the vast star sect was finished, then it meant that the picking realm was finished. Zhao Hai wasn't lying, the picking realm really did fall into his hands. The tiger demon looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he said, "It seems like Mr. is telling the truth. I ask Mr. to forgive my rudeness. Please wait a moment, I'll go and report back to His Majesty." The tiger demon was a straightforward person, he immediately admitted his mistake. This made Zhao Hai's impression of him change a lot. Zhao Hai immediately replied, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Mr. If you're polite to me, then I'll be polite to you as well." This was Zhao Hai's principle. The tiger demon didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so polite. He couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is too polite. Please wait a moment." Then he turned around and flew away. At this time, the other beasts looked at Zhao Hai with less hostility. A hawk demon looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Mr. to be able to destroy the picking realm in such a short time. This is really beyond my expectations. How does Mr. plan to deal with the war god's realm? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, First, we'll cut off their wings. Then we'll attack them. I think that should be enough. The hawk demon looked at Zhao Hai and said, Then how many wings has Mr. cut off? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Not many. We've just started. There are only 3 realms in total. Even with the picking realm, there are only 4. It's nothing much. When the hawk demon heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Our demon race has been fighting with the war god's realm all these years. We have some understanding of the war god's realm. But to be honest, we didn't know that the war god's realm had attacked the void realm. This is the first time we've heard of this name. However, we do know about the other realms of the war gods. Realm. I don't know which realms to support you. Or rather, which realms have you conquered in the God of War's world? When Zhao Hai heard the hawk demon, he knew that the hawk demon didn't trust him and was probing him. However, a part of the hawk demon's words should be true. The part that was true was that the war god's realm had conquered other realms. Zhao Hai said, I've already liberated 4 realms that the war god's realm had conquered. The Chaos Stone realm, the Maua realm, the Feather Bow realm, and the 100 Victories realm. If we include the picking realm, then I've already conquered 5 realms. Naturally, the picking realm can't be counted as a complete liberation. The sects in the picking realm are too close to the war god's realm. If we don't eliminate them, then they might become a force for the war god's realm in the future. Therefore, I've eliminated the picking realm. The hawk demon looked at Zhao Hai. His face was expressionless as he said, 100 Victories realm? Chaos Stone realm? Are you joking? How did you subdue the Chaos Stone realm's golems? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Gondang. Qianlong, come and greet the misters. 2 voices were heard at the same time. Then 2 people appeared beside Zhao Hai. One of them looked like a stone statue while the other was wearing beast skin. Their stature was incomparably majestic. These 2 people had unique features that allowed people to identify them with a single glance. When the hawk demon saw the 2, he immediately knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. At this time, Xiao Fei and Yu Feiying also arrived beside Zhao Hai. Their fighting style also had their own characteristics, especially Xiao Fei's ears and Yu Feiying's bow. These were unique symbols of their realms. The hawk demon immediately believed Zhao Hai's words. The hawk demon's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Mr. to have conquered so many realms. It seems like I underestimated Mr. Mr. can rest assured, I think His Majesty will certainly meet Mr. Just as the hawk demon finished speaking, he saw the tiger demon flying over. The tiger demon stopped at the heavenly secret pavilion and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he looked at the people beside Zhao Hai. The tiger demon's eyes couldn't help but shrink. However, he didn't ask anything. Instead, he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. His Majesty invites you to meet him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Thank you. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. The tiger demon didn't say anything, he just turned around and flew forward. Zhao Hai commanded the heavenly secret pavilion to follow behind him. The other beasts also followed behind. Before long, Zhao Hai and the other beasts arrived at a mountain. This mountain wasn't very high and was covered with trees. It didn't look any different from the other mountains. However, when the beasts arrived at this mountain, they all stopped and respectfully stood there. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain and couldn't see anything different about it. However, Zhao Hai could feel that there was an aura coming from this mountain. It was a very special aura. This aura was very thick and gave people an unfathomable feeling. While Zhao Hai was looking at the mountain, he also felt a pair of eyes looking at him. Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction of the 2 gazes. Huh? A surprised voice was heard from the other side. Then a figure slowly rose from the mountain. Upon seeing this figure, Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he felt relieved. The figure that flew out of the woods wasn't a human. It was much bigger than a human. It had long black hair and 2 strangely long arms. It wasn't a human at all, it was a huge chimpanzee. This chimpanzee's body was very large. Zhao Hai felt that it was dozens of Mago. It looked like King Kong in the movies. However, there was a trace of wisdom in its eyes. In this regard, it was much stronger than King Kong. The chimpanzee looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You are Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I am." Zhao Hai has seen the giant strength king. Zhao Hai wasn't speaking nonsense. This chimpanzee had a nickname in the Demon Wind Mountain, the Giant Strength King. This meant that his strength was very great. The Giant Strength King looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "I didn't expect Mister to know my name. I'm surprised." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I want to deal with the war god's realm, then I need to understand them. Whether they are friends or enemies, I need to understand them. Only in this way can I know who my friends are and who my enemies are." Hee, the Giant Strength King's fame has spread far and wide, it would be hard for me to not know about him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "But I don't know." The Giant Strength King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that you destroyed the entire Gathering Realm. I wonder if it's true. Did you also destroy the vast star sect?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the Giant Strength King and said, "Correct. I came to find the Giant Strength King this time because I want to cooperate with all the kings of the Demon Wind Mountain to deal with the War God realm. What does the Giant Strength King think?" The Giant Strength King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Dealing with the War God realm is naturally good. However, I don't know how strong you are. What if you aren't strong enough to deal with the War God realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No, I can deal with the War God realm. I believe in my strength." The Giant Strength King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you so confident?" "I can tell you that when I was young, I came in contact with the cultivators of the scavenger realm. From them, I learned a lot about the War God realm. Some of the cultivators of the scavenger realm were taken away by the people of the War God realm. They were sent to a special space where they fought against people of different races. In that space, the people of the scavenger realm met a lot of cultivators from the War God realm. These cultivators were very strong, some of them even comprehended the power of laws, the power of laws. Did you know?" When Zhao Hai heard the Giant Strength King, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the Giant Strength King and said, "Did they really comprehend the power of laws? No wonder the War God realm could suppress the 100 races." When the Giant Strength King heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "So you've heard of the power of laws? What? Are you confident in dealing with the War God realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm confident. In fact, there are a lot of people around me who have comprehended the power of laws. It's just that they didn't come this time." "Do you know why they didn't come?" "It's because I have comprehended the power of laws. Moreover, I have a special ability. I can condense the power of laws into a crystal. This crystal contains the attack power of laws. In other words, anyone who holds this crystal can use the power of laws. If I didn't have such a trump card, I wouldn't dare to challenge the War God realm." When the Giant Strength King heard Zhao Hai, his huge body couldn't help but shake. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you telling the truth? Can you condense a law crystal for me to see?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as he took out a law crystal and threw it to the Giant Strength King and said, "This is a law crystal. You can test it and see if it's the power of laws. But I have to remind you, don't test it on people. This is because the wounds caused by the power of laws cannot be healed." The Giant Strength King looked at the cog-shaped law crystal in his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, mister, please wait a moment." Then he turned to Black Tiger and said, "Black Tiger, go find a staccato vine." Black Tiger nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, he came back with a black vine. This vine looked very ordinary, it was completely black. It looked like a withered vine that was cut off by someone. The Giant Strength King looked at the vine and said, "This is our Demon Wind Mountain specialty, the staccato vine. This vine's biggest characteristic is that if you cut it off, then you just need to put the two pieces together and it will immediately regrow. Just like this." After he said that, the Giant Strength King waved his hand and cut off the staccato vine. Then he put the two pieces of the vine back together. The staccato vine immediately regrown. Moreover, it didn't look any different from before. Then the giant strength king used his spiritual chi to stimulate the law crystal. A white light flashed as the staccato vine was cut off once again. The giant strength king picked up the two pieces and put them together. However, the staccato vine didn't have any reaction. When the giant strength king saw the intermittent vine, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes flashed as he slowly closed his eyes and sensed the broken part of the intermittent vine. After some time, the giant strength king opened his eyes. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "It really is the power of laws. I didn't expect Mr. to have such a method. No wonder Mr. could take back so many realms from the war god realm. Moreover, Mr.'s method of turning the power of laws into law crystals is even more powerful. If we work together, it wouldn't be impossible for us to destroy the war god realm." When Zhao Hai heard the giant strength king, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he said, "Thank you, giant strength king. Then I wonder if giant strength king is willing to work with me to deal with the war god realm?" The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please wait here for a few days. This matter is very small. I need to discuss it with the others before I can give Mr. a reply." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course. Giant strength king, please do as you wish. I'll stay here for a few days. If giant strength king comes to a decision, please inform me. I'm willing to work with giant strength king. If giant strength king doesn't want to work with me, then I hope that we can become friends and not enemies. Giant strength king can rest assured that from today onwards, no realm pickers will step into the demon wind mountain." When the giant strength king heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the giant strength king and didn't say anything else. The giant strength king immediately led the other beasts into the mountain. At the same time, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the heaven's secret pavilion. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't as indifferent as he looked. Naturally, he hoped that the beasts would cooperate with him. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this matter wasn't something that he could do alone. The key was whether the beasts were willing or not. Over the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed there. He didn't go to the scavenger realm, nor did he leave the mountain. Moreover, Zhao Hai felt that giant strength king had already left the mountain. 7 days later, Zhao Hai sensed more than 20 incomparably powerful auras flying towards the Tianji Tower. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared on the square of the Tianji Tower. Before long, the giant strength king led a group of demonic beasts to the heaven's secret pavilion. There were all kinds of demonic beasts following the giant strength king. There were snakes, elephants, tigers, lions, leopards, wolves, foxes, bears, cows, pigs, and even insects like ants and praying mantises. In addition to the giant strength king, there were a total of 26 demonic beasts. Each and every one of these demonic beasts had an imposing aura. All of them had broken through to the next realm. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the demonic beasts and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the great kings." The demonic beasts curiously sized up Zhao Hai. They wanted to know what was so special about Zhao Hai. However, the giant strength king was different from them. After all, he had seen Zhao Hai before. Therefore, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Today, we came here to discuss the matter of cooperation with Mr." Zhao Hai looked at the demonic beasts and said, "So it seems like you've agreed to cooperate with me? That's for the best. Everyone, please come inside. I've already prepared food and wine in the Tianji Tower. We can talk while eating." The giant strength king and the others looked at the Tianji Tower with awkward expressions. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. "Everyone, please come to the platform. I've already prepared food and wine. Please." The giant strength king and the others had no choice but to land on the platform. The reason why they were embarrassed was because of their size. These demonic beasts maintained their original forms and didn't transform into their human forms. However, the size of these demonic beasts was bigger than the other. The giant strength king could only be considered ordinary among these demonic beasts. Compared to some of the bigger ones, the giant strength king's body was much smaller. Even if he was an ant-like beast, his body was about the size of an adult lion. One can imagine how big the other demonic beasts were. The 26 huge demonic beasts landed on the platform. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light flashed on the platform. Then their figures disappeared from the platform. In the next moment, they appeared in a huge dining hall. There was a huge round table in the dining hall. Zhao Hai and the others landed on the table. There were many huge plates on the table. These plates were filled with food. There were fruits, meat, and of course, vegetables. Everything was there. Moreover, there was a special characteristic, which was that there was a lot of food. The plates on the table were very big. Each plate was almost as big as the table outside. Moreover, each plate had a diameter of 2 meters. Zhao Hai looked at the demonic beasts, then he smiled faintly and said, "These are the food that I prepared for everyone. I hope that everyone will like it." Right, there's a jar on the side of the table. If you want to drink, then feel free to take it. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large bowl appeared. Then he went to the side of the jar and filled it with wine. Then he went to the side of a large plate and took a piece of meat to eat. The giant strength king and the others were already shocked by Zhao Hai's table. Now that they saw Zhao Hai eating, they were even more shocked. However, they quickly reacted. The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Mr. is really a wonderful person. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. This is the first time I've eaten a meal like this. Good, good. But I must say, Mr. Zhao Hai, the food that you prepared is a bit too little." Zhao Hai looked at the giant strength king and smiled faintly. Then he said, "Eat as much as you want. Don't worry, there's more than enough." The giant strength king laughed, and the other demonic beasts did the same. Because these demonic beasts didn't come in contact with humans for a long time, they didn't care about the etiquette of the cultivation realm. Moreover, they were demonic beasts, so their appetite was much bigger than humans. Because of this, the more they ate, the better. And now, it seems like the food that Zhao Hai prepared was very much to their liking. The demonic beasts didn't hold back as they began to eat and drink. Zhao Hai looked at the demonic beasts and smiled. He actually liked this. Sometimes, the red tape was very annoying. He might as well be happy with these demonic beasts. After Zhao Hai drank a bowl of wine, he looked at the giant strength king and said, "Everyone, what do you think about cooperating with me to deal with the war god realm?" The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai, then he put down a cow leg and said, "Cooperating with you to deal with the war god realm isn't a problem. We also agree. However, we can't listen to your command. You should know that we don't want our children to become cannon fodder." When Zhao Hai heard the giant strength king, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned. The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but say, "What? You don't agree?" Zhao Hai looked at giant strength king, then he shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't agree, it's just that there are some difficulties. All the races that are going to deal with the war god's realm have received military training. This is so that they can display their greatest strength when dealing with the war god's realm. Moreover, after receiving military training, you need to have a unified command. This is completely different from a swarm of bees. If you don't obey my command, then you would destroy our formation. Not only would you not be able to help us, you might even help the enemy." When the giant strength king and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned silent. The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But if we agree to let you command us, then what if you treat us as cannon fodder?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said, "Everyone, when I came to the war god's realm, I only brought 100,000 people with me. These people are my direct subordinates. Besides these 100,000 people, everyone else can be said to be my allies. We have gathered together for only one goal, and that is to destroy the war god's realm. Because of this, I won't be biased towards anyone, and I won't treat anyone as cannon fodder. Everyone can rest assured on this point. Naturally, if there are certain death missions, then you don't need to participate because those missions have already been completed." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said, "Everyone, when I came to the war god's realm, I brought 100,000 people with me." The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What kind of people? How can there be people who would complete certain death missions?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's not people, it's ghosts." I already told you that I can refine ghosts. I have a lot of ghosts right now. If there's a certain death mission, then I can have those ghosts charge at the front, there's no need for you. The giant strength king still didn't believe him. Ghosts? How many ghosts can you refine by yourself? Ghastly Face can also absorb and refine ghosts. This is his natural ability, but even so, he can only control about 10,000 corpses so far. He only has about 100,000 malicious ghosts on him. As he spoke, Giant Strength King glanced at a large spider not far from him. This large spider was very large, with a length of about 10 meters and a width of about 7 meters. Lying there, it was nearly 3 meters tall. On the pitch-black body of this large spider, there was a huge white ghost face, which looked very gloomy and terrifying. This was a ghost face spider, and also a void-piercing realm monster beast. Zhao Hai looked at the ghost face spider and said, I have a lot more ghosts than him. At present, I can mobilize no less than 500 million ghosts. I don't know if you're satisfied with this number? When Zhao Hai said this, everyone stared blankly. The ghost face spider looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, How much did you say? 500 million? Did I hear wrong? You said 500 million? Zhao Hai said, You didn't hear wrong, I said 500 million. I can indeed mobilize 500 million undead to fight at the same time. If I don't have these undead as a trump card, then how can I deal with the war god's plane? Can I only rely on the power of laws? The power of laws can kill experts, but what about ordinary cultivators? If I can only deal with experts and can't deal with ordinary cultivators, then I'll still die miserably. You don't need to doubt this point. The Giant Strength King and the others were silent. They didn't know whether they should believe Zhao Hai or not. This was because Zhao Hai's words were too mysterious, beyond their scope of understanding. Giant Strength King and the others were silent. Although they were void-piercing realm experts and had experienced a lot of things, it was their first time meeting someone like Zhao Hai. To be honest, they didn't know whether or not they should believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai gave them a very good feeling. He didn't look down on them at all. Even when he was eating, Zhao Hai didn't look like he was being pretentious. It was as if he liked to eat in big mouthfuls. He didn't think that it was rude. However, when Zhao Hai said that he had 500 million undead, they really couldn't believe it. They were all void-piercing realm experts. Moreover, demon beasts were different from humans. Demon beasts tended to focus on one thing. Just like Giant Strength King, he only focused on strength training. Just like Ghostface, he was born with the ability to absorb and manipulate souls. Because of this, his cultivation was similar to that of ghost cultivators. The other demon beasts were the same. They tended to focus on one thing and didn't know much about other things. It was precisely because of this that they were very confident in their own cultivation. Just like Giant Strength King, he believed that his strength was the greatest. He always believed that whether it was demon beasts or cultivators, there was no one stronger than him. In fact, it was almost the same. On the other hand, Ghostface Spider also believed that he was the most suitable to control ghosts. Even ghost cultivators might not be able to control ghosts as well as him. This was his own pride. But now, Zhao Hai said that he could command 500 million undead. 500 million, what kind of concept was that? Even if Zhao Hai could command 500 million ant-like undead, it was still a very terrifying thing. 500 million ant-like undead were enough to destroy 10,000 zombie ghosts and 100,000 specter ghosts. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that they didn't believe him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, I know that you don't believe me. If you agree, then we'll go out and show you. After that, we'll come back and drink. What do you think? Giant Strength King looked at the other cultivators, then he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, All right, we'll do as Mr. says. We also want to see what it's like to release so many undead. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then with an intention, a white light flashed inside the restaurant. In the next moment, everyone appeared on the platform outside the Heaven's secret restaurant. Giant Strength King and the others didn't show anything, they just looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and in the next moment, a sky full of undead appeared in front of him. There were too many undead, but these undead weren't fighting in a chaotic manner. They were arranged in a neat square formation, motionless. Among these undead, some were human while some were demon beasts. Some were very big while some were very small. But no matter what kind of undead they were, at this moment, they were all standing in a neat formation, just like an army. Giant Strength King and the others were shocked. They had never seen so many undead before. The number of undead had already exceeded their expectations. As for how many undead there were, they weren't in the mood to investigate. In short, there were more than 10 million undead, a lot more. The group stared blankly at the undead. Xiao Hai didn't immediately take back the undead. He just stood on the platform and looked at the undead. It can be said that these undead were his capital. At this point, they were his most important weapon. These undead wouldn't betray him, they would sacrifice themselves for him. Even if he wanted them to die, they would immediately extinguish their soul fires. At this point, Xiao Hai no longer called them undead. Instead, he identified them as a race, the undead. The undead were Xiao Hai's most capable subordinates, the sharpest sword. They were also Xiao Hai's pride. Xiao Hai had never looked down on these undead. After some time, Giant Strength King and the others recovered. Then they turned their eyes to Xiao Hai. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. One shouldn't think that there was nothing to be afraid of after reaching the void-piercing realm. In fact, this wasn't the case. Just like what people said, the more you know, the more afraid you will be. The more knowledge you have, the more ignorant you will feel. These void-piercing realm cultivators were the same. After reaching the void-piercing realm, their lifespan had grown to the point where they could squander it at will. But at the same time, they would also cherish their lives more. It was true that they were void-piercing realm experts, but if they were to face these seemingly endless undead, then they would only end up dying of exhaustion. Not to mention a single person, even if all of them were to face so many undead, the result would still be the same. They would all die of exhaustion. This was because there were just too many undead. Naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of a single undead. Even if they were void-piercing realm undead, they wouldn't be afraid. This was because once they reached the void-piercing realm, their strength would surpass that of other races. But facing hundreds of millions of undead, they were afraid. Xiao Hai noticed the expression of the others, so he smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and had the undead return to the space. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, let's go back and drink." Then a white light flashed as the group returned to the dining hall. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand. Then he waved his hand and the undead returned to the space. After returning to the dining hall, Xiao Hai poured himself a bowl of wine. Then he raised the bowl and said, "Everyone, I'm cooperating with you in order to deal with the war god's realm. I don't have any thoughts of occupying the gathering realm. Right now, I'm just controlling the various sects in the gathering realm and destroying their fighting strength. You can rest assured, once I deal with the war god's realm, I will immediately withdraw from the gathering realm. Therefore, we don't have any conflicts of interest, nor do we have any reason to deal with you. Having one more ally is always better than having one more enemy. Therefore, I want to be your ally." When the Giant Strength King and the others heard Xiao Hai, they looked at each other. Then they took out their bowls of wine and poured themselves a bowl of wine. Then they raised their bowls and said to Xiao Hai, "Happy cooperation." Then they drank the wine in their bowls together. After everyone drank their wine, Xiao Hai looked at Giant Strength King and the others and said, "Everyone, now that we're allies, I won't hide anything from you. The war god's realm doesn't know about the destruction of the scavenger realm. They wouldn't know about it in a short period of time. This is because the people of the scavenger realm were turned into undead by me. Moreover, the undead were disguised, making it impossible for outsiders to see through them. This also gives us some time. I hope that everyone can cooperate with me and train the beasts in Demon Wind Mountain. When they arrive on the battlefield, they would understand how to cooperate with each other and not just attack each other. What do you think about this? What do you think?" The Giant Strength King didn't hesitate and said, "No problem. To be honest, when we fought against the war god's realm in the past, we suffered several losses in terms of battle formations. If Mr. can really train the children into battle formations, then it would only be good for us." The others nodded as well, agreeing with the Giant Strength King's words. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he finally relaxed. The reason why he showed his strength was to tell the Giant Strength King and the others that he could deal with the War God's realm without them. And now, the Giant Strength King and the others' performance proved that Zhao Hai's idea was correct. Sometimes, if you want to become an ally, then you need to show your strength and make others understand that you're qualified to be their ally. Only then would they accept you. After that, the group ate happily. They happily ate everything. Finally, Zhao Hai had to replenish the food a few more times before they left the Heaven's secret building after eating and drinking to their heart's content. After that, things became simple. With the 26 great beast kings watching over them, the beasts could only obediently accept their training. The result of the training was also very good. After training the beasts for a month, Zhao Hai finally decided to leave the Gathering Realm and go deal with other realms. This time, his goal was the Auction Realm. Zhao Hai also knew a bit about the Auction Realm. This realm was very special, and the special thing about it was their artifacts. The artifacts used by people didn't have any special features, but the artifacts used by sects were very special. These artifacts didn't refer to small artifacts used by individuals, but large artifacts. In the Auction Realm, there were no large artifacts. The large artifacts used by the sects in the Auction Realm were about half the size of the artifacts used by other realms. If one were to say that there were large artifacts, small artifacts, and medium artifacts, then the large artifacts used by other realms were truly large artifacts. The artifacts used by people in the Auction Realm were small artifacts, while the artifacts used by the people in the Auction Realm were medium artifacts. However, there was no such thing as medium artifacts. Because of this, the people in the Auction Realm still called their artifacts large artifacts. The medium artifacts of the Auction Realm were very good. They were fast, flexible, and had decent attack power. The most important thing was that their size was smaller, making them easier to refine. Naturally, this didn't mean that these artifacts didn't have any shortcomings. In fact, the shortcomings of these artifacts were very obvious. First of all, the defensive power of these artifacts wasn't good. If the defensive power of a large artifact was 10, then the defensive power of the medium artifacts in the Auction Realm would at most be 3 or 4. With such defensive power, even if a medium artifact collided with a large artifact, it wouldn't cause too much damage to the large artifact. Only when the number of medium artifacts reached a certain degree would they be able to break through the large artifact's defense and destroy it. The second was the long-distance transportation ability. The transportation ability of a medium celestial tool was not very strong. It was far worse than a large celestial tool. 10 medium celestial tools were not necessarily as good as one large celestial tool. Of course, the transportation ability here referred to the ability to transport people. With these two shortcomings, the value of this medium artifact was greatly reduced. The last point was the cost. The refining method of medium artifacts was indeed easier than large artifacts, but the rate of waste was still very high. With more waste, the cost would increase. Yes, if a large sect wanted to make a large artifact, it might take a few years or even more than 10 years. But to make a medium artifact, it might take less than a year. But because large artifacts were too precious, people would be fully prepared when refining them. The rate of waste of large artifacts was very low, much lower than the rate of waste of small artifacts. However, medium celestial devices were different. Although the failure rate of medium celestial devices was lower than that of small celestial devices, it was much higher than that of large celestial devices. Because of this, the cost of making medium celestial devices was really high. The materials needed to make a medium celestial device were only a little less than the materials needed to make a large celestial device. In this case, very few people would make medium celestial devices. They would rather spend a little more time making large celestial devices. Of course, a medium artifact wasn't without its advantages. If it was during wartime, this advantage would be reflected. That was the speed at which it was made. In the large sects of the film world, they could make a medium artifact in a few months. And if this medium artifact didn't clash head-on with a large artifact, it could contend with a large artifact for a long period of time. And time was often the key to determining the outcome of a war. However, in recent years, the war god world had not met a difficult opponent. Hence, they did not make medium artifacts. As for using medium artifacts to deal with the desolate race, the people of the war god world did not have such thoughts. The desolate race was different from other races. The desolate race started off by refining artifacts. The various artifacts they had were of extremely high grade. If they used medium artifacts to deal with the desolate race, it would be equivalent to sending food to the desolate race. It would not pose any threat to the desolate race. Due to various reasons, the war god world's army did not have a large number of medium artifacts equipped. However, these medium artifacts had another use in the war god world, and that was to change the military into civilian use. The war god's realm was a huge desert. It was a country made up of oases. Very few people used transmission formations here. The cost of using transmission formations was much higher than using large artifacts. Because of this, there were countless people in the war god's realm who used large artifacts to travel. It was just like how people on Earth used buses and trains. However, it was impossible for the war god realm to have so many large artifacts for this purpose. Because of this, these medium-grade artifacts came in handy. There weren't many medium-grade artifacts, but they weren't few either. They were enough for civilian use. Because of this, there were a lot of medium-grade artifacts in the war god realm. They became the most common transportation tool in the war god realm. And the auction world was the world that had the closest relationship with the war god world. They could provide large numbers of warriors to the war god world, and at the same time, they could provide large amounts of medium artifacts to the war god world. And the war god world treated the auction world very well. Not only did they give fewer tributes than the other worlds, but the war god world's secret information was also made available to the auction world. And the war god world's preferential treatment made the auction world follow their footsteps. It could be said that the cultivators in the auction world were more loyal to the war god world than the cultivators in the auction world. The reason why the auction realm was more loyal to the war god realm than the gathering realm wasn't without reason. The gathering realm could be said to be dominated by the vast star sect. Although the vast star sect knew how to conduct themselves, they would still distribute their spoils of war to the other sects. However, in order to control the development of these sects, the vast star sect represented the war god realm in collecting taxes from these sections. This made the other sects somewhat resentful towards the war god realm. It was impossible for them to be 100% loyal to the war god realm. On the other hand, the auction realm was different. Almost all of the sects in the auction realm were able to refine medium-grade artifacts. Because of this, almost all of the sects in the auction realm had a good relationship with the war god realm. Their loyalty towards the war god realm was also greater than the small sects in the auction realm. When it comes to the fighting strength of the photography world, it wasn't weak. The photography world was the same as the collecting world. They were good at controlling artifacts. However, the artifacts in the photography world weren't complete sets, they were just ordinary artifacts. One shouldn't look down on cultivators who used ordinary artifacts, just like how one shouldn't look down on cultivators. In the cultivation realm, there was a saying that there were no useless techniques, only useless cultivators. Sword cultivators only used their swords, while body cultivators only trained their bodies. In the eyes of others, their attacks were too simple. Compared to the ever-changing methods of other cultivators, body cultivators could see through them with a single glance. But so what if you can see through them? Body cultivation was still a very important cultivation method among cultivators. Sword cultivation was even more amazing. One sword could break 10,000 techniques. The strength of a sword cultivator's attack power was the strongest in the cultivation world. Even if you knew that he was using a sword to attack, if you couldn't defend or dodge, the only result would be death. The auction realm's cultivators were actually the most common ones in the cultivation realm. They can use all kinds of artifacts. Moreover, the auction realm's people were very good at refining artifacts. The artifacts they used were very powerful. If you underestimate them, then you would certainly die miserably. The auction realm's various powers were also in the form of sections. There was nothing special about it. It can be said that if it weren't for the existence of artifacts, the auction realm would be just an ordinary realm. It wouldn't attract anyone's attention. But because of the existence of artifacts, the auction realm's people were able to live a better life compared to other realms. This time, Zhao Hai's target was the auction realm. Dealing with the auction realm was much easier than dealing with the picker realm. Zhao Hai didn't use his undead when dealing with the picker realm. This time, he didn't use his undead. This was because not only did he have the stone men, hairy-eared men, feather bowmen, and the 100 Victories realm, he also had the beast race. After a period of training, the performance of the beast race was very good. They now had some basic military knowledge. At the very least, they knew how to move together and how to form a formation. This time, when Zhao Hai went to deal with the auction realm, he also brought the beast race along. Zhao Hai had already told them that the battlefield was the best training ground. Soldiers who have experienced war were qualified warriors. This time, Zhao Hai wanted the beast race to know the role of military formations in war. He wanted them to become real soldiers. At this time, the Heaven's secret pavilion had silently appeared in the auction realm's desert. In the cultivation realm, any realm would have a desert. And the desert would be the place with the thinnest spiritual chi. It was also a place where cultivators rarely go. This was because the resources in the desert were the least. On the contrary, there were a lot of beast race in the desert. Going to the desert could be said to be a place with high risk and low returns. Because of this, cultivators wouldn't go to the desert if they have nothing to do. This time, Zhao Hai brought the Heaven's secret pavilion to the auction realm's desert. Because the cultivators in the auction realm were able to make artifacts, they were able to get a large amount of resources from the war god realm. These resources were enough for them to use. Although they would also do some trials, they wouldn't come to places like the desert. The Heaven's secret pavilion appearing in the desert would definitely not be discovered by the auction realm. Even if the Heaven's secret pavilion stayed in the desert for a few years, they still wouldn't be discovered. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's secret pavilion and looked at the sand dunes outside. Then he smiled faintly and said, "People don't like the desert, but who would have thought that the scenery in the desert would have a different kind of beauty? Giant strength, don't you think so?" Beside Zhao Hai was a tall figure. This figure was the Giant Strength King. However, the Giant Strength King snorted in disdain and said, "I don't see any beauty in this place. My Giant Strength Mountain is much more beautiful. You can see green trees everywhere. Unlike this place, there's sand everywhere." Zhao Hai chuckled, then he said, "I've always had a dream. I want to go to a myriad of interfaces and enjoy the different sceneries. And this desert is one of those sceneries. One day, when I'm tired of looking at it, I'll go to a new interface. And when I'm tired of looking at all the interfaces, I'll ascend to a higher level and look at the sceneries there. I want to see how different the sceneries there are compared to the sceneries here. I think that would be a different kind of life." When the Giant Strength King heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Haha. It seems like your future achievements are limitless. This realm definitely won't be able to trap you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I've already comprehended the power of laws. How could this realm trap me? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go down. I'll have them make a battle plan. Once it's done, we can attack this realm." The Giant Strength King didn't oppose, he just followed Zhao Hai and returned to Zhao Hai's room. Inside Zhao Hai's room, Ji Wuming and the others were making a battle plan. Naturally, Laura and the others were also there to help. Naturally, they wouldn't make a battle plan based on their own imagination. All battle plans needed a lot of information as support. And Zhao Hai had a lot of detailed information about the auction realm. Because of this information, Ji Wuming and the others were able to make a battle plan. The Giant Strength King looked at Ji Wuming and the others, then he shook his head and sighed, "I really don't understand. Where did you get all this information about the auction realm? This information is too detailed. It seems like the auction realm has no secrets in front of you. When you dealt with the pickup realm, did you also collect information?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course. If I didn't collect information and make a battle plan, then I wouldn't have been able to fight. If I didn't have a battle plan, then I wouldn't have been able to destroy the pickup realm without the war god realm knowing about it. It's the same now. In fact, my people have been observing the auction realm for a long time. How often does the auction realm communicate with the war god realm? What methods do they use to communicate with each other? I'm very clear about this. If I didn't know about this, then my battle plan would just be a piece of paper. The giant strength king nodded, then he said, for many years, we haven't fought with people from other realms. This time, I want to see how strong the auction realm is. Zhao Hai looked at the giant strength king and said, Giant strength, I heard that you went to the pickup realm before. What happened? With your status? How could you go to the pickup realm? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? The giant strength king looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, What do you think my adventure is like? Concealing my identity, transforming into a human, and then going to the pickup realm to gather information? What kind of adventure is that? At that time, I went to the vast star sect alone and killed dozens of their experts before retreating. At the same time, I used a soul search technique on those experts. Only then did I learn some things that we don't know. What kind of adventure do you think it is? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the giant strength king and said, This is your adventure? Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the pickup realm and the evil wind mountain? The giant strength king sneered and said, What's there to be afraid of? Our war with the evil wind mountain isn't just a matter of a day or two. We've already fought with the evil wind mountain countless times. What's there to be afraid of? In fact, every time a new demon king appears in the evil wind mountain, they would go to the pickup realm. Even if no new demon king appears, we would still go to the pickup realm every once in a while. This has already become a routine. Not only us, the sects of the pickup realm are also used to it. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Hai was speechless. He hadn't heard of this before. However, he also knew that this was how the pickup realm and the evil wind mountain got along for so many years. He thought that the sects of the pickup realm would also have the same method. Every once in a while, they would go to the evil wind mountain and sweep it clean. Zhao Hai also wanted to hand over the pickup realm to the evil wind mountain. Almost all of the sects in the pickup realm that could fight had been swept clean by Zhao Hai's people. The only ones left were those who didn't have much fighting strength. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to leave these people in the pickup realm. If these people were left behind, they would become food for the beasts in the future. Zhao Hai wasn't able to do this. Therefore, he decided to take the people in the pickup realm and leave them in the Heaven's secret pavilion. In any case, he wouldn't leave them in the pickup realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai also didn't want to take these people to the space. Humans were different from other animals. Although the space could subdue them, Zhao Hai didn't want to do so. No matter what, humans were still his own race. Using this method to deal with them was something that Zhao Hai couldn't do. Naturally, the most important thing was that these people had a great enmity with Zhao Hai. They were different from Ji Wuming and the others. Ji Wuming and the others were already his subordinates. On the other hand, these people hated him. Zhao Hai wasn't sure if the space could subdue them. On the Soaring Hawk Mountain, there was a huge palace. This palace was called the Sword Hall. The Sword Hall was the headquarters of the Sky Sword sect. The Sky Sword sect was one of the few large sects in the Gathering Realm. But don't misunderstand, the Sky Sword sect wasn't a sword cultivation sect. The reason why it was named this way was because of a medium-grade artifact called the Sword Shuttle. The Sword Shuttle was a sword-shaped medium-grade artifact. This artifact was known for its speed and flexibility. It was very popular in the War God realm. It was the fastest medium-grade artifact to mobilize soldiers for short distances. In the War God realm, there were a lot of sword shuttles. Unlike the other medium-grade artifacts that were mostly used for civilian use, sword shuttles were mostly used for military purposes. It was the best weapon to deal with small-scale rebellions in the War God realm. Because of this, the Sky Sword sect became a famous sect in the Gathering Realm. Not only did they export sword shuttles to the War God realm, they also equipped their own sect with a large number of sword shuttles. Naturally, in addition to the sword shuttles, they also imported several large artifacts from the War God realm. These artifacts were called the Ark of Misfortune. The Sky Sword sect had nearly 10 million cultivators. Among them, there were about 4 million cultivators in the teleportation realm and above. There were also 10 great elders. These 10 great elders were all void-piercing experts. It can be said that the Sky Sword sect's strength couldn't be considered weak in any realm. But compared to the War God realm, they were too weak. However, the Sky Sword sect was one of the top powers in the Gathering realm. In the Gathering realm, there were almost no sects that were stronger than the Sky Sword sect. However, there were a few sects that were on par with the Sky Sword sect. The Sky Sword sect's cultivators were living a good life. They didn't lack materials. Because of this, the Sky Sword sect had a high proportion of teleportation realm cultivators. The strength of a sect doesn't necessarily depend on how many experts it has. Sometimes, it can also be determined by how many cultivators it has. If you don't have enough resources to cultivate, then you won't have a lot of cultivators with medium strength. If you don't have enough cultivators with medium strength, then you won't have a lot of experts. This is a cycle. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect also had their own pride. They looked down on people from other sections. The Heavenly Sword sect also had a special cultivator squad. The cultivators in this squad all had one thing in common: they all served in the War God's plane. Every once in a while, the Sky Sword sect would send a group of cultivators to serve in the War God realm. When the cultivators who served in the War God realm returned to the auction world, they would be individually selected to form a special battle squad. This battle squad was the elite of the Sky Sword sect. Every year, there were many cultivators coming in and out of the Heavenly Sword sect. They also had an incomparably huge refining workshop, which specialized in refining all kinds of magic tools. The sword shuttles that were exported to the War God's plane were all products from that refining workshop. Recently, the Sky Sword sect knew about what happened in the War God's plane. However, no one took it seriously. In their view, Xianxia wouldn't succeed. At most, he would be showing off in the Mao Air and Feather Bow realms. If he really fought against the War God UI, then he would have been dealt with a long time ago. Moreover, they also thought that Xianxia wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the auction world. They even suspected that Xianxia knew about the existence of the auction world. The cultivators of the Sky Sword sect were the same as before. Everyone was doing their own things. Some were cultivating, some were doing missions, and some were flirting with girls. Everything seemed normal. At this time, they suddenly felt the sky darken. When they looked up in confusion, they saw a huge building above the soaring Eagle Mountain. This building looked very majestic and gorgeous. Everyone was stunned when they saw this building. They had never seen a building-shaped artifact before. Just as they were staring at the tall building in a daze, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned, then shocked, and panicked. Of course, they knew what the alarm was. It was an alarm that would only sound when a strong enemy was attacking. In other words, the tall building parked above Eagle Mountain was an enemy, not a friend. Just as the Sky Sword sect's alarm sounded and their mountain protecting formation was activated, a white light suddenly shot out from the building. The barrier of the Sky Sword sect was instantly broken. Then, one of the peaks of the soaring Eagle Mountain was flattened. Seeing the flattened peak, the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect felt like they were going crazy. This was because the flattened peak was the forbidden area of the Sky Sword sect, the place where all the great elders of the Sky Sword sect were located. This wasn't the end. Then, one white light beam after another shot towards the Sky Sword sect. Some of the important places of the Sky Sword sect were instantly flattened to the ground. Then, a large number of cultivators and beasts rushed out of the building and rushed towards the Sky Sword sect, slaughtering the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect. These cultivators and beasts were lined up in neat formations. They looked like an army as they rushed towards the Sky Sword sect. But how could the panicking cultivators of the Sky Sword sect block such an attack? They only resisted for a moment before fleeing in all directions. The same situation happened in the auction world. All the sects in the auction world were attacked at the same time. The people of these sects wanted to contact other sects that were on good terms with them to come and help, but they found that they didn't have the chance. This was because their transmission formations weren't working. They had no way to send help. At this moment, several figures suddenly flew out from the Sky Sword sect. These figures didn't deal with the cultivators and beasts of the Sky Sword sect. Instead, they rushed towards the Sky Sword sect. Xianxia looked at these figures and turned to Giant Strength King with a smile. Brother Giant Strength, what do you think? Do you want to go down and play? Julie looked at the few cultivators who pounced on him and said with a slight smile, I didn't expect the Heaven's Sword sect to actually have a few void-piercing realm experts. Good, let's go down and play. I want to see how strong they are. After saying that, his figure moved and he directly rushed out from the top floor of the Tianji Tower. Along with Julie, there were a few other demon kings. These few demon kings blocked in front of the few cultivators. The battle between the two sides immediately began, but it was obvious that the cultivators weren't a match for the monster kings. Although they were also void-piercing realm experts, their strength was still a little lacking when fighting against the monster kings. However, it was impossible for the monster kings to take them down in a short period of time. After all, they were void-piercing realm experts. They weren't pushovers that could be pinched by anyone. Even if they weren't a match for the monster kings, they could still protect themselves or escape. Those void-piercing realm experts were indeed thinking of escaping. With their strength at their level, none of them were young. They were very clear about the logic of leaving the green hills behind, not afraid of running out of firewood. Therefore, they wanted to escape. In their opinion, as long as they left the Heaven's Sword sect, they would have the opportunity to take revenge in the future. Unfortunately, their idea was good, but it was impossible to realize. Zhao Hai wouldn't give them a chance. Zhao Hai had already given each of the monster kings a law crystal to deal with this situation. Just as those void-piercing realm experts were about to run away, those monster kings suddenly activated the magic tool crystals in their hands. A white light flashed, and those void-piercing realm experts were all killed on the spot. Zhao Hai's attack didn't stop. On the contrary, their attack became even more fierce. After the void-piercing realm experts were killed, the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect were about to be completely defeated. At this time, a sword-like magic tool suddenly rushed out from a collapsed house of the Sky Sword sect. These magic tools weren't very big. They were only about 50 meters long and 10 meters wide. They looked like enlarged swords. After these magic tools appeared, some of them directly crashed into the Heavenly Secret Tower, while the others scattered. Obviously, those that crashed into the Heavenly Secret Tower were used to attract Zhao Hai's attention. Those that scattered were prepared to escape and rescue. However, they still didn't have a chance. White light shot out from the Heavenly Secret Tower. Those scattered sword shuttles were almost instantly pierced through and fell from the sky. Seeing this situation, the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect finally collapsed. They were very clear that this was the last card of the Sky Sword sect. Unfortunately, their last card didn't work. The Sky Sword sect was finished. The collapse of the cultivators meant that the Heavenly Sword sect was finished. As for the cultivators and beasts that attacked the Heavenly Sword sect, they immediately began to chase the enemy in all directions. However, they didn't run around randomly. Instead, they divided themselves into small groups and chased after the enemy. They were scattered but not chaotic. Just as the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect scattered in all directions, they suddenly discovered that they couldn't escape. This was because countless ghosts suddenly appeared in front of them. These ghosts all held weapons in their hands and were glaring at them like tigers eyeing their prey. Just as they stopped and wanted to escape, these ghosts had already rushed over. There was no chance for them to escape. Almost all the cultivators of the Sky Sword sect were wiped out. Only a few weak cultivators that weren't a threat were left behind. These cultivators didn't dare to move in the slightest. This was because their enemies outnumbered them and were stronger than them. If they resisted at this time, it would be no different than courting death. The battle ended in less than 3 days. It wasn't only the battle of the Sky Sword sect that ended, but also the battle of the entire auction world. There wasn't a single intact sect left in the auction world. Aside from some weak cultivators, there were almost no living people left in the auction world. To be honest, although Giant Strength King and the others were demon beasts, they still felt a chill when they saw such a massacre. They were really scared. It was the first time they saw someone as ruthless as Zhao Hai. In the past, when the War God realm invaded the auction world, they weren't as thorough as Zhao Hai. They were really scared. Zhao Hai didn't care that much. After plundering the auction world for a while, he once again set his sights on the next world. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room. Giant King, Qian Wang, Ji Wuming, Xiu Fei, Yu Feiying, and Shigandang were all present. Everyone was looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already become their leader. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "The War God realm has been destroyed by us. It can be said that 2 of the 5 realms that are most loyal to the War God realm have been destroyed by us. As long as we destroy the other 3 realms, then the War God realm would lose an arm. At the same time, if this news were to spread, then the War God realm's army would be in chaos. At that time, we wouldn't need to care about what the other realms think and would just go to war with the War God realm." Everyone nodded. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. Now that they had destroyed 2 realms, these 2 realms were the ones with the most casualties. Once these 2 realms know that their realms were destroyed, then they would certainly be in chaos. Even if they wanted to take revenge on Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to remain calm. This would have an impact on their fighting strength. Most importantly, their movements during the battle could affect the battle formation of the God of War realm, and this would affect the battle strength of the God of War realm. If Zhao Hai really destroys the 5 realms, then the people of the 5 realms would cause trouble. This would be enough for the War God realm to drink a pot of wine. Moreover, if the people from the other realms heard that the 5 realms had been destroyed, then their awe towards the War God's realm would disappear. When the time comes, the War God's realm wouldn't only have to face Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai continued, "After destroying the 2 realms, I can also turn the people of these 2 realms into ghosts. Then I can have them pretend that nothing happened. This way, nobody would notice the changes in these realms. When we officially launch an attack, they can also respond." You can imagine what kind of scene it would be when the 5 realms that are most loyal to the War Divine realm begin to rebel against the War Divine realm. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You can also imagine the scene of the 5 realms rebelling against the War Divine realm." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their complexions changed before ecstasy appeared on their faces. Naturally, they knew what this meant. This would make the War God's realm's reputation suffer an unprecedented blow. The War God's realm might really be playing with eggs. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Now, let's decide on our next target. If you have any ideas, you can speak up." "Right, this is the information I've collected about the other 3 realms. You can look at it and then tell me what you think." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's talk about it." Everyone nodded, then they received the jade slips that Zhao Hai handed over. After reading the contents of the jade slips, they didn't immediately speak. Instead, they closed their eyes and quietly pondered. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai was very happy. They were thinking about this matter, and this was what Zhao Hai needed. Before long, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Who wants to speak first?" Yu Feiying was the oldest among these people. Therefore, he looked at everyone and said, "Let this old man take the lead." Before Mr. destroyed the Gathering Realm and the Auction Realm, there are still 3 realms for us to choose from. They are the Prestige Realm, the Celery Realm, and the Code Realm. The Prestige Realm is a body cultivator realm. They are very strong, even stronger than the 100 Victories Realm. Sect Master Qian Wang, don't be angry, I'm just stating facts. Qian Wang shook his head and said, "I'm not angry. What you said is the truth. If we talk about body cultivators, then I'm afraid that our 100 Victories Realm is worse than the Prestige Realm." Yu Feiying nodded, then he said, "The Prestige Realm is different from the 100 Victories Realm. The 100 Victories Realm has always wanted to be independent. Because of this, you haven't truly submitted to the War God Realm. However, the Prestige Realm is different. They have already submitted to the War God Realm and have become the most loyal dogs of the War God Realm. Therefore, they must be eradicated. Moreover, I think that they will be the first to be eradicated." Zhao Hai said, "Patriarch Yu, please explain the reason." Yu Feiying nodded and said, "Because in the War God Realm's army, the Prestige Realm has the most people. And the people of the Prestige Realm are famous for being troublemakers. Even in the War God Realm's army, they are the most disobedient. However, their loyalty to the War God Realm is unquestionable. Because of this, the War God Realm likes to use the people of the Prestige Realm. They are difficult to control, but they are loyal and have strong combat strength." Everyone nodded. The information that Zhao Hai gave them about the 3 realms was very complete. There were a lot of details recorded in it. Although they didn't know where Zhao Hai got this information, they could still make the most correct judgment based on this information. Zhao Hai's words were very clear. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Patriarch Yu's analysis is very correct. According to Patriarch Yu, the first place we should deal with is the prestige realm. Does anyone have any other opinions? Everyone thought for a moment but didn't say anything. Qianwang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I have a different opinion. Patriarch Yu is right, the prestige realm is the war god realm's strongest force. Dealing with them would indeed cause the war god realm to suffer heavy losses. As long as this news is released, the army of the war god realm would certainly be in chaos. But if they know that the prestige realm has been destroyed, then the people of the prestige realm might listen to the war god realm's arrangements and fight with us. They might even obey orders. This isn't something we want to see. Therefore, I think that dealing with the prestige realm isn't the best choice. The one we should deal with should be the Qin realm. Speaking up to here, Qianwang looked at everyone and said, the people of the celery realm are named celery. They are the most proficient in using poison, and their poison can be used on a large scale. In a head-on battle, the prestige realm is indeed stronger, but I think the celery realm is still the most lethal. The people of the celery realm can be said to be an alternative attack method of the war god realm. They are like the dagger of the war god realm. When you don't use the dagger, you can hide the dagger, but when you use it, the dagger will have already pierced your chest. Therefore, it is also very important to deal with the people of the celery realm. I think the order of the remaining 3 realms should be the celery realm, the code realm, and the prestige realm. Zhao Hai didn't agree with Qianwang's words, but he also didn't object. He looked at Qianwang and said, Patriarch Qian, please tell me your reason. Qianwang said in a deep voice, I've already told you the reason for dealing with the Qin realm. I'll talk about the Classics realm. The Classics realm is a special realm. The people of these realms generally use magic as their main weapon. They are the best at using artifacts. At the same time, they are also the best at using cultivation techniques in another way, and that is their golden scrolls. They use a special method to refine their cultivation techniques into the golden scrolls. Sometimes, as long as they input spiritual energy into the golden scrolls can release their cultivation techniques to attack the enemy. It's like a set of sword techniques. After being made into a golden scroll, as long as they input spiritual energy into it, the golden scrolls would immediately release sword chi. The path of the sword chi is the same as the sword technique. Moreover, the method of attack is also exactly the same. It's like a person using a sword to attack you. This is also the reason why the Classics realm got its name. Everyone nodded. The Classics realm was indeed a special realm. Everyone knew this, but they didn't know why Qianwang was talking about the Classics realm in such detail. Qianwang said in a deep voice, on the surface, the Classics realm's methods are indeed very powerful. They only need to use a small amount of spiritual energy to make the cultivation techniques in the golden scrolls attack the enemy in an even more powerful way. However, there's one thing that's not right. Take a set of sword techniques as an example. If you are familiar with a set of sword techniques, then you can produce countless changes. For example, for a set of sword techniques, you can use the first move all the way to the 36th move. But after using the first move, you can use the 10th move, then the 4th move, and then the 7th move. This is a kind of change, and this is also one of the countless changes. This kind of attack is the meaning of the existence of this set of sword techniques. However, the golden scroll attack in the book realm is different. After they have refined this set of sword techniques into the golden scroll, the sword chi attack will definitely start from the first move all the way to the 36th move. No matter how many times they use this technique, the final result will be the same. It will start from the first move all the way to the 36th move. In other words, their sword techniques are dead. Upon hearing Qianwang, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. They suddenly understood why Qianwang said that the Classics realm's attacks were dead. According to what Qianwang said, the Classics realm's attacks weren't very good. With such an obvious weakness, it would be much easier to deal with the Classics realm's cultivators. Qianwang looked at everyone and said, in the War God realm, there aren't a lot of Classics realm cultivators. Moreover, the people of the War God realm would often separate the Classics realm cultivators into separate teams. When fighting, they would also use different golden scrolls in order to achieve mutual cooperation. It can be said that the Classics realm only has the name of a strong realm. If people were to find out about this, then they wouldn't be called a strong realm. It's actually very simple for us to deal with the Classics realm. When Zhao Hai heard Qian Wang, his eyes lit up, then he said, "What you mean is that we should first deal with the poison user from the celery realm. It would be best if we can find a way to detoxify him. Then we can deal with the librarian realm. After dealing with the two of them, we can deal with the prestige realm." When the people from the War God realm hear that the prestige realm was attacked, they would certainly become anxious. They are loyal to the War God realm, but they are also troublemakers. When they know that their realm was attacked, they would certainly make a ruckus. At this time, if we release the news that the other realms were attacked, the army of the War God realm would be in chaos. If the other realms were to announce their betrayal, then the War God realm would become even more chaotic. This is our opportunity. Qian Wang nodded and said, "Right, that's what I meant. Mister, although the librarian realm has an obvious weakness, they aren't that easy to deal with. Every cultivator of the librarian realm has more than one golden scroll, so they still have a lot of means to attack. However, they lack variety. Calling them a pseudo-strong realm wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, they are the most loyal to the War God realm. I heard that when the War God realm fought against a special race, they suffered a big loss. In the end, a group of people from the librarian realm took the initiative to self-destruct. This allowed the people of the War God realm to safely retreat. Because of this, the War God realm trusts the librarian realm the most. Everyone here should know about this. In other words, all the realms that were conquered by the War God realm know about this. If Mr. can use this matter to destroy the librarian realm, then the people of the librarian realm would rebel. This would be a fatal blow to the prestige of the War God realm. People would say, "Look, even your most loyal people have betrayed you, what reason do you have to not lose?" And this is exactly what we need. If these people aren't afraid of the War God realm, then they would rebel for their own realms. When the time comes, the War God realm would be filled with smoke. Maybe we just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, very good. This plan is really good. Patriarch Qian, your plan can be said to be perfect. What do you think? Do you have any other opinions? You can speak freely. If you think that your plan is better than Patriarch Qian's, then you can say it. If you have something to add, then you can say it as well. We are allies, so of course we need to brainstorm." Everyone nodded. Giant Strength King was the first to speak. "In my opinion, Patriarch Qian's plan is very good. Actually, Patriarch Yu's plan is also good. If Mr. can really make people not discover that these people have turned into ghosts, then the plan can be carried out. However, Patriarch Qian's plan is much more detailed. It would be a bigger blow to the War God realm." Yu Feiying also nodded and said, "Right, Patriarch Qian's plan is very good. I agree to use Patriarch Qian's plan." The others also expressed their agreement. No one objected, they just added some appropriate additions. Seeing that nobody had any objections, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "All right, since nobody has any objections, then we'll proceed according to the plan. Our next target is the celery realm. I'll conduct a more detailed investigation of the celery realm and then formulate a plan. Everyone, I want to ask you to make more detoxification pills. After all, the celery realm is the most proficient in using poisons. If we want to deal with them, then we must find a way to detoxify their poison. Otherwise, our casualties would increase greatly. I don't think that's what everyone wants to see, right?" Everyone nodded. Naturally, they agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Moreover, making detoxification pills wasn't a difficult matter for them. Zhao Hai gave them some spoils of war from the auction and the picking realms. They were now very rich. The Battle Emperor didn't feel good recently. It wasn't because of Zhao Hai's actions, but because Zhao Hai didn't make any moves. When Zhao Hai silently controlled the two realms, the Battle Emperor didn't feel any fear. This was because the two realms were very weak. If they were controlled, then they were controlled. Aside from making the war god realm lose face, it didn't affect the war god realm too much. When Zhao Hai's group was making a ruckus, the war emperor wasn't worried. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was just a clown. There was nothing to worry about. But now, Zhao Hai suddenly became quiet. There was no news at all. The feedback from the various planes didn't show any abnormalities. This made the war emperor feel uneasy. No abnormalities? How could this be? Could it be that Zhao Hai came to the war god's realm from the void realm just to occupy two insignificant realms and then didn't do anything else? How could this be possible? Because of this, the war emperor felt uneasy. He felt as if he was a fly in a spider's web. He was struggling, but there was still something entangling him. Moreover, the entanglement was getting tighter and tighter. He felt as if he couldn't breathe. Naturally, the war emperor knew that this was just an illusion. However, this feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He suspected that someone had betrayed him. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to not do anything these days. It's just that no one told him that Zhao Hai was on the move. After thinking about this, the war emperor decided to organize an inspection team. The main task of this inspection team was to go to the various planes and see if they were as peaceful as they said. The inspection team was quickly organized. Then they set off. The first place they went to was the 100 Victories realm. The 100 Victories realm had always been the place where the anti-war movement was the most intense. Although the 3rd Legion was stationed there, the reports that Zhang Lingyun gave the war emperor were too simple. Everything was normal. This made the war emperor feel uneasy. Because of this, he decided to send the inspection team to the 100 Victories realm. Before the inspection group arrived at the 100 Victories realm, Zhao Hai had already received the news. He immediately told Zhang Lingyun about it. Then Zhang Lingyun told Qian Wang and the others about it. Zhang Lingyun invited Qian Wang and the patriarchs of the other clans to the Zhou clan's mountain city. These patriarchs were all newly elected. But when the war god's plane arrived, the patriarchs who committed suicide would still appear and pretend to be patriarchs. Only after the inspection team left would they return to their original appearance. The Zhou family's mountain city had a large conference room. Now that all the patriarchs were present, Zhang Lingyun looked at them and said, "This time, I invited everyone here to tell you a piece of news. The war god's realm has sent an inspection team. This team will soon arrive at the 100 Victories realm. I hope that everyone can cooperate and make sure that the inspection team doesn't see any flaws." When the patriarchs heard Zhang Lingyun, they couldn't help but stare. Then they began to discuss among themselves. In the end, everyone turned their attention to Qian Wang. At this time, Qian Wang's prestige in the 100 Victories realm was very high. This was because all the patriarchs in the 100 Victories realm had changed. Only Qian Wang was fine. Moreover, his relationship with Zhao Hai was very good. Because of this, the other patriarchs were now looking at Qian Wang as their leader. Qian Wang looked at these people and knew what they were thinking. He said, "A few days ago, Mr. Zhao Hai and the others destroyed the Beat realm. Their next target is the Qin realm. As long as they destroy the Qin realm and the Dian realm, then we can officially declare war on the war god's realm. Our day of revenge isn't far away. Therefore, there's no need to be anxious. I think the reason why the war god's realm sent this inspection team is because Mr. has been too low-key recently. Also, the war god's realm couldn't do anything to Mr.'s formation. Because of this, they felt uneasy and decided to send this inspection team. As long as we deal with them carefully, it shouldn't be hard to deal with them. Once Mr. makes his move, it will be time for us to take revenge." The patriarchs knew that Qian Wang was right. Moreover, Zhao Hai had supreme prestige in the 100 Victories realm. Nobody would dare to go against Zhao Hai's wishes. These patriarchs knew that the 100 Victories realm couldn't do anything to the war god's realm. If they were to fight the war god's realm, then the 100 Victories realm would be the one to lose. Because of this, if they want the 100 Victories realm to be independent, if they want to take revenge, then they can only listen to Zhao Hai. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhang Lingyun waved his hand. Then some people came in from a nearby room. Upon seeing these people, the patriarchs couldn't help but stare. Then they excitedly stood up. This was because these people were the patriarchs who committed suicide. However, these patriarchs were still standing there, as if they didn't suffer any injuries. Seeing their appearance, the patriarchs were naturally excited. One of the patriarchs looked at Qian Wang and said, "Patriarch Qian, why are the patriarchs here? Didn't they commit suicide?" Qian Wang smiled bitterly and said, "You can ask them yourself." The man turned his head to look at his former patriarch. The patriarch looked at the man and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect little 3 to become the patriarch." "Good, you're smart. With you as the patriarch, I'm relieved. I'm now an undead. You might not understand, but for Mr. Zhao, death isn't real death. It's just the beginning of a new life." When little 3 heard the patriarch, he immediately asked, "Patriarch, why are you here? Is it because of the inspection team?" The patriarch nodded and said, "Right, this inspection team was personally ordered by the War Emperor. Therefore, the people of the Divine War Plane attach great importance to it. They might even meet with the patriarchs of the great clans. If we change 1 or 2 patriarchs, then it would be reasonable. If we change too many patriarchs, then it would certainly arouse the suspicion of the people of the Divine War Plane. Therefore, Mr. had us come back to deal with this inspection. As long as we deal with it, then everything will return to normal." Little 3 understood the patriarch's meaning. He nodded and said, "All right, patriarch. Then should we return to our clans and wait for the inspection team?" "Then, we will wait for the inspection team to arrive." The patriarch nodded. The same scene happened in the conference room. The new patriarchs found that their predecessors who committed suicide were alive and well in front of them. This was a huge blow to them. Fortunately, after the patriarchs explained, they understood what was going on. Then the undead returned to their clans and prepared to deal with the inspection team. After the patriarch left, Zhang Lingyun returned to the 3rd Legion's encampment. Then he called all the officers of the 3rd Legion over. Naturally, they were all undead now. After Zhang Lingyun gave them a detailed explanation, he had them withdraw. 3 days after Zhang Lingyun received the news, the War God Realm's inspection team arrived. To be honest, Zhang Lingyun was startled when he heard that the inspection team had arrived. He was very clear about the War God Realm's situation. This wasn't the first time that the War God Realm had organized such an inspection team. Moreover, this inspection team would take several months to complete. But this time, the inspection team arrived 3 days after receiving the news. This made Zhang Lingyun surprised. Although he was surprised, Zhang Lingyun still led the officers of the 3rd Legion to the transmission formation to greet the people of the inspection team. The most important mission of the inspection team was to patrol on behalf of the War Emperor. In other words, the inspection team represented the War Emperor. Wherever they went, they would be treated with respect. Even Zhang Lingyun, who was in charge of a legion, had to greet the inspection team. Moreover, they had to be very polite to them. Otherwise, they would be disrespecting the emperor, which was a serious crime. Zhang Lingyun led the people of the 3rd Legion to the transmission formation of the barracks. After waiting for some time, a white light flashed as several people appeared on the transmission formation. The people that appeared on the transmission formation looked very strange. Each of them wore black cultivator robes. On the outside of their robes, they wore bright yellow robes. These robes were very loose, but they looked very gorgeous. Upon seeing these people's robes, Zhang Lingyun's eyes shrunk. These robes weren't something that anyone could wear in the Divine War Realm. They had a nickname, the Shadow Squad. The Shadow Squad was a secret unit under the War Emperor. They specialized in spying, assassination, and other missions. They were the War Emperor's invisible dagger. They were also the most feared unit in the entire Divine War Realm. The Shadow Squad was even more extraordinary when they wore bright yellow robes. They were ambassadors that received the War Emperor's orders. They could act first and report later. They could even arrest a legion commander. If the legion commander dared to resist, then it would be considered a rebellion and he would be executed on the spot. If it was an ordinary inspection team, then they wouldn't have this much authority. As the legion commander, Zhang Lingyun only needed to receive them politely. However, the Shadow Squad wasn't that easy to receive. Although Zhang Lingyun's mind was filled with countless thoughts, he still led the officers in saluting the Dark Shadow Legion. The Shadow Squad wore masks so their expressions couldn't be seen. After seeing Zhang Lingyun's salute, they also saluted back. This was a rule. Although they represented the War Emperor, they weren't the War Emperor himself. Moreover, Zhang Lingyun's status was higher than theirs. Therefore, they had to salute him back. After the two sides greeted each other, Zhang Lingyun looked at the Shadow Squad and said, "What do you want to do? How do you want us to cooperate?" One of the Shadow Squad replied, "There's no need. His Majesty's order is for us to observe in secret. General doesn't need to do anything." Zhang Lingyun's expression didn't change, he just nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Do you want to have a meal in the barracks?" The few members of the Dark Shadow Legion shook their heads and flew into the air, leaving the camp in the blink of an eye. "What's the situation?" "Young master, the War Emperor sent the shadows to investigate. Those fellows are very mysterious. I heard that they are all divergent ability users. They know a lot of things that others don't. Young master, I'm worried that they might discover something. What do you think we should do next?" "The shadows? It seems like the War Emperor is really anxious. He actually sent the shadows. Haha, it's good that they're sent. How about this, leave the shadows to me. You don't need to worry about them." "Yes, young master. But young master, I heard that the shadows have a soul plate. If young master wants to kill them, then I'm afraid it would be very troublesome." "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way to deal with them. You don't need to worry about it. Just do your own thing." Zhang Lingyun nodded and didn't say anything else. He was just doing his duty and telling Zhao Hai what he knew. In fact, Zhang Lingyun was very clear that Zhao Hai had a way to kill the shadows without being discovered by the War Emperor. Not long after the shadows left the 3rd Legion's camp, Zhang Lingyun immediately contacted Zhao Hai. Just like what Zhang Lingyun said, the shadows weren't just cultivators, they were also divergent ability users. Each shadow has something that other cultivators don't. Moreover, these divergent abilities were very strange. But one has to admit that these abilities were very useful. But this time, the War Emperor sent the shadows. It was clear that he was starting to have doubts about the other realms. Not to mention the other realms, even the 100 Victories realm had a lot of things that the shadows couldn't know about. If they were to know, then a war would break out ahead of time. Because of this, Zhang Lingyun reminded Zhao Hai. After Zhang Lingyun reported to Zhao Hai immediately contacted the undead of the other clans. He had them look after their disciples and make sure that they don't go out and cause trouble. It would be best for them to stay at home. Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing this. Naturally, he could kill the shadows immediately. However, if he did that, then the soul plates that they left in the War God's realm would shatter. Then the War Emperor would know that something happened to the shadows. Because of this, it would take some time to deal with the shadows. With Zhao Hai's command, the entire 100 Victories continent became well-behaved. All the clans restrained their disciples and didn't let them go out. This was because the 3rd Legion was stationed here. In the eyes of outsiders, the clans didn't want their disciples to offend the 3rd Legion. They didn't think that this was done specifically to deal with the shadows. This time, there were a total of 8 people from the Shadow Legion, a small team. Originally, the War Emperor wanted them to secretly go to the various realms to see the situation. However, this would make things inconvenient for them. Because of this, the War Emperor gave them the title of an inspection team. This way, they would be able to act according to the War Emperor's orders. This way, nobody would dare to give them any face. The shadows didn't talk much. They also didn't use spiritual force to communicate. Their method of communication was very strange. They used a set of sign language that outsiders couldn't see. This set of sign language could also be used in a small area. It allowed them to silently transmit all kinds of information. Making a sound might be noticed, and communicating with spiritual energy might also be noticed by experts. However, this kind of sign language was sometimes ignored. It must be known that when people speak, they would always unconsciously make some gestures to help them express their thoughts. Most of the time, these gestures were unconscious, so no one would pay attention to them. However, the Dark Shadow Clan could use hand gestures to communicate when they were speaking. Compared to 2 people who were greeting each other, or saying some unreconciled words, their hand gestures conveyed another kind of meaning, making it hard for people to guard against. At this time, the members of the shadows were using hand gestures to communicate. This had become a part of their daily life. Using hand gestures to communicate was much faster and more convenient than using words. Number 1, where is our target this time? Number 2, our target this time is the Qian family. The Qian family is a big family on the same level as the Zhou family. Moreover, their patriarch, Qian Wang, is a very shrewd person. His Majesty wants us to see what the Qian family has been doing recently. Are their powerful disciples still at home? If they aren't, then investigate their whereabouts. Number 1, do you have the information of the Qian family's core disciples prepared? Number 5, it's here. Everyone has a copy. Memorize it in the shortest time possible and then destroy it. After the hand gestures were done, Number 1 took out a jade slip and gave it to the people around him. After the people received the jade slip, they used their spiritual force to check it one by one. Then they immediately destroyed the jade slip. At this time, an important guest came to the Qian family's mountain city. This guest was none other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sitting in the Qian family's living room. Qian Wang was sitting next to Zhao Hai. He looked nervous as he said, "Mister, why did you come here personally? Is it really that serious?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not that serious. It's just a few members of the Shadow Legion. It's not that difficult to deal with them. The problem is that they all have soul tablets. If we don't break their soul tablets, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. I'll be doing this personally, so you don't need to worry about it. I came here because the Shadow Legion chose to target the Qian family. Therefore, I'll deal with them outside the Qian family. How about it? Is there any problem?" Qian Wang stared, then he said, "There's no problem. Mister, please do as you wish. How can the Qian family cooperate with Mister?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need. Your Qian family just needs to maintain the status quo. Restrain your people and have them not leave the mountain city for the next few days. I'll arrange a formation outside the mountain city. If they go out, then they might be killed by the formation." When Qian Wang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Yes, Mister can rest assured. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and left the Qian family's mountain city. Then he began to arrange a formation outside the mountain city. The place where he arranged the formation wasn't very far from the Qian family's mountain city. But this place was the path that the Shadow Legion had to pass through. Before long, the Shadow Legion arrived outside the Qian family's mountain city. They looked at the mountain where the Qian family's mountain city was located. After making a few gestures, the group slowly landed on the ground. Then they took out a small formation and opened it. After that, the group relaxed and rested. Just as they opened the formation, an even bigger artifact was activated around them. This formation directly covered them. However, the fluctuations from the activation of the formation covered up the fluctuations from the activation of the larger formation. Because of this, the Shadow Legion didn't discover the formation. The members of the Dark Shadow Group were sitting in the forest, chatting and making hand gestures. Although some beasts were approaching them, they turned a blind eye to them. However, the members of the Dark Shadow Group were already used to this situation. They didn't even look at the beasts. In their view, the beast's reaction was completely normal. This was because the formation that they activated was an illusion formation, a formation that prevented the beasts from discovering them. The group rested for a while before they stood up. Then they put away the small formation on the ground and slowly sneaked towards the Qian family's mountain city. They were very careful along the way, not daring to make the slightest sound. Moreover, they seemed to be using some special method that made them undetectable by spiritual force. It can be said that they were now silently approaching the Qian family's mountain city. However, if an outsider were to see these people, they would certainly feel strange. This was because these people were now circling around a kilometer in diameter. However, they didn't seem to be aware of this, they were still carefully circling around. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was coldly looking at these people. He seemed to be calculating something. When the Shadow Legion had circled around a dozen times, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in front of the Shadow Legion. This spatial rift appeared silently without any energy fluctuations. And with the protection of the formation, nobody discovered this spatial rift. As for the members of the Dark Shadow group, they walked straight into the spatial rift and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as they entered the spatial rift immediately closed up as if nothing had happened. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space: someone has entered the space. These people are hostile towards the host. Asking the host to forcibly subdue them. Note: forcibly subduing them may have repercussions. The host should be careful when using them. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately asked, what are the repercussions of forcibly subduing them? The prompt replied, forcibly subduing them may cause brain damage. In light cases, they will become brain damaged, while in heavy cases, they will become an idiot. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, sure enough, forcibly subduing people isn't possible. Forget it, I'll just kill them and turn them into undead. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai brought the Shadow Legion into the space. He wanted to see if the space could forcibly subdue people. Although it seems like it wasn't possible, he still had another method, which was to kill them and turn them into undead. Because the laws of the space were different from the laws of the outside world, killing the Shadow Legion inside the space wouldn't break. Once the Shadow Legion was released, they would be resurrected while the soul tablets would remain intact. This was the result of Zhao Hai's previous experiments. The formation that Zhao Hai arranged before was an illusion formation. He wanted to make the Shadow Legion willingly enter the space. If he used force, then the Shadow Legion would most likely commit suicide and be discovered by the War God's plane. Therefore, he used an illusion formation to make the Shadow Legion think that they were in the Qian family's mountain city. Then they would obediently enter the space. Zhang Lingyun looked at the Shadow Legion in front of him and said, the young master has already instructed you. Do you know what to do? The 100 Victories realm has some tricks up their sleeves, but having the 3rd Legion is enough. As for the other realms, those that haven't submitted to the young master must be thoroughly investigated. As for those that have submitted to the young master, you should know what to do. The group nodded. The leader cupped his fist towards Zhang Lingyun and said, rest assured, the young master has already instructed us. We know what to do. However, we still need to stay in the 100 Victories realm for some time. As you know, the 100 Victories realm's reputation isn't very good. The War Emperor is worried. Zhang Lingyun nodded and said, of course I know. Alright, in any case, we're all brothers in the camp. You can do whatever you want. The group nodded, then they cupped their fist towards Zhang Lingyun before leaving. Several days later, the War Emperor was sitting in his room with a jade slip in his hand. After looking at the contents of the jade slip, he nodded with satisfaction and said, those fellows in the 100 Victories realm have some tricks up their sleeves. Hee hee. But the 3rd Legion should be enough to deal with them. We can send them to other realms. After putting down the jade slip, the War Emperor frowned. Then he said, send a letter of challenge to me. Someone nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, a voice was heard, Your Majesty, the letter of challenge has arrived. The War Emperor said, let him in. The door opened and Zhang Lingyun slowly walked in. Then he knelt before the War Emperor. The War Emperor waved his hand and had him stand up. After Zhang Lingyun stood up, the War Emperor looked at him and frowned. Zhang Lingyun, have you thought of a way to break Zhao Hai's formation? Zhang Lingyun shook his head and said, this minister is incompetent. I still haven't thought of a way to break it. I ask your Majesty to punish me. The War Emperor's frown couldn't help but tighten. Then he said, if we can't break his formation, then I don't know what he's doing. This is what gives me a headache. Zhao Hai isn't here just for the 2 realms. What does he want to do? When does he want to make his move? Zhang Lingyun replied, Your Majesty, when Zhao Hai came to the War God's realm, it's impossible for him to bring too many people with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move on the Maor and Featherbow realms. Whether it's the Maor or Featherbow realms, they're very weak. We also didn't have many people stationed there. Because of this, he was able to easily take over the 2 realms. If he brought too many people with him, then I'm afraid that he would have already made a move on the other realms. I think that Zhao Hai wants to use the two realms as a base and slowly move the Void Realm's forces to the two realms before having a decisive battle with us. The War Emperor frowned and said, if that's the case, then I'm not afraid. To be honest, the Void Realm's strength isn't that great. The people we sent last time were only there for training. Even so, they were still invincible in the Void Realm. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then those people wouldn't have failed. Because of this, I'm not afraid even if he moves all the people from the Void Realm. What I'm afraid of is that he's plotting something. The War Emperor replied, Your Majesty, there's a saying that you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If Zhao Hai really hides in the Void Realm and doesn't come out, then we'll be the ones to suffer. If Zhao Hai really wants to move all the people from the Void Realm to the Void Realm and then attack us, then it wouldn't be done in a short time. Otherwise, our War God Realm wouldn't have invaded the Void Realm on a small scale. Your Majesty, I think we should relax a little. The Battle Emperor thought for a moment before replying, That's a good idea, but now isn't the time. Let's wait until after the inspection. If there's nothing special, then we can relax a bit. The Battle Emperor nodded and didn't say anything else. The War Emperor said, Go back and think of a way to break Zhao Hai's barrier as soon as possible. The War Emperor nodded and then turned around and left. In the next few days, the War Emperor was still paying attention to the Maor realm and the Featherbow realm. However, he was disappointed because there was no movement from the two realms. While the Heaven Battle Emperor was working, a light knocking sound could be heard from the door behind him. This knocking sound only lasted for 2 times before it stopped. When the War Emperor heard this, he immediately said, Bring it up. As soon as he finished speaking, a door behind him opened. Then a black shadow came out of the door and landed in front of him. He knelt down on one knee and held a jade slip with both hands, presenting it to the War Emperor. The War Emperor received the jade slip and then waved his hand. The black-cloaked person flashed and returned to the door. Then the door closed once again. The War Emperor took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the War Emperor's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He muttered, Those fellows from the comparison realm really did make a move. How hateful. Someone come, tell the 11th Legion commander to come see me. The person outside the door nodded and then turned around to leave. The Beefy realm was a realm under the control of the War God realm. The people living there weren't human cultivators, but rather humanoids. These humanoids looked very strange, they were almost the same as humans, their body structure was almost the same. The only difference was their eyes. Normal humans had their eyes in the front, but the people of the Beefy realm had one eye in the middle of their forehead and the other in the back of their head. Their eyes were actually one in front and one in the back of their head. It was precisely because of this person that the world was called the comparison world. The cultivation methods of the people in the comparison world were very special. Aside from ordinary methods, they also cultivated a special technique. This special technique was called the eye technique. Eye technique, as the name suggests, was a type of spell that uses one's eyes to shoot out spells. This type of spell was very powerful, especially the comparison realm's eye techniques. The comparison realm's eye techniques were divided into 2 types, life and death. The eyes in the front cultivated life techniques while the eyes in the back cultivated death techniques. The so-called life techniques were healing spells. Legend has it that the eyes in the front of the comparison realm could be used to revive the dead. This was the strongest healing spell in the world. The eyes in the back of the comparison realm's eyes were used to kill people. On the other hand, the eyes on the back of their heads were for death. These eyes could be used to cultivate a lot of things. For example, they could shoot out a type of light. This light was incomparably powerful, even more powerful than the energy beams of energy cannons. They could also copy other people's cultivation methods. As long as they looked at the cultivation method, they could copy it. Also, they could discover other people's weaknesses, any weakness, cultivation method's weakness, formation's weakness, all kinds of weaknesses could be seen. According to legend, if one could cultivate the back of their head to the extreme, they could instantly kill people. On the other hand, the biggest characteristic of the eye realm was their necks. Their necks can rotate 360 degrees. In other words, they can make the death eyes move to the front and the living eyes move to the back. They can also make the living eyes move to the front and the death eyes move to the back. It was precisely because of this characteristic of the comparison realm that it became one of the most difficult realms to deal with under the banner of the War God realm. However, this wasn't a good thing for the War God realm. The comparison realm was the same as the 100 Victories realm. They were both fiercely opposed to the War God realm. However, unlike the 100 Victories realm, the people of the comparison realm were very insidious. When they discovered that they weren't a match for the War God realm, they decisively surrendered. This made the War God realm think that they were easy to deal with. Because of this, they didn't take the comparison realm seriously. However, later on, the people of the War God realm found out that the comparison realm was much more difficult to deal with compared to the 100 Victories realm. The people of the comparison realm wouldn't fight you openly, but they were definitely insidious people. The orders of the War God realm were never effective in the comparison realm. Even the most ordinary orders would be delayed for a long time. The taxes of the comparison realm were also the lowest among all the realms. The people of the comparison realm only knew one thing, and that was to drag things out. No matter what the War God realm told them to do, they would drag it out for as long as they could. They would drag it out until the War God realm forgot about it. The War God's realm also gave the competition realm to a noble. However, they didn't expect that this noble would die in less than 5 years. Even his family and the soldiers he brought were wiped out. Most importantly, no one was able to find out how they died. They only found out that they were poisoned to death. However, no one would believe this. But what could they do if they didn't believe it? The War God realm couldn't find any evidence to prove that the deaths of those people were related to the people of the comparison realm. In the end, although the War God realm severely punished some forces of the comparison realm, it was still disproportionate compared to the losses. After that, the War God realm gave the comparison realm to several nobles. In the end, the nobles all died in the comparison realm. In the end, there was even a rumor in the War God realm that if you have enmity with someone, then you should ask His Majesty to seal that person's fief in the comparison realm. This way, in a few years, someone would take revenge for you. In the end, the War God realm also discovered that they couldn't do anything to the shameless bastards of the competition realm. Therefore, they didn't give the competition realm to anyone else. The competition realm became independent just like that. The situation of the comparison realm was a variable in the War God realm. It can be said that the War Emperor of the War God realm had a headache over the comparison realm, even more so than the 100 Victories realm. Zhao Hai also understood the situation of the comparison realm. To be honest, he had the opportunity to make a move against the comparison realm. Between the comparison realm and the 100 Victories realm, he had a choice. In the end, Zhao Hai chose the 100 Victories realm. This was because the people of the comparison realm were too sinister. You don't know when they would stab you in the back. Before the situation was settled, Zhao Hai wouldn't go to the comparison realm. But this time, Zhao Hai had the inspection team go to the comparison realm. Then regardless of whether the comparison realm was fine or not, Zhao Hai had the inspection team send a report to the War Emperor. The report said that the comparison realm was starting to become unstable. The people of the comparison realm were secretly preparing to rebel against the War God realm. This report could be said to be half true and half false. The truth was that the people of the comparison realm were indeed preparing. The falsehood was that it was impossible for the people of the comparison realm to rebel against the War God realm. The people of the Bright Eye realm were used to hiding in the dark. It was impossible for them to be the first to rebel against the War God's realm. However, if the War God's realm was in trouble, or if the War God's realm was fighting against Zhao Hai, then the people of the Bright Eye realm wouldn't mind stabbing a knife into the War God's realm's back. This was their usual method. However, this report would act as a catalyst. The War Emperor was currently worried about Zhao Hai. Moreover, he didn't like the comparison realm to begin with. As soon as he saw this report, he would immediately take action. All he needed to do was to send the army to the comparison realm. The people of the comparison realm weren't good people. If you send the army to the comparison realm, then the people of the comparison realm would certainly not agree. This was because the people of the comparison realm didn't care whether Zhao Hai robbed the two realms or not. They only knew that if the army were to take root in the comparison realm, then the comparison realm wouldn't be able to maintain its current state of independence. Therefore, the people of the comparison realm would certainly make a move against the army. As long as the people of the comparison realm dared to make a move against the army, then with the current situation of the war god's realm, the war god would certainly retaliate. The conflict between the two sides would intensify, and this kind of conflict wouldn't end in a short time. If necessary, Zhao Hai could also help the people of the comparison realm. For example, he could place a formation in the comparison realm. Naturally, this formation wouldn't be as strong as the one in the Featherbow realm or the Maua realm. It would allow the people of the war god's realm to break the formation. At that time, the people of the war god's realm would see Zhao Hai in the comparison realm. They would think that the comparison realm was colluding with Zhao Hai. This would buy time for Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai needed now was time. He needed a realm to attract the attention of the war god's realm. There weren't many realms that could do this. Besides Zhao Hai, only the 100 Victories realm, the comparison realm, and the scavenger realm were qualified to do this. And the one that Zhao Hai could use was the comparison realm. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't have the inspection team report that the 100 Victories realm was safe and sound, but instead reported that the 100 Victories realm was under the control of the 3rd Legion. This was so that the War Emperor wouldn't be suspicious. The 100 Victories realm was the vanguard of the Divine realm. If they didn't make any movements, then the War Emperor would be suspicious. Zhao Hai reported that there were movements in the 100 Victories realm, but they were under control. This dispelled the War Emperor's suspicions. Then he told the War Emperor that there were movements in the 100 Victories realm. This gave Zhao Hai enough time to carry out his plan. This was an underground secret chamber. The entire secret chamber was circular and made of stone. At the top of the secret chamber was a huge magic array. This magic array was emitting a gentle white light, making the entire room bright but not dazzling. In this secret chamber, there was a huge round table. Now, there were more than a dozen people sitting around the round table. These people were all from the Bima clan. Their faces were almost identical to humans, but they only had one eye. They looked extremely strange. All of them were wearing black robes, making them look even stranger. At this moment, a member of the Bima clan said, "Everyone, we can now be sure that the war god realm is going to attack us. Their 11th Legion is already preparing to enter our Bima realm." The Bima clan member who spoke was wearing a black robe. His robe was embroidered with yin and yang fish. It looked extremely mysterious. However, from the looks of it, he was not young anymore. The people of the Hima clan did not have long hair or beards, but there were many wrinkles on his face. From this, it could be seen that he was already very old. At this moment, another member of the Bima clan said, "Xiao Kun, didn't you say last time that the people of the war god realm are busy dealing with Zhao Hai and don't have time to care about us? Why do they want to deal with us now?" Xiao Kun was obviously the Bima clan member who had just spoken. Upon hearing him say this, he immediately said, "Fan, don't push everything onto me. Right now, the war god realm's first target is Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai has been more obedient recently and hasn't made any moves. That's why the people of the war god realm are targeting us. Don't forget, they have already sent the 3rd Legion into the 100 Victories realm. Now, they are sending another legion to our Bima realm." Fan sneered and said, "What's so great about it? If the 11th Legion enters our realm, they won't leave? Then what should we do? Live under the surveillance of the war god realm every day?" Another member of the Bima clan said, "The two of you, now doesn't seem to be the time to discuss this. Let's think about how to deal with the arrival of the 11th Legion. Should we fight or delay? Everyone needs to have an opinion." As soon as he said this, the secret room fell silent for a moment. It was obvious that everyone was thinking about this question. At this moment, Ivan said, "There's nothing to say. Fight. We can't let the 11th Legion gain a foothold here. Otherwise, we're finished." Most people nodded, but Xiao Kun said, "But if we fight now, then all the eyes of the war god realm will be on us. Our casualties will be great." Fan shook his head and said, "No, I don't think so. I think that this is an opportunity. Everyone knows that Zhao Hai's sudden attack has made the war god realm nervous. Because of this, they sent troops to the 100 Victories realm and our Bima realm. The 100 Victories realm has been very active in the past few years, but it's still submitted to the War God realm. Moreover, the movements of the 100 Victories realm have been getting smaller and smaller. I think that the War God realm has sent people to infiltrate the 100 Victories realm. At this point, Yifan paused for a moment before continuing. The 100 Victories realm didn't resist, but I think that there are still a lot of people in the 100 Victories realm who aren't willing to accept this. It's just that no one from the 100 Victories realm wants to challenge them. Moreover, I heard that the War God realm's control has become unstable. What they lack now is someone who can light the fire. Our 100 Victories realm's reputation isn't very good, so why don't we use this opportunity to change our image and be the first to eat crabs? Xiao Kun looked at Yifan and said, "What do you mean?" Yifan replied, "Fight. This is a good opportunity for us." Although Zhao Hai only controls the 2 realms, I don't think that Zhao Hai only controls the 2 realms. He will certainly take action. As for why he hasn't taken action yet, I think he isn't ready yet. But no matter what happens outside, we can't let the 11th Legion take root in the bright world. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to eradicate them in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I don't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do anything." Everyone turned silent. They were very clear about the strength of the War God realm's legions. A legion of the War God realm wasn't easy to deal with. If they really went to war, then the Bima realm's losses would be very big. Yifan looked at everyone and said, "No matter what, if the War God realm wants to send troops to us, then they must go through the transmission formation. We'll wait for the 11th Legion to arrive and then open the formation. This way, all the transmission formations in the Bima realm will be ineffective. It would be even more difficult for them to attack us." Xiao Kun knit her brows and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. Our formation isn't Zhao Hai's. The War God realm hasn't been able to break Zhao Hai's formation for a long time. As for our formation, I'm afraid that the War God realm would be able to break it easily. At that time, we'll have to face the War God realm's attack." Yifan smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. As long as our formation can hold on for a few days, then it'll be fine. Don't forget, there's still a great enemy outside the War God realm. As long as Zhao Hai doesn't go, then the War God realm wouldn't be able to deal with us. As long as our formation can hold on for a few days, the other realms would think that Zhao Hai is working with us. At this time, the other unstable realms would become even more unstable. Maybe some of them would even make a move against the War God realm. At that time, the War God realm would have no way to deal with us." Everyone turned silent. Yifan's words were indeed very attractive, but to have them fight the War God realm head-on, they were still a bit afraid. Yifan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, in the past few years, our Bima realm's reputation in the outside world hasn't been very good. People say that we only use underhanded methods and don't dare to face the enemy head-on. Now is an opportunity. We will fight the War God realm head-on, and we'll be the first to do so. Maybe there will be benefits in the future. Even if there aren't any benefits, as long as the War God realm is defeated, our Bima realm's reputation in the outside world would be better. After our Bima realm becomes independent, we can also come in contact with other realms." Xiao Kun looked at Yifan and said, "But have you thought about what will happen if we fail? If the War God realm wins in the end, what will happen?" Yifan sneered and said, "I know that everyone doesn't want to take risks, but have you thought about it? If we don't take risks, then we won't be able to gain anything. If we don't take risks, then we will continue to fight the War God realm. Moreover, the War God realm has already placed a blade on our necks. If their 11th Legion comes to our Bima realm and we don't resist, then they will establish themselves here. If the War God realm loses in the future, then our Bima realm will become their rear. When that time comes, we will have to face the attacks of countless realms. Even if we resist, do you think that resisting then and resisting now would be the same? Even if the War God realm wins in the future, when the 11th Legion comes to our Bima realm, will you feel comfortable?" No one spoke, everyone knew that Yifan was right. They had no choice but to fight the War God realm. Xiao Kun opened her mouth and said, "I agree with Yifan. It's time to fight the War God realm. Let's prepare ourselves. This time, we won't just open one formation, we'll open several formations. When the 11th Legion enters our Bima realm, we'll open several formations before attacking the 11th Legion with all our might. Everyone nodded. Yifan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, go back to your sects and prepare. As long as the 11th Legion enters our Bima realm, then the battle will begin." The group nodded, then they turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looking at the projection. The projection was showing the scene of the Bima realm's leaders meeting. Upon hearing their decision, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he muttered, "Right, it seems like I really need to help you." At this time, a knock was heard on the door. Zhao Hai said, "Come in." Ji Wuming came in from the outside. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, everything is ready." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, now that the War God realm is focusing their attention on the Bima realm, we can take down the Qin realm and the Code realm in one fell swoop." Ji Wuming nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked outside. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was currently hovering above a bamboo sea. This bamboo sea was located in the Qin realm. The celery realm was very good at using poison. Sometimes, poison could be used on a large scale. The celery realm was an expert in this field. According to the records of the celery realm, during a battle to help the War God realm, the celery realm's poison warriors turned a city into a poison city. Because of this, all cultivators within 1,000 li of the city were poisoned to death. Even the experts of the War God realm couldn't resist the celery realm's poison. From this, one could see how strong the poison was. Even the experts of the Qin realm couldn't resist it. Almost everyone in the Qin realm was a poison warrior. They cultivated poison since childhood, ate poison as food, and refined poison as a profession. It can be said that everything here was poisonous. Just like the bamboo sea that Zhao Hai was looking at. Although it didn't look any different compared to other realms, Zhao Hai knew that this bamboo sea was poisonous. Moreover, it wasn't just one type of poison. In the beginning, the celery realm wasn't like this. There were a lot of things here that weren't poisonous. However, after the celery realm began to research poisons, everything changed. They began to deliberately cultivate poisonous things, just like the bamboo sea. Originally, the bamboo here wasn't poisonous, but later on, the people of the celery realm began to use poisonous water to irrigate the bamboo sea. In the end, the bamboo sea became poisonous. Moreover, they didn't just use one type of poisonous water. In the end, the bamboo sea didn't only contain one type of poison. Because the bamboo sea was too poisonous, the people of the celery realm didn't dare to come here anymore. All the troops participating in this operation were prepared with antidote pills. Zhao Hai also used the spatial water to refine a large amount of antidote pills and gave them to the troops. This way, they wouldn't need to worry about the majority of the poisons. As for the special poisons of the celery realm, they still needed to be careful. However, as long as the people of the celery realm used these poisons, then Zhao Hai would be able to make the antidote. The barrier formation opened and the attack began. The celery realm had a special characteristic. All of the sect's defensive formations were poison formations. Although the defensive capabilities of this formation weren't very strong, it was made up of various kinds of poisonous fog. Aside from the jade tokens that could protect the sect members, as long as other people entered the poison formation, they would be poisoned. It was very tyrannical. Facing this poison formation, Zhao Hai's formation was useless. This was because the poisonous mist was just floating in the air. No matter how strong one's attack was, it was nothing more than an attack on the air. It wasn't a big deal. Fortunately, the people participating in this battle had already taken the antidote pills. They didn't care about ordinary poisons. Because of this, when the attack was launched, these people immediately rushed towards the sects of the celery realm. The celery realm's reputation for using poison was well-deserved. After Zhao Hai discovered that all the plants in the celery realm were poisonous, he immediately released a large number of undead. These undead only had one task, which was to collect the plants and animals of the celery realm. Naturally, they would also participate in the battle when necessary. All the plants and animals in the celery realm were poisonous. After Zhao Hai collected them, the spatial water's ability to detoxify them became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the poisons released by the space also became stronger and stronger. With this, Zhao Hai had another method of attack. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to use 5 days to deal with the celery realm. This was much longer than the time he used to deal with the auction and collection realms. This was because poisons were very difficult to deal with. Even Zhao Hai would have a headache if he were to face them. Fortunately, the attack this time went smoothly. The people of the celery realm didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to suddenly attack. However, their counterattack was also very strong. Many cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow from the celery realm's poison. In the past few days, the number of cultivators who died to the poisons was in the millions. This ratio was very terrifying. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of cultivators in the celery realm. The population of the celery realm could be said to be the smallest among all the realms. The people of the celery realm might have been exposed to poisons for too long. Because of this, it was very difficult for them to conceive. Because of this, the population of the celery realm was very small. After 5 days, although the celery realm still had some resistance, they couldn't make any waves. Most of the forces in the celery realm had been destroyed by Zhao Hai. At this point, the celery realm could be considered to have fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. Although there were some losses in the various realms, it was still within the range that they could accept. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the ones who suffered the least losses were the stone golem race. The stone golem race seemed to be immune to poisons. Aside from some particularly corrosive poisons, the stone golem race didn't have any reaction to other poisons. Later on, Zhao Hai discovered this. Because of this, the stone golem race became the main force in attacking the celery realm. Many sects in the celery realm were destroyed by the stone golem race. While Zhao Hai and the celery realm were fighting, the 11th Legion of the War God realm was finally ready. Under everyone's gaze, the 11th Legion went through the transmission formation and entered the celery realm. However, the celery realm cooperated and allowed the 11th Legion to enter the celery realm. This made the people of the War God realm puzzled. But after the 11th Legion entered the celery realm suddenly lost all contact with the outside world. Upon hearing this, the War Emperor felt his head buzzing. Then a boundless anger rose up in his heart. He smashed the jade cup in his hand and immediately gave an order to gather all the great nobles of the War God realm. After everyone arrived, the War Emperor calmed down. However, his expression was still as cold as ever. He looked at the great nobles of the War God realm and said, "Everyone knows about the matter of the Baisa realm, right? These despicable fellows actually tricked the 11th Legion into entering the celery realm and then sealed it. What do they want to do? Is Zhao Hai already in the celery realm? If Zhao Hai really went to the giant realm, then the 11th Legion would be in even more danger. I don't care what method you use, but if you can't break the barrier within 10 days, then there's no need for you to come see me again." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. This order was ruthless enough. From this, the people of the War God realm knew how angry the War Emperor was. One must know that the War Emperor had a very high status in the War God realm. It was said that the War Emperor consulted the War Emperor about formations in the past. He can be considered half a teacher to the War Emperor. The War Emperor respected the War Emperor very much. But now, the War Emperor actually gave such an order. Nobody dared to make a sound. Only the War Emperor took a step forward and knelt before the War Emperor. "This subject receives the decree." The War Emperor continued, "Transmit the order. From now on, the entire War God realm will enter a state of readiness. We'll be ready to deal with any situation that may occur. Implement military control over all realms." At this time, the people in the hall loudly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty's decree." A state of readiness hasn't appeared in the War God realm for many years. The state of readiness in the War God realm was divided into 3 levels. The 3rd level was when a small-scale rebellion occurs. The War God realm would mobilize troops and resources to suppress it. However, this wouldn't affect the other realms too much. The 2nd level of readiness was when the troops of all realms entered a state of readiness to deal with any situation that may occur. However, only the military camps were on alert. For ordinary cultivators, this wouldn't affect them too much. 1st level combat readiness was already incredible. First-level combat readiness meant that if something big happened that could affect War God World's rule, all of War God World's armies would enter a combat readiness state. Therefore, all resources would be controlled. All realms would enter a combat readiness state. This combat readiness state meant that everything was under military control. Without orders, no one was allowed to casually walk out. Without orders, no one was allowed to casually walk out. All resources would be controlled. If there were any suspicious movements, military law could be enforced at any time. And during wartime, there was only one military law: kill. The first level of readiness could be said to be a state of high alert. As long as the War God realm detects the slightest movement, they would immediately be killed. Because of this, all the cultivators of the realms under the control of the War God realm would have to be obedient. If they dared to be disobedient, the only result would be death. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. This was the state of readiness. The people present didn't think that the War Emperor would directly enter a state of readiness. It seems like the War God realm would be serious from now on. Along with the War Emperor's order, the entire War God realm became tense. All the nobles of the various realms entered a state of martial law. If they found something wrong, they would immediately start killing. Under this kind of high pressure, the War God realm didn't calm down. On the contrary, the entire War God realm became chaotic. The realms that submitted to the War God realm didn't want to be suppressed like this. This was especially true for the nobles of the War God realm. They took advantage of this opportunity to accumulate large amounts of wealth. If you give them jade essences and resources, then everything would be fine. But if you don't, then you would be suspected of colluding with the enemy. You would be captured or killed. In this case, how could the people of these realms endure? Originally, Zhao Hai's entry into the War God's realm had already caused some people's minds to become active. Now that the War God's realm was pressuring them, these people who were already dissatisfied with the War God's realm became even more dissatisfied. Additionally, when they heard that the Bright Eye realm was sealed, these people became even more active. At this time, Zhao Hai had Zhang Lingyun spread the news that the 100 Victories realm was unstable. The people of the 100 Victories realm began to attack them. At this time, the War God realm became even more lively. The realms that were being oppressed by the War God realm suddenly had a large amount of resistance. These people attacked the War God realm's army as well as the great nobles of the War God realm. In just a short time, the War God realm was filled with the flames of war. At this time, Zhao Hai led the army into the Cannon realm. The Cannon realm was now in a state of readiness. The War God's realm also sent an army over. However, the number of troops sent wasn't a lot. The War God's realm was very confident in a realm like the Cannon realm. Therefore, they only sent a small number of troops. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. Although the people of the Cannon realm weren't weak, they were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai's subordinates. Their golden scroll attacks were completely useless against Zhao Hai. In less than 3 days, the Cannon realm fell into Zhao Hai's hands. This was already the 8th day since the War God realm had entered a state of level 1 combat readiness. On this day, the people from the Imperial College of the War God realm had finally broken through the boundary array of the Comparison realm. However, the War God realm was currently in a state of war, so it was impossible for them to focus all their attention on the Comparison realm. Just as Ivan had expected, they only lasted for a few days before the War God world fell into chaos. Their opportunity came. Because of the sudden rebellion of so many realms, the War God world was unable to send out more troops to deal with the Comparison realm. This allowed the Comparison realm to slowly wear down the 11th core. At this time, there were only a few realms in the War God realm that weren't in chaos. The Picker realm, the Photography realm, the Celery realm, the Cannon realm, and the Prestige realm weren't in chaos. These realms were the most loyal to the War God realm. Therefore, the War God realm wasn't surprised that they weren't in chaos. Unfortunately, nobody knew that these realms had already become Zhao Hai's. The War Emperor was sitting in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. In front of him were several jade slips that were reports of the battle. The War Emperor's expression didn't change. Although the War God realm was in chaos, in the War Emperor's eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Although the War God's world was in chaos right now, it was only in small realms. Moreover, the scale of the war wasn't very big. In the War Emperor's eyes, it was just a small matter. He didn't care about it at all. The War Emperor wasn't worried about these small conflicts at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. Once these people appear, he would be able to deal with them in one fell swoop. In fact, the War Emperor had underestimated the current situation. The War God realm had been suppressing the other realms for so many years. This made the other realms very dissatisfied with the War God realm. Although it can be said that the chaotic realms were just small realms that couldn't survive, the bigger realms were actually in a very dangerous situation. The reason why the bigger realms weren't in chaos was because they were observing the situation. Zhao Hai had been silent for a long time. It was time for him to make a move. The people from the bigger realms were waiting for Zhao Hai to make a move. This was because they believed that Zhao Hai was the biggest enemy of the War God realm. As long as Zhao Hai makes a move, it would mean that he would have a war with the War God realm. At that time, the bigger realms would make a move. At the same time, the people from the bigger realms were also observing the fighting strength of the War God realm. They were surprised to find that the fighting strength of the War God realm's local legions didn't increase after so many years. Instead, they even decreased a little. This was too shocking. At the same time, this made the people from the bigger realms more determined to break off their relationship with the War God realm. However, they still lacked an opportunity. As long as Zhao Hai makes a move, he would certainly attract the attention of the War God realm. At that time, they would be able to move. Of course, the Battle Emperor didn't know about this. In his opinion, the War God realm has been ruling these realms for a long time, so there shouldn't be any rebellions. As long as the War God realm can quell these rebellions, then their rule wouldn't be shaken. At this time, the War Emperor's eyes were on the Competition realm. To be honest, the War Emperor's hatred towards the Competition realm exceeded his hatred towards Zhao Hai. The Competition realm sealed their own realm, making him think that Zhao Hai was in the Competition realm. At the same time, the other realms believed that Zhao Hai was in the Competition's realm. Later on, the War Emperor found out that he was tricked by the Competition realm. From the 11th Legion, he learned that Zhao Hai wasn't in the Competition realm. Everything was caused by the Competition realm. This was what the War Emperor hated the most. But at this time, the War God realm was in chaos. Although it wasn't a large-scale rebellion, the War Emperor still couldn't dispatch too many troops to deal with the Competition realm. He could only watch as the Competition realm fought the 11th Legion. At this time, the 11th Legion had already lost more than 10% of its forces. This gave the War Emperor another reason to hate the Competition realm. While the War Emperor was thinking about these things, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent military report." Upon hearing this voice, the War Emperor couldn't help but stare. However, he quickly recovered and loudly said, "Bring it in." The person outside the door nodded and then pushed the door open. The person who came in was wearing a suit of armor and looked travel-worn. This person had a jade slip in his hand. He quickly took 2 steps forward before he knelt on one knee and said, "Reporting, Your Majesty, there's an urgent military report. Since yesterday, the Prestige realm has lost contact with the outside world." After the formation masters checked the transmission formation, they concluded that Zhao Hai might have entered the Prestige realm and set up a formation there. What? The War Emperor stood up. He didn't think that he would hear such news today. The Prestige realm, it was actually the Prestige realm. The Prestige realm was the realm that provided the most soldiers to the War God realm. The cultivators there were incomparably valiant. They fought without any regard for their lives. Although they were difficult to manage, their fighting strength was still very strong. If the troublemakers of the Prestige realm were to know that the Prestige realm was attacked, then what would the consequences be? The War Emperor felt a headache just thinking about it. He immediately said, "Come, send an order to seal this news. Don't spread it outside." At this time, a voice was heard from outside, reporting, "There's an urgent military report." The War Emperor's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The urgent military report was already giving him a headache. Now that there was another urgent military report, he had a bad premonition. He immediately said, "Come in." An armored cultivator quickly ran in and knelt on one knee as he loudly said, "Reporting, Your Majesty, there's news from the Prestige realm." From today onwards, the War God Realm will join Zhao Hai's faction and fight against the War God Realm's army. Boom. The War Emperor felt like his head was about to explode. The Gathering Realm, the Photography Realm, the Prestige Realm, the Celery Realm, and the Code Realm were the 5 realms that he trusted the most. Even in the past few days, he had only sent a few troops to the 5 realms. The 5 realms had always been very stable. How could the War Emperor suddenly accept the attack of the Prestige Realm and the Gathering Realm? While he was still in shock, another voice was heard from outside, reporting, "There's an urgent military report." The War Emperor's heart skipped a beat. Then he said, "Come in." Then a cultivator wearing armor ran in and said, "Reporting to your majesty. There's news from the War God's realm. From today onwards, they will be leaving the War God's realm and joining Zhao Hai's side to resist our army." The Battle Emperor sat down, his mind was in chaos. However, this wasn't the end. The Celery Realm and the Dian Realm also announced that they would be leaving the War God's realm and joining Zhao Hai's camp. The Battle Emperor had completely lost his ability to think. He really didn't know what was going on. Why did the 5 realms he trusted the most stab him in the back 5 times in such a short period of time? How could he accept this? After a while, the War Emperor shook his head and became a bit more clear-headed. However, this was followed by boundless anger. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Men!" Just as his voice fell, a voice was heard from outside, reporting, "There's an urgent military report." After hearing this, the War Emperor almost went crazy. Every time he heard this, there would be bad news. Now that this was repeated, the War Emperor's face turned purple. He loudly shouted, "Get the hell in here." A cultivator ran in and got down on one knee. He loudly said, reporting, "Your Majesty, we just received news that the 3rd Legion stationed at the 100 Victories Realm has just announced that they will leave the War God Realm and join Zhao Hai's faction. They want to join forces with the 100 Victories Realm and attack our War God Realm." Boom. This news was even more shocking than the one the War Emperor received. The War Emperor looked at the cultivator in disbelief. After a while, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The people in the hall were startled. They quickly shouted, "Your Majesty!" The War Emperor waved his hand and said, "Summon the great nobles of the realm. They are here to discuss matters." The group bowed and retreated. At this time, the Battle Emperor calmed down. He wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered, "Good, Zhao Hai. Good. You actually managed to control so many realms. Moreover, all of them are very important to me. Zhao Hai, you have 2 pieces. But if you want to fight against my War God realm, then you're still lacking." The Battle Emperor nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, you're really good." While the War Emperor was about to vomit blood, the entire War God realm was silent. The news of the 100 Victories realm and the other realms leaving the War God realm shocked everyone. The status of the 100 Victories realm and the other realms in the War God realm was very clear to everyone. Nobody thought that these realms would rebel against the War God realm. This was too bizarre. Then news came from the 100 Victories realm. The 3rd Corps had betrayed the War God realm. The 3rd Corps was the main force of the War God realm. The majority of the people in the Corps were from the War God realm. They were absolutely loyal to the War God realm. If they rebel against the War God realm, then they would be rebelling against themselves. But what was going on? Why did the 3rd Corps betray the War God realm? What was going on? Did the world change? You can even stab yourself with a knife now. These news made all the voices in the War God realm disappear. People didn't think that things would turn out like this. They lost the ability to make a sound. Then people slowly reacted. They finally understood why there was no news of Zhao Hai after he took over the Feather Bow and Mao Air realms. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't make any moves, it was just that nobody knew that he was doing it. Even a fool wouldn't believe that these realms leaving the War God realm had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. They left the War God realm and became independent. Why did they join the War God realm? Didn't this explain the problem? For a time, the War God world was in an uproar and chaos. All the realms under the control of the War God realm were in chaos when they received this news. It wasn't only the realms that were in chaos, even the army of the War God realm was in chaos. This was especially true for the armies of the 100 Victories realm, Picker. realm, celery realm, photo realm, prestige realm, and book realm. The people of the 100 Victories realm who served in the army directly disappeared. However, the people of the picker realm, photo realm, celery realm, and book realm didn't leave. They didn't know what happened. Why did their realms betray the war god realm? Most importantly, if they betrayed the war god realm, why didn't they inform us in advance? These people who had served in the war god realm for many years were very clear that the people of the war god realm were very xenophobic. People like them weren't the most trusted people in the war god realm. Although the 5 realms were very loyal to the war god realm, the people of the war god realm didn't doubt the 5 realms at all. However, in the army, these people knew that the people of the war god realm still looked down on the people of the 5 realms. Now that 4 of the 5 realms had betrayed the war god realm, there was still one realm that sealed their realm. In this case, could the people of the war god realm still trust them? Impossible. Because of this, when they heard about the betrayal of the realms, the people of the war god realm who served in the army of the war god realm banded together and betrayed the army. When the people of the war god realm heard about the rebellion of the 5 realms, they immediately made a move against the people of the 5 realms. However, they didn't expect the people of the 5 realms to make a move first. The army of the war god realm had a lot of people from the 5 realms. Now that the people of the 5 realms made a move, the entire army was in chaos. At this time, the experts of the war god realm also made a move. They went straight to the army camps, wanting to suppress the rebellion in the shortest time possible. However, just as they were about to make a move, the picker realm, film realm, celery realm, book realm, might realm, and 100 Victories realm suddenly sent troops to the war god realm. Originally, the news was that the might realm sealed their realm. But very quickly, the might realm sent out a message saying that the war god realm was under Zhao Hai's banner and wanted to fight to the death with the war god realm. Then the armies of the 6 realms came out of their realms and went straight to the war god realm. At this time, the entire war god realm was in chaos. The scavenger realm, the slap realm, the celery realm, and the code realm sent out 100 million troops. At the same time, Zhao Hai's army came out of the prestige realm. Not only were there 20 million troops from the prestige realm, there were also 20 million troops from the Mao air realm, 30 million troops from the feather realm, 40 million troops from the 100 Victories realm, and 20 million troops from the chaotic stone realm. In total, there were 130 million troops from the 100 Victories realm. On the other hand, 15 million troops from the 3rd Corps came out of the 100 Victories realm. In the shortest amount of time possible, the 6 realms combined their forces and formed an army of 250 million. They charged straight for the heart of the war god world. Wherever this army passed, the war god world's army, which was still in chaos, was routed. At the same time, the war god realm's troops stationed in other realms immediately left and returned to the war god realm. At this moment, the other realms became independent. However, these realms knew that if it weren't for Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be independent. If they wanted to be independent forever, then there was only one way, and that was to destroy the war god realm. Only then would they be independent forever. Because of this, after the war god realm's army left, these realms immediately sent people to contact Zhao Hai. They only had one goal in mind, and that was to ask Zhao Hai to join forces with Zhao Hai to deal with the war god realm. Zhao Hai also agreed to their request. However, he had a condition. When fighting against the war god realm, the people of the realms must listen to his orders. Otherwise, they would have to act on their own and not get involved with him. The people of these realms were hesitant about Zhao Hai's request. They just wanted to form an alliance with Zhao Hai. This way, when dealing with the war god's realm, they would be able to express their opinions and have a say. And this say would prevent them from becoming cannon fodder. It was normal for the people of these realms to do this. They were also afraid of the war god's realm. After the war god's realm took control of these realms, they didn't just collect taxes and make them pay tribute. Realms like the Feather Bow realm and the Mao air realm were much simpler. This was because their fighting strength wasn't strong, so the war god's realm looked down on them. On the other hand, the people of the other realms had to serve in the army. The war god's realm had never been polite to the people who served in the army. Almost all of them were used as cannon fodder. Every time the war god's realm fought against the outside world, the ones who died the most were the cannon fodder. Because of this, when the realms heard Zhao Hai say that they would attack the war god's realm together, they were all in a difficult position. They had already seen Zhao Hai's strength and methods. An army of more than 2,000 people wasn't a joke. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to bring out such a large army right under the nose of the war god's realm. Such methods were truly terrifying. Cultivators also liked to follow behind people with strength. This way, they would be safer and be able to obtain more benefits. However, Zhao Hai's methods were too brilliant, to the point that they were afraid. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would use them as cannon fodder. What would they do then? This was what they were most worried about. In the end, there were some brave realms that had a deep hatred for the war god's realm. They agreed to Zhao Hai's conditions and were willing to move together with Zhao Hai. They were also willing to listen to Zhao Hai's commands. As for the others, they didn't move with Zhao Hai. They formed a small alliance and prepared to deal with the war god realm themselves. These people were led by the war god realm. All of the armies of the divine war plane had been transferred back to the divine war plane. All of the private soldiers of the nobles were entangled in the various legions. At the same time, the divine war plane began to recruit soldiers. As long as the people of the divine war plane had enough strength, they would have to serve in the army. The ordinary people of the divine war plane also had to receive military training from a young age. Because of this, as long as they were entangled in the army and received some training, they would become qualified soldiers. After Zhao Hai led the army to the war god's realm, because the other realms' armies had also joined in, Zhao Hai decided to give them some training. He had them split up and put people from different realms together. Then he began to train them. At this time, the allied forces of the comparison realm and the other realms were ready. However, they didn't attack the war god. Instead, they were very careful. Zhao Hai knew what the comparison realm meant. Those fellows from the comparison realm just wanted to hide behind and take advantage of the situation. However, Zhao Hai's advantage wasn't that easy to take advantage of. After Zhao Hai led the army into the war god's realm, he began a 3-month training. He wasn't in a hurry to attack the war god's realm. Instead, he began to train his troops. The pressure in the war god's realm was much greater compared to the outside world. People from other realms would need some time to adapt to the pressure here. Naturally, Zhao Hai understood this. Therefore, he decided to undergo a 3-month training. Although he was training, he was also paying attention to the changes in the war god's realm. After the war emperor was angered to the point of vomiting blood, he became a lot calmer. When he heard that Zhao Hai was training, he immediately summoned all the great nobles to the great hall for a discussion. After everyone arrived, the war emperor looked at them and said, "Everyone, I think everyone knows about Zhao Hai's matter. Zhao Hai is currently training in the war god's realm. To be honest, I didn't expect him to be this calm. However, this is also Zhao Hai's style. Now, let's talk about how to deal with Zhao Hai. If anyone has any suggestions, let's hear them." The nobles looked at each other and fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to say anything. They were just organizing their thoughts. If this was before, the war emperor would have been anxious. But after being angered to the point of vomiting blood by Zhao Hai, he was much calmer. So, he wasn't in a rush this time. He just sat there and waited for someone to speak. After a while, someone stepped forward and bowed to the war emperor. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." The war emperor looked at the person and saw that it was one of the marquises of the war god's realm. He was called Blood Knife Marquis, Xianxia. The war emperor liked Xianxia a lot. He wasn't just a marquis, he was also a general. He was the commander of the 36th Army. Xianxia was very brave in battle. He was also very cruel. That was why he was called Blood Knife. The 36th Army was one of the strongest armies in the war god's realm. The war emperor looked at Xianxia and said, "Speak." Xianxia replied, "Your Majesty, at present, Zhao Hai is indeed the biggest threat to the war god's realm. However, we cannot ignore another group of people, the small alliance formed by the comparison realm. The comparison realm is used to scheming against people. If the alliance suddenly attacks us in the future, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, this minister asks Your Majesty to send troops to deal with the comparison realm's alliance. First, we need to deal with the comparison realm. Then we can focus on dealing with Zhao Hai. Zhang Yu nodded and said, that's right. When the War Emperor heard Zhang Yu, he couldn't help but nod. Then he said, do you have any other opinions? Another person stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have something to say. The War Emperor looked at this person. His name was Zhang Yunfei, and he was the commander of the 15th Army. He was also a marquis. The War Emperor nodded and said, Speak. Zhang Yunfei said, Your Majesty, the War God's realm is in a very dangerous situation. I think we should call back the army from Earth Yellow World. We should seal our connection with Earth Yellow World and focus on dealing with Zhao Hai. When he heard this, the War Emperor frowned. But then, he relaxed. He knew that the other person was right. The War God's realm was in a life-and-death situation. It was time to call back the army from Earth Yellow World. Earth Yellow World's army was the best of the best. They were second only to the Colosseum's army. The War Emperor looked at the people and said, Do the others have anything to say? A cultivator stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should form an elite army and see if we can attack other realms. Zhao Hai's army is made up of soldiers from other realms. If these realms know that their realms are being attacked, they would certainly be in chaos. Then Zhao Hai's army would be finished. This is the method Zhao Hai used to deal with us. In my opinion, we can also use this method to deal with Zhao Hai. When the War God heard this, his eyes lit up. He nodded and said, Right, that's a good idea. Challenge. The War God immediately stepped forward and said, Your servant is here. The War Emperor said, regarding the directorate, Don't relax for a moment. If you can break Zhao Hai's barrier, then you will have made a great contribution to the War God's realm. The War God bowed and said, Your servant obeys. The War Emperor looked at everyone and said, Send my order, mobilize the 36th, 57th, 63rd, and 78th legions to attack the Colosseum realm. The 32nd, 43rd, and 48th legions are to be ready to support. The 7th, 9th, 13th, 15th, 22nd, and 27th legions are to monitor Zhao Hai's movements. If Zhao Hai wants to support the Colosseum realm, then we must hold him back. Every time the War God pointed at a legion, a person would step forward and wait for them to receive the order before returning to their positions. The War Emperor then said, Send someone to the Earth realm with my token. Recall the Golden Armor Legion and seal the Earth realm's transportation formation. When the Golden Armor Legion returns, they will immediately enter a state of combat readiness. After this order was issued, a person wearing a robe immediately took note of it and acknowledged it. The War Emperor said, Everyone, this is a matter of life and death for the War God's realm. Over the years, we have invaded the Void Realm many times and we have never let the people of the Void Realm off. Now that Zhao Hai has come for revenge, he won't let us off either. For the future of the War God's realm, for the glory of the War God, it is time to fight him to the death. Everyone in the hall said in a low voice, Yes, Your Majesty. The Battle Emperor waved his hand and dismissed them. Seeing these people leave, the War Emperor's face slowly turned black. If others were to see this, they would certainly be surprised. This black gas was called death qi. Generally, it would only appear on the body of a dying person. The War Emperor still had a long lifespan, so he shouldn't have this kind of death qi on his body. But now, it did. If people were to find out about this, then it would be a huge matter. The War Emperor didn't seem to feel anything, he just muttered, Zhao Hai, I won't let you do as you wish. The War God's realm won't be conquered by anyone. It will never be. After saying this, the War Emperor said, Someone come. Following his order, the door behind him suddenly opened. A person wearing a mask and a robe suddenly appeared in front of him and knelt down on one knee. The War Emperor looked at this person and said in a low voice, Take my order and enter the beast arena. Hand them over to the criminal army and tell them to preserve their strength. Don't fight with the other races anymore. When necessary, I will call them back. Then the War Emperor took out a gold medal and handed it over to the black-robed person. After receiving the gold medal, the black-robed person rushed towards the War Emperor and disappeared. The War Emperor muttered, Zhao Hai, do you really think that the War God's realm only has this much strength? Humph, you underestimate the War God's realm too much. This time I will make sure that you die without a burial ground. The black gas on his face became even thicker. This made him look even more sinister, like a ghost from the underworld. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room, looking at the projection in front of him. Sitting with Zhao Hai were Ji Wuming and Murong Qian. The two of them were already part of the space, so naturally, they could sit here. Besides the two of them, there were also Zhou Yanning and Zhang Lingyun. On the projection was the mobilization of the war god's realm. Seeing the frequent movements of the war god's realm, Ji Wuming couldn't help but frown. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, looking at their movements, it seems like they're guarding against us. But at the same time, it seems like they're going to make a move against the contrast realm. What should we do?" Zhao Hai looked at the projection, then he smiled faintly and said, "We're not doing anything. The contrast realm isn't willing to submit to me, they even formed an alliance. Naturally, I won't care about what happens to them. Let them suffer a bit." Murong Qian opened his mouth and said, "Indeed, it should be like this. Those despicable people from the comparison realm always play dirty tricks behind our backs. This time, they clearly want to take advantage of us. I think that the people from the war god realm have seen through their thoughts, so they want to deal with them first. The people from the war god realm are also afraid that they will be schemed against by the people from the comparison realm when they fight us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Not only that, this alliance is also a threat to us. If we fight with the war god's realm, do you think they'll let us go?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Murong Qian and the others couldn't help but be startled. Murong Qian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, how could they be so bold?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Their courage isn't small. Otherwise, why do you think they would dare to fight against the 11th Legion? The contrast realm's ambition isn't small. Now that the war god's realm wants to deal with them, that's good, it saves me a lot of trouble." Ji Wuming and the others nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai continued, "What we need to do next is to pay attention to the other two armies of the war god's realm. One is the Golden Armor Army from the Earth realm, the other is the Criminal Army from the Beast Fighting Colosseum. These two armies are our enemies." Ji Wuming and the others nodded. Zhao Hai continued, "These two armies won't have a lot of people, but their strength will certainly be formidable. There's no need to talk about the Criminal Army, I'll personally deal with them. I heard that there are a lot of people there who have comprehended laws. They aren't something you can deal with. However, the other army is the Golden Armor Army. Wuming, Murong Qian, you two expand the number of the Iron Armored Army. You can transfer some elites from the Undead and the Stone Golem race to the Iron Armored Army. I'll leave the Golden Armor Army to you too." Ji Wuming and Murong Qian immediately nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "All right, go and train those fellows. It'll be good for us in the future." Ji Wuming and Murong Qian nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhang Lingyun and said, "Lingyun, the situation of your 3rd Legion is quite bad. Although you're all undead, you still have family in the war god's realm. You should look into this matter and see if you can bring those people over to the war god's realm. This way, they won't be implicated by you." When Zhang Lingyun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately replied, "Yes, thank you young master." Zhang Lingyun was actually very excited. Although they had become undead, they still had their intelligence. It can be said that aside from becoming Zhao Hai's undead, they weren't much different from when they were alive. These people also had family, and they missed their families. However, they couldn't tell Zhao Hai about this matter. Now that Zhao Hai allowed them to bring their people over, this was a very good thing for them. Naturally, Zhang Lingyun was very grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also aware of Zhang Lingyun's thoughts, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head to Zhou Yanning and said, "Yanning, your Zhou family has already moved to the space. Take care of your children and have them go to school." Zhou Yanning nodded. To be honest, Zhou Yanning felt that becoming Zhao Hai's undead was a very fortunate thing. Their lives in the space were much better than before. Moreover, all the family's disciples can enter the academy to study. They can study anything they want. Arrays, refining, alchemy, farming, military, literature, as long as they want to learn, nobody would restrict them. The environment inside the space was much better than outside. Zhao Hai's Space Academy was also slowly being perfected. In the past, there were no military, literature, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other subjects. But now, there were all of them. Zhao Hai had always believed that whether it was a technological civilization or a cultivation civilization, there were a lot of merits to both. Because of this, he wanted the space's various races to study and think for themselves. At this time, the space was already filled with interstellar battleships that Zhao Hai had seen in sci-fi movies. At the same time, there were also mechas that only appeared in sci-fi novels. Naturally, there were also countless flying swords and artifacts. There were all kinds of strange things. It can be said that the space's civilization was developing in a direction that even Zhao Hai didn't know about. But Zhao Hai didn't care about this. The current situation of the space was entirely caused by him. But everything in the space was under his control. No matter how much the space expanded, the space would always be under his control. This was enough. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. After Ji Wuming and Murong Qian left Zhao Hai's room, they immediately went to the stone golems and the undead to select their candidates. This time, the two selected the elites. There was no need to talk about the stone golems. After reaching adulthood, they would be equipped with their own armor. Because of this, there was no need to prepare armor for them. However, the undead were a bit more troublesome. The undead were also equipped with their own armor. However, their armor was made of bone. Compared to the constellation armors, the defensive capabilities of these bone armors were a bit worse. Because of this, if the two wanted to change the armor of the undead, they would need a lot of constellation armors. This was a very troublesome matter. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's accumulation over the years wasn't a joke. There were a lot of these things in the space's warehouse. They could be used at any time. To form an army like the Iron Armor Army, it wasn't something that ordinary forces could afford. Armor, weapons, pills, everything needed to be prepared. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's support, then even if all the forces in the Void Realm were to work together, they still wouldn't be able to form such an army. War was a matter of logistics. This sentence was not only applicable on Earth, but also in the cultivation world. The war between cultivators didn't seem to require too much logistical supplies, because cultivators didn't need to eat when they reached a certain level. However, if an army composed of cultivators wanted to form a fighting force or become a strong soldier, then the amount of supplies they needed was absolutely astronomical. It was far from what food and other things could compare to. In a battle between cultivators, armors and artifacts could determine the outcome. Good artifacts could make a cultivator's attacks more powerful. Good armors could prevent cultivators from dying too quickly. Additionally, when cultivators fight, they would use pills. Moreover, these pills couldn't be bad. Because of this, logistical supplies were very important for an army of cultivators. Think about it. Two armies of cultivators of similar strength. One army was wearing top-quality armor and using top-quality magic tools. The other army was using ordinary weapons and had no armor. In this case, who would be the winner? Of course, war couldn't only be about weapons. However, it was undeniable that weapons played a huge role in the war god realm. It was the same whether it was in the cultivation realm or on Earth. Zhao Hai's Iron Armor Army had always been the elites of the underworld. The Iron Armor Army he brought to the war god realm this time was the best of the best. Zhao Hai wanted to use these elites as the skeleton to form an even more powerful Iron Armor Army. Only in this way would he be able to face the elite troops of the war god realm without using human wave tactics. He would also have a trump card in hand when facing the extraterritorial demons in the future. While Zhao Hai was forming the Iron Armor Army, the war god realm had already made their move. The legions that were named by the war emperor all moved. The 36th Legion was the main force of the war god realm. The war god realm had also received news of this. After all, it was impossible for them to not know about the large-scale mobilization of the war god realm. Upon receiving this news, the people of the war god realm were somewhat flustered. Just as Zhao Hai thought before, the people of the war god realm didn't want to fight the war god realm head-on. They only wanted to hide behind Zhao Hai and the others. While Zhao Hai and the war god realm were fighting to the death, they would be able to take advantage of the situation. However, from the information that they received, they could determine that the War God Realm's target this time was them and not Zhao Hai's group. This made the people of the War God Realm startled. The reason why the War God Realm had fallen to this point could be said to be caused by Zhao Hai. In this case, the people of the War God Realm actually didn't deal with Zhao Hai and instead came to deal with them first. This made the people of the War God Realm puzzled, but at the same time, they were also startled. The people of the War God Realm still had a bit of self-awareness. They were very clear that with their current strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for Zhao Hai or the War God Realm. It can be said that these two forces could destroy them with a flip of their hand. Fortunately, these two forces were irreconcilable. It was precisely because of this that the people of the War God Realm thought that they had a chance. Therefore, they formed this alliance. However, they didn't expect the War God Realm to deal with them first. The reason why the people of the War God Realm didn't rely on Zhao Hai was because they thought that Zhao Hai was too smart. The people of the War God Realm were very good at playing mind games. It was precisely because of this that they didn't want to cooperate with people who were too smart. And because Zhao Hai was too smart, the people of the War God Realm didn't want to cooperate with Zhao Hai. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to scheme against Zhao Hai and would instead be tricked by Zhao Hai. Sometimes, being too smart wasn't a good thing. It was just like comparing the people from the 100 Victories realm. Although the people from the 100 Victories realm were too smart, this didn't necessarily mean that it was a good thing. The 100 Victories realm's people were very smart. They always wanted to pay the smallest price in order to achieve the greatest results. This was the truth that the 100 Victories realm's people believed in. Because of this, they didn't want to cooperate with Zhao Hai. They had seen Zhao Hai's methods. When everyone thought that Zhao Hai would use the two realms as a foundation to move the Void Realm's army to the War God's realm, Zhao Hai silently cut off the War God's realm's left and right arms. This was tantamount to dismembering the War God's realm. Through this matter, the War God's realm and its subordinate realms were able to see Zhao Hai's methods. Not only did he turn the strongest and most loyal realms of the War God's realm into his subordinates, he also successfully made a legion of the War God's realm betray them. Up until now, nobody knew how he did it. This method made the 100 Victories realm's people feel fear. That's right, fear. This wasn't just fear, it was terror, the people of the Behemoth realm asked themselves. Even if everyone in the Behemoth realm gathered together, it would still be impossible for them to do what Zhao Hai did. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would use this method to deal with them one day. Then the Behemoth realm would be finished. Because of this, the 100 Victories realm didn't rely on Zhao Hai. Instead, they pulled some people who didn't want to rely on Zhao Hai and formed a small alliance. They wanted to survive in the gap between the two forces. It would be best if they could get some benefits. But looking at the current situation, their plan might fail. The War God's realm's sudden move made them feel a sense of crisis. The 100 Victories realm's representative in the alliance was Ivan. When Ivan received news that the War God's realm's legions were heading towards them, he immediately called the representatives of the other realms to his large artifact. Ivan's large artifact was very strange. It was shaped like a fish, and the fish's body could move. It looked very strange. After Ivan invited the people to his room, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I think everyone has received the news that the War God's realm has sent an army to deal with us. I want to know what you all think about the War God's realm's actions." The people in the room were silent. Everyone felt their hearts heavy. The War God's realm's legions were very famous. They knew how strong they were. Now that the War God's realm sent these legions to deal with them, they couldn't help but be startled. Ivan looked at them and said, "Since everyone isn't speaking, then let me speak. To be honest, I didn't expect the War God's realm to do this. Zhao Hai is the War God's realm's biggest enemy. I didn't expect the War God's realm to let him go and deal with us. With the Alliance's current strength, it's impossible for us to be a match for the War God's realm's legions. Because of this, my opinion is that we should retreat." Yifan's words stunned everyone present. They were aware of their current situation, but they didn't think that Yifan would actually make such a decision, directly retreating. This was beyond their expectations. Ivan looked at them and said, "The War God's realm is dealing with us first. There's no doubt that they want to deal with us first. Then they can have a decisive battle with Zhao Hai. They don't want us to cause trouble for them while they're fighting against Zhao Hai. Therefore, they're dealing with us first. Everyone nodded. They felt that Ivan's words were reasonable. At this time, a representative said, "But where should we retreat to? Looking at Zhao Hai and the others, they certainly won't help us. Where should we retreat to?" Ivan smiled faintly and said, "Retreat to your own realm. Don't forget, we're currently in the war god's realm. If we retreat to our own realm, wouldn't the war god's realm chase after us? In this case, they wouldn't dare to chase us. This is because they still have Zhao Hai eyeing us from the side. Therefore, they wouldn't dare to chase after us." But when Ivan said this, everyone turned silent. Retreating to their own realm was a good choice. However, if they want to go to the war god's realm and get a share of the spoils, then it wouldn't be easy. Ivan looked at them and couldn't help but sneer. He knew what these people were thinking. They wanted to obtain more benefits, but they didn't want to take too much risk. They wanted to defeat the war god's realm, but they also didn't want to listen to Zhao Hai's commands. Naturally, the most important thing was that they weren't as smart as the war god's realm. They were people who didn't know what to do. However, Ivan couldn't blame them. This was because only these people would listen to them and cooperate with them. And this was what Ivan needed. Looking at these people, Ivan opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, after we return to our respective realms, we can slowly accumulate our strength. As long as we have enough strength, we can kill our way out of our respective realms. When Zhao Hai and the war gods' realm are locked in battle, we can make our move. At that time, no matter which one it is, they wouldn't have the time and energy to deal with us. The war god's realm would then be ours." The people from the other realms stared, then their eyes lit up as they nodded. Ivan looked at everyone and said, "Our war god's realm has a spy in the war god's realm. Moreover, his status isn't low. Therefore, we can know about the war god's realm's movements at any time. Through this spy, we can also know about the situation of the war god's realm. Therefore, after we return to our respective realms, we need to keep in touch. As long as the time is right, our war god's realm will immediately notify you. When the time comes, we can go back to the war god's realm." After hearing Ivan, these people didn't have any objections. In fact, they knew that this was their best choice at this time. Seeing that everyone agreed, Ivan opened his mouth and said, "All right, everyone, let's go back and prepare. We'll be going home. Isn't it good to watch the battle between the war god's realm and Zhao Hai?" Everyone chuckled before they stood up and left. The war emperor and Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when they heard that the war god's realm alliance had retreated. They didn't think that the war god's realm alliance would be this decisive. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the war emperor understood that the war god's realm alliance wouldn't be willing to just retreat. They were like wolves that had retreated back to their nest. Once they had the chance, they would certainly come out and bite them. Whether it was Zhao Hai or the war emperor, both of them were disgusted by the war god's realm alliance's actions. They hated these kinds of people the most. Because of this, both Zhao Hai and the war emperor made the same decision at the same time, to activate the formation. The war god's realm alliance didn't think that Zhao Hai and the war emperor would make such a decision at the same time. They thought that Zhao Hai and the war emperor wouldn't activate the formation. Zhao Hai wouldn't because his army was made up of countless realms. If the formation was activated, then these people would lose contact with their realms. These people wouldn't agree to this. At the same time, the war god's realm wouldn't activate the formation. This was because the war god's realm would certainly send troops to attack the other realms. If the formation was activated, then it would be the same as protecting the other realms. However, things went beyond the war god's realm's expectations. Zhao Hai and the war god actually activated the formation at the same time. This didn't mean that the war god's realm alliance was wrong. In fact, they were right. However, they neglected one thing, and that was Zhao Hai and the war emperor's attitude towards them. Whether it was Zhao Hai or the battle emperor, they didn't have a good impression of the alliance formed by the competition realm. In fact, they even hated them. Now that they had retreated to their own realms, the two of them naturally wouldn't be polite. They immediately used their formations to block the competition realm. It seems like it would be impossible for them to return to the war god's realm. Zhao Hai and the War Emperor had already prepared an excuse for activating the formation. This excuse was very funny, they both used the other party as an excuse. For example, Zhao Hai would say that the formation was activated by the War Emperor and the War Emperor would say that the formation was activated by Zhao Hai. In fact, they were both right and wrong. Regardless of whether what the two said was right or wrong, they had already achieved their goal. The War God's Realm alliance wouldn't bother them anymore. Both sides had the same idea, they would deal with the other party first before dealing with the War God's Realm alliance. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked at the various armies that were training outside. He muttered, "I didn't expect that guy to have the same idea as me. He actually activated the formation. Moreover, he also called back the War God's Realm Alliance army. Good, he's a bit pressured, he knows what's important. Let's have a decisive battle." Ji Wuming was quietly standing beside Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai, Ji Wuming couldn't help but say, "Young master, the iron-armored army has been trained. Although the armies of the various realms haven't been fully trained, they can still go to the battlefield. I thought that the War God's Realm Alliance would be able to delay the War God's Realm Alliance for a while, giving us more time to train them. But now, it seems impossible. I'm afraid that the War God's Realm Alliance won't give us too much time to train." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the War God's Realm aren't fools. They want us to focus on training, but the War God's Realm Alliance army doesn't need to train. This is because they've received military training since they were young. They just need to familiarize themselves with it. But we can't do that, we don't have the time. Wuming, go and pass down the order. Rest today, the army will set out tomorrow. Our target is War God City." Ji Wuming nodded. Then he kept his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around to pass down the order. Before long, the armies of the various realms returned to their respective large artifacts. The scene became deserted. At this time, Zhao Hai's army didn't only have the Heaven's Secret Sect's large artifacts. The number of large artifacts in his army wasn't small. It wasn't just the War God's Ark of Misfortune, there were also large artifacts from other realms. Besides the 100 Victories realm, as long as the other realms knew how to refine artifacts, they would send their large artifacts to join Zhao Hai's army. At this time, the number of large artifacts in Zhao Hai's army had exceeded 1,000. There were also many medium artifacts. These medium artifacts were all obtained from the auction realm. Although the auction realm had large artifacts, there were still a lot of medium artifacts. Naturally, all of them were now under Zhao Hai's control. One day later, Zhao Hai led his army towards War God City. Unfortunately, the War Emperor wouldn't give him the opportunity to go to War God City for a decisive battle. When the Auction Realm Alliance returned to their own realms, the War Emperor immediately called back the criminal army from the Colosseum. Then he led the War God Realm's army and personally led them towards Zhao Hai. The two sides finally met in the War God Realm's Golden Sea. The Golden Sea was a beautiful name. However, in the War God Realm, the Golden Sea wasn't a beautiful place. 70% of the War God Realm was desert. And the Golden Sea was the desert with the least oasis in the War God Realm. It was one of the places that the people of the War God Realm disliked the most. But this time, the two sides met in the Golden Sea. The two sides were only 10 li away from each other and had set up camp. In fact, they didn't need to set up camp. This was because there was no way to set up camp in the Golden Sea. They could only stay inside large artifacts. Because of this, the two sides stopped about 10 li away from each other. Zhao Hai stood on the Heaven's Secret Tower and looked at the War God Realm's army in the distance. Among the War God Realm's army, there was a large artifact that attracted the most attention. It was a large artifact that looked like a palace. However, this palace was completely different from the Heaven's Secret Tower. The Heaven's Secret Tower had golden walls and was circular in shape. Because of this, it didn't look like a palace used for battle. It looked more like a sacrificial hall or a hall used to store books. On the other hand, the War God Realm's palace was completely different. It looked more like a castle than a palace. It was like a flying strategic stronghold. The stronghold was blood red in color and had high walls. No matter how one looked at it, it was an incomparably sturdy stronghold. It was a completely different style from the Heaven's Secret Tower. At this moment, on top of the fortress's walls stood a person wearing a dragon robe and a flat crown. This person was also sizing up Zhao Hai. Their gazes collided with each other from 10 li away. It was as if two cold bolts of lightning had met each other, causing bursts of sparks to fly. Zhao Hai looked at the War Emperor. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He felt that something was wrong with the War Emperor. He felt a very familiar feeling coming from the War Emperor. Zhao Hai was very familiar with this feeling. It felt like an undead. However, this feeling disappeared in the blink of an eye. This made Zhao Hai even more puzzled. He didn't know why he had this feeling, but Zhao Hai was very careful. The War Emperor looked at Zhao Hai with hatred. To be honest, his first impression of Zhao Hai wasn't the legendary Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was too ordinary. Ordinary appearance, ordinary temperament, he was the kind of person that you wouldn't be able to find in a crowd. However, this kind of person was able to turn the war god's realm into this state. What was going on? Zhao Hai looked at the War Emperor, then he smiled faintly and said, "War Emperor, we finally meet." The War Emperor also looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, we finally meet. Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you would be able to do this. Amazing, truly amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. We're enemies, only my enemies. I'll do my best to retaliate. This is my principle." The War Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then can we also retaliate against you? Against the forces you belong to?" Zhao Hai shrugged his shoulders and said, "As long as you can. I, Zhao Hai, have countless enemies. If they want to retaliate against me, then I'll let them do as they please." The War Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything else. After some time, he said, "All right, then we'll meet on the battlefield." Then he waved his hand. The War God's Realm's army slowly descended and formed a defensive formation. Then they began to rest. Zhao Hai looked at the War Emperor and smiled. Then he turned to Ji Wuming and said, "Let the others rest, we'll attack. The War God's Realm wouldn't expect us to attack at this time. We'll attack at this time." Ji Wuming gave the order. The large artifacts of Zhao Hai's army also slowly formed a formation and rested. The people from the War God's Realm who were observing Zhao Hai's situation couldn't help but feel relieved. In their minds, Zhao Hai wouldn't attack. But at this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion suddenly moved and rushed towards the War God's Realm's camp. It was unknown how the Heaven's Secret Pavilion did it, but after 2 breaths of time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had already reached its fastest speed. A distance of 10 li was covered in an instant. The people from the War God's Realm didn't expect Zhao Hai to make a move at this time. This caught them off guard. When the Heaven's Secret Pavilion arrived, they thought of using their energy cannons to attack. But at this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had already arrived in front of them. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion directly smashed some of the artifacts on the periphery of the War God's Realm. After rushing into the formation, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was like a crazed boar. Energy cannons emerged from all over its body. Then, energy beams shot out from the cannons. These energy beams weren't made from the power of laws, they were just energy beams. But even so, it was enough to deal with the people from the War God's Realm. The energy cannons that Zhao Hai was using had been improved. And the method of improvement was learned from the War God's Realm. When the Ark of Misfortune entered the Void Realm, Zhao Hai obtained the method to improve the energy cannons from the Ark of Misfortune. Moreover, this method was improved once again. It can be said that the energy cannons used by the War God's Realm were more advanced than the cannons used by the War God's Realm. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion didn't stop moving. It kept spinning like a huge spinning top. After attacking some large artifacts in the surroundings, it crazily turned around and flew back to its own camp. At this time, some figures flew out from the Divine Realm's formation and flew straight towards Zhao Hai's camp. These people were all void-piercing experts. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Many experts also flew out from their camp and met them head-on. The two sides fought a great battle. In the end, no one could do anything to the other. The people from the War God's Realm had no choice but to retreat. The War Emperor stood on the castle wall and looked at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. His face was incomparably ugly. He knew that he lost again. Zhao Hai was giving him a show of strength. Zhao Hai stood on top of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked at the War God's realm camp. Then he said, "Wu Ming, Morong Qian, you two get ready. The other side is about to mobilize the Golden Armored Legion. Our Iron Armored Legion should also move. Let's see if their Golden Armored Legion is stronger or if our Iron Armored Legion is stronger." Ji Wuming and Morong Qian immediately complied and went to prepare. Before long, several large artifacts flew out from the War God's realm's army. These large artifacts didn't look special, they looked like ordinary Ark of Misfortune. However, Zhao Hai knew that these large artifacts were absolutely extraordinary. These large artifacts were meticulously made by the War God's realm. Whether it was defense or attack, they were much stronger than other large artifacts. Naturally, the people inside the large artifacts were also much stronger. When Zhao Hai saw this, he waved his hand and several large artifacts flew out from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. After these large artifacts left the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, they went straight towards the other side. The two sides quickly came into contact. However, their contact wasn't the same as an ordinary contact. Both sides didn't slow down at all. Instead, they used their large artifacts to collide with each other. A loud explosion was heard. The large artifacts of both sides weren't damaged. At the same time, they were pushed back a certain distance. They were actually evenly matched. However, both sides didn't receive the attack. Then there were several consecutive collisions. Each collision was very fierce. However, the large artifacts of both sides were of high quality. They were actually fine. At this time, both sides saw that it was impossible to use large artifacts to deal with the other side. Therefore, both sides stopped their large artifacts. Warriors flew out from the large artifacts and lined up in front of the large artifacts. The warriors that came from the War God's realm were all wearing gorgeous golden armor. This golden armor looked like plate armor. It wrapped around their entire body, making them look like iron cans. At the same time, the large artifacts that Zhao Hai sent out also had warriors appearing. These warriors were wearing special armor. Their armor looked very beautiful and imposing. However, there were a lot of places on their bodies that were exposed. It seems like their defense wasn't as good as the other party's armor, but they were much more gorgeous. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to defeat them. Among the people that Zhao Hai sent out, there was also a group that was very eye-catching. This group didn't wear any gorgeous armor. Each and every one of them looked like stone sculptures. However, nobody dared to look down on these people. This was because these people were the stone men of the chaotic stone boundary. The stone men of the chaotic stone boundary were very famous in the War God's realm. They were hard to deal with and their fighting strength were at the forefront of the War God's realm. Naturally, their shortcomings were also well known. However, nobody thought that the stone men would actually appear here. The two sides quickly lined up. The Golden Armor Legion had about 1 million people while the Iron Armor Legion that Zhao Hai sent out also had about 1 million people. Both sides had the same number of people. Moreover, they were the elites of both armies. This battle would definitely be a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers. After the two sides set up their formations, they began to slowly advance. As they advanced, both sides changed their formations. The War God's Golden Armor Legion changed into a very powerful attack formation. It looked like a huge arrowhead. On the other hand, the Iron Armor Legion changed into a Rubik's Cube formation. When this Rubik's Cube formation appeared, the people of the War God's realm were stunned. They didn't think that the other side would make such a strange formation. In fact, the people of the War God's realm couldn't be blamed. The people of the War God's realm were the same as other cultivators. From the very beginning, they lived on the ground. Moreover, they didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with space. Because of this, when they fought, they would generally use a flat formation. However, Zhao Hai's group was different. Zhao Hai had been using the Rubik's Cube formation for a long time. Although it seemed a bit wrong to use it now, this was because the War God's realm's attack formation had a hidden formation. And the Rubik's Cube formation was at most a good formation, it wasn't a formation. If they were to fight against the War God's realm, then they would suffer. However, this wasn't the case. Don't forget that Zhao Hai also knew formations. Moreover, his formations were three-dimensional. In other words, he could turn the Rubik's Cube formation into a three-dimensional formation. This way, not only would they not suffer a loss, their formations would also be much better than the other side. Both sides slowly closed in on each other. They were very clear that in this situation, charging was useless. What they wanted was to close in on each other and engage in a battle of attrition. When the two sides were about a kilometer apart, the Iron Armor Legion's cube formation instantly changed into a three-dimensional formation. At this time, the War God's realm didn't even have the chance to change their formation. In terms of formation changes, they simply couldn't compare to the Iron Armor Legion. Who were the people of the Iron Armor Legion? Most of the undead were undead. These undead have already been transformed by the space into formations. Because of this, it was normal for them to change formations. They can change their formations in an instant without showing any signs of panic. In addition to the undead, there were also the stone men. The stone men could be said to be a special race. They were alchemy life forms. Their knowledge of formations was directly given to them by the space. Therefore, in this aspect, their mastery wasn't any worse than the undead. The only problem was the human cultivators of the Iron Armored Army. But don't forget, they were now subdued by the space and officially became Zhao Hai's people. Although they had their own thoughts, in terms of research, besides being unable to turn into undead, they were no different from the undead. The knowledge about formation changes was also given to them by the space. To be exact, it wasn't input, but rather implantation. Input required a process of understanding, but implantation didn't. Implantation was like one's own knowledge, one could use it at any time. Inputting and implanting were two different concepts. Inputting was putting a book in your head. Although the book contained knowledge, this knowledge needed to be studied and understood by yourself before you could slowly grasp it. On the other hand, plants were different. Plants were putting knowledge directly into your head, making you feel that the knowledge was already there. You could use it without needing to understand it yourself. Of course, these two methods have their own advantages. The input method requires you to understand it on your own. Therefore, your impression will be deeper. You can even obtain a lot of extended knowledge from this knowledge. However, the effect will be slower. After all, it takes time for you to absorb, digest, and master this kind of knowledge. Implanting, on the other hand, was very fast. It allowed you to use this knowledge in a short period of time. However, this was a forced implantation. In the future, it would be very difficult for you to develop this knowledge. This was because it wasn't something that you could understand. It was like a computer program. You can use it, but you can't necessarily write it. Although the Golden Armored Army was surprised by the sudden change in the Iron Armored Army's formation, they still believed that they could win. This was because they were the elites of the War God's realm, the elites of the elites. They had this confidence. The two streams of iron quickly collided. Although the speed of the two streams of iron wasn't very fast, when they collided, the battle was still incomparably fierce. Both sides were the best soldiers. They followed their own path and kept moving forward. It can be said that the two streams of iron were like two machines. The first soldier was a part of the machine. They had their own role and their own way of operating. They only needed to operate according to their own way of operating. However, it was clear that the Iron Armored Army was a more sophisticated machine. Not only was this machine more powerful, it was also more unafraid of loss. Even if some parts were lost, the machine could still operate and be used. On the other hand, the Golden Armored Army was different. Although the Golden Armored Army's formation was very good, it was still lacking compared to the Iron Armored Army. Not all of the soldiers were participating in this formation. Some of the soldiers were in the reserve team. When they discovered that the formation was losing too much, they would immediately fill in the gaps in order to ensure that the formation could operate for a long time. After more than an hour of the battle, the Golden Armored Army couldn't hold on any longer. Almost all of their reserve team had been used. Now that their reserve team had suffered losses, their entire formation was in danger of collapsing. However, they didn't have any good ideas. This was because the enemy's attack was still going on. Although the enemy's formation also suffered some losses, it was still less than theirs. Naturally, the most important thing, the enemy's formation was still able to maintain their fighting strength. Under this situation, the golden armored army couldn't hold on any longer. The war emperor who was watching the battle from the top of the castle also discovered this point. He discovered that the iron armored army was like a ferocious beast, eating the golden armored army bit by bit. This discovery made the war emperor's expression change. This also made the war emperor's expression change. The golden armored army was one of the strongest forces in the war god realm. If the golden armored army were to be defeated, then it would be a huge blow to the morale of the war god realm. They couldn't let the golden armored army be defeated. The golden armored army was different from the Sinner army. The Sinner army could be said to be a secret army. Not many people in the war god realm knew about this army. On the other hand, the golden armored army was a golden signboard in the war god realm. This was because the soldiers of the golden armored army were selected from other armies. It could be said that they were the cream of the crop. All the soldiers of the war god realm hoped that they could enter the golden armored army. In the hearts of these soldiers, the golden armored army was a symbol of invincibility. If the other armies of the war god realm were to see their invincible army being defeated or even eaten, then it would be a huge blow to their morale. Seeing this, the war emperor said, "Order the Sinner army to attack. We must rescue the golden armored army." Hearing the war emperor, no one objected. At this time, the most suitable person to rescue the golden armored army was the Sinner army. They knew how strong the Sinner army was. Not only can they rescue the golden armored army, they can also deal a heavy blow to the enemy. It must be said that when the war god's army of criminals was established, nobody was willing to go. This was because the casualties of the army of criminals were too high. In the end, the war god's realm had no choice but to send some of the criminals to the army of criminals. They had them go to the Colosseum and fight with people from other realms. Moreover, they were promised that as long as they survive in the Colosseum for a few years, they would be able to return to the war god's realm. At that time, not only would their crimes be forgiven, they would also receive an unimaginable status. This was the reason why the army of criminals was called the army of criminals. Later on, the people of the war god realm slowly discovered that although the casualties in the Colosseum were high, there were also a lot of good things. There were all kinds of spiritual chi, rare ores, and cultivation methods from other realms. Naturally, the most important thing was that it was easier to comprehend the power of laws in the Colosseum compared to the outside world. The power of laws was something that every cultivator wanted to comprehend. This was because as long as you can comprehend the power of laws, you would be able to ascend. Even if you can't ascend immediately, you can still ascend later on. It was like a ticket to a ship. While others were bitterly looking for a ticket to ascend, you would have already booked a ticket to ascend. At this time, the Sinner army of the war god realm had more than 13,000 people. And among these people, there were several hundred who had comprehended the power of laws. From this point, one could see how strong the Sinner army was. Although their numbers were small, as long as they were sent to the battlefield, they would certainly be invincible. Along with the war emperor's words, more than 10,000 people flew out of the war god realm. These people didn't use large artifacts, they didn't even wear armor. They just flew directly towards the battlefield. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of these people, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he smiled faintly before his figure moved. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Sinner army. Zhao Hai's appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. The war emperor and the Sinner army were stunned. The Sinner army had seen Zhao Hai before, so they naturally knew who he was. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would suddenly appear in front of him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the eyes of the Sinner army couldn't help but light up. A middle-aged cultivator among them suddenly shouted, "Kill! Kill Zhao Hai with all your might!" Following his command, the Sinner army almost instantly surrounded Zhao Hai. In the eyes of the war god realm, killing the Sinner army wasn't as important as killing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was the backbone of the alliance. As long as Zhao Hai dies, the alliance would certainly disperse. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand as a long saber appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai's body moved as he launched an attack towards the Sinner army. The cultivators in front of Zhao Hai were cultivators of the Sinner army who had comprehended the power of laws. When they saw Zhao Hai rushing towards them, they immediately followed suit. The cultivator facing Zhao Hai raised his hand and sent out a wave of law towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he dodged the wave of law. However, at this time, another wave of law was sent towards him. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he dodged it once more. Zhao Hai's evasion technique was also based on the power of law. However, the Sinner army didn't think about it. They just thought that Zhao Hai's movement technique was good. The Sinner army didn't use the power of law indiscriminately. Instead, they used their own laws to attack Zhao Hai. These Sinner army members weren't Zhao Hai. They couldn't use the power of law infinitely in this layer. It was too demanding on their bodies. Of course, they were also stronger than Elder Tang and the others. Elder Tang and the others could only use the power of law once a day. On the other hand, the people of the War God realm could use the power of law at least 15 to 20 times a day. The number of times they could use the power of law depended on their physical strength. From this point, it can be seen that the people of the War God realm were much stronger than those of the Void realm. However, now wasn't the time for them to think about this. They soon discovered that it wasn't easy for them to kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's movement technique was too good. They couldn't attack Zhao Hai at all. Upon seeing this situation, the middle-aged cultivator who gave the order to kill Zhao Hai with all his might immediately shouted, "Formation!" Following his order, the Sinner army members instantly formed a battle formation. This battle formation was directed towards the inside and not the outside. As the battle formation operated, the Sinner army and Zhao Hai disappeared. Instead, a black fog appeared in their place. This black fog completely covered the position of Zhao Hai and the Sinner army. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside. At this time, the Iron Armored Army didn't stop attacking. They were still attacking the Golden Armored Army. When the War Emperor saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he said, "Everyone, attack. Go around the Sinner army and Zhao Hai's battle. Now that they have no leader, it's the best time to deal with them." Someone immediately responded and went to pass down the order. Just as the War Emperor thought, he chose the right time to attack. The cultivators who joined Zhao Hai's army discovered that Zhao Hai was trapped inside the black fog. They couldn't help but panic. And when they saw the War God Realm's army attacking, they became even more chaotic. While they were in chaos, a calm voice was suddenly heard, "What are you panicking for? Anyone who panics will be dealt with according to military law." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, but they were all stunned. This was because they found that the person who spoke was Zhao Hai. This made their heads turn for a while. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai would suddenly appear here. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at the black fog. However, they discovered that the War God Realm's army was still nowhere to be seen. What was going on? End of chapter 28-24. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.